The host has been detected to inherit a sect of immortality cultivation, becoming the sect leader, and the grand leader system has been activated. Gazing at the dilapidated teaching building with the sign of Shushan Vocational Technical College, Qin Tian, the principal of the school, fell into deep contemplation. The woman ahead possesses a rare and exceptional celestial root, a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Please recruit her into the mountain gate. Observing the female police officer apprehending a criminal, Qin Tian scratched his head in contemplation. The man ahead is a born sword body, a rare genius of sword cultivation occurring once in a century. Please recruit him into the mountain gate. Watching the disabled youth pushing his wheelchair alone, Qin Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. The person ahead has an innate charm, a prodigy in cultivating the harmony art. Please recruit him into the mountain gate. As he beheld the national goddess performing on stage, Qin Tian felt a stirring in his heart. A year later, as Qin Tian recruited one disciple after another and cultivated them into Sword Immortals, heavenly masters, and revered Taoists, the system's notification sounded once more. A great calamity is imminent. Please announce to the world, open the mountain gates, and hold a grand ceremony for ascension, imparting the Tao of immortality to humanity. Just as the notification faded, the Shushan sect, hidden within the void, emerged into the world. Chapter 1. The school transforms into a sect. In a launching Longhua, looting city, within the principal's office of Shushan Vocational Technical Training School, Qin Tian, having recently inherited this dilapidated institution from his father, sat in the principal's chair. Beside him on the sofa sat a middle-aged beauty in a floral dress. Looking at the middle-aged beauty, Qin Tian forced a smile, saying, "Mama Shalawah, the contract is clearly stated in black and white. Once the tuition is paid, it cannot be refunded. Even in special circumstances, only 70 can be returned. Besides, as you can see, Shalawah has learned something here. At least he plays games quite well. I heard he's reached the small national rank in the game, so it's no problem for him to work as a minor agent in the future." However, upon hearing these words, the middle-aged beauty immediately became enraged. "Principal Qin, I am requesting a withdrawal for Shalawah precisely because of this matter. You promised that he would definitely learn a skill here and obtain a vocational qualification certificate. Now, all he does is play games. He wasn't like this before he came here. Let me make this clear. Today, the tuition must be refunded, whether you like it or not." Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Qin Tian's face. According to the regulations, it really cannot be refunded. Before he could finish, she suddenly stood up and began to unbutton her dress. "I'm sorry, Principal Qin, but I am left with no choice. It's not easy for us to earn money." As she spoke, she walked toward the window. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian quickly stepped forward to intervene. Let's discuss this calmly. I'll refund. Is that okay?" As the middle-aged beauty had nearly unbuttoned her top and reached the window, Qin Tian helplessly shouted this phrase. A few minutes later, the middle-aged beauty exited the principal's office, looking pleased while glancing at her phone screen. Qin Tian, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair with a face full of helplessness. "This is a disaster. It's truly a disaster. Not only did I fail to recruit students, but now someone has come to request a refund. Well, I must persevere. As long as the school remains and the teachers are still here, there is hope." Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door of his office. Upon seeing that the visitor was the teacher responsible for the electrical courses, an ominous premonition arose within him, and this premonition was soon validated. "Principal, something has happened at my hometown. I may not be able to continue." This was merely the beginning. After this teacher resigned, several others followed suit. Half an hour later, looking at the neatly arranged resignation letters on his desk, Qin Tian fell into a state of confusion. Just moments ago, all the teachers of Shushan Vocational Technical Training School had submitted their resignations. Each had their own reasons. Some had family illnesses, others faced home demolitions, some were dealing with marital disputes, and others had mothers expecting a second child. There's something amiss. This group of people surely would not resign en masse without reason. Could be that Genio is up to something? The Genio mentioned by Qin Tian was another vocational technical school located less than 5 kilometers away from them. Recently opened, its curriculum closely mirrored that of Shushan Vocational Technical Training School. With excellent teaching conditions, facilities, and faculty, Genio Vocational Technical Training School had quickly begun to siphon off their student body within just 6 months of its opening. It was entirely plausible that they were also poaching their teachers. Without faculty, this school could not possibly continue to operate. You bastard. It was already on the verge of collapse, and now this happens. It leaves me no avenue for survival. With no students and no teachers, what school is left to run? Let close down At worst, I can sell the land to the pig farm next door. The land should still hold some value. However, just as Qin Tian began contemplating selling the land, a notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected to have traversed into a world of cultivation and inherited a cultivation sect. The activation of the Supreme Sect Master System is in progress. System activation successful. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in establishing the strongest cultivation sect in Tianyuan Daolu. Please refer to the specific functions of a system at your convenience. Listening to the series of notifications in his mind, Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. What is this? It detected my traversal? When did I traverse into a world of cultivation at that? You must have bound the wrong person, and I certainly haven't inherited any cultivation sect. Before he could finish his thoughts, a system panel appeared before him. The first thing that caught his eye was his personal information. Name, Qin Tian. Affiliated sect, Shushan Pai. Sect level, third-rate sect. Number of sect members, 0. Number of sect buildings, 4. Sect prestige, 0. Gazing at the words Shushan Pai on the information panel, Qin Tian fell into contemplation once more. It seems the system has misidentified something, mistakenly believing I have traversed and that my school is a cultivation sect. This is quite interesting. After saying this, he began to explore the other functionalities of the system. The vast system panel, aside from the personal information section, also included several modules. The sect shop, sect warehouse, and tasks. Though the modules were few, they encompassed all essentials. What delighted him most was that the sect shop offered a variety of cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and impressive sect buildings. What does it mean that heaven does not cut off all paths for a person? This is precisely it. If the school cannot operate, surely I can cultivate. I should quickly obtain a cultivation technique to practice. However, he soon realized that the items in the shop were not freely accessible. Some required the sect to reach a certain level for purchase, and acquiring these items necessitated sect prestige. Sect prestige, akin to currency, was currently at 0, meaning he could not buy anything. Isn't this a scam? Where am I supposed to get sect prestige? They don't even provide a novice gift package. Just as he finished speaking, the system notification chimed again. Ding! To assist the host in better developing the sect, a novice gift package has been awarded. The package has been placed in the sect warehouse. Please check it at your convenience. As the system notification faded, Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. There really is a novice gift package. I hope it contains something valuable. As he spoke, he opened the sect warehouse and found an item resembling a gift package. The moment his consciousness touched the package, a prompt appeared. Would you like to open the novice gift package? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tian chose yes. In the next instant, streams of light flew from the package, accompanied by a series of notifications. Host has opened the novice gift package, receiving a full cultivation level of Qi refinement. Host has opened the novice gift package, receiving basic cultivation techniques X10. Host has opened the novice gift package, receiving basic spells X10. Host has opened the novice gift package, receiving initial grade magical artifacts X10. Host has opened the novice gift package, receiving initial grade elixirs X10. Host has opened the novice gift package, receiving random sect buildings X3. Listening to the continuous notifications, a look of sheer joy erupted on Qin Tian's face once more. Chapter 2. Establishing a school and embarking on the path of cultivation. What constitutes a surprise? This is what one would call surprise. Although there was a minor issue with the system's recognition, mistaking his current blue star for the so-called Tianyuan continent and his vocational training school for a sect of cultivation. Such details are of little consequence, as long as the rewards bestowed by the system are tangible and substantial. In the midst of Qin Tian's astonishment, he suddenly sensed a formidable force surging into his body. This inexplicable energy flowed through his being, eventually settling in his lower abdomen, the fabled dantian, where it took root. Simultaneously, he could feel a powerful energy circulating throughout his limbs and bones, incessantly transforming his body and mind, facilitating a continuous evolution within him. At that moment, his senses were heightened. Even his heartbeat resonated with newfound vigor, and with each breath, his pores opened up, akin to indulging in a rejuvenating massage. As he experienced this transformation, a flicker of enlightenment blossomed within his heart. Is this the sensation of reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement? Thus, I have become a cultivator, a genuine cultivator. With this realization, he endeavored to manipulate the internal energy, guiding it through various parts of his body. Each time the energy flowed to a specific area, He could distinctly perceive its enhancement, with no exception. Upon directing the energy to his hands, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his once feeble body. Placing his hands beneath the desk, he exerted a slight force, effortlessly lifting the hefty desk, which weighed over 100 pounds. Subsequently, he continued to explore the myriad applications of his energy, such as bolstering his defenses and augmenting his speed. Ultimately, he concluded that while he might merely be at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, rendering him insignificant in the realm of cultivation, within the confines of Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable force. Of course, this assessment pertains to the present circumstances, as he remained uncertain whether any hidden powers resided on Blue Star. He also questioned whether his current strength could withstand modern weaponry. Thus, following his exhilaration, he redirected his focus to the other rewards contained within the novice gift package. As a novice package, the rewards provided by the system were undoubtedly abundant, encompassing a diverse array of items. Techniques, manuals, magical artifacts, structures, and elixirs, everything essential for the initial development of a cultivation sect was included. With eager anticipation, he rubbed his hands together and hastily retrieved the 10 foundational techniques bestowed by the system. Upon glancing at their titles, he confirmed that these were indeed basic techniques. Qimu-ju, Xianlei-ju, Yushui-ju, Kongwushu, Gongjin-ju, Huanta-ju, Lingshou-ju, Xianin-ju, Yujin-ju, and Duani-shu. It is widely acknowledged that in the realm of cultivation, the longer the name of a technique, adorned with numerous prefixes, the more formidable it is deemed. Conversely, techniques with merely 3 characters, such as something skill or something formula, are generally regarded as inferior. However, Qin Tian was unfazed. While these techniques may indeed be considered worthless in the world of cultivation, they would undoubtedly be revered as divine arts in Blue Star. It occurred to him that he possessed only cultivation prowess, devoid of any techniques. Which one should he practice? As he gazed at the array of techniques before him, Qin Tian found himself in a state of indecision. Ultimately, he opted for the sword control technique. While strength may be fleeting, elegance is everlasting. Without the ability to control a sword, what merit does his cultivation hold? With that thought, he seized the sword control technique, preparing to delve into its intricacies. To his astonishment, upon merely opening the first page, the entire book transformed into a radiant beam that surged into his mind. In an instant, all the knowledge pertaining to the sword control technique flooded into his consciousness, and he realized that he had fully mastered it. This revelation filled him with both surprise and elation. Was this not akin to the skill books found in games, where one could instantly acquire knowledge upon opening? Splendid. Were the other techniques similarly straightforward? With this thought in mind, he proceeded to open the remaining 9 techniques, only to find that, as he had anticipated, each one was learned in the same manner as the sword control technique. What thrilled him even further was the ability to seamlessly switch the elemental energy within him among the 10 techniques. When he activated the green wood technique, his inner energy transformed into wood attribute energy. When he switched to the profound thunder technique, it morphed into thunder attribute energy. What was this extraordinary phenomenon? Was it a privilege bestowed upon him as the sect leader, or could everyone experience this? System, are you there? Could you elucidate this for me? Yet, the system remained silent. Faced with this lack of response, he decided to set aside his curiosity and instead retrieved another item from his novice rewards, basic spells. Much like the foundational techniques, the novice gift pack contained 10 basic spells: obscurement technique, invisibility technique, cloud and rain technique, golden light charm, heavenly thunder charm, sword control technique, célestial mécanique technique, illusion technique, QI observation technique, and dream induction technique. Qin Tian found himself dazzled by the array of spells. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, their functionality was undeniably comprehensive. Just as with the basic techniques, a mere glance was sufficient for him to master all these foundational spells. Combined with his perfect mastery of Qi cultivation and the earlier basic techniques, he could confidently consider himself a celestial master. What need have I to establish a school? With such capabilities, I can pursue any desire, be it indulging in beef or savoring cilantro. Yet, despite his musings, he resolved to remain a law-abiding citizen for the time being. After experimenting with various spells, he turned his attention to the initial grade magical artifacts and foundational elixirs bestowed by the system. As anticipated, these items are indeed rather rudimentary. The magical artifacts not only possess an unappealing appearance, but also lack any extraordinary effects. After selecting a flying sword, he promptly deposited the remaining artifacts into the sect's repository. As for the elixirs, which include healing potions, mana restoration potions, and cultivation enhancement potions, he currently has no use for them. Thus, like the artifacts, they too were consigned to the sect's storage. This left only the final reward concerning the sect's architecture. Initially, he held little hope for this reward, yet unexpectedly, the system bestowed upon him a significant surprise. Upon discovering the so-called sect building, 3 exquisitely crafted models appeared before him, each labeled with corresponding information. Sect Grand Hall Beginner. Effect. Within the Grand Hall, the cultivation speed of disciples from the Shushan sect is doubled. Compulsory effect. Any disciple who seeks a master within the Grand Hall is unable to betray the sect. Sect Protection Array. Beginner. Effect. Upon activation, it forms a protective barrier surrounding the entire sect, preventing non-Shushan disciples from entering. It is effective only for cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage and below, and it also includes an Illusion Array effect and a Spirit Gathering Array effect, capable of generating illusions that obscure the true appearance of the sect from mortals. Cave Paradise Beginner Effect grants a space independent of the material world with a spirit energy density twice that of the real world. Furthermore, every month, it randomly generates a resource for cultivation, encompassing an area of 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. Gazing at the detailed information of the 3 sect buildings, Qin Tian was overwhelmed with joy. However, at that moment, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Main quest issued. Detected that the number of disciples within the host sect is 0. Please recruit 1 disciple within 1 day's time. Note, the recruited disciple must meet the corresponding conditions. Otherwise, the quest cannot be completed. Quest completion reward. Sect reputation, 500 points, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 3. Exceptional Spiritual Roots. Listening to the unexpected system notification, Qin Tian was initially taken aback, only to recall that there indeed seemed to be a quest section on the system panel. I need to recruit a disciple, and they must meet certain criteria. What exactly qualifies as meeting the conditions? Is it necessary to test their spiritual roots? As soon as he voiced this thought, the system notification chimed once more. Should a suitable candidate to be a disciple of the Shushan sect appear within a 5-kilometer radius of the host, the system will automatically alert you and activate the auto-navigation mode. Additionally, the host can utilize the Qi observation technique to assess each individual's fortune. Typically, those with profound luck are eligible to become Shushan disciples. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Tian suddenly realized the clarity of the situation. This is straightforward. Recruiting a disciple is merely a task, nothing to fret about. Moreover, the rewards appear quite appealing. Spirit stones. Are they akin to the spirit stones found in cultivation novels? Indeed, it is time to take on a disciple. Otherwise, I might soon find myself in a predicament. With a firm resolve in his heart, Qin Tian immediately prepared to embark on the journey of gathering disciples. However, he appeared to ponder something further. Ah yes, he should first retrieve the 3 architectural structures of the sect. Having spoken, he first produced the grand formation of the sect. Holding the model in his hand, he instinctively understood its usage. He casually strolled to a vacant area in the center of the school and placed the model onto the ground. In the next moment, the model expanded with the wind, swiftly transforming into a colossal stone tablet inscribed with the words Shu Mountain. The tablet, approximately 10 meters tall and perfectly square, was supported by a base. Upon its emergence, a pillar of light shot skyward from the top of the tablet, and as it ascended several hundred meters, it rapidly transformed into a transparent halo that enveloped the entire Shu Mountain Vocational Technical College. The halo shimmered with vibrant colors, adorned with mysterious runes that flickered above. Qin Tian was evidently taken aback by the commotion caused by this sect's grand formation. His eyes filled with astonishment. Goodness, such a spectacle must have been visible to the entire city. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the police would come knocking. Just then, the voice of the system echoed once more. Hosts need not worry. The recent phenomenon is only visible to those who cultivate. Ordinary mortals cannot perceive it. In that case, I am relieved. Qin Tian exhaled deeply. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted to the stone tablet before him, which served as the core of the sect's grand formation. Only he, as the sect leader, possessed the authority to operate the tablet. The grand formation currently had 3 modes: defensive mode, spirit gathering mode, and illusion formation mode. The first two were not immediately necessary, yet the illusion formation mode piqued his interest significantly. With a hint of curiosity, he promptly activated the illusion formation mode. As the illusion formation mode was initiated, a thick fog instantly enveloped the entire Shu Mountain Vocational Technical College. Outsiders not only found it impossible to discern the interior scenery, but would also become disoriented if they attempted to enter, ultimately finding themselves wandering out as if caught in an endless loop. Furthermore, the internal scenery could be maintained in a consistent state, though this was solely for the perception of outsiders. Fascinating. This way, even if I truly transform the school into a sect for cultivation, it will still appear to outsiders as the original Shu Mountain Vocational Technical College. This functionality is quite remarkable. Let me take a look at that so-called paradise. Withdrawing his hand from the formation's core, he promptly retrieved another architectural model. This model resembled a portal, with a towering stone door at its center, coalescing into a pale blue spatial vortex. After some contemplation, he carried this architectural model to the school's playground. Although the Shu Mountain Vocational Technical College had fallen into decline, it had once flourished, and thus the campus remained quite expansive, complete with classrooms, dormitories, administrative buildings, a cafeteria, and a playground. Everything one could expect. Behind the playground lies a majestic mountain, the very source of the name for Shushan Vocational and Technical College. This mountain stands in close proximity to the institution, separated only by a wall, and there have been instances of wild boars from the mountain breaching the campus. After finding a vacant spot on the playground, he placed the architectural model of the celestial abode there. As before, the moment the model was set down, it began to expand rapidly, eventually reaching a height of over 10 meters. At the center of the colossal stone gate, a swirl of azure luminescence materialized, revealing the location of the celestial abode of the Shushan sect. With a sense of curiosity, Qin Tian stepped inside. Before him unfolded a scene that stirred his very soul. A vast expanse resembling a primordial jungle appeared, dominated by a towering mountain at its center. This mountain was no less than 1,000 meters high, akin to a sharp sword piercing the heavens, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had traversed into another world. Beyond the breathtaking scenery, he experienced something uniquely profound. The air was infused with a multitude of special elements absent from the outside world, which, without doubt, was the legendary spiritual essence. Taking a deep breath of the spiritually enriched air, a look of rapture crossed his face. What a splendid place. Living here would surely extend one's lifespan by several decades, even without cultivation. With this thought in mind, he decided to place the main hall of the sect within this realm. The exterior would represent the outer gate of Shushan, while the interior would embody the true inner gate. With this vision, he promptly retrieved the initial stage flying sword gifted by the system, silently invoking the sword control technique. The sword transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky. With a gentle leap, he landed upon the sword. In the next moment, he ascended into the air, directing himself towards the distant peak. After a little over 10 minutes, an ancient and magnificent hall was established atop the mountain peak. Qin Tian once again took flight on his sword, returning to the entrance of the celestial abode. Stepping out, he found himself back at Shushan Vocational and Technical College, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Everything was prepared. It was time to recruit a disciple. With that, he made his way directly to the parking lot beside the administrative building, where a van was parked, emblazoned with the words, Shushan Vocational and Technical College, Cradle of Talent. Though flying on a sword was undoubtedly impressive, it carried an air of flamboyance. Driving was the more prudent choice. As Qin Tian drove the humble van into the city of Ultang, a notification chimed in his mind upon entering the urban area. Ahead lies a woman with a rare celestial root, a talent not seen in a millennium. Please, host, recruit her into the sect and strengthen the Shushan lineage. Her extraordinary aptitude promises double rewards if she joins. Upon suddenly hearing the alert sound, Qin Tian immediately pressed the brake and gazed ahead. There, within a mere 100 meters, a poised female police officer executed a flawless shoulder throw, bringing down a man attempting to flee. With a swift motion, she produced handcuffs from behind her back and secured the suspect. The entire sequence of actions flowed as smoothly as water. Observing the female officer in her uniform, he surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of other women, and an expression of dismay crossed his face. Could she possibly be that extraordinary talent? She appeared to be a police officer. How could I recruit a law enforcement officer into the sect? This seemed utterly impossible. However, the prospect of double rewards was indeed tempting. Never mind, I shall pursue her for now. With that thought, he released the brake and pressed the accelerator. Chapter 4. Officer Zhou Yufei, you are truly remarkable. We have been tailing this individual for quite some time, and he possesses a strong counter-surveillance awareness. I never expected you to apprehend him this time, praised a middle-aged detective, holding a thermos, as he observed the female officer disembarking from the police car. The officer in question was none other than Zhou Yufei, the same officer who had captured the criminal in front of Qin Tian. Currently serving as a detective in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Green Vine City Public Security Bureau. She was raised in a police family and aspired to be an officer from a young age. After her father's sacrifice, she inherited his badge and his aspirations. Thus, since joining the division, she had always taken the lead in every case, particularly during the capture of suspects. I understand, Uncle Zhao. This incident was unexpected, and I did not anticipate encountering him. If I had reported it to the Bureau, he might have escaped. I assure you, such a situation won't occur again. Zhou Yufei replied with a smile. Very well, just be cautious. If anything were to happen to you, your mother would undoubtedly storm into the Bureau to confront us. The middle-aged detective remarked before leaving with his thermos, while the female officer, feeling fatigued, made her way towards the office. Upon entering the office, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Every member of the criminal investigation team, including Captain Sun Jigang, wore expressions of deep concern, creating a rather oppressive ambience. Noticing this, Zhou Yufei promptly inquired, "What is wrong?" "I've captured Ma Jia. This case is on the verge of being solved. Why do you all look so glum?" Upon hearing her words, the detectives in the office let out a collective sigh, while Captain Sun Jigang produced a document and placed it before Zhou Yufei. Just moments ago, another incident occurred, mirroring the previous cases. It can be nearly assured that this latest event was orchestrated by the same individual responsible for the earlier crimes. The occurrence took place an hour ago, and according to your report, at that time, Ma Jia was still in the Southern District. This implies that the perpetrator cannot be Ma Jia at all. Our earlier deductions were entirely erroneous. As Sun Jigang spoke these words, Zhou Yufei's expression instantly shifted. How could this be? All the previous clues pointed towards Ma Jia. How could the culprit not be him? We must have been misled by the murderer, who deliberately directed our investigative focus onto Ma Jia, thus diverting our attention and creating an opportunity for him to strike again. All the clues we collected prior have been rendered futile. After uttering this statement, Sun Jigang walked to the window, letting out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Zhou Yufei, upon realizing the truth, furrowed her brow in deep thought. After an indeterminate period, Sun Jigang suddenly turned to address those present. I appreciate everyone's hard work during this time. You have gone days and nights without proper rest or nourishment. I suggest you all return home to recuperate. Once you have rested, we shall resume our investigation afresh. Everyone nodded in reluctant agreement. Before long, the weary individuals, sporting dark circles under their eyes, departed the office, Zhou Yufei included. Dressed in casual attire, she walked while still mulling over the case. In her distraction, she inadvertently collided with someone. Looking up, she realized it was a person, and she immediately began to apologize. "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. Are you all right?" Upon finishing her sentence, she suddenly froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. Before her, less than a meter away, stood an elderly Taoist priest, clad in a robe, with white hair and beard, a gentle smile gracing his face. After a moment of surprise, she continued, "Grandfather, are you unhurt?" The old man replied with a warm smile, "Little girl, I am fine, but I sense that you are troubled. Have you encountered something vexing? Perhaps I could assist you." This elderly figure was none other than Qin Tian, who had transformed his appearance using a mirage technique. For a sage-like old man, seemed more fitting as a reclusive expert than a young man in his 20s. As his words fell, Zhou Yufei smiled softly. "Thank you, grandfather, but you may not be able to help with my troubles." Just as she finished speaking, she intended to walk away. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she heard Qin Tian's voice behind her. "This afternoon at 1 o'clock, 5 miles southwest, by the waterside, may hold the answers to your heart's confusion." Startled by the sudden utterance, Zhou Yufei halted and then furrowed her brow. "Grandfather?" Just as she turned to seek clarification from Qin Tian, she was astonished to find that his figure had vanished without a trace. After searching for a considerable time, she could not spot Qin Tian. How surprising. This old man moves quite swiftly. To the southwest, 5 miles away, lies Xiushui Lake. After some contemplation, she decided not to dwell on the matter too much. After several days of overtime, all she yearned for was a restful repose in her bed. Hailing a taxi, she slid into the back seat. Unbeknownst to her, the old man, resembling a Taoist priest, was quietly observing her from distance. It seemed he was not yet satisfied. He needed to intensify his efforts. As he spoke, he slowly retrieved several strands of hair, freshly taken from Zhou Yufei. Weary and fatigued, Zhou Yufei returned to her abode. The first thing she did upon entering was to step into the bathroom for a refreshing shower, cleansing herself of the day's grime while simultaneously unwinding her mind and body. Perhaps due to her exhaustion, she inadvertently dozed off in the bathtub. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself by a lake. The water shimmered invitingly under the sun, and a gentle spring breeze caressed her, yet she was utterly alone on the vast lakeside path. How did I end up here? Before she could ponder further, she suddenly felt a pair of strong hands gripping her neck from behind. Instinctively, she prepared to employ the grappling techniques learned in Police Academy to throw her assailant off. But to her terror, the opponent's strength was overwhelming. No matter how she struggled, she could not budge him. It was as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Gradually, she sensed her capacity to resist fading. And then she was dragged to the edge of the lake, where her head was forcibly submerged in the frigid water. In her disoriented state beneath the surface, she glimpsed a pale face and bloodshot eyes. She lay quietly in the lake's murky bottom, wide-eyed, gazing upward. Such a horrific scene jolted Zhou Yufei awake. Gasping for breath, she struggled to rise from the bathtub, her face etched with fear. What was happening? Had she just experienced a nightmare? Why would she dream such a thing? Was it the stress overwhelming her lately? And why did that dream seem so familiar? That lake was Xiaoshui Lake. Recalling the images from her dream, the words of the old Taoist she had encountered earlier echoed in her mind. In a state of uncertainty, she reached for her phone, which she had set aside. Glancing at the time, 12:10. She had 50 minutes until 1 o'clock. Chapter 5. Could he truly be a celestial being? Xiaoshui Lake Park, located in the heart of Wolftang City, is a naturally formed lake that has been developed into a large park, frequented by many citizens seeking leisure. At 12:40, Zhou Yufei, clad in athletic attire and sporting a high ponytail, arrived at the entrance of Xiaoshui Lake Park. As it was midday and the sun blazed brightly, the park was largely deserted, with only a few elderly individuals strolling by the lakeside. Reflecting on the vivid imagery from her dreams and the words of caution imparted by Qin Tian, she furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, could it be that the key to solving the case truly lies here? The moment this thought emerged, she shook her head dismissively. Never mind. Let us just consider this a chance to clear my mind. It has been quite a while since I last visited. As a memory flickered in her mind, a subtle smile graced her lips. Taking a deep breath, she set off towards the lakeside. The expanse of Xiaoshui Lake was vast, bordered by a picturesque greenway that stretched approximately 10 kilometers. Alongside the pathway stood lush willow trees, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, creating a harmonious dance with the sunlight above. Zhou Yufei felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation enveloping her. She walked for an indeterminate period when suddenly, she noticed a fisherman casting his line by the water's edge, next to a massive drainage pipe discharging water into the lake. Just as she turned her gaze in that direction, the fisherman hooked something. However, as he reeled it in, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. What he had caught was not a fish, but a woman's handbag. Disappointment washed over him as he lamented, "What a wretched place. After fishing all day, I catch this instead. I shall never return here." With that, he packed his belongings and departed, leaving the handbag discarded by the lakeside. Witnessing this, Zhou Yufei was about to express her astonishment at the fisherman's peculiar catch when she suddenly recognized the handbag. It seemed oddly familiar. Hastily, she retrieved her phone and began to sift through her photos. Among the multitude of images, one captured a vibrant young woman carrying that very bag. Upon this revelation, her expression shifted dramatically. It was Li Qian's bag. How could it possibly have ended up in Xiaoshui Lake? Li Qian was one of the victims in the notorious serial murder case that had recently gripped Wolftang City, and they had scoured her apartment without uncovering her personal belongings. The unexpected sight of the bag in such a location was unfathomable. At that moment, she caught sight of the time displayed on her phone, 1300 hours. As the realization struck her, a tempest of emotions surged within her, and Qin Tian's words echoed in her mind. He was right. How could this be? Was he some sort of oracle? In a state of shock, she swiftly dialed a number. "Team Leader Sun, please hurry to Xiaoshui Lake. I have found Li Qian's missing handbag here, and I suspect there may be other items in the lake." After concluding the call, she approached the handbag and waited in silence. Before long, The sound of sirens echoed outside Xiushui Lake Park. 10 minutes later, Captain Sun Jigang of the Criminal Investigation Team, accompanied by several detectives and forensic experts, arrived at the location where Zhou Yufei was situated. Professional divers also arrived simultaneously. Half an hour later, the divers retrieved 3 highly skeletal remains from the waters, along with several items believed to belong to the deceased. As these items were laid out by the lakeside, the detectives present fell into a profound silence. It became evident that the death toll far exceeded 7, as the killer had already claimed 3 lives prior. After a moment of contemplation, Captain Sun Jigang spoke. Furthermore, judging by the level of decomposition, the time of the crimes likely dates back several years. Upon hearing his words, the detectives nodded in agreement. Just then, a young detective could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Yufei, how did you know there would be victims' bodies here?" This question drew the attention of all the detectives toward Zhou Yufei. In response, Zhou Yufei displayed a complex expression, seemingly hesitant to speak. "If I said I dreamt that there was something in this lake, would you believe me?" She inquired. A dream? Are you suggesting that the deceased communicated with you through a dream? Yes, is it really that strange? She replied. Moreover, you mentioned that the bag was fished out by a fisherman. You didn't dream that he would pull something up, did you? Clearly, the assembled individuals found this hard to believe. That's not it. Zhou Yufei shook her head. On my way home, I encountered an old Taoist who instructed me to come to Xiushui Lake Park at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then I coincidentally had that dream, which is why I came here at this time. Initially, I merely hoped to test my luck, and to my astonishment, I actually found a clue. I understand that you all might find this absurd, but please believe me, everything I said is true. After resolutely stating this, Zhou Yufei cast her gaze towards the crowd. However, the expressions of those present still bore a hint of skepticism. Doubt was entirely reasonable, as Zhou Yufei's account was indeed quite extraordinary, resembling a narrative fit for a novel. Never mind, I know you want to believe me, but at least we have discovered a new lead. The killer went to great lengths to discard Li Qian's bag here, which must contain some significant clues. Through the remains of these early victims, we might uncover more information about the identity of the perpetrator. Indeed, Yufei is correct. Let us all get to work. It seems the heavens are assisting us, and the killer will inevitably have nowhere to hide, Captain Sun Jigang affirmed, nodding at the assembled crowd. Yes, the detectives immediately began to busy themselves. Soon, they had new leads and, based on this fresh information, identified a new suspect. That very day, they commenced an investigation into this new individual. Initially, they believed the case would be resolved swiftly, but to their dismay, the suspect exhibited an extraordinary psychological resilience, remaining impervious to their relentless interrogations. Furthermore, the absence of substantial evidence linking him to the crime plunged the investigation into yet another stalemate. Captain Sun, how about I give this guy a good beating? I have a strong feeling he's the culprit, declared an irascible detective, clenching his fists within the confines of the office. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Sun Jigang shot him a fierce glare. Do you think we are in the old society, resorting to violence? Do you wish to discard your uniform? Another detective, gritting his teeth, countered, what can we do? He.S. as unyielding as a rock. He won't utter a word no matter the question. I even wonder if he might be mentally ill. There's no alternative. He has managed to kill 10 people, indicating he is no ordinary individual. His psychological defenses surpass those of any common person. All we can do now is wear him down gradually. Just as the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly oppressive, Zhou Yufei suddenly spoke up. Then let us endure together and see who outlasts whom. I'll fetch you some coffee. Today we'll see it through. With that, she rose and exited the office. As she stepped out of the municipal police station, a familiar voice unexpectedly called out to her from the side. Young lady, we meet again. Startled by the sudden sound, Zhou Yufei turned to see a familiar elderly Taoist with white hair, smiling at her beside the entrance of the station. Chapter 6. The Elderly Taoist, Master of Shushan. Seeing the white-haired Taoist at the police station entrance filled Zhou Yufei with astonishment. Throughout the day, she had pondered how he had come to know that clues to the case could be found at Xiushui Lake. She even hoped to encounter him again, never expecting to run into him so soon at the police station. Observing the smile on his face, a realization struck her. He hasn't come here specifically to find me, has he? With that thought in mind, she hurried to the elderly Taoist, her expression earnest as she spoke. Grandfather, thank you for your guidance today. No need for thanks. Our fates are intertwined, and thus I am inclined to assist you. I noticed you appeared troubled when you left. It seems you have encountered yet another predicament. Is it related to the murder case? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufei's face instantly displayed shock. Grandfather, how did you know? I surely know. There is nothing in this world that can elude my understanding, replied the Taoist, puffing out his chest with pride as he stroked his beard, exuding an air of a transcendent sage. In truth, he had used his invisibility technique to accompany Zhou Yufei into the police station, already grasping the details of the detectives' discussions and the case at hand. As Zhou Yufei observed the Taoist's confidence, her gaze towards him shifted, influenced by the events of the afternoon. Recalling the challenges currently faced by the criminal investigation team, she could not help but ponder. Perhaps he might possess the knowledge to break the existing stalemate. At that moment, Qin Tian spoke up once more. The perpetrator has already obliterated all pertinent clues, including the murder weapon, and unless he confesses personally, it would be exceedingly difficult to bring him to justice. Convincing him to speak would prove to be an arduous task indeed. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yufei's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. You, esteemed elder, are indeed aware of this. Do you possess a method to elicit a confession from a murderer? Naturally, Qin Tian replied with a proud demeanor. Zhou Yufei, filled with joy at his response, exclaimed, "That is splendid. Please, esteemed elder, accompany me at once. We currently lack any substantial evidence and can only detain the suspect for 24 hours. As she attempted to pull Qin Tian into the police station, she was astonished to find that no matter how much strength she exerted, she could not budge him an inch. It was as though he were anchored to the ground. Observing Qin Tian's frail figure, a tempest of emotions surged within her. Though she was a girl, she had always been passionate about various sports, and having later enrolled in the police academy, her physical abilities surpassed those of her male peers. Otherwise, she would not have so easily subdued the previous suspect. Yet now, she found herself unable to move a mere old man. He truly was the legendary recluse. Just as Zhou Yufei was secretly astonished, Qin Tian suddenly spoke. If you wish for that suspect to confess, I possess ample methods, but the law must not be lightly imparted. You must become my disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufei's expression immediately shifted, a blend of astonishment and disbelief crossing her face. Esteemed elder, do you mean to say that you wish to take me as your apprentice? Indeed, we share a fateful bond as master and disciple, and your extraordinary talent warrants your place among my students, Qin Tian replied earnestly. Zhou Yufei, however, could not help but smile at his words. Esteemed elder, it is not that I am unwilling to become your disciple, but my current identity is that of a police officer. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Tian interjected with a chuckle. It matters not. Becoming my disciple does not impede your role as a police officer. Furthermore, should you acquire skills from me, your future investigations will become significantly easier. With but a flick of your fingers, you shall discern the truth of any case. If you doubt my words, allow me to demonstrate my abilities at this very moment. With that, Qin Tian's gaze fell upon a police car that had just entered the precinct. As the car door swung open, he focused his fingers towards it and discreetly invoked his divination technique. Shortly thereafter, he received a stream of information. The two individuals emerging from the police car were in a romantic relationship, embroiled in a financial dispute, and the male had multiple partners, one of whom was his lawful spouse. Upon suddenly hearing Qin Tian's words, Zhou Yufei was momentarily taken aback and swiftly turned to observe a pair of individuals disembarking for a police vehicle within the precinct. Wait a moment, Grandpa, I shall inquire, she exclaimed, dashing towards them with utmost urgency. The two officers, who had just exited the vehicle, were preparing to escort the couple into the station. Noticing this, Zhou Yufei called out, Brother Wang, please hold on. I have a few questions to ask. Upon hearing her call, the officers immediately turned around. Recognizing Zhou Yufei, they greeted her with warmth. Ah, Yufei, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to ask? Indeed, I would like to know the circumstances regarding these two individuals. Are they a couple? Has there been an economic dispute? Zhou Yufei voiced her concerns. Taken aback by her inquiries, one officer regarded her with surprise. How do you know? We just received a report about a fire being set at their residence. They are indeed a couple, and their arguments stem from financial issues. How intriguing, Zhou Yufei mused. Recalling Qin Tian's earlier remarks, her astonishment renewed. After a moment, her gaze shifted to the male figure among the couple. Do you not have another partner? One with whom you are legally married? Suddenly confronted with this question, the man appeared bewildered, his expression turning frantic. Although he had yet to respond, Zhou Yufei discerned the truth from his demeanor. It seemed that Grandpa had indeed spoken wisely. Who could he possibly be? disregarding the tumultuous scene unfolding before her. Zhou Yufei returned to the entrance of the precinct, where Qin Tian, embodying the wise old man, greeted her with a smile. So, how did I fare in my predictions? Indeed, you were remarkably accurate. Can you truly foresee everything, Grandpa? Zhou Yufei's admiration for Qin Tian's abilities shone through her gaze. Naturally, I possess knowledge of the past 5 centuries and foresight into the future. If you would consent to become my disciple, I shall impart all my skills to you. At this declaration, a flicker of intrigue crossed Zhou Yufei's face. Did you not aspire to honor your father's legacy by becoming an exemplary detective? If you learn my abilities, there shall be no case you cannot solve, nor any criminal you cannot apprehend. Once somewhat conflicted, Zhou Yufei's eyes now brimmed with determination upon hearing his words. Grandpa, I am willing to become your disciple. Excellent. I, the Longmei of Shushan, am the sect leader. Since you wish to follow me, you will henceforth be my disciple. Inform your acquaintances, and I shall take you back to the sect to teach you the ways. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufei, initially exhilarated, suddenly found herself in a quandary. But there are less than 16 hours remaining before the deadline. I fear we may not have enough time. Do not worry, my dear disciple. I possess my own methods. Qin Tian replied with a reassuring smile. Chapter 7. The astonishing Zhou Yufei a few minutes later, after exchanging a brief greeting with Captain Sun Jigang. Zhou Yufei sought out Qin Tian once more. Master, I have informed the captain, she declared. Very well, I shall now escort you back to the sect. Qin Tian replied with a nod. Back to the sect? Am I to drive? Zhou Yufei inquired, puzzled. There is no need for that. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Tian conjured an illusion, obscuring the vision of passers-by, and then summoned a flying sword before Zhou Yufei's eyes. At the moment the sword materialized, Zhou Yufei's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. While she had already known that Qin Tian was an extraordinary figure, witnessing a flying sword, something that existed solely in novels and cinematic works, before her very eyes was utterly astonishing. While she remained speechless in her amazement, Qin Tian suddenly grasped her shoulder and leaped onto the sword. Steady yourself. Before Zhou Yufei could react, she felt herself ascend sharply into the sky. Soaring hundreds of meters high, with the entire city sprawling beneath her, buffeted by gusts of wind. Dressed in a flowing Taoist robe, with long beard and eyebrows fluttering, Qin Tian stood before her like a celestial being. In that moment, her heart raced with wonder. Flying on a sword was a dream cherished by every citizen of Dragon Country, regardless of gender. Perhaps one day, I too shall become such a being. As her thoughts swirled with excitement, the flying sword began to descend slowly, landing amidst a cluster of buildings on the outskirts of the city. As they descended, she caught a glimpse of a large red inscription atop one of the structures. Shushan Vocational Technical Training Institute. What is this? A vocational school? Did he not say we were returning to the sect? Before she could comprehend, Qin Tian had already brought her to the ground. Master, why have we come here? Zhou Yufei questioned, surveying the somewhat dilapidated campus. Because the Shushan sect is located here, simply follow me. Qin Tian answered as he walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Understood. Under his guidance, Zhou Yufei soon found herself at the playground of the Shushan Vocational Technical Training School. Gazing at the empty expanse, her confusion intensified. At that moment, however, Qin Tian waved his sleeve toward the front, and in the next instant, a massive, ancient stone gate materialized before her. At the center of the gate, a blue vortex swirled. Staring at the stone gate, Zhou Yufei's eyes widened once more. The events of the day were more bizarre than anything she had encountered in her entire life combined. Heavens, could this be the hidden sect described in novels? Am I truly destined to receive such an opportunity? Am I the fabled daughter of destiny? At this moment, Zhou Yufei was filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Let us proceed. Follow me inside. As Qin Tian stepped through the portal, his demeanor was imbued with curiosity, prompting the eager Zhou Yufei to hastily follow suit. Upon entering the portal, she was immediately struck with profound astonishment, reminiscent of Qin Tian's initial experience. Although he did not turn back, the mere thought of Zhou Yufei's astonished expression caused the corners of his mouth to curl subtly upwards. It was evident that he had deftly navigated this situation. He had little doubt that few could withstand such an experience. At this point, Zhou Yufei, his disciple, was effectively secured. In due course, he once again summoned his sword, bringing Zhou Yufei to the Grand Hall of the Shushan sect, perched atop the mountain. Faced with the solemn and majestic structure, Zhou Yufei appeared somewhat reserved yet undeniably curious. After surveying her surroundings, she could not restrain her curiosity any longer. Master, why are we the only two here? What the other members of the Shushan sect? Upon hearing her question, Qin Tian's expression shifted to one of slight discomfort. Fortunately, he had long since prepared a fabricated excuse. As disciples of Shushan, we are committed to eradicating evil and safeguarding the world. Those who have achieved mastery typically descend from the mountain to engage with the mortal realm. Unless there is a matter of great consequence, they are seldom summoned back. Upon hearing Qin Tian's explanation, Zhou Yufei's demeanor transformed into one of respect. So, it is indeed the case. Master, does this world truly harbor demons and monsters? Faced with this new inquiry, Qin Tian found himself compelled to continue weaving his tale. Indeed, this world is far more intricate than you might imagine. While it may not be as perilous as in ancient times, there are still demons lurking within. He elaborated, my descent to gather you as a disciple was prompted by a premonition of new demons emerging in the world. With Qin Tian's affirmation, Zhou Yufei's expression grew serious as fragmented rumors from their internal system flickered through her mind. Very well, I shall elaborate on these matters in due time. For now, you must first complete the initiation and apprenticeship rituals. Yes, master, she replied. Under Qin Tian's guidance, Zhou Yufei swiftly completed the rituals. The moment she concluded the initiation, a notification resonated through the system. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired a disciple. Task completed. Due to the disciple's exceptional aptitude, rewards are doubled. You have received the following rewards. Sect Reputation 1,200 Spirit Stones. A subsequent task was issued. Please impart the cultivation methods to this disciple. Completion rewards. 1 random spirit beast, 1 storage bag. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. A storage bag? What a splendid item. Although the system provided a sect warehouse, he had discovered that it could only accommodate items pertinent to the sect, such as techniques, artifacts, and elixirs. Mundane items could not be stored within. With a storage bag, he would be able to carry whatever he desired, and he was equally eager about the prospect of a spirit beast. Regardless, he was destined to impart the cultivation techniques to Zhou Yufei, making the completion of the task a mere formality. The pressing question now was which method to teach her. Undoubtedly, her foremost desire was to unravel the mystery behind the murder case and compel the perpetrator to confess. Moreover, it seemed unlikely that she could swiftly grasp the essentials in a short span. According to the novels, utilizing spiritual stones could expedite one's cultivation. It remained uncertain whether this held true in the real world. With this thought, he shifted his focus to the sect's repository. Indeed, within the repository lay a collection of translucent stones, approximately the size of a fingernail, with a faint mist swirling within them. Presumably, these were the spiritual stones frequently referenced in tales of immortality. With a mere thought, he retrieved several from the storage. Upon touching the stones, he immediately felt the rich spiritual energy within, almost overflowing. A remarkable find. With these in hand, his cultivation speed would surely accelerate. With this resolution, he turned his gaze to Zhou Yufei, who was observing with childlike curiosity. The next moment, he spoke in a deep voice. As you have now entered my Shushan sect, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufei immediately turned, her eyes alight with excitement. Chapter 8. The Transmission of Techniques. Soul-capturing arts in the realm of cultivation. There is no one who can refuse, particularly in the Dragon Kingdom. Learning that Qin Tian was to impart cultivation techniques, Zhou Yufei was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Our Shushan sect possesses 10 foundational cultivation methods. Qingmu Ju, Xianlei Ju, Yushui Ju, Konghua Shu, Gongjin Ju, Huangta Ju, Lingshou Ju, Xianin Ju, Yujin Ju, and Duanti Shu. Each method yields distinct effects. For instance, upon mastering the Qingmu Ju, one can generate wood-attributed magical energy within. As he spoke, Qin Tian's palm gradually coalesced a mass of azure energy, brimming with vitality. Standing at the entrance of the Grand Hall, he flicked his fingers, and the azure energy descended upon a patch of weeds at the doorway. Instantly, the once diminutive weed, measuring merely a few centimeters, surged in growth, soaring over half a meter in height. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Zhou Yufei's eyes sparkled with wonder. Upon mastering the Xianlei Ju, one could generate lightning-attributed magical energy. Qin Tian then spoke once more, his palm gathering yet another mass of energy, this time a vibrant purple lightning energy. Lightning attributed magical energy would later prove advantageous for learning lightning arts, amplifying their potency. Just as his words concluded, Qin Tian's expression turned grave, and he formed a hand seal. Lightning descends. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, cleaving a small tree atop the mountain in two. Having witnessed this spectacle, Zhou Yufei was now utterly electrified with enthusiasm. After this, Qin Tian sequentially demonstrated the additional characteristics of several other martial arts techniques. Once he concluded his demonstrations, he turned his gaze toward Zhou Yufei. Which one would you like to learn? Initially brimming with excitement, Zhou Yufei's expression suddenly became conflicted upon hearing this question. After a considerable pause, she slowly spoke. Master, I hope that the techniques I learn will aid me in my future cases. Which do you think would be most suitable? In that case, I recommend you study the Xian technique. Firstly, as a woman, you will find that mastering the Xian technique yields results with half the effort. Secondly, cultivating the Xian technique provides a unique enhancement to those peculiar arts, which will assist you in your investigations. Qin Tian stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Zhou Yufei nodded in agreement. Then please sit cross-legged. I shall impart the Xian technique to you. Yes. Following Qin Tian's instructions, Zhou Yufei immediately sat cross-legged on a mat. In the next moment, Qin Tian placed a finger on her forehead, as a white light emanated from his fingertip. The contents of a Xian technique were instantly infused into Zhou Yufei's mind. This was the privilege of a sect leader, allowing him to transmit learned knowledge to the disciples of Shushan without loss. However, unlike him, the disciples could not grasp it directly, but had to cultivate it themselves. Nonetheless, Zhou Yufei was still awash with astonishment at the sudden influx of knowledge. Is this the power of an immortal? How marvelous! If only I had this ability during my school days. While she was still in awe, Qin Tian had discreetly opened the sect's shop. Now that the technique was acquired, he still needed a spell suitable for Zhou Yufei, one that could address her current challenges. After a brief search, he quickly found a spell among the numerous beginner spells, the soul-capturing technique. This basic spell required 200 points of sect reputation and enabled the temporary control of a person's consciousness and body, compelling them to reveal the deepest secrets held within. At its pinnacle, it could even allow one to seize another's body. This spell was undeniably perfect for interrogating suspects. It's decided. After making his decision, he promptly spent 200 points of sect reputation to purchase the beginner spell. As soon as he completed the purchase, the relevant details of the spell were transmitted into his brain, and he automatically cultivated it to perfection. Meanwhile, Zhou Yufei appeared to still be savoring the contents of the Xian technique. Disciple, I shall impart another spell to you. It is called the soul-capturing technique. Once mastered, no one shall hold secrets before you. Focus and concentrate. Upon hearing this sudden instruction, Zhou Yufei was initially elated, then hurriedly complied. In the next instant, Qin Tian lightly pressed his finger on her forehead, transmitting the essence of the soul-capturing technique with a swiftness surpassing even that of a file-sharing service. The method has been imparted to you. Now, you must diligently cultivate, he instructed. This object is known as a spirit stone and will aid you in your practice. Simply hold it in the palm of your hand. With that, Qin Tian tossed 2 spirit stones to Zhou Yufei. Upon receiving the stones, Zhou Yufei eagerly commenced her cultivation. True to the system's description of her as possessing an exceptional celestial root, she swiftly completed the process of drawing in spiritual energy, transforming from a mere mortal into a practitioner at the first level of Qi refinement. After approximately 2 hours, her cultivation stabilized at this initial level, allowing her to sense the presence of some magical energy within her. For hours later, she suddenly opened her eyes in delight. Master, I succeeded. I have mastered the soul-capturing technique. Qin Tian, who had been discreetly engrossed in his phone, quickly tucked it away upon hearing her exclamation. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have received a spirit beast, the twin-bladed mantis, and a storage pouch. Listening to the notification, Qin Tian realized Zhou Yufei had spoken the truth. She had indeed mastered both introductory techniques. Excellent. Now that you have made your entry into cultivation, we shall conclude today's session. You may descend the mountain and return here for further practice at this time tomorrow. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to your senior brother, Qin Tian. Make a note of his phone number. Senior brother? A hint of confusion flickered in Zhou Yufei's eyes. Yes, he resides in Ltang City, serving as the principal of the Shushan Vocational Training School, effectively overseeing the external affairs of Shushan. Should you face challenges in your cultivation, feel free to seek his guidance. After imparting his number, Qin Tian watched as Zhou Yufei solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Following this exchange, Qin Tian once again summoned his sword, transporting Zhou Yufei from the ethereal realm back to the tangible world. Once she exited the Shushan Vocational Training School, she promptly hailed a ride, heading directly to the municipal police department. The night had deepened, and less than 10 hours remained until the suspect's release. If no significant information or direct evidence of his guilt emerged within this time frame, protocol dictated his release. Upon returning to the office, Zhou Yufei found the atmosphere as heavy as before. The expressions on her colleagues' faces indicated that the interrogation of the suspect had yielded no progress. Observing this, Zhou Yufei spoke up decisively. I wish to give it a try. Perhaps I can extract the truth from him. At her declaration, all eyes in the office turned towards her. Chapter 9. The Power of the Soul Capturing Technique. After numerous fruitless interrogations, the members of the criminal investigation team appeared as though they had suffered a significant defeat, their spirits visibly dampened. When Zhou Yufei uttered those words, the crowd initially lifted their heads, only to quickly lower them again. It was futile. We had all attempted to engage him, yet that fellow remained utterly silent, exuding an air of indifference akin to a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. Indeed, in my tenure as a police officer, I had never encountered a suspect with such formidable psychological resilience. Regardless of the questions posed, he simply smiled, a grin that sent shivers down my spine. On numerous occasions, I nearly succumbed to the urge to strike him, suspecting he might be a sociopath. There was no point in hoping he would voluntarily speak. It was impossible. Our only recourse was to diligently gather evidence. I refused to believe that no piece of evidence could unequivocally point to him as the perpetrator. With merely 10 hours remaining, it seemed we would have no choice but to release him tomorrow. My frustration was palpable. As the group wallowed in disappointment, Zhou Yufei spoke up once more. Let me give it a try. What if I can elicit something from him? I've just learned a new interrogation technique. A new interrogation technique? That man is as mute as a statue. No method will work on him. Yufei, perhaps it's best to let it go, Captain Sun Jigang advised. Captain, please allow me this opportunity. I am confident I can make him talk. Perhaps moved by Zhou Yufei's resolute gaze, Sun Jigang ultimately relented. Very well, proceed with caution. His mental state appears rather unstable. Xiaolu, accompany Yufei. Understood, Captain. Before long, Zhou Yufei, accompanied by another detective, entered the interrogation room where the suspect was held. Meanwhile, the rest of the team gathered in the adjacent monitoring room, their eyes fixed on the large screen, observing every movement within the interrogation chamber. Upon entering, Zhou Yufei beheld a gaunt young man with long hair cascading over his shoulders, his countenance shrouded in gloom, seated in the interrogation chair. Under the dim lights of the room, a sickly smile could faintly be discerned on his face. Most would likely feel a surge of trepidation at this sight. Yet Zhou Yufei boldly took her seat directly opposite him and commenced the customary questioning. Name? No response. Age? Still silence. Witnessing this, the detectives shook their heads in unison. It seemed Yufei would yield no results either, just as they resigned themselves to the belief that her inquiries would mirror their own fruitlessness. Zhou Yufei discreetly activated the soul-capturing technique she had recently learned from Qin Tian. At the moment the technique was invoked, an inexplicable force enveloped the suspect, as Zhou Yufei's mental energy directly infiltrated his mind. Sensing her success, Zhou Yufei once more intoned firmly, name. No sooner had she spoken than the suspect seated in the interrogation chair replied, Zhu Qinyang. Age? 27. At the moment the suspect began to speak, the detectives in the monitoring room fixated on the large screen, their expressions instantly transforming to one of astonishment, filled with incredulity. What was happening? How could the suspect suddenly speak? Indeed, I had questioned him for over an hour today without eliciting a single word. Yet when it was Yufei's turn, he immediately responded. It was unfathomable, truly unfathomable. Yufei hadn't he employed any special techniques? Could it be that he would only speak if questioned by a woman? But I'm a woman as well. Why didn't he respond to my inquiries? Another female officer furrowed her brow. Perhaps you are not as attractive as Yufei. That might be the case. You. The female officer was instantly incensed. Haha, just kidding, merely jesting. With the suspect's utterance, The mood of those present lightened considerably. However, what transpired next left them even more in disbelief. After obtaining some basic information, Zhou Yufei swiftly delved into inquiries pertinent to the case. Why did you murder those victims? No sooner had the question left her lips than the suspect responded with a sickly grin. Because they deserve to die. They already had boyfriends, yet still cavorted with other men. Such women deserve punishment. So you admit to killing them? Admit it. Of course I admit it. I killed them. And as they lay dying, they pleaded with me, begging for mercy. I relished hearing the cries of those wretched women. I usually agree to spare them. And just when they think they can survive, I crush them to death with a hammer. That sensation is simply exquisite. As he spoke, the suspect suddenly erupted into a chilling laughter. Witnessing this scene through the surveillance, the detectives felt a mix of rage and exhilaration. They were enraged by his blatant disregard for life and thrilled that he had confessed to his crimes. Yet a sliver of confusion lingered. How had Yu Fei accomplished this? Why did he divulge everything upon her questioning? It was as if he had transformed into a different person, revealing everything without reservation. Had she performed some kind of magic? Could it be that she had touched the heart of a murderer with love? Who could say? Perhaps they would discover the answer when they questioned Yu Fei later. As the detectives marveled and pondered in the monitoring room, Zhou Yufei herself felt an overwhelming thrill. Despite having witnessed Qin Tian's extraordinary abilities, this was her first experience wielding magic. Before attempting it, she had worried about failure, but to her astonishment, it had gone so smoothly. The soul control technique had effectively commandeered the suspect's mind, liberating his true self. If I, a novice, can be so formidable, I can scarcely imagine the extent of my master's prowess, nor that of my senior brothers and sisters. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to meet them. After her moment of reflection, she resumed her interrogation of the suspect before her. The soul control technique is also subject to temporal limitations. Given her current cultivation, she can exert control for no more than 10 minutes at most. A few moments later, the suspect before her divulged all his criminal deeds without reservation, including his motives and the sequence of events surrounding his offenses. Just as he completed his confession, the effect of the soul control technique dissipated. Realizing the implications of his recent admissions, he was immediately engulfed in a frenzy of panic. What have you done to me? Unfortunately, at this juncture, his protests were futile. Ultimately, he would face the consequences of the law. After he was escorted away, the members of the criminal investigation team quickly gathered around Zhou Yufei, their faces alight with admiration. Yufei, how did you manage that? They exclaimed. We questioned him for so long, yet he uttered not a word. Why did he confess to you so readily? What method did you employ? Although Zhou Yufei anticipated such inquiries and longed to reveal that it was a form of magic, she refrained, recalling Qin Tian's admonition before his departure. Ultimately, she responded, It is a secret. Chapter 10. The Dual-Bladed Mantis. As Zhou Yufei successfully solved the serial murder case using the soul control technique she learned from Qin Tian, he himself was engrossed in examining a storage pouch he had just acquired from the system. This so-called storage pouch appeared to be a modestly sized pocket with a drawstring. Seemingly unremarkable. Yet, within this inconspicuous pouch lay a spatial capacity of 10 cubic meters. Holding the storage pouch in his left hand, he lightly touched the desk beside him with his right hand, causing it to vanish instantaneously. When he touched a nearby flower pot, it too disappeared without a trace. Before long, his principal's office had transformed into an empty expanse, replaced by the contents of the storage pouch, which were now crammed inside. After enjoying this peculiar ability for a while, he withdrew the items from within. This storage pouch proved to be exceptionally convenient. In the future, he would no longer need to carry luggage on long journeys. With that thought, he carefully stored the pouch away and opened the sect's warehouse once more. Inside the warehouse, alongside the previously stored magical artifacts and elixirs, lay a white egg. This white egg was the reward just bestowed by the system, the spirit beast, the dual-bladed mantis. At this moment, the dual-bladed mantis remained in an unhatched state, requiring his mana to facilitate its incubation. With a mere thought, a finger-sized egg materialized in his palm. Gazing at the diminutive egg, curiosity danced across his features. What utility could such a small creature possess? Moreover, does a mantis truly emerge from an egg? He shrugged off his doubts, deciding to incubate it and see for himself. With that, he attempted to infuse a thread of his mana into the egg from his fingertip. As soon as his mana flowed in, the white egg glowed with a brilliant light and began to fragment gradually. With a faint crack, a diminutive mantis, its body a vibrant emerald akin to a finely crafted jade sculpture, materialized in Qin Tian's palm. This little creature, no larger than his fingertip, raised its pair of scythe-like limbs high, resembling a delicate ornament. Is this the renowned mantis? It appears almost indistinguishable from an ordinary mantis. What qualifies it as a spirit beast? After some contemplation, he abruptly sensed a formidable power residing within the tiny being. Although this power did not quite match his own refined energy mastery, it was strikingly close. Recognizing this, Qin Tian regarded the little mantis with newfound respect. Indeed, it was a spirit beast, harboring such immense strength within its petite form. Little one, can you comprehend my words? Show me your abilities, he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than the creature nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, it swung its right scythe towards the front. With a swift flash, a blade of light materialized, hurtling directly towards Qin Tian's desk. With a crisp sound, the solid wooden desk, along with the computer atop it and the ergonomic chair behind it, was severed cleanly in two, the cut remarkably smooth. An audible crash reverberated through the room as the most valuable items in the principal's office lay scattered across the floor. It was only then that Qin Tian registered the destruction, rushing to the remnants of his desk. Oh no, my desk, my beautiful wooden desk, my monitor, which cost me over 1,000, my ergonomic chair. He gazed at the debris, tears of frustration welling in his eyes, mixed with a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this freshly emerged mantis possessed such extraordinary capabilities, effortlessly delivering a strike of such terrifying force. Truly, a spirit beast from the realm of cultivation. From this day forth, you shall be named Dao Mantis. After bestowing the name, he gently tapped the mantis on its small head, which seemed to enjoy his affection, nuzzling against his finger. After sharing this moment of camaraderie, Qin Tian set the creature upon his shoulder. Its diminutive size made it nearly imperceptible, if hidden within his collar. It would be completely concealed. At that moment, his phone, resting nearby, suddenly illuminated. To his surprise, a notification indicated that someone had requested to add him as a friend. Is that Zhou Yufei? It seems she has successfully solved the case. He unlocked his phone and accepted her friend request. As soon as the request was approved, Zhou Yufei sent him a message. Greetings, senior brother. I am Zhou Yufei, the new disciple of Master. Accompanying her text was an adorable emoji. Qin Tian, pleased, promptly responded. After sending Zhou Yufei away, he once again turned his gaze towards the pile of tattered office supplies before him. Of course, he was not lamenting the fate of these items. Rather, a sudden realization struck him. Despite having acquired a system and a sect dedicated to cultivating immortality, he remained a pauper. Due to a recent influx of refunds, he found himself with only a few hundred yuan left in his possession. Cultivating immortality aside, one must still contend with the necessities of life, and that requires money. He pondered, I cannot be a distinguished practitioner of qi without financial means. However, from where shall I procure this money? Perhaps I should observe how protagonists in urban novels on Tomato Novel acquire wealth after gaining their abilities. With that thought, he opened the Tomato Novel app on his phone and randomly browsed several titles. Ultimately, he derived a few methods. First, leverage his abilities to charm wealthy women, perhaps a female CEO. Second, scour antique streets for hidden treasures, randomly unearthing a priceless artifact. Third, engage in stone gambling, utilizing his X-ray vision to locate exceptional jade. Fourth, provide medical services to the affluent, charging exorbitant fees while also winning the hearts of their beautiful daughters. Fifth, participate in underground fighting. Sixth, pawn an extraordinary item, attracting hidden tycoons, and then sell it at a premium while being treated as a guest of honor. Seventh, rob the underworld, with the gang leader being so awed by his formidable presence that he voluntarily becomes his subordinate, acting as his personal ATM. However, after reviewing these options, he found none to be particularly reliable. In reality, most female CEOs were middle-aged women, hardly enticing, and he would hardly be inclined to accept money from them. As for scouring antique streets, the only thing likely to be found was the aged infrastructure of the street itself. It seemed that even a distinguished practitioner of qi could not easily convert his abilities into wealth, unless he resorted to illegal activities. If only he could recruit a few wealthy disciples who would feel compelled to offer him money, making refusal impossible. Just as this thought concluded, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Detection of insufficient personnel in the sect. Please continue to recruit disciples to enhance the sect's prestige. This is a long-term task. For each disciple recruited, a reward of 500 prestige points and 100 spirit stones will be granted. Exceptional disciples may yield additional rewards. No sooner had this message ended than another notification followed. Suitable candidates detected within a 5-kilometer radius. Please proceed promptly to recruit disciples. Upon hearing this second notification, Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps this time he would receive a wealthy disciple. Chapter 11. Lin Yi, the new disciple. Lin Yi, why have you returned? Would it not be better to continue living as an orphan out there? Why is it that you, the biological son, have the privilege, while I remain merely an adopted child? I could have possessed everything belonging to the Lin family, yet upon your return, all that was rightfully mine slipped through my fingers and into your grasp. The only way for me to reclaim my position as the young master of the Lin household is for you to vanish. At a bend along the winding mountain road of Shushan, a bloodied young man lay on the ground, struggling in agony, his legs grotesquely twisted. Before him stood another youth, of similar age, clad in an expensive suit. Despite his disheveled appearance, this young man remained unscathed, his face betraying a savage demeanor. After mercilessly trampling the hands and feet of the fallen youth, he forcefully pushed him over the edge of a nearby cliff, relishing the despair in his opponent's eyes. Once this deed was accomplished, he drove away in his luxurious sports car, disappearing into the thick veil of night. Meanwhile, the youth plummeting down the cliff wore a bitter smile, grappling with feelings of resentment and despair. As the young master of the Lin family, the wealthiest clan in Greenvine, he had lost his family due to an unfortunate accident during his childhood and was subsequently placed in an orphanage. It was only after diligently earning a place in university that he was finally reunited with the Lin family. He had hoped to embrace a life filled with joy, only to discover that his parents had adopted another child in his absence, showering all their affection upon this new addition. Upon returning home, he found himself an outsider. Not only did his biological parents seem to reject him, but his 3 sisters did as well. Furthermore, his adopted brother, a master of deceit, constantly plotted against him within the Lin household, further diminishing his standing in the eyes of their parents and sisters. Just tonight, this brother Lin Shun had lured him into a street race, only to betray him mid-competition, striking him with a heavy blow that shattered his legs. In hindsight, it was clear that Lin Shun had long been scheming to eliminate him. As these thoughts raced through his mind like a flickering light, tears of regret streamed down his face. If only I could start over, I would ensure that they all regretted their actions. With that, he resigned himself to await the arrival of death. However, after what felt like an eternity, nothing occurred. What was happening? Was this cliff truly so high that he hadn't yet reached the ground? Filled with confusion, Lin Yi cautiously opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself suspended in midair, as though an invisible force was supporting him. Instead of plummeting swiftly, he descended gently like a dandelion seed. It took over a minute before he finally touched down on the mountain's base. Once on solid ground, he quickly checked his body and felt his heartbeat, confirming that he was indeed alive. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. Marvelous! I am alive. I cannot believe I have survived. As long as I live, there remains hope. As he spoke, he dragged his broken legs, crawling on the ground with his hands. However, after a brief struggle, he was astonished to discover a figure standing not far ahead. A venerable old Taoist with white hair and beard, his eyebrows cascading down to his chest. The old man beamed at him, exuding an eerie charm amidst the pitch-black wilderness. Recalling his recent strange encounter, Lin Yi felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter? Was this sage, residing beneath the cliffs, the one who had saved him? Overcome with enthusiasm, he hastily inquired, "Oh, venerable sage, did you rescue me?" Unbeknownst to him, the figure before him was indeed Qin Tian. Upon hearing the system's notification and arriving at the scene, he had witnessed Lin Shun pushing Lin Yi off the cliff. Although he was unaware of the full circumstances, he recognized Lin Yi as the one he sought. Subsequently, he employed his magical prowess to save Lin Yi. When he heard Lin Yi's question, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it was I who saved you. Who was that man? And why did he treat you so cruelly?" "That man is my brother, though not by blood. He is an adopted son of my parents." In Qin Tian's presence, Lin Yi recounted the entire ordeal in detail. Upon finishing his narrative, Qin Tian furrowed his brow. The plot felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Regardless, he shifted his gaze back to the pitiful figure of Lin Yi and spoke slowly. "Since you have suffered by his treachery, do you wish for revenge?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi nodded fervently. "Yes, I want them all to regret their actions, to rue the day they wronged me. His words were laced with a fierce determination. Is it merely regret you seek? Have you not considered eliminating them entirely? No, I mean to ensure they face the full weight of the law. Mere regret holds little value. They should at least be imprisoned. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Yi's eyes. Yet he lamented, "But I am a cripple now. How can I exact my revenge?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon his twisted and deformed legs. However, Qin Tian's next words ignited a spark of hope within him. "If you are willing to take me as your master, I can not only heal your legs, but also bestow upon you the power necessary for your vengeance. Will you accept me as your mentor? To become your disciple? If I do so, can you truly grant me the strength for revenge?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Of course. The Lin family is but a trifling matter in my eyes." As his words fell, he summoned a flying sword before Lin Yi. The blade sliced through several large trees, severing them cleanly in two with impeccable precision. When the sword returned to Qin Tian's side, Lin Yi stood utterly astounded. At that moment, Qin Tian's voice echoed once more. "How are the old Taoist methods?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately reacted, his expression transforming into one of fervent excitement. In that instant, Qin Tian had become indistinguishable from a true, celestial being in Lin Yi's eyes. The drama had not deceived him. Indeed, falling from a cliff had led to extraordinary encounters. "Lin family, await your reckoning, for I shall ensure you pay for your transgressions." Having concluded this internal monologue, Lin Yi struggled to reach Qin Tian's side. "Master, I implore you to accept this bow from your disciple." Despite his broken legs, he still prostrated before Qin Tian in a gesture of utmost reverence. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple of Mount Shu. I shall take you back to Mount Shu to recuperate. Rise." As Qin Tian's words faded, Lin Yi felt his body lift uncontrollably into the air. In the next moment, Qin Tian gracefully leaped onto his flying sword, effortlessly carrying him towards the direction of the Shu Mountain Vocational Institute. Chapter 12. Born with Sword Bones, the Sword Box. After transporting Lin Yi back to the Shu Mountain Vocational Institute, Qin Tian led him directly into the cave heaven of Shu Mountain. The instant they entered the cave, Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this still Blue Star?" "Indeed, this is still Blue Star, but we currently reside in the cave paradise of my Shu Mountain sect, crafted from fragments of the ancient continent." "I knew it. I knew this world must possess cultivators. The tomato novel has not deceived me." Lin Yi exclaimed with exhilaration, feeling as though the pain in his legs had diminished significantly. As he reveled in his excitement, Qin Tian guided him into the grand hall of the sect. Although Lin Yi appeared elated, his pallor revealed the toll of significant blood loss, making him look as though he might succumb at any moment. To prevent him from passing before the initiation ceremony was complete, Qin Tian casually retrieved a vial of healing elixir from the sect's repository. Though this healing elixir was merely a basic spirit pill, it would be considered miraculous medicine on Blue Star. After administering a single pill to Lin Yi, the visible wounds on his body began to mend at an astonishing rate. Within half a minute, most of his injuries were nearly healed. Observing this, Qin Tian channeled the wood attribute magic of the Qingmu art around Lin Yi, whose remaining injuries were swiftly healed by the powerful restorative effects of the wood attribute energy, even reuniting his fractured legs. Experiencing this transformation firsthand, Lin Yi's face once again expressed astonishment. "Is this the power of celestial magic?" At that moment, Qin Tian's voice resounded again. "All right, your injuries have been healed. Stand and walk a bit to see if there are any lingering issues." "Ah, yes, of course." As Lin Yi attempted to rise, he circled the hall twice, ensuring that his body bore no lingering effects from his previous injuries. Satisfied, he promptly approached Qin Tian and, with a thud, knelt before him. Disciple expresses profound gratitude for Master's life-giving grace. "There is no need for thanks," Qin Tian replied. "Your injuries have healed. Thus, I shall preside over your initiation ceremony." Under Qin Tian's guidance, Lin Yi swiftly completed the initiation ritual, formally becoming a disciple of the Shushan sect. The moment of his initiation was accompanied by a reward from the system, which pleasantly surprised him. In addition to the sect's prestige and spirit stones, he received an extraordinary bonus. Due to the disciple's innate sword bone, the host receives an additional reward, Sword Box. Sword Box, a high-tier set artifact, contains 9 flying swords, wielding immense power. Upon hearing this notification, A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. The sword box sounded remarkable, especially with its 9 flying swords. How impressive that would be! Had Lin Yi not been before him, he might have eagerly retrieved the sword box to inspect its appearance. Suppressing his enthusiasm, Qin Tian turned his attention back to Lin Yi. Now that you have joined Shushan, today I shall impart to you our sect's cultivation methods. I have assessed your aptitude, and you possess the rare innate sword bone, making you exceptionally suited for the path of sword cultivation. I shall teach you our Shushan sword cultivation secret, the sword control technique. Focus your mind and spirit. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Lin Yi quickly composed himself. In the next moment, Qin Tian touched his fingertip to Lin Yi's forehead, imparting the teachings of the sword control technique. True to his innate gift as a sword cultivator, Lin Yi rapidly mastered the basics, becoming a first-level Qi refinement sword practitioner. While Lin Yi honed his skills, Qin Tian began to contemplate his future. Since Lin Yi was the son of the wealthiest man in Greenvine, it meant that assisting him in returning to the Lin family and establishing himself as the rightful heir would ensure a steady stream of wealth for Qin Tian. Eventually, he could even persuade Lin Yi to invest in acquiring surrounding lands. Such a prospect was worthy of thoughtful investment. With this in mind, Qin Tian opened the sect shop and, after a careful selection, personally chose a sword technique of equal caliber to the soul-capturing technique for Lin Yi. He then imparted this sword technique to Lin Yi. With this new skill, combined with his first-level Qi refinement abilities, Lin Yi could now be regarded as a martial arts expert. Once Lin Yi completed his training and recognized the transformation within himself, he once again approached Qin Tian and bowed deeply 3 times. You are now worthy of being called a practitioner. However, only by completely severing worldly ties and understanding the entanglements of the mortal realm will your future path in cultivation be more seamless. Thus, you should first descend the mountain to attend to the affairs of your Lin family. Once you have resolved those matters, return with a tranquil mind to continue your cultivation. Should you require assistance, you may reach out to your senior brother, Qin Tian. Here is his contact number. After saying this, Qin Tian proceeded to provide his number to Lin Yi, who nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Master. I will certainly expedite the resolution of my family's affairs and then return to Mount Shu for my cultivation. Lin Yi responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's expression shifted slightly. That is unnecessary. Our philosophy at Mount Shu emphasizes worldly cultivation. You should pursue your rightful responsibilities, such as managing the assets of your Lin family conglomerate. I understand, Master, Lin Yi affirmed with a solemn nod. Those assets rightfully belong to me, and I shall reclaim them. Very well, allow me to see you off. Soon, Qin Tian took to his flying sword, escorting Lin Yi out of the confines of the Mount Shu cave realm. By this time, it had already transitioned to the following day. Though merely a night had passed, Lin Yi's life had undergone a profound transformation. After bidding farewell to Qin Tian, he strode resolutely through the gates of the Mount Shu Vocational Institute, then retrieved his phone to summon a ride. As he settled into the back seat of the ride-hailing vehicle, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Lin family, await my return. As he spoke, he drew 2 items from his pocket, a vial of elixir and several talisman papers. Half an hour later, a disheveled, yet imposing Lin Yi appeared at the entrance of the most prestigious luxury estate in Greenvine. Meanwhile, within the Lin family villa, the atmosphere was tense. The family patriarch, Lin Tianyuan, sat on the sofa with a grim expression, his countenance dark. His wife, Xia Meifan, and their 3 daughters occupied seats to his right, while his adopted son, Lin Shun, stood before him. Father, I believe my elder brother is not that kind of person. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? The surveillance footage clearly shows it was he who caused the incident. The victim remains in the hospital, while he has fled. How could I have spawned such a wretched son? Lin Tianyuan nearly roared these words in fury. At that moment, his 3 daughters seized the opportunity to contribute their disdain. I have long suspected that Lin Yi is no good. He pales in comparison to Xiao Chun. Indeed, a thief raised in an orphanage is unworthy of being our true brother. He even attempted to sell my gold jewelry last time, and now he has stolen Xiao Chen's car and driven under the influence to injure someone. Such a person deserves to perish in the streets. As Lin Tianyuan and his daughters expressed their utter contempt for Lin Yi, Lin Shun, who had been keeping his head down, now exhibited a faint smirk. Just then, a servant of the Lin family hurriedly entered the room. Sir, madam, young Master Lin, he has returned. As soon as these words were uttered, the countenance of the Lin family members in the hall immediately shifted, with Lin Shun wearing an expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Chapter 13. Lin Yi's Revenge. At this moment, Lin Shun was not only in a state of panic, but also wore a visage filled with astonishment. How could this be? How could this be possible? Why is he still alive? Why is he still alive? I distinctly remember having pushed him off the cliff. How could he possibly have survived? As his expression fluctuated between darkness and light, he furtively cast a glance at Lin Tianyuan, who upon learning of Lin Yi's return, succumbed once again to a fit of rage. This scoundrel dares to come back. Just wait and see if I don't break his legs today. Cool me. Let us go and confront this scoundrel. With that, he rose from the sofa and, accompanied by the members of the Lin family, stormed out of the Lin family mansion. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shun, who had previously been somewhat flustered, could not help but reveal a cold smirk. Even if you can return alive, what of it? You are now a mere shell of your former self. The family business of the Lin clan will never be entrusted to a useless person. Moreover, no matter what you proclaim, the members of the Lin family will never believe you now. With that, he hastily followed suit, and, as he exited, he casually picked up a golf club from the side. When the Lin family members arrived at the entrance of their mansion, they beheld Lin Yi, bloodied and battered, standing at the door. Upon seeing his disheveled state, a flicker of surprise spread across their faces, but it was quickly eclipsed by a surge of fury. Lin Tianyuan bellowed in rage. You wretch, how dare you return? You must be aware that you have caused a catastrophe and are here to seek my assistance in cleaning up your mess, aren't you? No sooner had he finished speaking than his eldest daughter, Lin Xuejiao, regarded Lin Yi with a look of disdain. Lin Yi, I once thought your lack of upbringing was your only flaw, but I am appalled to discover the depths of your character. You are unworthy of the Lin surname. The second daughter, Lin Xueyin, gazed at Lin Yi with an expression of utter contempt. You are not even a fraction of Lin Xin. Having you as a brother is a disgrace to me. The third daughter, Lin Xuezhu, swiftly approached Lin Yi, raising her hand as if to strike him. However, just as her hand was about to make contact, Lin Yi seized her wrist with a firm grip. Startled by her sudden capture, Lin Xuezhu's fury ignited. Lin Yi, how dare you? Yet before she could finish her retort, she was met by Lin Yi's frigid gaze. In the next moment, Lin Yi suddenly shouted at her, "Get lost!" As he uttered that word, he inadvertently released a hint of sword intent that he had only just begun to grasp, albeit still unrefined. Lin Xuezhu was so frightened that she stumbled backward and fell onto the ground. This unexpected turn of events caused the Lin family members to change their expressions dramatically. They could hardly believe that the usually timid Lin Yi would dare to openly resist. This is insurrection. You dare to strike your third sister. Sister Lin Xueyin, in a fit of rage, rushed towards Lin Yi, poised to deliver a fierce slap. However, Lin Yi did not indulge her. He deftly evaded her strike and retaliated with a sharp slap of his own. The sound echoed as Lin Xuejiao fell to the ground. Lin Yi, how dare you? Cried the eldest sister, Lin Xuejiao, as she charged in, only to be met with a swift slap that sent her crashing to the floor as well. In an instant, all three sisters of the Lin family had received a blow. Desiring to assert himself, Lin Shun let out a furious roar. Lin Yi, you have gone too far. How dare you bully my sister? With that, he swung a golf club at Lin Yi. Yet, just as the club was about to descend, Lin Yi seized it and bent it effortlessly with his bare hands. Lin Shen's face contorted in shock. Before he could regain his composure, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, and he was sent flying, crashing onto the lawn 2 meters away. Thus, the trio of Lin family siblings lay sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tianyuan and Xie Meifan were rendered speechless. After a long moment, Lin Tianyuan trembled with rage, exclaiming, "Unfilial son, you have defied all bounds. Call the police. From this day forth, you are no longer my son." He had expected Lin Yi to tremble in fear, but to his astonishment, Lin Yi not only remained unfazed, but responded with a cold smirk. By all means, call the police. Let's see who truly fears him. Wouldn't you agree, my dear brother? His gaze shifted to the prostrate Lin Shun. Upon hearing this, Lin Shin panicked, scrambling to his feet and rushing to Lin Tianyuan's side. Father, perhaps we should let this go. After all, he is your biological son. If we involve the police, it could tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Moreover, he surely did not act with malice. There may be more to this story. At that moment, the 3 Lin sisters also rose. Xiaoqin, you are far too kind. Even now, in such dire times, you still defend this scoundrel. Indeed, Xiaoqin, this ungrateful wretch deserves to be reported to the authorities. If you won't do it, I shall. With that, Sister Lin Shuiyin pulled out her phone, preparing to dial the police. However, before she could proceed, Lin Chun snatched it away. Sister, there's no need for that. This is our family matter, and we shall resolve it ourselves. As he uttered those words, a look of guilt washed over his face. Lin Yi, observing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? Are you afraid to call the police? Is it because you fear the truth will come to light? Are you worried that others will discover how you pushed me off the cliff, or that you broke my legs? Oh, and let us not forget how you deceitfully lured me there last night under the pretense of letting me test drive your car. Surely, there are other misdeeds you have yet to confess. It is quite difficult to decipher. The routes you had me test drive appeared to be under surveillance, and those cameras must have captured my visage. You would have deliberately caused an accident and then disguised it as my fault, would you? As soon as Lin Yi uttered these words, the members of the Lin family immediately turned their gazes towards Lin Chun. Lin Chun's complexion paled instantly. Do not speak nonsense. When have I ever pushed you off a cliff or broken your legs? You seem to be doing just fine now. Moreover, I never even permitted you to test drive my vehicle. It was you who insisted on borrowing it. Upon hearing Lin Chun's explanation, the Lin family, who had previously harbored doubts about him, swiftly redirected their accusations towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you act recklessly and yet dare to slander Xiao Chun. He is such a kind-hearted person that he would weep over the death of a stray cat. How could he possibly break your legs or push you off a cliff? Reprimanded Lin Shuejiao, the eldest sister. Lin Yi seemed accustomed to their approaches. He shook his head helplessly before turning to Lin Tianyuan. How unfortunate that the Lin family, being the wealthiest in Greenvine, is so easily manipulated by a mere youth. The younger generation lacks wits, and so does the older. By the way, when I came in, I overheard Lin Chun claiming that I was the one who hit someone and fled. I believe he intentionally allowed the cameras to capture me, and then drove off to cause the accident himself. I heard the victim is still alive. Perhaps he clearly saw what the perpetrator looks like. We should simply visit the hospital to inquire about the victim, and everything will be revealed, right? Moreover, even if I were truly the culprit, I believe I ought to seek out the victim and apologize in person. What do you all think? At this statement, Lin Tianyuan, who had previously worn an expression of anger, immediately regained his composure. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's gaze became unfocused, as if lost in thought, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin, this time I shall see how you evade responsibility. If you seek your own demise, then I shall not be held accountable. In the next moment, he discreetly sent a message from his phone while the attention of the others was fixated on Lin Yi. Chapter 14. The true faces of the Lin family half an hour later at the inpatient department of Guangyao Hospital, a subsidiary of the Lin Group. Under Lin Chun's guidance, the Lin family soon arrived at the entrance of a special care ward. Father, this is the place. After the incident, I promptly arranged for the person who was struck by the vehicle to be brought here, and I took the initiative to contact his family. After much persuasion, they refrained from reporting it to the authorities. However, the doctor informed us that the patient's injuries are severe with massive internal bleeding. He was in critical condition last night and only narrowly escaped danger, but there's a strong possibility he may become a lifelong vegetable, unable to leave his bed. As he spoke, Lin Chen's face was filled with compassion. Upon hearing this, a hint of appreciation appeared on Lin Tianyuan's face. Lin Tianyuan appreciated Xiao Chen's thoughtfulness. If others were to learn that his son, Lin Tianyuan, had fled the scene of an accident, leaving someone in a vegetative state, where would he hide his face? Given your consideration, I feel more at ease in trusting the company to you. After praising Lin Chun, his gaze shifted to Lin Yi, and almost instantaneously, his expression turned cold. If you possessed even a fraction of Xiao Chen's capabilities, I would acknowledge you as my son. But alas, you have disappointed me gravely. You shall sincerely apologize to the injured party later. Upon hearing Lin Tianyuan's words, Lin Yi displayed nothing but disdain. Who needs to apologize? What if he wakes up and claims it wasn't me driving? Lin Yi, even at this juncture, you remain obstinate, admonished his sister, Lin Shueju, fiercely. Enough. I have nothing further to say to you lot. I shall go in and apologize to the patient now. With that declaration, Lin Yi, hands shoved into his pockets, pushed open the door to the hospital room, prompting the rest of the Lin family to follow suit. Unlike an ordinary hospital room, this VIP suite was the most opulent in the Guangyao Hospital. Not only was it lavishly decorated, but it also boasted comprehensive amenities and an array of costly medical equipment. Within the innermost room, A youth who appeared no older than 15 or 16 lay in a hospital bed, his body adorned with tubes and machines. Judging by his complexion and the readings on the nearby monitor, his condition was dire. This young man was, in fact, the individual who had been struck by a vehicle on the winding roads of Shushan the previous night, a pawn in Lin Chen's scheme to frame Lin Yi. After pushing Lin Yi off the cliff, he had driven his car into the boy, inflicting severe injuries, and subsequently sent his vehicle down the cliff, fabricating the illusion of Lin Yi's hit and run. He had never anticipated that Lin Yi would somehow survive such circumstances. Yet, at that moment, he felt no concern. For given the severity of the boy's injuries, it was likely he would never awaken again. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open once more, and 4 or 5 doctors entered, led by a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Lin Tianyuan, the lead doctor approached him with enthusiasm. "Mr. Lin, what a surprise. You didn't inform us of your visit." The speaker was Song Jiwen, the director of Guangyao Hospital. Given Lin Tianyuan's position as the head of the Lin Group, it was only natural for him to curry favor. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Tianyuan got straight to the point. "Director Song, is there any possibility of this child waking up? What are the chances of recovery?" Upon hearing this question, Song Jiwen's face immediately registered a look of difficulty. "Well, Mr. Lin, when this child was brought to us last night, we convened the best doctors in the hospital for a consultation and made every effort to arrange for emergency treatment. Although his life was spared, his organs and brain suffered severe damage, with a significant likelihood of impending brain death. Furthermore, his lower limbs were also gravely injured, compounded by his pre-existing condition of nerve necrosis, rendering treatment exceedingly challenging." Song Jiwen's words undoubtedly pronounced a death sentence for the youth lying in the bed. Although Guangyao Hospital is not a public institution, the Lin Group's substantial financial resources enable the hospital to rival top-tier medical facilities. When they declared there was no hope, it was likely an accurate assessment. Upon hearing this conclusion, Lin Tianyuan furrowed his brows. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, standing discreetly in the corner behind him, couldn't help but smirk. To ensure absolute certainty, he had specially selected a boy who was already suffering from health issues, bribing his family to bring him, wheelchair and all, to the winding mountain road. A collision with a vehicle would ensure that if recovery were possible, it would be a miracle. However, as Lin Tianyuan and Song Jiwen deliberated over the medical condition, Lin Yi unexpectedly approached the bedside. "I believe he may not be beyond saving." With this statement, all eyes in the ward turned to him, including Song Jiwen's. "Mr. Lin, who is he?" In response to this query, Lin Tianyuan initially frowned, then reluctantly stated, "He is my son, Lin Yi, the one responsible for the accident. However, from this day forth, he is no longer my son. You wretched child, kneel and apologize." Yet, Lin Yi paid no heed to him, his mind preoccupied with a singular thought. Given the severity of the injuries, could the elixir bestowed upon him by his master truly revive him? "Never mind, I shall try it." His serious contemplation was interpreted as a provocation by the members of the Lin family. Led by Lin Xuejiao, the trio of fools approached him once more. "Linny, did you hear what Dad said? Kneel. You caused this suffering. Don't you feel any remorse?" Listening to their incessant chatter, Lin Yi shot them another fierce glare, his eyes flashing with an unrefined sword intent. "Get away from me." The 3 sisters, intimidated by his fierce gaze, retreated in fright. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Yi retrieved the small jade vial that Qin Tian had given him before departing. This action quickly garnered the attention of everyone in the ward. At that moment, Lin Yi abruptly uncorked the vial. As the seal was released, a fragrant aroma filled the entire room. Sensing the delightful scent, all eyes instinctively turned towards the small jade vial in Lin Yi's hand. Before anyone could voice their inquiries, he poured out a pill the size of a longan seed from the vial. In the next instant, he removed the patient's oxygen mask and forcefully placed the pill into the patient's mouth. His sudden action startled everyone in the ward. Chapter 15, The Miraculous Pill. A resounding slap in the face. In front of everyone, Lin Yi removed the patient's oxygen mask and inserted an unidentified object into the patient's mouth, an act that was utterly outrageous. As the crowd processed what had just occurred, chaos erupted within the ward. "Lin Yi, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill him? Stop it, Lin Yi. You are a beast. What have you put in his mouth?" The ward quickly descended into turmoil, and Lin Tianyuan's expression once again reflected a mix of exasperation and disappointment. "How could I have given birth to such a son? Director Song, hurry and check on the patient. We cannot let anything happen to him." Upon hearing Lin Tianyuan's words, Song Jiwen hurriedly prepared to bring 2 doctors to the bedside to examine the young boy's condition. However, just as they were about to approach, they were halted by Lin Yi. "You'd better not move, as I am in the process of treating his injuries." At this declaration, Song Jiwen and the other doctors were momentarily taken aback. Treating injuries? Indeed, what just administered to him was an exceptionally rare pill with the power to bring the dead back to life. The medicinal effect is currently taking hold, and if you interfere, it may disrupt the absorption of the medicine. While Lin Yi spoke earnestly to the ears of those in the ward, his words sounded utterly absurd. Lin Shun, who had been standing by and observing the spectacle, could not help but burst into laughter. Bring the dead back to life? What kind of pill is so powerful? Have you been reading too many cultivation novels? After this jibe, the 3 sisters of the Lin family joined in the ridicule. Even Lin Tianyuan's face turned crimson with anger. Absurd, utterly absurd. I should never have acknowledged you as my son. If anything happens to him, I will personally see you imprisoned. Just then, the young boy, who had been lying in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly began to move slightly. If someone had been observing him closely at that moment, they would have noticed that his external injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. His previously pale face gradually regained a healthy color. Amidst the most heated arguments, one of the doctors suddenly noticed the readings on the monitoring equipment. Upon seeing the values, his face was filled with disbelief. "How can this be? Director, look, the patient's vital signs are slowly recovering." Song Jiwen, who was already dizzy from the commotion caused by the Lin family, quickly turned his gaze to the monitor. When he saw the readings, his shock was no less than that of the doctor. Just as the doctor had stated, the patient's various parameters were steadily approaching normal levels, indicating that his physical condition was indeed improving. The speed of recovery is rather astonishing. "Quick, check if there's an issue with the equipment." "Impossible, Director. Each piece of equipment here is worth over $1 million and has hardly been used. How could there be a malfunction?" A doctor shook his head repeatedly. If he were to acknowledge a problem with the equipment, it would imply he had accepted kickbacks. "Indeed, Director. These devices were procured from a reputable country and have never shown any faults." At that moment, another doctor suddenly gazed in astonishment at the youth lying on the bed. "Director, look quickly. The patient appears to be waking up." Upon hearing this, not only did Song Jiwen, but also the members of the Lin family fixed their eyes on the hospital bed. Under their watchful gaze, the critically injured youth was slowly opening his eyes. As he fully opened them, an instant silence enveloped the room. Everyone's expressions were filled with disbelief, particularly the hospital staff and Lin Shun. The former understood the severity of the injuries, while the latter was acutely aware of the force with which he had collided. Under normal circumstances, the survival probability for someone in such a condition is exceedingly low, let alone waking up. Yet, the undeniable reality was that he had indeed awakened. Once revived, the youth began to scan his surroundings, his expression slightly bewildered. Before the Lin family could react, Lin Yi crouched beside him. "Young brother, do you recall what transpired last night? Who was driving the car that struck you? Did you see their face clearly? Was it me?" As this question was posed, the individuals in the room snapped back to attention, and Lin Shen's face reflected sheer panic. At that moment, the youth seemed to recall something. Shaking his head, he spoke in a feeble voice. "It wasn't you who drove the car." No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of the Lin family shifted dramatically. If the victim claimed so, then the driver could not have been Lin Yi. As for who it was, do you remember what the person who hit you looked like? Was it him? Lin Yi inquired once more, pointing towards Lin Shun. His gesture drew the attention of the others towards Lin Shun as well. The youth on the bed was about to speak when Lin Shun's eyes filled with panic. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the hospital room was forcefully flung open. With the entrance of the door, 7 or 8 burly men strode into the room. The leader, sporting short hair and standing over 6 feet tall, weighed at least 200 pounds, his face and head adorned with thick muscles. Upon entering the room, he bellowed, "Who is Lin Yi?" Upon seeing him, Lin Shun, who had been visibly anxious, was instantly filled with elation, and in the next moment, he approached the imposing figure. "You are indeed a relative of Xiaojiang. I sincerely apologize. My elder brother did not intentionally collide with Xiaojiang. We have exerted every effort to save him." While speaking, he discreetly gestured towards Lin Yi, who was standing nearby. The burly man, upon noticing, nodded subtly and began to stride towards Lin Yi's direction. Upon reaching Lin Yi, he spoke with a fierce countenance. "You are the one who collided with my brother, and you fled the scene. Do you understand? He is my only brother, and now that he cannot be saved, you should not live either." As soon as he finished speaking, He drew a spring knife from his waist, and, as the blade sprang forth, he lunged it menacingly towards Lin Yi's heart. The angle and force of the strike indicated his resolute intent to kill Lin Yi. Had this been the previous Lin Yi, he would have been unable to evade such a blow and would have met a gruesome fate in the hospital room. However, the Lin Yi of now was no longer the same. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he pointed his finger like a sword, concentrating the scant magical energy within him at the tip of his right finger, and swiftly directed it towards the burly man. Upon contact, the man was struck as if by tremendous force, sent hurtling backwards and crashing into several of his associates. Lying on the ground, he struggled to rise, feeling as though something sharp had pierced his chest. With the giant's fall, Lin Yi approached the young boy once more and reiterated his earlier inquiry. Was it him who struck you? This time, the boy recognized Lin Chen's appearance without hesitation and nodded affirmatively. It was him. I would recognize him even in ashes. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the room once more. Chapter 16. The Truth. In a mere span of minutes, the dynamics within the hospital room had shifted multiple times. Initially, Lin Yi had miraculously revived the boy, who had been condemned to die by the doctors with an unknown elixir. Subsequently, a group of agitated family members burst in, intent on confronting Lin Yi, only to witness the burly man being vanquished on the spot. Now, the boy lying in the hospital bed had directly identified Lin Chun as the one who had struck him. This series of events had left the minds of those present in a state of bewilderment. The Lin family, who had previously focused their attention on Lin Yi, swiftly redirected their gaze towards Lin Chun, who was now thoroughly panicked. No, it cannot be me. How could it possibly be me? He is lying. It was Lin Yi who struck him. He must have bribed him. It has to be that way. As soon as he uttered these words, Lin Yi chuckled. Bribe him? How could I have bribed him when you were the one who brought him to the hospital? Apart from you, does anyone else even know he is here? Furthermore, I am but a destitute individual. Has the Lin family ever granted me even a penny? How could I possibly bribe him? By the way, do you dare to publicly disclose your recent transaction records, allowing everyone to see to whom you have recently transferred money? Upon hearing this, the members of the Lin family cast skeptical glances at Lin Chun. Yet, Lin Chun continued to struggle with his thoughts. Last night, the road was shrouded in darkness. How could he have clearly seen who struck him? Perhaps he had made an error in his recollection. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the youth lying on the hospital bed declared resolutely, "No, I could not have been mistaken. It was indeed you who ran me over. After knocking me down, you even stepped out of your vehicle to take a look at me, and I remember your voice distinctly. You conspired with my relatives. I overheard your conversation where you offered them 500,000 to ensure they pushed me into the middle of the mountain road at night." At this revelation, the atmosphere in the hospital room shifted dramatically. Several doctors retreated, whispering amongst themselves. The Lin family members wore expressions of disbelief, with Lin Tianyuan trembling with rage as he strode towards Lin Chun. "Xiao Chun, tell me, is what he said true? Did you deliberately run him over? What was your motive? Speak." As Lin Tianyuan's words hung in the air, the three Lin sisters hurried to his side. "Father, there must be some misunderstanding. How could Xiao Chun ever commit such an act? Xiao Chun, you must clarify this to Dad. There is no need for explanations. I've already contacted the police, and they will arrive shortly. Once they investigate, everything will become clear," interjected Lin Yi, his voice cutting through the tension as he brandished his phone, having already dialed 110. "Moreover, this group attempted to attack me with a knife, undoubtedly under his orders. I am not mistaken." As he spoke, Lin Yi approached the imposing figure of the man lying on the ground. The burly man, still reeling from the pain inflicted by Lin Yi, nodded vigorously after receiving a stern glare. "Yes, indeed, it was him. He offered me 5 million to kill you, claiming he would arrange for the best lawyer to secure a manslaughter defense. In that case, I would only have to serve a few years before being released. It was all orchestrated by him. I bear no responsibility." The man's admission confirmed Lin Yi's suspicions, and the expressions on the faces of the Lin family grew gravely somber. "How could this be? You truly orchestrated all of this, Xiao Chun. Why would you do such a thing? Indeed, Xiao Chun, you actually hired someone to kill. And you even framed your elder brother. Xiao Chun, you were once so kind. Why have you suddenly become like this?" As Lin Chun faced the disappointed gazes of the Lin family, beads of cold sweat began to cascade down his forehead. The current situation is such that there is no way to deny the truth. Once the police arrive, his fate is sealed. At that very moment, a voice from the side rang out. "Lin, he was calling the authorities." "Hello, is this 110? I am currently on the 8th floor of Guangyao Hospital, where contract killing has taken place. Yes, and there is also an intentional traffic accident that has resulted in serious injuries. Please come quickly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun fell to his knees before Lin Yi. Brother, I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. I let myself be misled. I should not have plotted against you. I was merely afraid that you would come back and take away our parents' love, as you are their biological son. I feared being replaced. Please, brother, forgive me. As he spoke, Lin Chun was weeping profusely, his cries eliciting sympathy from the three sisters of the Lin family, who immediately approached Lin Yi to intercede on his behalf. Yes, Lin Yi, little Chun is still young and naive. He was only worried about being replaced by you. Please show some magnanimity and forgive him. Look, you are fine now, aren't you? Indeed, little Chun has already apologized. As the elder brother, you should grant him forgiveness. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyuan turned away in frustration. In response to the pleas of Lin Xuejiao and her sisters, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh once more. Still young and naive? He is 19. Is that still considered young? I'm fine. Who said I'm fine? Last night, he broke my legs and pushed me off a cliff. If it weren't for my master saving me, I would have perished outside. Today, he still intends to kill me. If I had reacted just a moment slower, I would be lying in the morgue now. He merely offers an apology, and I am to forgive him? How could you all have been so harsh with me before, yet now show such double standards? Furthermore, is this a matter of whether I can forgive him? He has committed a crime. Do you not understand? To frame me, he casually found a child who has been paralyzed for years and without hesitation ran him over. You dare to call such a scoundrel kind? An apology is worth 2 lives? Is his apology truly that valuable? Lin Yi's pointed questions left the three sisters of the Lin family speechless. Perhaps realizing that the sisters were no longer supportive, Lin Chen crawled on his knees towards Lin Tianyuan. Father, I was wrong. I did not want to go to prison. Please, beg brother on my behalf. As he spoke, he clung to Lin Tianyuan's legs, pleading desperately, while Lin Tianyuan sighed heavily in response. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke again. Stop feigning innocence. You are not like this in private. They may not have witnessed your true nature, so allow me to reveal your real self to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi pulled out a talisman from his pocket, swiftly walked behind Lin Chun, and affixed the talisman to his back. Chapter 17. The True Word Talisman. The Malicious False Young Master. Due to Lin Yi's swift movements, when he affixed the talisman paper onto Lin Chen's body, the onlookers had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Even if they had witnessed it, the significance of Lin Yi's actions eluded them. At that moment, however, Lin Chun, who had appeared pitiable just a second ago, suddenly rose and laughed maniacally, proclaiming, Lin Yi, I have pleaded with you, yet you still refuse to relent. Do you truly believe you can manipulate me with this? I am the heir of the Lin Corporation. With a mere flicker of charm, these fools will rush to my aid. Particularly these 3 simpletons, just a few tears from me, and they will be overwhelmed with sympathy. What does it matter if you are Lin Tianyuan's biological son? With just a slight exertion of influence, I have turned the entire Lin family against you, instilling disdain. That old codger Lin Tianyuan should simply have allowed me to inherit the Lin Corporation without resistance. Why bring you back and prevent me from engaging in the family's affairs? It is merely an attempt to guard against me, his adopted son, but matters not. He cannot have much time left. I have administered ample potent medicine. In no more than 6 months, he will meet his end. When that time comes, not only will the Lin Corporation belong to me, but his 3 beautiful daughters and his lovely wife will also be mine. Throughout my life, whenever I sought their assistance, they have always obliged. Had you not appeared unexpectedly last time, Lin Zuizis would have long been ensnared by my charms. But fret not, with her lack of wit. She will eventually fall into my trap. Lin Chen's sudden transformation left the Lin family in utter bewilderment, especially upon hearing the repugnant revelations that followed. In an instant, the expressions of the Lin family darkened, particularly Lin Tianyuan and Lin Zuizis, whose faces turned pale as death. The eldest sister, Lin Xuejiao, in a fit of rage, strode directly to Lin Chun and delivered a fierce slap across his face. However, instead of showing anger, Lin Chun wore an infatuated grin. Eldest sister, do you know who I favor most among you? It is you. I bear no psychological scars, nor do I fear the dark. I merely sought a pretext to have you sleep beside me, and you foolishly believed it. Lin Chun, you scoundrel, what have you done to father? Lin Xuejiao shouted once more in fury. Nothing much, just added a smidgen of thallium to his daily meals. The dosage is minimal, yet over time, it should suffice to end his life within half a year. After all, he has been wary of me and reluctant to let me partake in the Lin Corporation's dealings. He has been complaining of dizziness lately. He believes it to be high blood pressure. As he spoke, Lin Shun erupted into another fit of maniacal laughter. At this juncture, Lin Yi interjected, "Lin Shun, the last time I encountered you exiting Lin Zizis' room, were you not attempting to take advantage of her inebriated state? The intimate garments you placed in my room were also your doing, were they not?" Indeed, it was I who committed the act. That time, I was on the verge of success, only for you to return and thwart my plans. Naturally, I felt compelled to teach you a lesson. Moreover, the cat that Lin Shuyan cared for met its demise in my hands before I disposed of it. My disdain for cats knows no bounds. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shuyan, my second sister, was immediately plunged into despair. How could this be? Just prior, you were known for rescuing injured stray cats. Why would you kill my Snowball? How could I possibly harbor affection for such filthy, fur-covered creatures? Do you not wonder why those strays were injured? It was I who inflicted those wounds, while Lin Yi, that meddlesome fellow, played the savior. At this point, a devilish grin spread across Lin Chen's face. Do not blame me. Blame your own foolishness for adopting me. Do you know why no children at the orphanage wanted to play with me? It was not them who bullied me. It was I who tormented them. And the reason my previous family cast me aside was that I led their daughter astray. Was one of me not sufficient? Why did they need another? You profess your love for me the most, yet you still chose to bring Lin Yi back into the fold. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly grotesque, sending a chill down the spines of all present. An abomination. What sin have I committed to have adopted such a creature? Lin Tianyuan's face flushed crimson, gasping for breath, his body swaying as though it would collapse. The three Lin sisters rushed to his side to support him. In response, Lin Yi sneered, "Indeed, a wretched abomination you are. You have truly sown discord. At your age, being manipulated by a mere child. You have even birthed 3 daughters as foolish as pigs. Had it not been for me, you would have been oblivious to your impending demise within 6 months. Speaking of your daughters, they are even more detestable than Lin Shun. While Lin Shun may have framed me, it was your daughters who bullied me the most. Their sins are no less than his. What is it like to be toyed with by those you trust the most? My eldest sister, second sister, and third sister." Lin Yi's words struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within Lin Tianyuan and the 3 Lin sisters. As they recalled past events, regret etched itself on their faces, especially when they remembered the countless times they had tormented Lin Yi. "Xiao Yi, we were wrong. We were truly mistaken. We were deceived by Lin Shun. We did not know. Had we known he was this kind of person, we would never have treated you so poorly. Xiao Yi, please forgive us." Just as the 3 sisters pleaded desperately, Lin Tianyuan, overwhelmed with rage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Fortunately, the Lin family was present to prevent him from hitting the ground. Moreover, given their location in a hospital, Lin Tianyuan was quickly taken for emergency treatment. At this moment, the police arrived and, upon understanding the situation, promptly arrested Lin Shun. The talisman behind him had ignited spontaneously, and he regained his senses. Realizing the impending consequences he would face, he attempted to plead for mercy from the 3 Lin sisters and Xia Meifen. However, the members of the Lin family were consumed by their desire for vengeance and had no intention of heeding his pleas. Given the numerous crimes Lin Shun had committed, even if he were spared the death penalty, it seemed unlikely he would ever emerge from prison again. Just as everyone believed the matter had reached its conclusion, an alarming message emanated from the emergency room that threw the Lin family into disarray. Lin Tianyuan was on the brink of death. Chapter 18. I have summoned my senior brother. Upon hearing the news of Lin Tianyuan's critical condition, the Lin family immediately panicked and rushed to the emergency room. At that moment, the most esteemed doctors in Guangyao Hospital were fully engaged in the effort to save Lin Tianyuan. Only Dean Song Jiwen awaited outside, and as the Lin family arrived, he promptly approached them. "Madam Lin and esteemed ladies," he began, "I understand that this news may be exceedingly difficult for you to bear, but I implore you to remain calm. We are exerting every effort to save him." As soon as Song Jiwen finished speaking, the eldest of the Lin sisters, Lin Xuejiao, retorted with fury. "Calm? How can we possibly remain calm? My father was in good health when he arrived. How could he suddenly be in such a critical state? Tell me what has transpired. Our family spends so much money on you every year, and yet you cannot manage even this minor issue." Confronted by Lin Xuejiao's aggressive demeanor, Song Jiwen quickly attempted to clarify. "Miss, the situation unfolded far too suddenly. Initially, We believe Mr. Lin had merely fainted due to excessive agitation. It was only during our examinations that we discovered he was suffering from a ruptured aortic dissection, along with severe heart failure. We suspect he had pre-existing conditions that were exacerbated by the poisoning administered by Lin Shun, coupled with his recent emotional turmoil, which precipitated this crisis. Fortunately, Mr. Lin is in our hospital. Had this occurred elsewhere, though Song Jiwen did not continue, the implication was clear. We are currently mobilizing the most skilled physicians within the hospital to attend to Mr. Lin. But I must not conceal from you that his probability of survival stands at a staggering 70. Thus, I urge you to prepare yourselves mentally. Upon hearing this, Xia Meifan, Lin Tianyuan's wife, felt her legs give way, as if all strength had been sapped from her. The three Lin sisters were no better off, their faces etched with despair. Lin Tianyuan was not only their father, but also the cornerstone of the entire Lin family. Should he fall, the future of the Lin Corporation would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Although the Lin Group bears the family name, the power is not solely held by the Lin family. Should the other board members learn of Lin Tianyuan's demise, they would likely hasten to encroach upon the Lin family's assets. Among the Lin family present, only Lin Yi appeared relatively composed. Although Lin Tianyuan was his father, Lin Yi had grown up in an orphanage and felt no emotional connection to him. Furthermore, during his return to the Lin family, he had not experienced any paternal affection from Lin Tianyuan. Rather, he endured considerable scorn and rebuke from him. He then coldly remarked at the door of the emergency room, "What a fitting retribution. Your beloved father has been brought to this state by your cherished brother, and you are no less complicit." The three sisters of the Lin family were struck as if by lightning, their faces etched with despair and regret. At that moment, Lin Xuejiao seemed to have an epiphany and rushed to Lin Yi's side as if seizing a lifeline. "Xiaoyi, do you still have that pill you gave to the child who was struck by the car?" That child, despite his injuries, was healed by a single pill. "Surely it can also restore our father, can it?" Her words instantly illuminated Lin Xueyin and Lin Xuezhu, who hurried to Lin Yi, their faces pleading. "Xiaoyi, we implore you, save our father. After all, he is your biological father." Lin Xuan added, "Indeed, we were wrong before. As your elder sisters, we should not have bullied you, but we were deceived by Lin Shun. We promised to atone for our past misdeeds," they beseeched. Faced with the sisters' pleas, Lin Yi remained unmoved. "Now you seek my help. Did you ever consider I was your own brother when you tormented me?" He retorted, "Where were you when Lin Shun sought to kill me? Is he truly my father? Has he ever given me a single coin since my return to the Lin family? If I'd been killed by Lin Chen's henchmen just now, would you have shed a single tear for me?" His relentless inquiries left the three sisters speechless, their eyes brimming with tears of regret and sorrow. Observing their profound remorse, Lin Yi felt a sense of vindication. This was the very scene he had yearned to witness. Under normal circumstances, he would have resumed his path, indifferent to Lin Tianyuan's fate and the Lin family's plight. However, recalling Qin Tian's words about the disciples of Shushan entering the world to cultivate and the expectation for him to assume control of the Lin family's enterprises, he reconsidered his stance. The Lin family's legacy was rightfully his to inherit, and if Lin Tianyuan were to perish so easily, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. It appeared he could not allow such a fate to befall him just yet. With this thought, he turned his gaze once more to Lin Xuejiao and her sisters. "To save him is not impossible, but I have one condition. Once I revive him, the heir of the Lin group must be me. I aspire to be the helmsman of the Lin family." Upon hearing this, the three Lin sisters and the incapacitated Xia Meifan immediately perked up. "Really? You can truly save Dad?" Lin Xuejiao exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "I cannot, but my master certainly can, provided he is willing to intervene. He will undoubtedly be able to bring Lin Tianyuan back to life," Lin Yi asserted with unwavering resolve. "Your master? Indeed, he is a transcendent figure. Had it not been for him, I would have long since fallen prey to Lin Shun. The previous elixir was also a gift from my master." After Lin Yi's explanation, hope rekindled within the hearts of the Lin family members. "Very well, I agree. Once you revive Dad, he will surely permit you to take the helm of the Lin Group. Even without our insistence, you are destined to be the future heir of the Lin Group." Yes, the previous misunderstandings were just that, misunderstandings. After all, you're Dad's biological son. With the assurance of the three Lin sisters, Lin Yi promptly took out his phone, moved to the stairwell, and dialed the number Qin Tian had provided him. Shortly after the call connected, Qin Tian's voice came through, although he recognized the caller. He feigned ignorance. "Who is this?" Senior brother Qin Tian, I am Lin Yi, a new disciple of the Venerable Master. I have encountered a slight issue. My father is on the verge of death. A slight issue? This is of little consequence, senior brother. I wonder if you could contact the master on my behalf. I wish to implore him to save my father. The esteemed master is not so easily persuaded. Even as his disciple, he does not readily treat others. I hope you understand. Yes, I was presumptuous. I forgot that the master is a celestial being, and it is indeed unreasonable to expect him to aid a mere mortal. Lin Yi quickly apologized. However, the next moment, Qin Tian shifted his tone. However, while the master may not intervene, I have gleaned some rudimentary medical knowledge from him and can treat common ailments. Really, I would be most grateful for your assistance. Lin Yi responded with elation. But do not rejoice too soon. I am averse to entangling myself with worldly matters. If I save your father, he will owe me a karmic debt that must be repaid, or it may affect my cultivation. How would he repay it? Lin Yi invited curiously. Your father is a worldly man, so he can only repay with worldly means. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood. Understood, senior brother. I will arrange for a vehicle to pick you up. No need for that. Just send me your location, and I will arrive within 5 minutes. All right, thank you, senior brother. Once the call ended, Lin Yi returned to the emergency room door, brimming with confidence. I have successfully enlisted the assistance of my senior brother, thus preserving Lin Tianyuan's life. Chapter 19. This is nothing short of a medical miracle. When Lin Yi confidently uttered those words, the faces of the 3 Lin sisters and Siam Meifan immediately lit up with joy. Is it true? That is truly wonderful. Xiao Yi, when will your senior brother arrive? Is his medical skill also remarkable? In response to these inquiries, Lin Yi refrained from answering, as he was uncertain himself. Although he was now a disciple of Shushan, he had only been initiated for less than a day. Within the entirety of Shushan, he was only acquainted with his master, Changmei, and had no understanding of the situation there. Even regarding this senior brother, he was unaware of what he looked like or what abilities he possessed. Just as he was pondering these thoughts, a figure appeared soaring above Guangyao Hospital, wielding a sword with great agility. It was Qin Tian, who had hurriedly employed an invisibility technique after receiving Lin Yi's call. Following the coordinates provided, he swiftly traversed the distance of over 10 kilometers between the Shushan Vocational Training School and Guangyao Hospital, arriving in just over a minute. This must be the place, the inpatient department. Indeed, having confirmed his location, he ascended to the rooftop of the inpatient building. At that moment, the rooftop was deserted, and he boldly landed upon it, dispelling his invisibility and confidently making his way downstairs. Shortly after, he located the emergency room where Lin Yi and the others were gathered. Although Lin Yi did not recognize him, he was well aware of Lin Yi. Approaching Lin Yi, he directly spoke, "You must be Lin Yi, the newly accepted disciple of our master." Initially uncertain as he observed someone approaching, Lin Yi's doubts were dispelled upon hearing Qin Tian's words. "You are senior brother Qin Tian?" "Yes, that is correct. What is your father's current condition?" Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi promptly recounted the situation in detail. "Senior brother, there shouldn't be any issues, right?" "No problem at all. Merely a minor issue. As long as there is still breath, I will be able to save him. Then I can rest easy." Lin Yi sighed in relief. "Senior brother, please hurry inside. I fear he may not hold on much longer." As he spoke, he prepared to open the emergency room door, but at that moment, an elderly doctor with white hair suddenly emerged from within, followed by several other doctors. These individuals comprised the medical team responsible for rescuing Lin Tianyuan. At this moment, their expressions were grave, particularly upon seeing the Lin family at the entrance, which heightened their solemnity. The lead doctor, after surveying those present, focused his gaze on Siam Meifan. "You must be Mrs. Lin, although I regret to deliver this news. As the family of the patient, you have the right to be informed of his condition. The patient's condition is currently quite grim. We have exhausted all available methods. Yet there has been no improvement. Under the present circumstances, Mr. Lin estimates that there are only 2 hours left. You should go in and keep him company." Upon hearing this, the attending physicians collectively bowed their heads. They anticipated that the Lin family would be overwhelmed with sorrow and despair. However, their reaction was entirely unexpected. Lin Yi, standing at the forefront, spoke up directly. "Are you finished? If so, please step aside and allow my senior brother to enter and save him." The other members of the Lin family displayed similar urgency. Observing this, the elderly doctor could not restrain his curiosity. "Your senior brother? Save him? What do you intend to do? What do you think we intend to do?" "Of course, we want to save him. Senior brother, disregard this old man and hurry inside. Otherwise, I fear Lin Tianyuan will not last much longer. With that, Lin Yi pushed several doctors aside and gestured for Qin Tian to proceed into the ward. The doctors, realizing the situation, immediately blocked Qin Tian at the door of the emergency room. What are you doing? The patient's life is hanging by a thread. Your duty now is to accompany him on his final journey. Who is this person? Is he a doctor? Let him treat the patient. Even if he is a doctor, that is still unacceptable. The elderly physician's stance was resolute, standing firmly at the entrance to prevent Qin Tian from entering. It is only natural that they would refuse to allow a stranger to treat their patient. No ethical doctor would agree to such a thing. Lin Yi hurriedly explained it. He is my senior brother. He can save my father. He is the only one who can help now. If you continue to block him, my father will truly perish. That is impossible. Given Mr. Lin's current state, even if Hua Tuo were reincarnated, it would be futile. I understand your feelings as family members, but we cannot resort to desperate measures. The elderly doctor asserted gravely. Lin Yi was about to continue his explanation, but Qin Tian had already walked directly into the emergency room. As he walked, an invisible force pushed everyone aside, and he gracefully entered. Just before stepping inside, he turned back to Lin Yi and said, "Do not let them in. I will resolve this swiftly." With that, he proceeded to the innermost part of the emergency room. The physicians from Guangyao Hospital were nearly frantic, desperately trying to enter, while Lin Yi stood firm, blocking them all. The entrance to the emergency room was momentarily chaotic. Inside, Qin Tian quickly found Lin Tianyuan, who had already been transferred to a hospital bed after resuscitation efforts concluded. Just as the elderly doctor had stated, Lin Tianyuan was now gasping for breath, on the brink of death. Indeed, he was nearing the end, but fortunately, the situation was not entirely dire. While speaking, he retrieved a bottle of basic healing elixir bestowed by the system. After extracting a pill, he promptly administered it to Lin Tianyuan. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a medicinal liquid that flowed down Lin Tianyuan's throat into his abdomen. The healing properties were instantly activated, and Lin Tianyuan's previously unstable vital signs began to stabilize. However, this was still insufficient. Lin Tianyuan's condition remained perilously severe, and a single basic healing elixir was inadequate. Therefore, Qin Tian immediately activated the Qingmu technique, continuously infusing him with the essence of wood to facilitate his healing. With a surge of wood elemental mana coursing into Lin Tianyuan's body, his previously injured physique began to recover at an astonishing pace, akin to an ancient tree taking root. Observing this, Qin Tian administered another healing elixir. With this dual approach, Lin Tianyuan's condition visibly improved at a remarkable rate. Within less than a minute, his complexion returned to normal, and the values displayed on the nearby instruments approached those of a healthy individual. It should be sufficient now. The remainder of his recovery could take place in the hospital. Having said that, he ceased channeling mana into Lin Tianyuan, rose to his feet, and made his way toward the emergency room exit. At that moment, the group of doctors was still in a standoff with Lin Yi, and upon seeing Qin Tian emerge, they quickly inquired, "What have you done to the patient?" However, Qin Tian ignored them and simply patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. "It's done. I have saved his life. You may go in and see him. He should be waking up shortly." At these words, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. The doctors were taken aback, while the Lin family wore expressions of astonishment. In the next moment, the Lin family rushed into the hospital room. After a brief moment of shock, the doctors responsible for the rescue quickly followed suit. Soon, the ward was filled with exclamations of disbelief. "How is this possible? My heavens! This is nothing short of a medical miracle." Chapter 20. Lin Yi's Speculation. The clamorous voices and expressions of astonishment echoed through the hospital room, leaving both the Lin family and the elite medical team from Guangyao Hospital in utter shock at the scene before them. Lin Tianyuan, who had been on the brink of death, now exhibited vital signs that had returned to normal, his complexion flushed and his breathing steady, appearing as though he were merely asleep. "We need to conduct a comprehensive examination of President Lin immediately to assess his current condition." The elderly doctor, regaining his composure, commanded the medical staff. Upon hearing his words, the medical personnel promptly commenced their examination of Lin Tianyuan. The results once again astonished them. Good heavens! President Lin's body has nearly fully recovered. The site of the aortic dissection has seemingly healed on its own. All of his organs are functioning normally. Heart rate, rhythm, and respiration are all stable. After a series of examinations, the medical personnel present were utterly astonished. A person who had been on the brink of death merely moments ago had suddenly regained a state of normalcy within just a few minutes. Even the damaged aortic dissection seemed to have healed. This could only be described as a miracle, although they could not comprehend how such an extraordinary event had transpired. They were certain it was intrinsically linked to Qin Tian. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, filled with a complex array of emotions: shock, confusion, and admiration. The admiration, particularly, emanated from Lin Yi, whose excitement surpassed that of anyone else present. Truly, he thought, as a disciple of Mount Shu, there must be many formidable individuals like Qin Tian within the sect. Perhaps it was the volume of their exclamations that roused Lin Tianyuan, who had previously kept his eyes tightly shut. Upon opening his eyes, he wore an expression of bewilderment, glancing around before weakly inquiring, "Where am I?" The moment his words echoed, the previously boisterous ward fell into an abrupt silence, all gazes swiftly converging upon him. The three sisters of the Lin family promptly crouched by his bedside. "Dad, you're finally awake. Dad, how do you feel now? Dad, is there anywhere in your body that still feels uncomfortable?" Lin Tianyuan's wife, Siamei Fun, also approached him with concern, tears brimming in her eyes as she grasped his hand. "Tianyuan, is this not a dream? The doctor just said you were close to death." In the face of his family's concern, Lin Tianyuan appeared utterly perplexed. "I feel as though I've merely woken from slumber. What exactly happened?" As soon as Lin Tianyuan posed his question, Dean Song Jiwen hastily interjected to clarify. "It is as follows, Mr. Lin. Your emotional agitation led to a critical rupture of the aortic dissection, placing you in a perilous situation." After Song Jiwen elaborated on the circumstances, a look of understanding dawned upon Lin Tianyuan's face. "So that is how it is. No wonder I saw both my mother and myself earlier. My condition was so dire, yet you managed to save me. Truly, you're the finest doctors in the Dragon Kingdom. Once I recover, I shall express my deepest gratitude." Upon hearing this, Dean Song Jiwen and the others exchanged awkward glances. "Mr. Lin, it was not we who saved you, but rather young Master Lin Yi who sought assistance for your treatment. While Lu Lao and the others exerted themselves in your rescue, your condition was exceedingly complex, and they were at a loss. It was young Master Lin Yi who brought his senior brother, and only then did your condition begin to improve. We cannot take credit for this. Yes, Dad, we truly owe this to Xiao Yi and his senior brother." Lin Shuejiao chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Lin Tianyuan displayed a look of confusion, his gaze beginning to search among the throng. Ultimately, it settled upon Lin Yi. Observing Lin Yi, who leaned against the wall at the door of the hospital room, his eyes brimmed with guilt. "Xiao Yi, I am truly sorry. I have failed in my duty as a father. I deserve this punishment. It is the heaven's retribution for my transgressions." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi cast him a cold glance. "Perhaps we were never meant to be father and son. Now that your ailment has been treated by my master, and he wishes to remain untainted by karmic ties, you must pay the corresponding medical fees. Furthermore, as per our prior agreement, having healed you, I shall be the heir to the Lin group." As soon as Lin Yi uttered these words, Lin Tianyuan readily assented. "No problem. Your master saved my life. Any medical expenses are but a small price to pay. As for you taking over the Lin group, that is only natural. Even without your insistence, I would hand it over to you, as long as you are willing to return to the Lin family." In that moment, a flicker of joy crossed Lin Tianyuan's face. "Very well." Nodding, Lin Yi respectfully approached Qin Tian. "Master, I am grateful for your assistance. How much do you deem appropriate for the medical fees?" "Well, in our realm, we value fate. Let's settle on this figure." As he spoke, Qin Tian gestured with his fingers to signify 8. Seeing his gesture, Lin Yi nodded. "Understood." The next moment, he turned to Lin Tianyuan and stated, "My master requests 80 million. Would you prefer cash, a bank transfer, or a check?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's declaration, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had only anticipated a figure of 800,000, yet Lin Yi had escalated it to 80 million. Just as he thought Lin Tianyuan might balk at such an amount, Lin Tianyuan, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. "Very well, my life is worth far more than 80 million. Let alone 80 million, I would even consider 800 million. Xiao Yi, have her master provide his bank account details. I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds this afternoon." After making this statement, Lin Tianyuan suddenly inquired with curiosity, "Xiao Yi, may I ask who your master is?" "Do not inquire about what you should not know. The name of my master is not one that just anyone is worthy of knowing. You need only understand that my master exists on a different plane than us. Do not be deceived by your status as the wealthiest in Greenvine. You lack the qualifications to meet my master. Lin, he spoke these words with pride. For in his mind, the Shu Mountain sect was akin to a legendary, formidable, reclusive sect of immortal cultivators, an existence known only to the upper echelons of Longhua, belonging to a realm of the extraordinary. According to the setting within the tomato novel, such transcendent sects could extinguish a local tycoon as easily as they would an insignificant ant. Lin Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback by this assertion. His expression tinged with gravity as he nodded, recalling certain rumors. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, standing aside, was preoccupied with picking at his shoes with his toes, feeling awkward after Lin Yi's earlier remarks. Chapter 21. A windfall of 80 million arrives at the exuberant age of youthful exuberance. Lin Yi, having consumed a plethora of tomato novels, naturally indulged in considerable flights of fancy. This was precisely what Qin Tian desired. Upon realizing that the money would soon be deposited, he was disinclined to linger any longer in such an odd company. The members of the Lin family appeared rather peculiar. Junior brother, I have already cured your father's ailment. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, feel free to message me, Qin Tian announced. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi hastily interjected, Senior brother, allow me to arrange a vehicle to take you home. No need. I shall return on my own, Qin Tian replied, dismissively waving his hand. With that, he ambled towards the ward's exit, drawing the curious gazes of those within, their eyes filled with intrigue. Once he departed, the attention of the Lin family shifted back to Lin Yi. Xiao, he, who exactly is your senior brother? He seems remarkably formidable. Lin Xuejiao was the first to break the silence. Initially reluctant to engage, Lin Yi felt an irresistible urge to boast upon hearing her question. My senior brother is no ordinary person. As he continued to embellish, he soon realized he was at a loss for words, for aside from knowing Qin Tian's name, he possessed little else in terms of knowledge about him. Ahem, there are some matters I cannot divulge to you. Knowing them would bring no benefit, he concluded. Immediately, Lin Tianyuan, reclining on the hospital bed, hastily echoed, Xiao Yi speaks the truth. Both his senior brother and his master are beings beyond our Lin family's reach. Were it not for Xiao Yi, we wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet them. His statement elicited expressions of astonishment among those present, particularly the three sisters of the Lin family. In their minds, the Lin family was the wealthiest in Ultang, a notable presence in all of Longhua. Who then could be so exalted that they were deemed unworthy of meeting? The more they pondered, the more their curiosity grew. Lin Xuezhu, the youngest of the three sisters, while aiding Lin Tianyuan with water, inquired with wonder, Father, do such beings truly exist? Indeed, they do. You are still young and unaware. While our Lin family may be the wealthiest in Ultang, in the grand scope of Longhua, we are but insignificant. Countless entities could crush us under a single finger. Are you aware of the Li family? Before the Lin family ascended to prominence, the entire Greenvine was nearly under their control. It is said that the Li family was uprooted due to offending an unassailable entity. Listening to Lin Tianyuan's solemn narration, the expressions of the Lin family members grew somewhat grave. Xiao Yi, I understand your resentment towards us. However, you are still of the Lin bloodline, my own son. Your sect likely wishes for you to divulge little information, but fret not. We are understanding. Since you have acquired such an extraordinary opportunity, I hope you will cherish it. In the future, should your sect have any needs or tasks, you may freely utilize the resources and manpower of the Lin family. We are counting on you for the future of the Lin family. Observing Lin Tianyuan, who lay somber on the hospital bed, Lin Yi eventually nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall manage the Lin family diligently. It is a task entrusted to me by my master. Thus, although Lin Yi still felt a rift with the Lin family, he ultimately succeeded in taking control of the Lin group. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, and Qin Tian, who was cultivating within the Shushan cave abode, suddenly opened his eyes. This is peculiar. I have already achieved the consummation of Qi cultivation. Should not the foundation establishment be a simple matter? Why have I been at it for so long without a breakthrough? I wish to discern the differences between foundation establishment and Qi cultivation. Is foundation establishment truly this challenging? The protagonists in those cultivation novels seem to accomplish it effortlessly. In those novels, it seems that foundation establishment requires a foundation establishment pill. Let me see if the system store has any available. With that thought, he opened the Sect store and, after a brief search, indeed found a foundation establishment pill. However, upon seeing the pill's exorbitant price, he immediately frowned. 10,000 points of sect reputation? Why is it so expensive? He had only accumulated a little over 1,000 sect reputation points. It remained uncertain how long it would take to gather enough to purchase the foundation establishment pill. Wait a moment, when did my sect reputation increase so significantly? I recall it was just above 1,000 before, yet now it has risen to over 3,000. Staring at the panel displaying 242 points of sect reputation, Qin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, when he accepted Zhou Yufei, the system rewarded him with 1,000 points of reputation, and later, when he accepted Lin Yi, the system awarded him another 500. After deducting the points spent on purchasing cultivation methods for Zhou Yufei and Lin Yi, he should have only had around 1,300 points. Yet now, it had surged to over 3,000. Finding this discrepancy unsettling, he hurriedly inquired of the system. System, aside from completing tasks, are there any other avenues to acquire reputation? No sooner had he posed the question than the system promptly responded. Sect reputation can be obtained through the following channels. 1. Completing sect tasks, including those accomplished by the host and the disciples. 2. When sect disciples or the host perform remarkable deeds that garner widespread acclaim for the sect. 3. To manifest one's divine prowess before others. 4. To vanquish demons and dispel malevolent spirits. 5. To rescue the suffering populace. As Qin Tian perused the various avenues for acquiring sect prestige outlined by the system, he began to grasp the situation. It dawned on him that there were indeed numerous channels for gaining recognition. It seemed that Lin Yi and Zhou Yufei's recent exploits must have astonished others. Moreover, having just intervened to save Lin Tianyuan, although they were yet unaware of the illustrious name of Mount Shu, it did not detract from the augmentation of sect prestige. Thus, it could be inferred that the greater the number of disciples, the more rapidly the sect's reputation would flourish. Contemplating this, Qin Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that were the case, he should take the opportunity to recruit several more disciples to infuse some excitement into this mundane world. With that thought, he lost interest in further cultivation. Rising, he soared on his sword, exiting the ethereal realm of Mount Shu and returning to the tangible world. Upon his return to reality, his phone buzzed. Initially believing it to be a message from someone, he was taken aback when he unlocked the screen to find a shocking notification. It was a bank transfer message. Dragon Country Construction Bank. On March XX, 2025, Lin Group initiated a transfer of 80,000 RMB to your construction bank account, ending in 7665. Please be advised, this message does not serve as a receipt. Staring at the long string of zeros in the transfer message, Qin Tian's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. They really did transfer 80 million to me. How astonishingly generous. Indeed, for the affluent, 80 million is but a trifle. Truly, my excellent disciple lives up to the name. Now that he had come into wealth, it was time to indulge a little. Chapter 22. The Exceptional Fire Spiritual Route. Although he managed a vocational training school, Qin Tian had not earned a dime since taking over. Rather, he had invested all his savings into it. Presently, he had only a few hundred yuan to his name, and with the sudden influx of 80 million, he found himself at a loss for how to spend it. After some contemplation, he resolved to enhance his quality of life. With this determination, he hopped into his modest van and drove straight to the city center. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the sun had yet to set. In high spirits, Qin Tian drove while enjoying music from the car stereo, occasionally humming along. Upon entering the city, he headed directly to the most upscale shopping mall. Once inside, he treated himself to a lavish array of clothing, followed by a delightful feast at a high-end seafood buffet. Lastly, he remembered to order an assortment of premium household appliances and furniture. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, as he passed a mobile phone store, a thought suddenly struck him. It was time to upgrade his phone. As he stepped into the specialty store, an unexpected spark of inspiration struck him while he was testing the new mobile phone. Indeed, he mused, there seems to be something missing. I must create an illusion of bustling prosperity akin to that of Mount Shu. With this thought in mind, he summoned a store attendant. Bring me 500 units of this phone, he commanded. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. Sir, did you just say 500 units? Yes, 500. I intend to purchase them as employee benefits, with the lowest specifications available. Is that not possible here? Upon hearing Qin Tian's explanation, The attendant nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I will call to arrange the stock immediately. It should arrive within half an hour. Please, take a seat over here. Qin Tian waited in the lounge for half an hour while the store prepared 500 mobile phones for him. After settling the payment, he wheeled out the substantial order of phones from the mall. His decision to buy such a large quantity was driven by a specific purpose. Each phone would serve as a disguise. He had already formulated a plan. Upon returning, he would establish a grand group for Mount Shu and create a multitude of accounts to join it. Whenever he accepted new disciples, they would be added to the group. Just as he was satisfied and ready to return to school, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! A rare fire spirit root has been detected ahead. Please proceed to recruit this disciple, whose exceptional talent will grant you additional special rewards upon their admission. As Qin Tian prepared to start his vehicle, his eyes instantly gleamed upon hearing the notification. A rare fire spirit root? What exceptional quality is this? How does Blue Star possess so many cultivation prodigies? I must see what this rare fire spirit root looks like. With that, he parked the car again, secured the doors, and stowed the phones in his storage pouch. Following the system's guidance, he swiftly arrived at the front of a residential building. As he approached, he was greeted by the blaring sirens of emergency vehicles. Looking up, he noticed thick plumes of smoke billowing from the roof, interspersed with flickers of orange flames. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a shattered window fell, landing in front of shop below, startling the onlookers. At that moment, several fire trucks sped down the adjacent road, 3 of which entered the residential complex, while a ladder truck positioned itself in an open area in front of the building. Once parked, 6 fully equipped firefighters emerged from within the truck. Seeing them, Qin Tian immediately activated his divination technique. In an instant, the aura above the heads of those present became vividly apparent to him. The majority of the individuals emanated a white aura, signifying that they were destined to lead ordinary lives. A select few, however, radiated a blue aura, indicating that they would achieve certain accomplishments in the future. Yet among the 6 firefighters, one individual's aura stood in stark contrast to the others. A swirling mass of crimson fire enveloped his head. Observing this spectacle, Qin Tian's heart suddenly understood. This man was the extraordinary fire spirit root, a rather intriguing choice for a firefighter. However, the pressing question remained, how could he take him as an apprentice? Surely, he could not simply approach and inquire whether he would be willing to become his disciple. While Qin Tian pondered the most appropriate method to recruit the firefighter standing before him, the firefighter and his comrades were also gazing upward. Captain Song, the situation appears rather dire. The fire seems to be above the 40th floor, and our aerial ladder cannot reach such heights, remarked a young firefighter with a cherubic face after casting a glance at the inferno. Upon receiving the fire alarm, I conducted a quick search, and this residential building is entirely over 48 stories tall. The fire has ignited on the 45th floor, and given the current circumstances, there is a significant risk that the flames will spread to adjacent floors. Preliminary investigations suggest that the cause of the blaze is an explosion from an electric bike battery. Another firefighter contributed, analyzing the situation. Those developers are truly reprehensible for constructing such towering edifices. When a fire occurs, where is one to escape? Lamented another firefighter, his frustration palpable. And those who haul electric bike batteries upstairs. Haven T, they learn enough from the countless tragedies? The remaining 3 firefighters shared in their indignation, their teeth grinding in discontent. Only the firefighter referred to as Captain Song maintained an air of calm. Captain Song, whose full name was Song Yen, served as the deputy leader of the firefighting squad under the Green Vine City Fire Department, boasting 8 years of experience in the field, making him a seasoned veteran. Hearing the discourse among his team, he first glanced at his watch, then addressed the assembled firefighters. You must first evacuate the onlookers. This area is far too hazardous. Should there be any additional explosive materials above, we could face falling debris at any moment. Also, ascertain whether the occupants of the affected units are still inside. Yes, Captain Song. With that, the 5 firefighters sprang into action. As soon as the crowd was dispersed, they located a homeowner who had been caught up in the chaos, specifically the resident of Unit 4603. At that moment, he appeared remarkably unperturbed, as if the flames did not threaten his home at all. When he was brought before Song Yin, the captain could not help but inquire, how can you remain so composed when your house is ablaze? The shirtless homeowner merely chuckled in response. What else can I do if I remain unperturbed? The fire has already ignited, and there is nothing of value left in my home. If worst comes to worst, I shall simply renovate once more. Have all the members of your household descended? Yes, they have. I'm the only one left. The moment I caught sight of the smoke, I hastily made my way down the stairs, utterly exhausted. As he spoke, the burly man, shirtless, wiped the sweat from his brow. What about the residents of the apartment where the fire has broken out? Have they all made it down? Upon hearing this inquiry, the shirtless man paused to reflect before nodding. They must have come down. I just saw an elderly person from that household watching the commotion. No sooner had the shirtless man uttered these words than someone nearby interjected. There are still people in that household, including an 11-year-old girl. At this revelation, Song Yin's gaze immediately shifted. Just then, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Reacting instinctively to the commotion, Song Yin looked up and was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. There, on the balcony of the burning floor, stood a little girl in her pajamas, precariously balanced on the railing, her body mostly suspended in midair. Chapter 23: Firefighter Song Yin and the Fire-Repelling Talismans. The moment the girl appeared outside on the balcony, the hearts of all present leapt into their throats, whether they were onlookers or fellow firefighters like Song Yin. Good heavens! There is still a little girl up there. I recognize her. She is the child from apartment 4503. Yes, indeed, that is her. She is a classmate of my son. Why is she home at this hour? I just encountered her grandfather moments ago, yet he failed to mention that his granddaughter was trapped inside. When I saw him enjoying the spectacle, I assumed she was out. What on earth is going on? This is truly tragic. Such a young girl. And if anything were to happen, her life could be in jeopardy. Do not worry. The firefighters have already ascended and should be able to rescue her shortly. At that moment, the little girl made a startling move that heightened everyone's anxiety. She began to inch her way from her balcony to the neighboring one. However, the flames were growing increasingly fierce, and the smoke thickened, gradually encroaching towards the adjacent apartment. Unfortunately, the neighboring balcony was enclosed, leaving her to cling desperately to the railing, standing precariously at the window's edge, with the risk of falling looming ever closer. Just then, Song Yan's radio crackled to life with his teammate's voice. Captain, we have a situation. There is no water in the fire hose on this floor, and the door to the burning apartment is locked tight, necessitating forcible entry. I fear that if we open the door, a rush of oxygen will exacerbate the flames. Upon hearing this, Song Yan's expression changed dramatically. What a neighboring household. Find a way to open their door and enter from next door. Understood, Captain. As the words were exchanged, the sound of violent door breaching echoed through the intercom. However, just as everyone believed that breaking through the door would lead to the rescue of the young girl, she unexpectedly made a move that left all spectators astounded. She climbed back to her own balcony once more. Witnessing this scene, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. What is she doing? Why has she returned? Indeed, she was so close to safety. If only the firefighters could break through the door of the adjacent house, they could reach the balcony and save her. Why would she go back? Does she wish for her own demise? While the crowd expressed their confusion, Qin Tian, standing among them, perceived the truth clearly. In his eyes, the girl was not retreating without reason. There was a small stray dog on her balcony. Her return was a resolute act to save the little dog. As for why she would risk her life for it, the reasons remained unclear. Perhaps it was her inherent kindness, or perhaps the dog held immense significance for her. At this moment, a proper rescue seemed increasingly implausible. As the on-site commander, Song Yin, sprinted through the community while urgently communicating over the intercom. To the rooftop. Immediately ascend to the rooftop and prepare for a descent. Additionally, initiate cooling measures for the adjacent area. As Song Yin dashed further into the community, Qin Tian slipped away towards a nearby greenbelt. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he employed his invisibility technique, vanishing from sight, and swiftly followed Song Yin. Meanwhile, inside the blazing room 4503, a disheveled young girl huddled in the corner of the balcony, clutching a similarly frazzled black stray dog. She held 2 damp towels, one to cover her mouth and nose, and the other to shield the dog, gazing at the fierce flames engulfing the living room. Her only recourse was to close the glass door to the balcony. Yet how long could this hold? It wouldn't be long before the intense heat shattered the glass, allowing the ravenous flames to consume her entirely. Nevertheless, her eyes reflected little fear. Rather, they were filled with despair. Xiaobai, are we going to die here today? Your mother has abandoned you. My mother has forsaken me, and now my father shows no concern. Even my grandfather dislikes me. When he left, he locked the door, intending to burn me alive, right? Why is it that I have family, yet none wish to care for me? Perhaps it is better to perish now. At least I have you by my side in my final moments. Do not be afraid, little one. a voice whispered amidst the chaos. Such a great fire should soon consume us, but I wonder if it will hurt. I hope in my next life, I can be reborn into a family where both parents love me. As the little girl spoke, large tears began to roll down her dark cheeks, tracing long paths on her face. At that moment, the flames in the living room surged once more. The balcony glass, unable to withstand the searing heat, cracked with a loud pop. With another resounding crack, the glass doors shattered, and flames erupted fiercely, just as the two small figures seemed destined to be engulfed. A commanding voice resonated from within the room. Disperse. In an instant, the flames retreating as if encountering their nemesis. A vacuum enveloped the balcony. Within this void stood an elderly man clad in a robe, impervious to the fiery onslaught just a meter away from him. The little girl, who had buried her head in her knees, lifted it upon sensing something amiss. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the robed elder. The next moment, he turned to her, his expression gentle. "Child, are you unharmed?" Hearing his voice and witnessing his warm smile, the little girl was momentarily stunned. After a pause, she exclaimed in delight, "Grandpa, are you a deity? Are you here to take me away? You may regard me as a divine being, but I am not here to take you. I am here to save you." With that, he executed a fire control technique containing the flames within a certain radius. Subsequently, he purchased 2 fire-warding talismans from the Sect store, expending 100 prestige points. "Here, take one of these talismans and keep it close. The other one, if someone comes to rescue you, hand it to them. With this talisman, the flame shall not harm you." After ensuring she had secured the talismans, he summoned his flying sword and soared from the balcony. He did not wish to abandon the little girl, but others were already en route to her rescue. Chapter 24, An Unbelievable Scene. "Captain, the rooftop door is locked, and we are exerting all efforts to break through. It will take about 2 more minutes." A voice crackled through the walkie-talkie as Song Yin ascended the burning building with utmost urgency. Rage surged within him upon hearing those words. The fire hoses had no water, and the rooftop door was sealed. What on earth were they attempting to do? Immediately contact the property manager and demand their presence. Let them prepare for a lawsuit. 2 minutes felt interminable. The child within could not withstand such a weight. Break down the door within a minute. The urgency was palpable. Soon, the sounds of violent door breaches and the firefighters' curses echoed on the other end of the line. At that moment, both Song Yin and the other firefighters present were consumed with anxiety. With every passing minute, the child trapped in the inferno faced diminishing odds of survival, and no one could predict what might unfold within the flames. After a minute of vigorous effort, the firefighters finally created a substantial opening in the rooftop door using hydraulic tools. They swiftly ascended to the rooftop, equipped with their descending apparatus, heading toward the source of the blaze. Once one end of the descending gear was securely fastened, a brave firefighter attached the safety buckle to himself and without hesitation, vaulted over the rooftop wall, rapidly descending. In less than half a minute, he reached the 45th floor. However, upon witnessing the scene on the balcony, the young firefighter was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Following his gaze, he beheld room 4503, now fully engulfed in flames, the scorching fire rolling like waves within. Yet, amidst this inferno, a little girl sat calmly, cradling a small dog. A 1-meter radius around her appeared to be a vacuum, untouched by the encroaching flames. Whenever a tongue of fire dared to approach, an invisible force repelled it. The sight was so extraordinary that even this firefighter, with 2 years of experience, had never encountered anything like it, leading him to a state of shock. As he stood there in astonishment, the voice of Song Yin crackled through his walkie-talkie. "Lai Ging, what are you doing? Hurry in and rescue her. If you delay, the child inside will perish." Hearing this, the firefighter snapped back to reality and spoke into the device. "Captain, it seems the child is unharmed." "How would she be unharmed? With a fire of this magnitude, every second she remains inside is a matter of life and death." "Captain, I can't explain it fully, but that child seems impervious to the flames. They are parting around her. I swear, I'm not deceiving you. Enough with the explanations. Get in there and save her." "Understood, I'm going in now." With a face etched with complex emotions, the firefighter deftly maneuvered and successfully entered the balcony of room 4503. Upon hearing the noise, the trapped little girl looked up, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of the descending firefighter. "Firefighter uncle, are you here to save me?" "Yes, I'm here to rescue you. We must leave quickly. It could become dangerous." "Hee hee, there's no danger. The fire can't hurt me. Just look." as a little girl resolutely stepped toward the raging inferno in front of the firefighter. Extending her palm, the once terrifying flames immediately recoiled to the side. Wherever she ventured, the fire retreated. This astonishing scene left the firefighter in sheer disbelief. What on earth was happening? Though taken aback, he had little time to ponder, swiftly scooping up the little girl who still yearned to advance, and retreated toward the balcony. Ultimately, he successfully brought her back to the rooftop. Meanwhile, Song Yin and the others awaited anxiously on the rooftop. When a young firefighter emerged with the girl, a flicker of excitement crossed everyone's faces, followed by a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the child was safe, and that was all that mattered. Once the property management arrived, they would surely face their ire. At that moment, however, Song Yin approached the firefighter directly. Lei Gang, what on earth were you doing? Why did it take so long? The young firefighter was about to explain when a sudden explosion resonated from below. Boom! Following the thunderous blast, the entire building trembled. In shock, the firefighters rushed to the edge of the rooftop to peer down. In an instant, they beheld a long serpent of flames surging from the apartment adjacent to room 4503. Clearly, the explosion had originated there. Upon witnessing this unforeseen spectacle, Song Yan's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening in room 4504? That was no ordinary explosion. Contact the property management immediately. We need to ascertain the contents of the neighboring apartment. Yes. However, before they can make the call, the recently rescued little girl spoke up. The elderly lady next door sells balloons. She has many canisters. I saw them once. At her revelation, the faces of all the firefighters on the rooftop turned ashen. Song Yin rushed to the little girl, urgency etched on his face. Little sister, are you certain you didn't TC? Do they really have many canisters? I didn't TC wrong. The old lady once gave me a balloon. She takes many balloons to the park every day to sell, the little girl affirmed with unwavering conviction. Her resolute answer plunged the hearts of the firefighters into despair. Captain, those canisters she mentioned could very well be hydrogen tanks. Although selling hydrogen balloons is now strictly prohibited, hydrogen is significantly cheaper than helium. And those elderly folks often seek the less expensive option. They must have purchased hydrogen. The recent explosion is suspected to have originated from a hydrogen gas cylinder, likely containing a minimal amount of gas. Had there been a greater volume, the blast would have been of a more catastrophic magnitude. However, uncertainty remains regarding the presence of additional hydrogen cylinders in the vicinity. At this juncture, a firefighter beside him refrained from elaborating further, yet the implications were unmistakable. Should a hydrogen gas cylinder detonate, the resultant force could rival that of a bomb, and a larger quantity could potentially send the occupants of the entire building to their demise, including themselves. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yin, the on-site commander, promptly initiated a series of measures, which encompassed cooling down several already ignited rooms with water cannons and locating the owner of room 4504 to ascertain pertinent details. Nevertheless, the paramount objective remained to relocate all remaining hydrogen cylinders from room 4504 to a secure area in the shortest possible time. Defying the counsel of his peers, Song Yin resolutely assumed this daunting responsibility, despite the fervent objections of the other firefighters. Determined, he donned his protective gear and prepared to descend to the 45th floor to forcibly enter room 4504 and remove the hazardous explosive materials within. At that moment, the young girl they had rescued approached him unexpectedly. Chapter 25, The Enigmatic Fire Prevention Charm. Fully prepared, Song Yin managed to muster a smile as the little girl stood before him. Little sister, do you wish to share something with me? No, Uncle Firefighter. I have something I want to give you. Something for me? Song Yin inquired, puzzled, as the girl produced the fire prevention charm previously gifted to her by Qin Tian. This was given to me by an elderly gentleman. He instructed me to present this charm to anyone entering the fire scene to combat the flames. An elderly gentleman? Song Yan's expression was one of astonishment. Yes, a divine old man saved me just moments ago. Without him, I would have perished in the flames, the little girl asserted with conviction. Upon hearing her words, Song Yin and the firefighters exchanged incredulous glances, clearly skeptical of her claims. They speculated that her assertions were mere delusions induced by smoke inhalation, questioning the existence of any elderly gentleman in such a high rise. Only the firefighter who had previously rescued the girl displayed a contemplative demeanor, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. Uncle, please take it as a talisman, the girl urged. Ultimately, succumbing to her heartfelt plea, Song Yin carefully accepted the charm. "Thank you, little sister. This talisman shall surely bring me good fortune." With that, he hurriedly made his way downstairs. Meanwhile, firefighting efforts were underway. The fire engines had extended their long ladders, and 3 trucks simultaneously unleashed torrents of water to cool the blazing floors. Upon reaching the 45th floor, Song Yin immediately turned to his companion and commanded, "Open the door." Although the act of opening the door posed a risk of an explosive flare-up, their urgency outweighed their concerns, and they swiftly retrieved their tools to force the entry. In less than half a minute, the door to room 4504 was breached. The moment the door swung open, billowing smoke accompanied by fierce tongues of flame erupted forth. The influx of oxygen exacerbated the already rampant fire within the room. Under normal circumstances, one would first employ water to cool the area before gradually controlling the blaze. Yet, the present situation was far from normal. The presence of hydrogen tanks posed a significant threat not only to the building, but also to the surrounding residents, necessitating immediate action. Taking a deep breath, fully equipped, Song Yin plunged into the inferno. He had anticipated that the ensuing actions would be exceedingly arduous. However, to his astonishment, as he entered the flames, they began to part around him. Wherever he stepped, the fire receded as if he were enveloped in an invisible shield. Stunned by this phenomenon, he thought to himself, "What is happening? Why is this occurring?" In disbelief, he reached out to touch the flames nearby. To his shock, the moment his hand approached, the fire retreated. Even when he extended his hand into the blaze, he felt no heat whatsoever. Bewildered, he pondered the implications. Could it be that the talisman he had seen earlier, as described by the little girl, was indeed genuine? For now, he resolved to locate the hydrogen tanks and remove them without delay. With that determination, he began to search the chaotic room. Before long, he discovered 4 buried hydrogen tanks, along with one that had already exploded. Grasping the 4 relatively safe tanks, Song Yin rushed out of the room with them as quickly as possible. The entire endeavor was surprisingly smooth. He even felt that his gear was superfluous. As he emerged from the room, clutching the hydrogen tanks, the firefighters waiting anxiously outside immediately clenched their fists in excitement. "Impressive work, Captain. You resolved it so swiftly," they exclaimed. However, Song Yin paid them no mind. After delivering the hydrogen tanks to the firefighting corridor, he promptly seized firefighting equipment from his colleagues and dashed back into the blaze. Unharmed by the flames, he single-handedly extinguished all visible fire within room 4504, resembling a warrior in battle. When he emerged from the room, the other firefighters were left in stunned silence. Yet, without engaging in further conversation, Song Yin pointed decisively at the door of room 4503 and commanded, "Open the door." Upon hearing the words, the crowd hastily opened the door to room 4503. At that moment, the flames within had mostly subsided. The intensity was significantly diminished, yet there remained a lingering risk. Nevertheless, Song Yin paid no heed to the danger, brandishing the water gun and charging inside. After 10 minutes, when he emerged once more, the blaze in room 4503 had been entirely extinguished. He emerged with merely a slight soiling of his attire. After successfully quelling 2 significant fires in succession, Song Yin slowly removed his gear and retrieved the talisman the little girl had given him. However, as soon as he produced the talisman, it crumbled to dust as if weathered by time. Witnessing the spectacle, disbelief filled his gaze. Even he, despite his simplicity, understood that his ability to evade the flames was entirely due to this talisman. Yet, he was perplexed by the nature of this talisman and its astonishing efficacy. Could there truly be deities? As he pondered, his teammates quickly gathered around him, their curiosity palpable. Without hesitation, Song Yin recounted the events in detail. At that moment, the firefighter who had previously descended to rescue the little girl spoke up again. "I told you, Captain, what I witnessed was precisely that. The little girl sat there, untouched by the flames. I mentioned it, yet you were skeptical. Now you must believe. Is there really such magic in this world? This has already occurred. What more is there to doubt? Could it be that, as the little girl said, an elderly deity truly exists? Perhaps there are indeed divine beings in this world." Half an hour later, after successfully extinguishing all sources of fire and ensuring no further hazards remained, Song Yin and his team departed from the blazing building. As they exited, the gathered crowd erupted into applause and cheers, a sight to which Song Yin and his colleagues were already accustomed. However, just as they made their way toward the fire truck to leave, Song Yin suddenly spotted an old Taoist priest with flowing white hair and long eyebrows standing amidst the crowd. in stark contrast to the surrounding onlookers. The old priest appeared strikingly out of place. Yet, upon focusing his gaze, Song Yin found the old priest had vanished. What was happening? Was it merely an illusion? Captain, what is the matter? A nearby teammate inquired, curiosity etched on their face. It's nothing, I just thought I saw someone. But it must have been a figment of my imagination. With that, he proceeded directly to the fire truck. As he settled into the seat, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Chapter 26. A Dream of Yellow Millet. Captain, wake up, wake up. The brigade has received another fire alert. In a state of confusion, Song Yin felt someone nudging him. Upon opening his eyes, he found his teammates gazing at him. Huh, did I just doze off? Indeed. You fell asleep as soon as you got in the car. It seems you did not rest well last night. Upon hearing his teammates' remark, Song Yin nodded. He indeed felt a bit fatigued. By the way, what did you just say? Is there another fire incident? Yes. The team just reported that a chemical plant in the western suburbs is ablaze, and since we're the closest, they have instructed us to head there immediately. How could there be another fire? It seems there will be no rest for us today. Furrowing his brow, Song Yin promptly spoke into the intercom. Proceed to the industrial area in the western suburbs. No sooner had his words left his lips than their convoy of 5 fire trucks, sirens blaring, sped toward the west of Greenvine City. 15 minutes later, while still aboard the fire truck, Song Yin spotted thick plumes of smoke rising in the distance, the air saturated with a pungent odor, and flickers of flames could be seen. Witnessing such a scene, Song Yin immediately urged the driver, increase speed. After a few more minutes, they finally arrived at the industrial area in the western suburbs. A single glance revealed the burning factory, which had transformed into a towering torch. Fierce flames leaping from its roof, dense smoke almost enveloping the entire area. The fire appeared poised to spread to adjacent buildings. Seeing this, Song Yin swiftly leaped from the fire truck and calmly directed his teammates to commence firefighting operations. Up to this point, everything seemed normal. However, as his comrades approached the factory to combat the flames, calamity struck. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire building erupted as if it were a bomb. Instantly, the world was engulfed in fire, and Song Yin watched in horror as one teammate after another was consumed by the flames. No, no, no! In disbelief, Song Yin cried out. In the next moment, he jolted awake, only to find his teammates regarding him with puzzled expressions. Captain, what is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Observing the concerned faces of his comrades and the street scenery retreating beside him, Song Yin sighed in relief. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. It seems, Captain, you've been under a lot of mental strain lately. You fell asleep in the car. Upon hearing his teammates' teasing words, Song Yin managed to smile. Just then, a thought struck the teammate seated next to him. By the way, Captain, the brigade just called. They reported a fire incident and asked us to head over. Where's the fire? They said a chemical plant in the western suburbs is on fire, and since our squad is the closest, we are to go first. At this, Song Yin's expression changed dramatically, fear flooding his eyes. What did you say? A fire at the chemical plant in the western suburbs? What's going on? His teammate looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. Reflecting on the contents of his recent dream, Song Yin's expression flickered between anxiety and uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Dreams are but illusions. After comforting himself for a moment, he addressed the intercom with urgency. Everyone, head to the western suburban industrial area immediately. With that, their convoy of 5 fire trucks sped toward the western suburban industrial area on the outskirts of Tang City. Minutes slipped by, and the industrial area came into view, the familiar scene reappearing in Song Yan's line of sight. Billowing smoke, towering flames, and the increasingly close steel structure of the factory stirred a rapid rhythm in his chest. How could this be? Why did the scene before him mirror that of my dream so precisely? He yearned to warn his comrades to halt their advance, to refrain from attempting to extinguish the inferno within the factory. Yet he understood he could not voice such thoughts. As a firefighter, obedience to orders was his paramount duty. To stop his teammates merely due to a dream would constitute grave dereliction of duty. It's all right, it's merely a dream. Reality may unfold differently. After another round of self-reassurance, the fire truck arrived at the factory entrance. As the on-site commander, he directed his companions to commence their rescue efforts, but not before consulting the relevant authorities about the situation inside the building. Upon learning that there were no explosive materials within, the firefighting commenced in earnest. However, just as his teammates approached the factory, a familiar sound reverberated through the air. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, lifting the entire structure off the ground. and once again he helplessly watched as the flames engulfed his comrades. No, no, no. Amidst his anguished cries, Song Yin felt a buzzing in his ears, and suddenly, the world began to spin, the faces of his teammates flashing before him. At that moment, he sensed someone calling out to him. Captain, Captain, we're back at the station. Wake up. Hearing the voice, Song Yin jolted awake, inhaling deeply as though surfacing from underwater. Taking a moment to gather himself, he glanced around and confirmed that the vehicle had indeed entered the precinct of the fire station. Observing his teammates disembarking from the fire truck one by one, he impulsively pinched the arm of a nearby comrade. Am I still dreaming? Captain, why are you pinching me? What do you mean by dreaming? Were you actually dreaming just now? The firefighter, feeling the pinch, looked at Song Yin with bewilderment. Indeed, I was dreaming. The station hasn't received any calls. Has it? No other fires? None. What? Is today as fire not enough for you? What did you dream about, Captain? Nothing. After a vague response, Song Yin retrieved the helmet placed in front of him, opened the truck door, and leaped out. As he walked towards the station building, he inadvertently caught sight of an elderly man with white hair standing beneath a tree adjacent to the station. Upon encountering the white-haired old Taoist, Song Yin was momentarily taken aback, for this venerable figure was none other than the same old priest he had seen beneath the blazing apartment building just moments before. How could he possibly be here? Had he outpaced the fire truck? In his astonishment, he quickly grasped the arm of a fellow firefighter. Taozi, do you see that old priest over there? The firefighter, upon hearing this, immediately turned to glance, bewildered. What old priest? Where did he come from? Song Yan's words trailed off, for the old Taoist who had been standing beneath the tree had now vanished into thin air. It's all right, you can go back and rest. However, just as he released his teammate, the old priest reappeared beneath the tree. Witnessing this phenomenon, Song Yan's expression shifted dramatically. To unravel this mystery, he first handed his hat to another comrade, and without even shedding his firefighting gear, he began to jog towards the exit of the fire station. Chapter 27. I am the master of Mount Shu, Changmei. The events of this day had been nothing short of extraordinary for Song Yin. First, he had acquired a talisman that could shield him from flames. Then he encountered an old Taoist who seemed far from ordinary. Along the way, he had even experienced an odd dream within a dream. Now back at the fire station, he was confronted once more by the enigmatic old priest. He sensed that these occurrences were not mere coincidences. The old Taoist undoubtedly had something significant to convey to him. With this thought in mind, he pursued the old priest, who led him to a small park adjacent to the fire station. It was dusk, and the park was bustling with people, yet they paid no heed to the old priest ahead of them. The old Taoist quickened his pace, moving so swiftly that even Song Yin, a seasoned firefighter, found it challenging to keep up. Fortunately, when the old priest reached a pavilion, he finally came to a halt. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he brushed off the stone bench within the pavilion and sat down slowly. Observing this, Song Yin hastened his steps and approached the old Taoist. Before he could utter a word, the old priest gestured toward a stone bench across from him and said, "Sit." Taken aback for a moment, Song Yin eventually settled down on the opposite bench. "You must be thirsty," the old Taoist remarked. "I mean, after extinguishing the fire and following me for so long, you must indeed be parched. I know you have many questions, but there is no need to rush. First, have some water." With that, the old priest waved his wide sleeve across the stone table. In the blink of an eye, a complete tea set materialized before Song Yan's astonished gaze, complete with a teapot and teacups. "Let's enjoy some tea." The old Taoist, calm and unhurried, poured a cup from the teapot and slid it toward Song Yin. Initially hesitant, Song Yin eventually lifted the teacup and drank it down in one gulp. As soon as his empty teacup was set down, the old Taoist priest refilled it to the brim. Drinking tea, Song Yin lifted the cup and downed the second serving in one gulp. After the prolonged exertion of extinguishing the fire, he indeed felt quite parched. Upon finishing the second cup, the old Taoist poured him a third. He continued to drink, as he had before, emptying the cup once more. Then came a fourth, fifth, and sixth cups. After a succession of 10 cups, Song Yan's stomach felt pleasantly distended. To his surprise, the seemingly palm-sized purple clay teapot in the old Taoist's hands managed to continuously pour out 10 cups of tea, and it appeared there was still more tea within. Just as the old Taoist prepared to pour an 11th cup, Song Yin hastily interjected, "Old Taoist, there's no need to pour more. I've had enough." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist finally set down the teapot and looked at him with a warm smile. "Since you're satisfied, feel free to ask any questions you may have." "Old Taoist, why have you been following me? Do you have something you wish to say? Song Yin immediately posed the question that had been lingering in his mind. At this moment, Qin Tian, disguised as the long-made Taoist, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have been following you, for you and I share a master-disciple bond. I have come down the mountain specifically to take you as my apprentice. Take me as your apprentice? Upon hearing Qin Tian's reply, confusion filled Song Yan's eyes. However, what Qin Tian said next left him utterly bewildered. Yes, I am known by the title Long Mei, the leader of the Shushan Sect. Shushan is the foremost of the orthodox sects in the world, dedicated to aiding the distressed and vanquishing evil. You possess an exceptional fire spirit root, making you the perfect candidate for cultivating fire magic. Leader of Shushan, orthodox sect, exceptional fire spirit root, fire magic? As he listened to this series of unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar terms, Song Yin felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. The familiarity stemmed from the fact that he had encountered these concepts in novels, while their strangeness arose from their existence solely in fiction, with no place in reality. Had these words come from a youthful individual rather than an ethereal old Taoist, he might well have advised them to delete the novel from their device. I understand you may not believe me, but you have witnessed it today, have you not? Those 2 fire-repelling talismans were given to that young lady by me. Without them, she would likely have perished in the flames, and that building might have been blown apart by gas canisters. Those talismans are merely the most basic of the many I possess. I also have a technique called fire control, which allows mastery over all flames. As he concluded his statement, Qin Tian suddenly spread his hands wide. With a soft explosion, a burst of flames suddenly erupted in the palm of his hand. As he infused his magical power into the fire, the initially modest flames, merely a few centimeters high, soared to over a meter in an instant, and the surrounding air temperature surged correspondingly. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Song Yin widened his eyes in astonishment, rendered utterly speechless. At that moment, the flames in Qin Tian's hand began to morph into various forms: firebirds, fire phoenixes, fire dragons, fire tigers, and fire bears. The destructive fire danced in his grasp like the most obedient of toys, conforming to his will and transforming into an array of shapes. After showcasing this mesmerizing display, Qin Tian clenched his fist, and the blazing inferno was instantly compressed into a puff of white smoke. What do you think of this fire manipulation technique? If you could master this skill, no flame would ever harm you again. Even the fiercest fire would be easily subdued at your command. It would swell when you willed it and extinguish when you desired. After witnessing the performance and hearing Qin Tian's words, Song Yin felt a tremendous stirring within his heart. A fragment of memory flickered in his mind. He was 7 years old, with a happy family, until one fateful night when a great fire obliterated everything, claiming his parents and destroying his home. Since then, he had resolved to become a firefighter, determined to prevent such tragedies from recurring. Yet, throughout his years as a firefighter, he continued to witness calamities unfold. Despite humanity's advancements in firefighting equipment and knowledge, conquering the wrath of fire remained an elusive goal. It was akin to the haunting imagery he had dreamed of not long ago. If only he possessed the ability to control fire like Qin Tian, he would no longer fear flames. He could protect not only himself, but also his comrades and those afflicted by the inferno. The change in his expression did not escape Qin Tian's notice. Moments later, Qin Tian inquired, "So, do you wish to learn? If you are willing to take me as your master and become my disciple in Shushan, I will impart this fire manipulation technique to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yin nodded vigorously. "I want to learn." "Very well. Go and request leave now. Afterward, return to find me here," Qin Tian instructed, waving his hand dismissively. In an instant, Song Yin felt himself being propelled backward. When the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness subsided, he suddenly found himself back in the fire truck, staring in confusion at the vehicle that had just parked in the fire station courtyard. What on earth was happening? Chapter 28. Another disciple, True Fire of Samadhi. At this moment, Song Yin was engulfed in existential doubt, unable to discern whether he was in the realm of reality or still ensnared within a dream. Observing his teammates disembark one after another, he hesitated for a moment before stepping down from the fire truck. Upon his descent, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the tree outside the squadron's courtyard. However, beneath that tree, there was no sign of the venerable elder. Could it be that everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination? Perhaps the pressures of recent days had taken their toll on him. With a shake of his head, he rose and made his way into the squadron's interior. Upon returning to his dormitory, after a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothing, He lay on his bed, prepared for a much-needed rest. Yet, sleep eluded him the moment he closed his eyes. Vivid memories of the inferno that had engulfed his childhood home, claiming his parents, flooded his mind. After struggling for an extended period to find solace in slumber, he decided to sit up. Recalling the earlier dream, he ventured towards the window, and a glance outside revealed the nearby park. The night had fallen, and the park was aglow with scattered lights. Perhaps a stroll would clear his mind. Minutes later, he stood at the entrance of the park, only to be taken aback by how the scene before him mirrored that of his dream. To the left, a group of elderly women danced joyfully. To the right, children played in the sand. And at the entrance, a couple embraced on a bench. What was this peculiar situation, if these figures were identical to those in his dream? Then, seemingly struck by a realization, Song Yin quickened his pace, soon arriving at the pavilion from his vision. The stone benches and tables remained. Yet the elder from his dream was nowhere to be found. Upon this discovery, a sheepish smile crept across his face. It appeared he had overthought the matter. Just as the thought escaped his lips, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "You have arrived." Startled by the sound, every hair on Song Yin's body stood on end. Turning around, he was astonished to find the stone bench, previously empty, occupied by an elderly Taoist monk, an exact replica of the one from his dream. The old man sat there beaming, with the same tea set displayed before him as in the dream. What was happening? Was he still ensnared in a dream? As confusion clouded his expression, the elder, disguised as a Taoist, spoke once more. "You are not dreaming. Everything you see is genuine. The elder previously utilized your dreams to guide you here. What transpires today is predestined by the heavens. We are fated to be master and disciple." After performing several acts, Qin Tian's skill in weaving fanciful tales had grown increasingly adept, and coupled with his current appearance, it was challenging for anyone to doubt him, including Song Yin. "Please, take a seat." He gestured towards the stone bench opposite him, gently waving his sleeve. In an instant, a refreshing breeze swept through, clearing away the withered leaves and twigs from a bench. Witnessing this spectacle, Song Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Finally seated, he could hardly contain his eagerness to speak. "The venerable Taoist, were the visions within my dreams truly authentic? Do you indeed possess magical abilities? Are you genuinely the leader of the Shushan sect?" "Naturally. It is all true. I am Taoist Changmei, the current master of Shushan. Whatever you beheld in your dreams is indeed a reflection of reality." As he spoke, a flame erupted from Qin Tian's palm, morphing into various forms, reminiscent of the earlier dream. In his astonishment, Song Yin quickly glanced around. "Taoist, are you not concerned about being seen by others?" "Haha, fret not. Only you can perceive me. Others remain oblivious." Qin Tian replied with a smile, stroking his beard. "So, would you consider becoming my disciple and joining Shushan? If you master my fire techniques, the mundane flames shall no longer harm you." Upon hearing this, Song Yin hastily responded, I am willing, but I still have my duties to attend to." "Are you worried that once you join Shushan, you can no longer continue your work as a firefighter?" Song Yin nodded. "You need not worry about that. Shushan emphasizes worldly cultivation. There is no requirement to endure in seclusion. Your work as a firefighter, extinguishing flames and saving lives, is also a form of cultivation. Once I guide you through the initiation ritual and impart my sect's fire techniques, you may return." Hearing this, Song Yin sighed in relief. "That is wonderful. If it is convenient for you now, I shall take you back to Shushan. Please hold on. I must inform my team first." With that, Song Yin took out his phone and dialed a number. After explaining the situation to his team, he turned to Qin Tian. "Taoist, it is done. Still calling me Taoist?" "Master. Very well, let us depart." Before Song Yin could react, Qin Tian seized his arm. In the next moment, amidst Song Yan's astonished gaze, Qin Tian summoned a flying sword and ascended into the sky. As the scenery below rushed past and the brisk evening wind enveloped him, Song Yin was both astonished and exhilarated. "I never imagined I could experience something akin to a novel's plot in the real world. Is this the legendary fortuitous encounter?" Soaring through the sky, Qin Tian soon brought Song Yin to the Shushan Vocational Training School. Like the previous two disciples, upon seeing the sign of the Shushan Vocational Institute, Song Yin initially thought he had gone astray, until Qin Tian plunged the flying sword into a portal. As Song Yin beheld the enchanting landscape within the Shushan realm and the towering celestial mountains, his eyes widened in awe. Is this really Shushan? Indeed, it seems a place where immortals reside. Minutes later, as the flying sword descended gently, Qin Tian led the astonished Song Yin to the grand hall of the Shushan sect. Upon arriving before the majestic entrance of the hall, Song Yin immediately felt a sense of restraint. Under the guidance of Qin Tian, he successfully completed the master-apprentice ceremony and the initiation rites. Just as the ceremony concluded, Qin Tian heard a system notification chime. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new disciple. Reward: 500 sect prestige and 100 spirit stones. Additionally, due to the exceptional aptitude of this disciple, you receive an extra reward of the 3 Flames True Fire Seed. Upon hearing the notification, a glimmer of joy flickered in Qin Tian's eyes. The 3 Flames True Fire was indeed a rare treasure. It seemed that this additional reward was correlated with the disciple's remarkable talent. However, he pondered whether this so-called 3 Flames True Fire was akin to the legendary version. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze towards Song Yin, who had just become a disciple of Shushan. Now that you have joined the ranks of Shushan disciples, I shall impart to you the art of fire control. Please close your eyes and concentrate. Hearing these words, Song Yin promptly shut his eyes. Qin Tian then placed a finger on his forehead, transferring the method of fire control to him, along with a technique for fire avoidance purchased from the Sect shop. Once the teachings were complete, Qin Tian bestowed upon him several spirit stones for his cultivation, while he himself soared into a forest within the blessed land. Chapter 29. 1,000 Swords. Flames in the Clouds. When he accepted Lin Yi earlier, the system had already rewarded him with a sword box. And now he had received the 3 Flames True Fire Seed. With some leisure time, he decided to examine these 2 items. With a thought, an exquisitely crafted wooden box materialized before him. The box measured approximately 1 meter in length and 40 centimeters in width, adorned with intricate carvings. This box was the sword box provided by the system, and even before opening it, he could sense an aura of sharpness emanating from it, accompanied by a powerful spiritual energy that far surpassed the previous batch of low-tier magical artifacts. According to the system, this was a set of high-tier magical artifacts. However, after examining it for a considerable time, Qin Tian could not discern how to open it. Did it require refining first? With this speculation in mind, he immediately channeled his internal mana, infusing the sword attribute mana into the sword box. As more mana flowed into the box, a series of crisp sword sounds resonated from within, and the aura of sharpness intensified. When the infused mana reached a critical point, a surge of formidable sword intent erupted from the box. In the next moment, the previously tightly sealed sword box opened on its own. Swish, swish, swish. 9 flying swords of varying lengths and designs emerged from either side of the sword box. This spectacle alone captivated Qin Tian, rendering him nearly unable to look away. Goodness, this sword box is astonishingly impressive. No wonder protagonists in novels are so enamored with swordsmanship. If only he could attach the sword box to his back with a sturdy rope. Without hesitation, he procured a robust leather cord and threaded it through the small hole in the sword box, securing it firmly to his back. Once properly equipped, he made his way to the riverbank within the cave, admiring his reflection in the water. Yet, he felt an unsettling dissonance in his appearance. After pondering for a moment, he discerned the source of his discomfort. In the next instant, he employed the art of illusion, and with a flash of white light, the original him vanished, replaced by a striking young man clad in a flowing white robe, his long hair cascading gracefully, with dragon-like wisps framing his face, sharp brows, and starry eyes, exuding an air of aloof elegance. With the sword box on his back, he resembled a true celestial swordsman. After a moment of admiration, Qin Tian nodded in approval. Indeed, this would be his new guise. What name should he bestow upon it? Wan Jian Yi, he decided. Henceforth, this persona would represent the foremost swordsman of the Shushan sect, a prodigy of the sword path, Wan Jian Yi. With that, he formed a sword gesture with his fingers and bellowed, droll as the words left his lips. A narrow opening appeared in the sword box, and a pale green flying sword shot forth, soaring skyward before coming to rest before him. Again, another sword emerged, this time a vibrant crimson. Again, soon, all 9 flying swords from the box hovered around him, forming a protective circle akin to the most loyal sentinels. He stood in place, fingers poised in a sword gesture. With a mere flick of his fingers, the swords danced in perfect synchrony, as if they were extensions of his own being. Pointing forward, the swords advanced. Gesturing left, they veered left, with a swift motion to the side. All 9 swords surged forth in unison, severing several stout trees in their path. Seeing this, he beckoned again. and the remaining upright trees were sliced into neatly arranged wooden planks by the 9 swords. Then, Qin Tian leapt high, and before his feet touched the ground, a golden flying sword ascended to meet him, carrying him skyward, while the other 8 swords flanked him like vigilant guardians. Even he was taken aback by his own striking appearance. After a considerable time of reveling in the moment, he finally returned to his original position, retracting all the flying swords. No wonder so many aspired to be celestial swordsmen. It was undeniably magnificent. He looked forward to showcasing this new persona. Afterward, he stowed the sword box back into his storage pouch and retrieved another reward bestowed by the system, the seed of the Samadhi True Fire. Before his curious gaze, a lotus-like flame of deep crimson materialized in his palm. Though small, the flame harbored a formidable power that left Qin Tian astounded. He had no doubt that if this tiny fire were to touch the ground, it could scorch the earth beneath it. Is this the legendary Samadhi True Fire? How does one wield such a thing? System, could you provide an answer? As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. To master the Samadhi True Fire, one must refine its seed. Upon successful refinement, it can be wielded effortlessly, and through cultivation, its power can be augmented continuously. I see. I shall give a try then. With that, Qin Tian commenced the refinement of the Samadhi True Fire, akin to how he had previously refined the sword box, albeit this time employing fire attribute mana. Upon contact with the seed of the Samadhi True Fire, a resonance immediately formed between the two, and Qin Tian could even sense the joyful emotion emanating from the fire. When they fully merged, indistinguishable from one another, the Samadhi True Fire slowly floated toward him. Instinctively, Qin Tian opened his mouth, and ultimately, the Samadhi True Fire was swallowed into his being, merging with him entirely. After refining the Samadhi True Fire, the fire attribute mana within him surged dramatically, promising to amplify the potency of any future fire attribute spells. Furthermore, blending the Samadhi True Fire into fire spells would yield extraordinary results. Additionally, empowered by the Samadhi True Fire, he would no longer be harmed by flames of lower grade. This meant that he could now bathe in molten lava without suffering any injuries. To test this, he conjured a sphere of flame in his palm using fire control technique, merely adding a hint of Samadhi True Fire to it. Instantly, the previously fist-sized flame transformed into a colossal fireball, its temperature soaring several hundred degrees, scorching nearby trees. One tree, in particular, erupted into flames. Observing this, Qin Tian quickly extinguished the fire in his palm and inhaled deeply toward the burning tree. In an instant, all the flames were drawn into him, leaving not a single spark behind. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction once more. The Samadhi True Fire is indeed a remarkable treasure. It warrants the creation of another persona. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his appearance began to transform. In the next moment, the prodigious sword cultivator, Wan Jin, vanished, replaced by a youth clad in red with crimson hair, marked by a delicate fire lotus insignia on his forehead. From this day forth, this new persona shall be known as Huiyun Fei. After naming his new persona, Qin Tian once again experimented with the fire control technique infused with Samadhi True Fire. Once he felt content with his mastery, he reverted to his original appearance and soared toward the main hall of the sect. Chapter 30. The Shushan Chat Group. A sudden fire incident. Upon returning to the sect's main hall, he found Song Yin still in a state of cultivation. The faint fluctuations of mana emanating from him indicated that he had mastered the fire control technique and had officially become a practitioner at the first layer of Qi refinement. Indeed, it is no surprise that possessing a supreme fire spirit root results in an unparalleled speed of cultivation. As he pondered this, Song Yin gradually opened his eyes, withdrawing from his meditative state. Upon noticing Qin Tian beside him, he promptly rose and respectfully addressed him, Master. In response, Qin Tian nodded approvingly. Very well. You have now preliminarily grasped the fire control technique, and your inner power has begun to manifest. Upon your return, you must devote yourself to further practice. Yes, Master. I will certainly train diligently upon my return. Then let us conclude today's training. This is your senior brother Qin Tian's phone number. Should there be any matters in the future, he will notify you, and you may also reach out to him for any concerns. Additionally, here are some spirit stones to aid in enhancing your cultivation speed. With that, Qin Tian, adhering to customary practice, handed Song Yin the phone number along with several spirit stones, before summoning his sword to depart with him from the Shushan cave heaven. Once they exited the cave, Song Yin hastily took a taxi back to the fire brigade. Having spent only a few hours within the Shushan cave heaven, he found that upon his return to the fire brigade, the time had already reached 11:30 in the evening. As he entered the building, he spotted several teammates who had just finished their showers. Noticing his casual attire, they immediately began to tease him. "Team Song, why are you back so late? Were you on a date?" "Indeed. Usually at this hour, you would either be studying or training. What brings you back from outside today?" "Team Song, you are 32 this year. Isn't it time to consider personal relationships?" "As if you care." With Team Song's qualities, girls would line up to pursue him. In the face of their playful banter, Song Yin merely smiled faintly, refraining from offering any explanations. He could not possibly divulge that he was not out on a date, but rather engaged in the pursuit of immortality. Hastening up the stairs and returning to his private dormitory, he eagerly settled onto his bed in a cross-legged position. Following the cultivation methods imparted by Qin Tian, with one spirit stone in each hand, he commenced his practice. When he next opened his eyes, the dawn light was already breaking. He had cultivated throughout the night. In that span, his once meager inner power had experienced a slight enhancement. Only by sensing the presence of this power within him could he assure himself that the events of the previous night were not merely a dream. Recalling the phone number Qin Tian had bestowed upon him, he swiftly opened the messaging application on his phone and added Qin Tian's contact. Shortly after submitting the request, he received confirmation of acceptance. In quick succession, he sent a message to Qin Tian. "Greetings, senior brother Qin Tian. I am Song Yin, the new disciple of Master." Before long, Qin Tian replied, "Hello, junior brother. I have already heard about you from Master. I will add you to the Shushan group now." Upon reading the message from Qin Tian, Song Yin was momentarily taken aback. The Shushan group? Do cultivation sects also have chat groups? In the midst of his bewilderment, he noticed a new message appearing in his chat interface. Qin Tian invites you to join the elite disciples group chat of the Shushan sect. Indeed, such a group exists, and the name strikes a remarkably contemporary note. With a hint of curiosity, Song Yin casually clicked to enter the chat, only to discover that there were already 505 members within. This revelation indicated that aside from him, there were an additional 504 disciples in Shushan. How remarkable is that Shushan harbors so many disciples. Do they, like him, remain concealed among the ordinary populace? Yet, why are they so silent? Just then, a user named Zhou Yufei sent a message in the group. "Welcome, junior brother." Shortly after, another member, Lin Yi, chimed in, "Welcome, welcome. Newcomer, please share photo." Seeing the messages, Song Yin hastily responded, "Greetings to all senior brothers and sisters." The three newly initiated disciples then engaged in casual conversation for a brief time before silence once again enveloped the group as members returned to their own pursuits. Just as Song Yin prepared to resume his cultivation, the blaring of an alarm shattered the stillness. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to change his attire and, once suited, rushed towards the courtyard of the building, swiftly descending along the steel columns. Within 2 minutes, the entire firefighting squad had assembled. Captain Liyida appeared before them, fully equipped. Upon seeing Liyida, Song Yin sensed that a significant fire incident had indeed occurred. His intuition was soon validated. A fire had unexpectedly erupted at a cotton spinning factory in the western suburban industrial area, and the flames had spiraled out of control, threatening to engulf the surrounding factories. Adjacent to this cotton factory was a chemical plant storing a vast array of chemical materials, including highly flammable and explosive substances. Should the fire spread to the chemical plant, the consequences would be dire. Several other teams from the urban area were en route, and the challenges ahead appeared formidable. As Liyida elucidated the situation, Song Yin's expression shifted subtly. He recalled the dream he had experienced the previous day. What an uncanny coincidence. Could it be that his master had foreseen the impending disaster in the western suburban industrial area? It must be so. This fire was destined to trigger an explosion. His master had accepted him as a disciple yesterday and imparted his teachings, all to empower him to avert this tragedy. In that moment, he felt an unwavering conviction in his thoughts. Just then, Liyida completed the pre-departure briefing. "Everyone, get in the vehicles and prepare to depart." With a commanding shout, the entire fire brigade swiftly boarded their vehicles. In no time, more than a dozen fire trucks, accompanied by blaring sirens, surged out of the station, racing towards the western suburbs where the fire raged. Upon their rapid arrival at the industrial zone, they were greeted by a shocking sight. The sky above the industrial area had transformed into a fiery crimson, visible for miles around. Even before approaching, the acrid scent of charred materials permeated the air. Black smoke billowed like ominous clouds, obscuring the sunlight almost entirely. Remarkably, less than half an hour had passed since the alarm was raised, and in that brief time, the flames had escalated to a ferocious intensity. Witnessing this scene, the firefighters felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. It was clear they were about to face a formidable battle. Chapter 31. The uncontrollable blaze. Despite the terrifying inferno before them, the firefighters had no option but to advance. Upon arriving at the entrance of the industrial park, Song Yin and Li Yida promptly began to direct the operations. Meanwhile, personnel from other divisions continued to arrive, quickly swelling the number of firefighters on the scene to over 300, with more than 50 fire trucks in attendance. Additionally, a multitude of media reporters, workers from the industrial park, and local residents had gathered, bringing the total crowd to well over 10,000. Even the captain of the Green Vine City Fire Brigade, Qin Tian, was present at the scene. He was busy assembling the leaders of various squads while procuring a map of the industrial area. The fire originated from a cotton spinning factory, where a significant stockpile of cotton and fabric had ignited, causing the flames to spread rapidly. Adjacent to it was a tissue paper factory, which also housed a large quantity of raw materials, complicating the firefighting efforts further. Moreover, the wind speed that day was notably high. The best course of action was to extinguish the source of the fire and then cut off its avenues of spread. After analyzing the situation, Qin Tian began to assign tasks. When it was time to address Song Yan's squad, he pointed to a chemical plant located approximately 500 meters from the ignition site. Li Yida, Song Yan, you're responsible for this section. This chemical plant contains a substantial amount of industrial crude oil for production, including 6 large storage tanks, each holding 500 cubic meters. Should the flames reach this facility and ignite the tanks, the entire industrial zone could be obliterated. I entrust this critical mission to you, along with the lives of the 500 firefighters in our brigade. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this task? As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, Li Yida and Song Yan responded without hesitation, yes. Good, proceed immediately. As long as you prevent the fire from spreading in that direction, your mission will be deemed complete. Understood. As the firefighters swiftly mobilized to their respective zones, commencing their firefighting and prevention efforts, the reality of the industrial area became starkly apparent. The sheer volume of industrial materials stored here was overwhelming, and in a bid to cut costs, the facilities were constructed with anything but specialized fire-resistant materials. Most buildings were merely clad in a thin layer of colored steel, barely meeting fire safety standards. While smaller flames posed no significant threat, any escalation in intensity or temperature caused the structures to warp and collapse. A sudden gust of wind transformed flickering flames into towering infernos, leaping several meters high. The pressure differentials created by the fierce combustion sent ignited materials scattering chaotically, amplifying the stress on the firefighters present. Despite their relentless efforts, 2 additional buildings were soon engulfed in flames, including a warehouse and a plush toy factory. As black smoke billowed into the air, the entire industrial zone was shrouded in a thick, acrid haze that provoked violent coughing with even a single inhalation. Firefighters from Team 3, including Song Yan, stood vigilantly near a chemical plant, witnessing the sky darkening ominously and their spirits sinking under the weight of despair. Captain, do you think the fire will reach us? One inquired. It shouldn't, as the ignition point is still several hundred meters away, came the reply. Can they truly hold their ground? Should we not send a few people to assist them? Another suggested. Indeed, it seems we do not require such a large contingent here. Song Yin mused, furrowing his brow. Deeply troubled by the prospect of yesterday's nightmare repeating itself, he remained vigilant, attuned to the happenings across the way. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the fire zone, reverberating like thunder across the industrial landscape. The ground trembled, and the buildings shook, shattering numerous glass items in the vicinity, leaving Song Yin and his comrades with a ringing in their ears. As they turned towards the source of the explosion, an unsettling sight met their eyes. A factory less than 100 meters away lay in ruins, a massive crater carved into the ground. The surrounding area resembled a plowed field, and fortuitously, there were no casualties, as no firefighters had been close to the site when the explosion occurred. Had they been, it was likely that no one would have survived the blast. What on earth just exploded with such ferocity? One firefighter exclaimed, incredulous. Wasn't that simply a warehouse for storing miscellaneous items? How could it possibly detonate? It's evident that someone has lied. There must have been flammable and explosive materials stored within. Those responsible should be condemned, another replied. Thank goodness it exploded early. Had it detonated while we were attempting to extinguish the flames, the situation would have been dire. Truly, this is inexcusable. As they uttered their curses, a firefighter suddenly pointed in terror at a nearby oil storage tank, exclaiming, "It's over. The tank is leaking." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look and immediately spotted a colorful steel plate embedded in the tank's body. It appeared to have been propelled there by the force of a recent explosion, which had pierced the tank with tremendous impact. A copious amount of black industrial crude oil gushed from the breach in the tank, quickly spreading across the ground. Nearby, the support structure beneath another tank began to tilt precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the members of the third squad broke into a cold sweat. None had anticipated such a turn of events. Amid their panic, a flicker of relief washed over them. They were fortunate that the steel plate hadn't struck them directly, for had it done so, the consequences would have been dire. Moreover, the fire was still a considerable distance away, rendering this location temporarily safe. Thank goodness, one young firefighter remarked, but his words were met with collective stares of disbelief. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and they watched helplessly as a small spark drifted toward the ground of the chemical plant. Under normal circumstances, there would be no cause for alarm. But the ground had already been saturated with crude oil. The moment the spark made contact, it ignited the oil. With a thunderous roar, the entire chemical plant erupted into flames, the speed of the inferno rendering them incapable of reaction. Chapter 32. Crisis. Let me enter alone. From the warehouse explosion to the oil tank leak, and now the fire at the chemical plant, only a few minutes had elapsed. In that brief span, the factory had transformed into a raging inferno, an unforeseen calamity. By the time the members of the third squad grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, being professionally trained, they remained composed. Squad leader Liyita immediately commanded, "Initiate firefighting procedures at once. We must not allow the flames to spread to the tank. Meanwhile, find a way to halt the oil leak. Ma Tao, locate the factory manager and have him report to me immediately." Understood. Following Liyita's directives, all firefighters in the third squad promptly commenced their emergency response efforts. Fortunately, they were well equipped with firefighting gear, and their swift actions allowed them to effectively control the blaze on the factory floor. They also managed to temporarily seal the breach from which the oil was leaking. Just as they began to see the flames diminish, however, yet another unforeseen incident occurred. The enormous tank, which had previously begun to lean due to the absence of a supporting column, was now perilously unbalanced. After merely a few minutes of support from the remaining 3 columns, the screws above were violently dislodged. With a piercing screech, the massive tank began to topple to one side. Witnessing this alarming scene, Song Yin urgently shouted to his teammates, who were battling the flames, "Get back! Quickly get back!" Upon hearing his frantic calls, the firefighters present instinctively sensed the looming danger and hastily retreated. Just as they cleared the area, the colossal tank crashed heavily to the ground. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire facility as the combined weight of the tank and the hundreds of tons of industrial crude oil it contained struck the earth like a hammer. The ground fractured upon impact, and the tank itself was irreparably deformed. Had anyone been beneath it moments before, they would have been reduced to mere remnants. However, the members of the third squad were not preoccupied with the condition of the tank. The first priority upon regaining their footing was to check for leaks. A mere glance revealed their worst fears. A gaping rupture had formed where the tank connected to the oil pipeline. A torrent of black industrial crude gushed forth, its volume and velocity far surpassing that of the earlier oil tank. When this spilled oil came into contact with lingering flames, it ignited in a violent conflagration, enveloping the massive storage tank in a furious blaze. The faces of all present firefighters were illuminated a fiery red by the inferno, and the intense heat generated by the flames was palpable even through their protective gear. In that critical moment, Liyita bellowed, "Extinguish the fire, hurry! We cannot allow it to continue burning." At his command, the team sprang into action to combat the flames surrounding the oil tank. Yet as they drew near, the flames surged to heights exceeding 10 meters, exhibiting signs of further combustion that forced them to halt. Although their firefighting suits provided some protection, they were not impervious to fire. Any accidental contact with the crude oil could turn them into human torches. Despite multiple attempts to push forward, the firefighters were thwarted each time, even as their extinguishing equipment remained in constant operation. With every meter they advanced, the flames spread 2 meters further. After several unsuccessful assaults, Song Yin approached Li Yida, urgently stating, "We cannot continue this way. The temperature is rising, and the difficulty of extinguishing the fire is escalating. This tank is on the brink of explosion. If it detonates, the surrounding 500 meters will be utterly decimated. Moreover, it could trigger explosions in the adjacent storage tanks, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction that could obliterate the entire industrial zone. It is imperative that we devise a means to access and seal the leak in the oil storage tank to prevent a backflow of flames." Upon hearing Song Yan's words, Li Yida nodded in agreement. "I understand, yet the leak on the tank cannot possibly be sealed in such a short span of time." No sooner had he uttered this than the firefighter he had previously dispatched to locate the factory manager arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Captain, I have brought the factory manager," he announced. At this, Li Yida swiftly turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man, who appeared visibly shaken, his face pale and his legs trembling, frequently casting fearful glances at the oil tank that was being scorched by the flames. "Manager, the situation here is exceedingly critical. The oil tank inside could explode at any moment. The sole method to avert an explosion is to swiftly halt the leakage of crude oil. As the person in charge here, we need to inquire if there is any means to quickly stop the leak. This concerns the safety of countless lives. We implore you to provide truthful information." As Li Yida spoke with solemnity, the middle-aged man, wiping his brow, nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we have indeed contemplated the issue of crude oil leakage. Hence, we engaged specialists to modify the tank. There is a leak-proof device on the side of the tank. Once activated, it can directly sever the external leakage." Upon hearing this, the firefighters present were filled with elation. However, the middle-aged man's subsequent words cast a shadow over their spirits once more. "Our several oil tanks are interconnected by pipelines. If one tank has toppled, I fear the pipelines connecting it to the adjacent tanks have likely ruptured as well. Therefore, the leak-proof devices for the other tanks must also be activated. Otherwise, the flames may very well spread. Thus, you are required to activate not just one switch, but 4. At this pronouncement, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. Given the current intensity of the fire, lingering inside for even a second posed a tremendous risk to life. To activate the leak-proof devices of 4 oil tanks would require several minutes at the very least. No one could predict what might transpire in those minutes, nor whether they would emerge alive. Yet, amidst the grave expressions, Song Yin suddenly spoke. "Li, you and the others must evacuate immediately. I will enter and activate the leak-proof device on the oil tank. Ensure that they all return safely." With that declaration, Song Yin plunged into the inferno before anyone could react. By the time they regained their senses, his figure was already obscured by the roaring flames. Thus, Song Yin charged into the conflagration, a lone warrior against the blaze. Despite Li Yida's overwhelming desire to rush in and rescue him immediately, the thought of the lives of all the firefighters in the team resting in his hands compelled him to grit his teeth and address the gathered crowd. "Everyone, evacuate. Move outside the factory," he commanded. "If Song Yin is not out in 2 minutes, I will go in. If I do not return, the next person shall continue in." As he led the firefighters away from the factory, Song Yin, engulfed in the inferno, had already begun to invoke the fire-repelling technique. The moment the technique was activated, a faint protective shield enveloped his body, effectively isolating him from the raging flames, along with the searing heat they emitted. Concurrently, within the confines of Shushan Vocational and Technical College, Qin Tian suddenly heard a notification sound. Upon hearing it, he raised his gaze towards the west and was immediately struck by the sight of the crimson sky. Chapter 33. The Appearance of the Fire Cloud. Although Song Yin had only recently embarked upon his journey and had merely mastered the foundational fire control techniques and the fire-repelling technique, these were sufficient to confront the mundane flames he faced. At the moment the spell was cast, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Truly, the celestial arts were remarkable. They had indeed isolated all the flames. However, my magical energy is limited. I must act swiftly, lest I exhaust my power before I can activate the device. With this thought, he hurried towards the blazing oil tank. The crude oil within continued to leak, and the fire had escalated to an uncontrollable level. Even the most equipped firefighters would struggle to endure for long. Nevertheless, under the protection of the fire-repelling technique, He felt no adverse effects as he strode through the fierce flames and reached the side of the oil tank, quickly locating the so-called anti-leak device. The valve on the device glowed red from the heat, akin to a branding iron. Without hesitation, gloved hands pressed against it. After a few turns, the anti-leak device was successfully activated, halting the crude oil that had been gushing forth just moments before. With a sigh of relief, Song Yin did not allow himself to relax. Instead, he proceeded towards the other 3 large oil tanks. As the factory manager had previously indicated, the 4 massive tanks were interconnected by pipelines. The inclined tank's connection to the other 2 had been severed, and oil was leaking from the break, albeit at a less alarming rate, creating a significant fire zone. Crossing the fiery area, Song Yin swiftly ascended the ladder on the side of the tank, located the switch, and slowly closed it. The second tank was similarly dealt with without issue. However, upon reaching the third tank, he discovered that its valve was jammed and would not budge no matter how he turned it. Upon inspection, he found that the valve had rusted. Witnessing this, he could not help but curse in frustration. Did they not conduct regular inspections? How could such a significant safety hazard remain? As he spoke, he retrieved a wrench from behind him, preparing to force the valve closed. Just then, he felt the air around him begin to warm, a searing sensation creeping into his hands. Realizing this, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation. My mana is almost depleted, and the fire suppression technique is on the verge of failure. If my mana runs out and the technique fails, I will be directly exposed to the raging inferno. Though I possess the ability to control fire, I have only just begun to grasp it a few hours ago and cannot wield it with the finesse of Qin Tian. I must open the valve before my mana is exhausted. With that thought, he disregarded everything else and exerted all his strength to twist the valve with the wrench. After half a minute, he finally managed to open it, halting the leak of crude oil from the pipeline. In that moment, his mana was entirely spent, and without the fire suppression technique, he had only the protective gear on him to withstand the scorching flames. Yet at that moment, it felt as if he were trapped within a furnace. The protective gear offered no respite. Sweat poured from his body like he was in a sauna, and he felt unbearably hot. He longed to dash out of the sea of flames, but he knew that in his current state, escape was impossible. The fear of being roasted alive halfway through gripped him. As sweat continued to pour and the external heat bore down, his consciousness began to blur. It seemed that today would be my last. However, I managed to halt the oil leak. As long as it remains contained, the fire should soon be under control, and others need not face the risk of explosion to extinguish the flames. If only I had mastered the art of fire control, I could manipulate the flames like my master. With that thought, he found a corner that had yet to be engulfed by the flames and leaned against it. Memories from his childhood flashed through his mind like a rapid slideshow, ultimately settling on an image of his family's happy life together. He even saw his parents, smiling as they walked toward him through the sea of fire. Unconsciously, a smile crept across his face, just as he prepared himself for a noble demise. He suddenly noticed that the flames before him and around him began to thrash wildly. To his astonishment, all the flames within a 10-meter radius of him retreated, leaving a vast vacuum in their wake. What was happening? Before he could process this, a cold voice echoed from above. "Are you Song Yin, the new disciple of my master?" Startled by the voice, Song Yin quickly glanced upward. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Above his head, at a height of over 10 meters, a striking figure adorned in a flowing crimson robe, with cascading fiery red hair and a lotus flame mark upon his brow, floated serenely. The flames of the inferno encircled him, accentuating his appearance as if he were the reincarnation of a fire deity. Song Yin stood transfixed, only regaining his senses after a considerable interval. Reflecting on the words spoken by the red-haired gentleman, he suddenly grasped the significance. "You're also a disciple of Mount Shu?" "Indeed," the handsome stranger replied coolly. "I am Huiyun Fei, having entered the sect 2 centuries prior to you. You should address me as senior brother." Upon hearing this, Song Yin's excitement surged. "I pay my respects, senior brother. What brings you to this place?" "Naturally, I have come to rescue you. My master sensed your peril and conveyed a message to me. I did not anticipate that such a trivial situation would leave you in such disarray. After this, you must continue your diligent cultivation." Noticing Song Yan's practice of fire control, Huiyun Fei added, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true fire manipulation entails." As his words fell, Huiyun Fei unleashed his fire control technique, the lotus mark on his forehead glowing brightly. In the next moment, to Song Yan's astonishment, Every flame within the chemical plant began to rise slowly, transforming into swirling fire dragons. As the fire dragons approached, Huiyun Fei opened his mouth and gently inhaled, drawing all the flames into his being. Within less than a minute, the vast chemical plant was devoid of any flicker of fire, leaving behind only charred remnants and chaos. After absorbing the flames, the lotus mark on Huiyun Fei's forehead deepened in hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Song Yin was rendered utterly speechless. The inferno that had overwhelmed an entire squadron was effortlessly extinguished. While he remained in a state of shock, Huiyun Fei turned his gaze back to Song Yin. "Well, I have extinguished the fire for you. I must take my leave now, junior brother, until we meet again by fate." With those words, Huiyun Fei transformed into a blaze and shot skyward, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a dazed Song Yin. Chapter 34. The Abundance of Strong Beings in Mount Shu. Just moments ago, Song Yin had resigned himself to the inevitability of death, forgiven the ferocity of the fire within the chemical plant. Even his comrades might have struggled to rescue him. When Huiyun Fei descended from above, he was already captivated by his striking entrance. What astonished him further was that a blaze requiring the efforts of over 100 individuals to extinguish had been so effortlessly consumed by Huiyun Fei. Even with the knowledge of the existence of celestial beings in this world, such a sight still stretched the bounds of his comprehension. It was only after Huiyun Fei's figure had vanished that he finally regained his composure. The first thing he did upon regaining his senses was to remove the mask and helmet from his face, inhaling deeply the fresh air while casting his gaze towards the direction where Huiyun Fei had vanished. Is this the true strength of the formal disciples of Mount Shu? When will I attain such a level? It appears that I must diligently cultivate my skills. One day, I, too, shall achieve what my senior brother Huiyun Fei has accomplished. Concurrently, outside the chemical plant, the members of the third squad, who had been anxiously awaiting Song Yan's emergence, were equally taken aback. Although they were not engulfed by the flames, they had witnessed the astonishing scene that transpired within the plant. From their professional perspective, extinguishing the inferno in such a short span seemed nearly impossible. Their only recourse was to wait. As the fire gradually subsided, they planned to gradually reduce the fire's perimeter. Yet what they had just witnessed was extraordinary. The flames had converged into spiraling fire vortices, ascending towards the sky. In an instant, all visible flames within the plant vanished, a spectacle so magnificent it left them questioning their own senses. Once the last flicker of flame had disappeared, the third squad members slowly emerged from their state of shock. A cacophony erupted among the 100 firefighters. What has transpired? Was it an illusion? Or did the fire truly extinguish itself? Had they inhaled some toxic gas? No, it was not an illusion. Did you not feel the temperature drop? Indeed, it was certainly not a mirage. The fire was genuinely extinguished. Regardless of whether it was an illusion, we must quickly check on Captain Song. He is still inside. Yes, we cannot let anything happen to Captain Song. Recalling Song Yin, who had bravely dashed into the inferno alone, their expressions turned tense once more. They were already resigned to the worst outcome, for given the ferocity of the flames, even with full protective gear, the chances of survival seemed slim. Without hesitation, they hurriedly dashed towards the chemical plant, heavy-hearted. However, as they reached the entrance, they spotted a disheveled figure slowly approaching them. The newcomer was covered in soot, his clothes stained, and he walked unsteadily. Nonetheless, they recognized him at once. It was Captain Song. He was alive. What joy filled their hearts! There was no greater happiness than knowing their comrade, their brother, had emerged from the flames unscathed. In the next moment, they rushed towards Song Yin with utmost urgency. As Song Yin beheld them, he forced a smile upon his face. At that moment, save for the whiteness of his teeth, he was cloaked entirely in darkness. Yet, the smile upon his visage did not endure for long, as exhaustion overcame him, causing him to slump toward the ground. Captain Song! Captain Song! After that, everything faded from his consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he discovered himself reclined upon a hospital bed, and 4 drip inserted into his hand. Turning his head, he beheld several comrades from the third squad, clad in civilian attire, seated beside him. How did I end up in the hospital? The moment those words escaped his lips, the once drowsy firefighters sprang to attention, their faces alight with excitement upon witnessing Song Yin's awakening. Captain Song, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Hearing his teammates' inquiries, Song Yin took a moment to assess his condition before shaking his head. I feel fine, but why am I in the hospital? Was the fire at the industrial park extinguished? What time is it? After posing several questions, he awaited his teammates' responses in silence. His comrades swiftly alleviated his concerns. You collapsed yesterday due to severe dehydration and exhaustion. After we brought you to the hospital, you remained in a state of slumber. But rest assured, the fire at the Western Suburbs Industrial Zone was extinguished yesterday without incident, apart from the destruction of several factories, and fortunately, there were no casualties. Upon hearing this, Song Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. The absence of casualties was indeed monumental news. At that moment, one firefighter seemed to recall something and promptly inquired, Captain Song, what exactly transpired in the chemical plant yesterday? How did the fire extinguish so suddenly? And what about those fire tornadoes? It felt as though something was siphoning the flames away. You were inside the chemical plant. Did you see what it was that drew away the fire? As this question was posed, all the firefighters present fixated their gazes upon Song Yin. They'd been harboring this query for quite some time. Faced with their scrutiny, Song Yin's eyes flickered slightly. He was well aware of what had transpired within the chemical plant the previous day, yet he could not divulge the truth. It would be implausible to explain that it was his senior who had come to quell the flames. Setting aside whether they would believe him, the rules of Shushan explicitly forbade revealing the existence of the cultivation world to ordinary individuals. Thus, he could not divulge such information freely. Consequently, he concocted a fabricated explanation. The smoke was too dense. I couldn't see anything. This response elicited a hint of disappointment among the group, yet they refrained from pressing further. Cognizant that Song Yin was still a patient confined to a hospital bed. Captain Song, now that you are awake, please take the time to rest. We will handle matters regarding the team. Indeed, Captain Song, please take good care of yourself in the hospital. We must return to the team. After a heartfelt farewell, the group of firefighters swiftly departed the ward, leaving Song Yin alone. At that moment, he was still reminiscing about the events that transpired yesterday at the fire scene. As his gaze fell upon the mobile phone resting on the bedside table, he promptly picked it up and sent a message in the Shushan group. Thank you, senior brother, for saving me. This life-saving grace will forever be etched in my heart. After sending this message, he couldn't help but think of Hui Yunfei. Just as he completed his message, Qin Tian, who was situated within the Shushan Vocational Technical College, noticed his phone on the table light up. Glancing at the notification, he casually unlocked the device. Before long, another message appeared in the Shushan group. Hui Yunfei replied, "No need for thanks." After sending the message, Qin Tian set the phone down again, feeling quite pleased with the thrill of using his secondary account. Chapter 35. The Crisis of Zhou Yufei Yesterday. Qin Tian unexpectedly received a system notification informing him that a disciple of the Shushan sect was near death and required rescue. This prompted him to assume the identity of Hui Yunfei at a critical moment to save Song Yin. He also discovered a new feature within the system, an ability to view the disciple statuses in real time on the system panel. For instance, he could easily access the sect's information, where the names and avatars of the disciples appeared. A gentle tap on an avatar revealed the specific details of the disciple. Disciple name: Song Yin, age 32, talent: superior, exceptional fire spiritual root, cultivation, initial stage of Qi refinement level 1, treasure, none technique, fire control technique, fire separation technique, spirit beast, none, loyalty to sect, 90, health status, good, one-click expulsion from sect. He could even view the disciples' locations in real time, which was remarkably convenient. While Qin Tian was idly checking the disciples' information, he suddenly noticed that Zhou Yufei's avatar was flickering with red light. What does this mean? Is she under attack? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system notification chimes sounded. Zhou Yufei, a disciple of Shushan, is under attack by malevolent cultivators and faces life-threatening danger. Please, host, hurry to her aid, or she will be in peril. Ding! A temporary mission has been issued. A group of malevolent cultivators has emerged within the jurisdiction of a Shushan sect. As a righteous sect, Shushan has the obligation to eradicate this malevolent force. Please, host, locate, and completely eliminate these malevolent cultivators as soon as possible. Completion rewards: 10,000 sect reputation points, a random mid-tier technique, a random mid-tier artifact, and a random sect building. Hearing this series of notifications, Qin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. What a peculiar and sinister cultivator this is. Where did this malevolent figure emerge from? Is it truly a wicked practitioner, or has something else been mistakenly identified as such? Moreover, this group of nefarious cultivators is currently assaulting Zhou Yufei. Isn't she a police officer? How could she possibly encounter such evil? Suddenly, Qin Tian conceived a possibility. In order to verify this notion, he hastily checked Zhou Yufei's disciple information to ascertain her location. After confirming her whereabouts, he resolved to set out. However, just as he was about to depart, he hesitated. Which guy should he assume this time? The Longmei identity seemed somewhat unsuitable. It was hardly fitting for a sect leader to wander aimlessly about. A leader should be elusive, like a dragon that is seen only in glimpses. The Hui Yunfei persona also appeared inadequate, especially after recently assisting Song Yan. Thus, he decided to adopt the identity of Wan Jiani. As soon as he spoke, he activated the illusion technique. In the next moment, he transformed into the appearance of Wan Jiani, simultaneously retrieving a sword box from his storage bag and securing it on his back. Once he had switched identities, he formed a sword seal and executed the sword control technique, soaring towards Zhou Yufei's position on his flying sword. Meanwhile, over 20 kilometers away, in a derelict hotel, Zhou Yufei was huddled behind a sofa, her appearance disheveled and her face marred by wounds. Gasping for breath, she cautiously retrieved a compact mirror, peering over the edge of the sofa to survey her surroundings. Once she confirmed the area was clear, she exhaled a sigh of relief. However, just as she relaxed, a dull ache emerged in her abdomen. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a long, narrow wound measuring over 20 centimeters. Blood continuously seeped from the injury, staining her white t-shirt a vivid crimson. As she gazed at the wound, memories of the previous day flooded her mind. Just a day ago, through the soul-capturing technique, she had learned from a human trafficker about a large trafficking organization operating in Iltang City. They employed various methods to abduct women and children, selling them across the nation. Unfortunately, the trafficker she had captured was of low rank and possessed limited information. Consequently, she devised a plan to disguise herself as a university student being sold, infiltrating the organization to gather more intelligence about its vast network, ultimately aiming to dismantle it entirely. Considering that reporting her findings would likely meet disapproval from her superiors regarding her reckless endeavor, she resolved to proceed independently. After all, she was no ordinary individual. She was a cultivator wielding mystical powers. Initially, everything progressed smoothly. Utilizing her soul-capturing technique, she effortlessly infiltrated the heart of the trafficking organization, which was the very hotel she currently occupied. However, perhaps due to her overconfidence or the excessive caution of the organization's members, she was ultimately exposed. Despite her cultivation at the first level of Qi refinement, she was still no match for the numerous ruthless traffickers wielding an array of deadly weapons. After only 2 days of training, she was yet to master any offensive spells. Following a fierce skirmish and chase, not only was she injured, but she also found herself cornered within the confines of a building. Unless she sprouted wings and soared from the rooftop, her fate would inevitably rest in the hands of the traffickers, a grim conclusion she dared not contemplate. As for seeking external assistance, that was rendered impossible. She had entered this place devoid of any communication devices. As she reflected on her harrowing experiences over the past 2 days, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. No solitary pair, but several. Instantly, her expression turned grave. In a bid to ascertain the number of her pursuers, she retrieved a small makeup mirror and extended one corner over the edge of the sofa. Through its reflective surface, she quickly discerned 4 burly men scouring her floor. 3 of them brandished sharp knives, while the 4th wielded a sawed-off shotgun. Engaging them directly was out of the question. As she contemplated how to navigate this perilous situation, one of the knife-wielding traffickers spoke first. Where did that woman vanish to? One moment she was here, and now she's gone. Indeed, she was no ordinary university student. Her physical prowess far surpassed that of an average scholar. I bet she is a police officer, another chimed in. That scoundrel, Lu, managed to bring back a female cop. Regardless of who she is, she cannot be allowed to leave here alive. If she escapes, we're all done for. Yet, one of them mused, she is quite attractive. If we capture her, perhaps we shouldn't kill her right away. You're always thinking about that. Is this really the time for such thoughts? We should eliminate her immediately to avoid complications later. I slashed her with my knife earlier. She shouldn't have strayed too far. Let's see if we can find any traces of blood on the ground. With that, the 4 men produced flashlights they had prepared in advance and began to scour the area, realizing that remaining hidden would ultimately lead to her demise. Zhou Yufei swiftly surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze landed upon an empty soda can not far from her. Cautiously, she picked it up and hurled it in the opposite direction. The dim lighting of the hotel concealed the can's trajectory from the traffickers, and it was only upon its landing that they heard the noise. Instantly, their excitement surged. "Over there! Quick, pursue!" With that, the four men dashed towards the source of the sound at their utmost speed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhou Yufei clutched her abdomen and fled in the opposite direction, where a window awaited her escape. If she could squeeze through, she might find a way to scale down the building's exterior. However, just as she was within a mere 5 meters of the window, two individuals emerged unexpectedly from the safety passage beside her. In an instant, their eyes met, and the two traffickers, armed with long knives, shouted in unison, "That woman is here!" At this, a cacophony of footsteps erupted within the floor, and soon, over a dozen individuals encircled Zhou Yufei. Chapter 36. The dazzling appearance of 1,000 swords. The dimly lit, abandoned hotel restaurant was cluttered with various debris, and the only two exits were now firmly occupied by the trafficking gang. With no retreat in sight and the traffickers drawing closer, Zhou Yufei gritted her teeth against the pain in her abdomen and assumed a combat stance. Yet, her action only elicited laughter from the gathered traffickers. "This girl has quite the audacity. Does she really think she can fight us?" One mocked. "She's clearly not just a college student. Look at her stance. It's a police combat posture. She's definitely a police academy graduate. A female officer? We can't let her live. Kill her," commanded a long-faced man, prompting the group of traffickers to advance menacingly toward Zhou Yufei, their eyes gleaming with malice, clearly accustomed to violence. Desperate, Zhou Yufei shouted, "What do you intend to do? Do you not realize that killing a police officer is a grave offense? If caught, this crime alone could lead to the death penalty." She hoped to instill fear or at least a modicum of respect in them. However, the traffickers merely scoffed at her words. "She thinks she can intimidate us with talk of the death penalty? With the crimes we committed, we deserve 10 death sentences. I've killed at least 9 people. Why would I fear such a punishment?" One scoffed. "Does she really believe we're just ordinary traffickers?" Another chimed in. "You've reminded me, though, when we kill her, we should be careful to avoid damaging her organs. She's young and athletic. Her organs will fetch a good price. Let me do it. I've been studying anatomy recently, and I promise not to harm any of her organs," said a gaunt young man with a knife, inching closer to Zhou Yufei. Horrified by their conversation, Zhou Yufei's face paled. She had not anticipated the depths of their depravity, as murder seemed to them a trivial matter. Even more terrifying was the realization that they appeared to be involved in the trafficking of human organs. Upon reaching this realization, Zhou Yufei could not help but feel a pang of regret for her impulsive actions. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and she found herself compelled to take a desperate gamble. Surrounded by a throng of human traffickers, her gaze ultimately settled on one particularly close to the floor-to-ceiling window. Her plan was straightforward: to employ her soul-capturing technique to subdue this trafficker, then make her escape through the window, ultimately shattering the glass to leap from the hotel. Though positioned on the 7th floor, where a fall would likely be fatal, she preferred to fight rather than succumb to humiliation and the grim fate of organ harvesting. Resolute in her decision, she swiftly turned to meet the eyes of her chosen captor and activated her technique. As the spell took effect, the initially menacing expression of the trafficker morphed into one of confusion. In an astonishing turn of events, he suddenly plunged the knife he held into the side of a nearby accomplice. The blade pierced deeply, eliciting a cacophony of cries from the wounded man. The unexpected spectacle sent shockwaves through the ranks of traffickers, igniting chaos and confusion. "You lunatic, Zhang Lao-san! Have you lost your mind? How dare you stab me? What are you doing, Zhang Lao-san? Are you insane? You wretched fool! You just stabbed your own brother. Damn it! This hurts like hell. It's that woman. It's her doing. She's unleashed her sorcery again. Forget Zhang Lao-san. Seize her and kill her." Amidst the turmoil, some traffickers regained their wits and rushed to attack Zhou Yufei. However, she seized the opportunity presented by their disarray and sprinted toward the window. The distance was minimal, and propelled by sheer determination, she reached the floor-to-ceiling glass in no time. In full view of all the traffickers, she hurled herself against the window. The sound of shattering glass echoed as she plummeted downward. From the 7th floor, unless a miracle intervened, her demise was all but assured. At that moment, Zhou Yufei had resigned herself to her fate. Fear of death eluded her. Her father, grandfather, and brother were all police officers, and her badge had been rebooted thrice. Her sole regret was the inability to relay the harrowing events unfolding here. Farewell to this world. Just as she began to close her eyes, She suddenly felt as though she had landed in a warm embrace. The sensation of impending impact failed to materialize, nor did pain follow. Alarmed, she quickly opened her eyes, only to behold a dashing figure in flowing ancient garb cradling her in his arms. To her astonishment, she found herself suspended in mid-air, just beside the hotel's third floor. In a state of bewilderment, she glanced down and discovered that the enchanting figure was standing upon a flying sword. Upon witnessing this scene, her petite mouth instantly formed an A shape. Although she had previously seen her master wielding a sword and had even soared through the skies herself, nothing could diminish her astonishment at the sight of a person flying on a sword, especially when that individual was a remarkably handsome figure embodying an ancient style. Initially filled with trepidation, her fear dissipated upon glimpsing the striking visage of this ancient gentleman, leaving her with a tinge of shyness. Simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity arose within her. Who was this dashing figure? Why had he suddenly come to her rescue? Would he, like the protagonists in those celestial dramas, feel compelled to fall in love with her? As she succumbed to her daydreams, the ancient gentleman who was cradling her suddenly spoke. "Little junior sister, you need not hold on so tightly." Hearing these words, Zhou Yufei realized, to her surprise, that she had unconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck, gripping him firmly. Overwhelmed by a surge of embarrassment, she soon became aware of the term he had used to address her. "Little junior sister, are you also a disciple of Mount Shu?" "I am indeed a disciple of Mount Shu. I am Wan Jinyi, the foremost disciple of the Sword Sect, personally trained by our master. Upon sensing your peril, my master dispatched me to rescue you." At the mention of this title, an image of her master, with long brows, instantly surfaced in Zhou Yufei's mind, stirring profound emotions within her. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, the group of human traffickers had crowded around the floor-to-ceiling windows. They had initially presumed that Zhou Yufei would meet her demise after plummeting down, yet when they leaned out to observe, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. To their disbelief, the very woman who had just leaped from the building was now cradled in the arms of a man, who, remarkably, stood upon a flying sword, the two of them suspended in midair. What the hell? This is insane. Even if Zhou Yufei had fallen without a scratch and promptly fled the scene, the traffickers would not have been as astonished as they were now. What they beheld was a figure, dressed in flowing white robes with long hair, resembling a character straight out of a celestial drama, holding the fallen policewoman in his embrace. This sight left them questioning their own sanity. How could such a thing exist in the real world? After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, they began to regain their senses. What on earth is happening? Where did that person come from? Is he some sort of time traveler? And is he really flying on a sword? This is utterly surreal. Could it be that there were cultivators in this world, as described in the novels? Cultivators? Where on earth would there be cultivators? You read too many novels. Forget about cultivators. That policewoman must die today. If she survives, we all perish. What do we do now? As the group of traffickers pondered their next move, Qin Tian, wielding the alias of Wan Jin, ascended slowly with Zhou Yufei in his arms, drawing nearer to the 7th floor of the hotel. His countenance remained inscrutable throughout the ascent. The traffickers, witnessing his approach, exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Nervousness and fear predominated, for the figure before them possessed the formidable ability to command a sword. Upon reaching the glass window, where Zhou Yufei had almost plummeted, the traffickers instinctively recoiled. Under their watchful eyes, Qin Tian carried Zhou Yufei into the hotel. Once his feet touched the ground, he gently set her down and presented her with a pill. Simultaneously, the flying sword that had been beneath his feet transformed into a streak of light, retreating to the sword box strapped to his back. This spectacle left Zhou Yufei utterly captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had not anticipated her senior from Mount Shu to be so dashing. It was a shame that such moments were rare, and she wondered if he possessed even greater charm. Meanwhile, the encroaching presence of Qin Tian unnerved the traffickers, who clutched their weapons tightly, yet none dared to step forward. Despite Qin Tian standing alone and appearing somewhat frail, each of his steps instilled a profound sense of pressure upon them. The standoff persisted for several minutes until a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the restaurant once more. Soon, over 20 individuals emerged from the stairway, each bearing an assortment of weapons, including several crude firearms. At the forefront was a woman appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, clad in a sharp outfit with meticulous makeup and sporting a bob hairstyle. Upon her arrival, the previously anxious traffickers immediately donned expressions of deference. "Sister Xiao Mei," they greeted. However, she disregarded their salutations, her sharply lined eyes assessing Zhou Yufei not far ahead, and then scrutinizing Qin Tian, who was clad in a flowing robe, as white as snow, with a sword box slung across his back. Having appraised them, she coldly addressed the traffickers. Weren't you instructed to dispose of that woman swiftly? Why is she still alive? And where did this male actor come from? I require a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing the term male actor, Zhou Yufei burst into laughter, only to wince at the pain in her abdomen. Senior brother, she called you a male actor. At that moment, the short-haired woman reiterated, regardless of their identities, eliminate them at once. We have guests arriving for a visit today. Do not allow them to disrupt our business. As these words resonated, one of the burly men who had been tasked with attacking Zhou Yufei displayed a hint of hesitation. Sister Xiaomei, that man seems to be no ordinary person. He just came here riding a sword, and I am frightened. Before he could finish his words, the short-haired woman, whom he referred to as Sister Xiaomei, shot him a fierce glare. Riding a sword? Why not say he is a deity? She retorted. You have 1 minute to deal with those two. Otherwise, you know the consequences of my methods. At her words, a flicker of fear crossed the big man's eyes, as if he had recalled something dreadful. Gritting his teeth, he immediately commanded a few of his henchmen, everyone attack together. Kill them both. With that, he raised the cleaver in his hand and swung it towards Qin Tian. However, before the blade could strike, a flash of sword light illuminated the dim hall, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Clang! The cleaver that the big man had wielded fell to the ground, accompanied by 4 severed fingers. His right hand, once gripping the cleaver, now resembled that of a cartoon character. The severed end was smooth, blood gushed forth, and the intense pain caused him to wail, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. My hunt, my hunt. This sudden scene left the human traffickers present in a state of shock. They could hardly comprehend how the big man's fingers had been severed so cleanly. It wasn't until they noticed the small green sword floating beside Qin Tian, its blade faintly stained with blood, that realization dawned upon them. Drip! Blood trickled down the blade, sliding to the tip before falling to the ground. This sight widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the short-haired woman was taken aback. Yet, being someone who had faced many storms, she quickly regained her composure and shouted to the gathered crowd. What are you afraid of? He is alone, and you all have guns. Shoot him down. Her words immediately awakened the traffickers. Suppressing their inner fear, several of them, armed with crude guns and homemade pistols, aimed directly at Qin Tian and pulled the triggers. In the next moment, a barrage of bullets and steel balls shot towards him. Under normal circumstances, a person would not evade such close-range fire. But Qin Tian was evidently beyond the realm of the ordinary. With a mere gesture, the sword box behind him opened instantly, releasing beams of colored sword light. These sword lights transformed into various shapes of flying swords, encircling him protectively. Clang, 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 clang. After a series of impacts, Qin Tian remained unscathed, while the ground was littered with bullets and steel balls sliced cleanly in half. 9 flying swords hovered around him like sentinels. In the center, Qin Tian formed a sword gesture with one hand, clad in flowing white garments, his hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Resembling a celestial sword master, descended to the mortal realm. The scene once again left the group of traffickers present utterly shaken. Just then, a chilling voice resonated throughout the hall. You possess quite a bit of audacity, but alas, your strength is lacking. Mere mortals dare to lay hands on me. Chapter 38, Thunderous Methods. If the traffickers had dared to strike at Qin Tian before, their courage evaporated the moment he summoned 9 flying swords to effortlessly sever the bullets they fired, sending them crashing to the ground. The Dragon Kingdom has long been steeped in tales of immortals, with both fantasy films and novels depicting such beings. Thus, they were not unfamiliar with the concept of celestial beings. It could even be said that within each person lay a dormant dream of heroism. Yet none were naive enough to believe in the actual existence of such beings, until now. Undeniably, what Qin Tian had just exhibited was the prowess of a divine entity. The expansive hotel lobby fell into a profound silence, with all the traffickers rendered utterly dazed. When Qin Tian coldly uttered those 2 sentences, it was as if a thunderclap reverberated within their minds, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Even a short-haired woman they referred to as Sister May was aghast. At that moment, Zhou Yufei, who had been standing behind Qin Tian, spoke up with fervor. Brother, deal with them. They not only traffic women and children, but also sell human organs. Countless innocent lives have fallen victim to their nefarious hands. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian, embodying the essence of 1,000 swords, felt a surge of intensity. Traffickers? Selling organs? No wonder they were deemed sinister by the system. Yet, what did the system mean by eradicating them? Did it imply killing them all? As he hesitated over whether to execute the traffickers before him, two of them, unable to bear the pressure any longer, turned and fled towards the staircase. Observing this, Qin Tian made no effort to pursue them. He merely flicked a finger. In the next instant, a beam of sword light surged towards the fleeing duo. With two agonizing cries, the legs of the would-be escapees were severed at the knees, their calves and feet left behind on the ground. Without the support of their legs, they collapsed heavily, and as they gazed upon their severed limbs and the blood gushing forth, their screams intensified. This gruesome spectacle horrified the remaining traffickers, their faces paling as their legs quaked like leaves in a tempest. Despite their heinous deeds and countless murders when the tables turned, they were no different from ordinary individuals facing death. Perhaps realizing their escape was futile, the previously terrified short-haired woman suddenly cried out, "He will not spare us. Everyone, fight back." Her words ignited a ferocity within several traffickers, prompting them to launch yet another assault on Qin Tian. Qin Tian showed no leniency towards them. With a flick of his fingers, the flying sword darted through their midst like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Each pass brought forth a scream of anguish, accompanied by the sound of something falling to the ground. What lay on the ground were either severed hands at the wrists or shattered lower legs at the knees. In the blink of an eye, those who wielded weapons or were poised to flee, these human traffickers, had all been rendered limbless. My hands, my feet, It hurts so much. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. The traffickers, sprawled in pools of blood, cried out in increasing despair, clutching their severed limbs, their faces etched with hopelessness and agony. The cacophony of screams echoed relentlessly, each cry more pitiful than the last. In mere moments, these traffickers would never again pose a threat to others. The only one present who remained unscathed was a short-haired woman, spared by Qin Tian due to her status as the ringleader. He considered that if there were still a few traffickers unaccounted for outside, she could lead him to them, thus ensuring the completion of his mission with absolute certainty. At this moment, the short-haired woman was already rendered dumbfounded by Qin Tian's brutality, collapsing to the ground in a state of shock. Upon seeing him approach, she hastily knelt and begged, "Please don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll give you money. Whatever you want, I'll pay. I beg you, don't kill me. I was wrong. I will never do it again. Just call the police and have me arrested, put me in jail." However, Qin Tian paid no heed to her pleas, directly invoking his soul-capturing technique. Once under its influence, the short-haired woman immediately became compliant. "Tell me, are there any other members of your organization who have not yet arrived?" The moment Qin Tian posed this question, she replied with a bewildered expression, "There are still some people in the underground breeding facility." "A breeding facility? What is that?" "A place for raising human livestock, as well as performing organ removal surgeries." Human livestock? Upon hearing this term, Qin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. It was unfathomable that the words human and livestock could coalesce into a singular concept. Treating humans as cattle was a manifestation of profound depravity. The notion of organ removal surgeries, without a doubt, was intended for the illicit trade of organs. It was evident that they had established a comprehensive system, transforming human trafficking and organ trafficking into a grotesque enterprise, truly appalling and monstrous. A surge of righteous anger ignited within Qin Tian. Moments ago, he had questioned the cruelty of his actions in severing their limbs. But now he felt it was entirely justified. For such individuals, allowing them to serve time in prison would merely be an act of mercy. "Now, elaborate on your criminal activities and the processes involved." Qin Tian spoke once more, and the short-haired woman readily divulged all the information she possessed. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became, and the more he felt that this group of individuals before him deserved to perish. Just as Zhou Yufei had stated earlier, these individuals not only trafficked women and children, but also categorized them into various tiers. Those of superior quality were sold to discerning clients, even exported abroad. Those of average quality were subjected to manipulation through nefarious means, engaging in illicit activities. The inferior quality, or those deemed no longer useful, were treated like livestock, raised for the purpose of selling their blood or organs, specifically targeted for individuals or organizations in need. Once they had extracted every ounce of value from these souls, their remains would be incinerated and disposed of in the sewers, ensuring their complete erasure from existence. This abhorrent enterprise had persisted for a decade, with hundreds of women and children trafficked or murdered, their crimes so egregious that they defied description. Hearing this, Qin Tian felt an overwhelming urge to send them all to their demise, while Zhou Yufei clenched her fists in rage, her teeth grinding audibly. Were they even human? How could they inflict such cruelty upon their own kind? I shall apprehend them all and bring them to justice. Just as Zhou Yufei was about to speak to Qin Tian, he once again moved his fingers. With a swift motion, two beams of sword light flashed, severing the hands and feet of the short-haired woman before him. The excruciating pain instantly liberated her from the control of the soul-binding technique. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yufei swallowed her words, momentarily silenced. Meanwhile, Qin Tian had already begun his descent down the stairs, his expression dark and foreboding. Observing the incapacitated traffickers on the ground, Zhou Yufei gritted her teeth and resolutely followed Qin Tian. Chapter 39. The Underground Hospital, a Problem Resolved. Qin Tian led the way, with Zhou Yufei trailing behind, neither uttering a word. Soon, they reached the first floor of the hotel and discovered a steel door equipped with a code lock within a storage room. Gazing at the tightly shut steel door, Zhou Yufei furrowed her brow. I forgot to ask her for the code to the door. Just as she voiced her thoughts, Qin Tian had already summoned his flying sword to strike the steel door. With a sharp hiss, the 5-centimeter thick special alloy door was cleaved in two. The severed halves crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Perhaps the commotion was too loud, for shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 armed men rushed towards Qin Tian. What are you doing? Before they could finish their inquiry, a blade of light zipped past them. Like the previous group of human traffickers, their hands and feet were similarly severed, and their anguished cries echoed through the narrow corridor. Qin Tian did not cast a glance at them. Instead, he strode purposefully into the passageway. Upon entering, they soon beheld a dedicated elevator. Taking the lift, they descended to the hotel's underground second floor. With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a scene that took Qin Tian and Zhou Yufei by surprise. As they surveyed the space, they discovered that the entire underground level had been transformed into a facility reminiscent of a hospital, complete with numerous patient rooms and several operating theaters. The underground area was brightly lit and fully equipped, making it hard to reconcile this place with the abandoned hotel above. After the initial shock, Qin Tian began to search the area with Zhou Yufei. As they passed a patient room, curiosity compelled them to peek inside. In that fleeting moment, they spotted a gaunt woman lying on a hospital bed, with an unknown substance being injected into her body from above. Coupled with the earlier words of the short-haired woman, it was easy to deduce that this woman was the so-called human livestock she had mentioned. These patient rooms served as their cages, sustaining their lives with cheap nutritional drugs, and harvesting their organs when needed. Qin Tian intended to inquire about the situation from the woman on the bed, but upon witnessing her vacant, hollow gaze, he ultimately refrained. They proceeded to the second and third patient rooms, traversing a corridor lined with dozens of similar chambers, each approximately 10 square meters in size. Some housed a solitary occupant, while others contained 2 or 3 individuals. All were treated as livestock, much like the woman in the first room. Some still bore semblance of humanity, while others had devolved into soulless husks. The two had thought they had witnessed enough horror, until they ventured into the next area. Here, they encountered individuals confined within iron cages, men, women, and children alike. Compared to the numbed livestock, these captives appeared to be in better spirits and health, evidently having been apprehended only recently. Some of the children were even crying out for their mothers. As Qin Tian and Zhou Yufei stepped into this section, a few menacing figures approached them. How did you get in here? One of them growled. As soon as the words left their lips, a flash of sword light descended upon them, sealing their fate to mirror that of those outside. After witnessing the harrowing conditions of this underground hospital, Qin Tian's resolve for vengeance intensified. Half an hour later, Qin Tian guided Zhou Yufei on a comprehensive tour of the underground hospital. During their exploration, they uncovered several members of a human trafficking ring, along with a number of healthcare professionals who had been subjugated by various means. Ultimately, he bestowed upon all the members of the trafficking gang a complimentary amputation package. As for those trapped in this dire situation, he refrained from intervening, knowing that others would come to their rescue. After a brief interval, he returned to the surface with Zhou Yufei. Junior sister, I have dealt with these individuals. They will never perpetrate evil again in this lifetime. The remaining matters are now in your capable hands. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Zhou Yufei nodded emphatically. I understand, senior brother. I will ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. I will not let them escape lightly. Given their crimes, a death sentence would be a mere leniency. She continued, as for the victims, relevant authorities will provide the necessary medical care to facilitate their swift return to normalcy. However, there's a pressing issue that may prove somewhat troublesome. What issue? Qin Tian inquired. How will I explain to my colleagues and superiors that the traffickers are now without hands or feet? Moreover, they have seen you. If questioned, wouldn't that expose you? Nodding in agreement with Zhou Yufei's concerns, Qin Tian replied, You raise a valid point. In that case, I shall erase their memories. However, erasing memories is rather tedious. Perhaps it would be more efficient to render them all imbeciles. Huh? Zhou Yufei was taken aback. With that, Qin Tian sprang into action once more. After another half hour, he had gathered all the members of the trafficking gang in one place. At this juncture, many of the traffickers had fainted from excessive blood loss. To prevent any from succumbing, Qin Tian produced a healing elixir, dissolving it in water and administering it to them one by one. After the medication was dispensed, he unleashed his full power of soul capture, transforming the entire group into simpletons. However, he retained the memory of one short-haired woman, knowing that the police would rely on her to assist in the rescue of abducted children and women, as well as to unearth any organizations or individuals connected to them. Once everything was settled, Qin Tian clapped his hands. All is well now. I no longer exist in their minds. As for the reason behind their current state, you will need to fabricate a story, junior sister. I trust you 1T encounter any difficulties? He turned his gaze toward Zhou Yufei, who responded with a wry smile. No problem. I will do my best to concoct a plausible tale. I hope they will believe me. Otherwise, I have no other explanation. It's not as if I single-handedly severed all their limbs. Very well. I shall take my leave then. With that, Qin Tian prepared to depart on his sword, prompting Zhou Yufei to speak up hastily. Brother, when will we meet again? Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Can we exchange contact information? No, just one, please. No, I'm leaving. As soon as he spoke, a flying sword unsheathed behind him, soaring into the sky. After his departure, Zhou Yufei couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. What are the senior brothers and sisters of Mount Shu busy with all day? Are they all battling monsters? I wish I could be as powerful as they are someday. With that thought, her attention shifted to a group of human traffickers piled up nearby. How on earth do I concoct a lie? It's so vexing. Forget it. I'll just say I fainted and knew nothing. That's settled. While muttering to herself, she casually picked up a phone from the ground and dialed a number. Once the call was made, the entire Green Vine city trembled. Meanwhile, soaring through the skies on his sword, Qin Tian heard a prompt sound echo in his mind. Chapter 40. Rewards acquired, Spirit Beast Garden. Ding. The host has successfully eradicated the evil cultivation faction. The task is complete. You have received the following rewards. Sect Reputation 10. 000 points. 1 random intermediate level cultivation technique. 1 random intermediate level magical artifact. And 1 random sect building. Congratulations, you have acquired the technique Obsessive Separation Technique. Congratulations, you have obtained the artifact 9 Heavens Ringing Zither. Congratulations, you have acquired the sect building, an initial level Spirit Beast Garden. Listening to the series of prompts in his mind, Qin Tian, standing on his flying sword, was instantly elated. Quite impressive. It's remarkable that punishing a group of traffickers could yield such substantial benefits. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. I wonder if there will be any more foolish individuals daring to commit wrongdoing on my turf next time. As he pondered this, he accelerated his sword, eager to return to Mount Shu as swiftly as possible and see the caliber of rewards the system had bestowed upon him this time. A few minutes later, he successfully returned to the Shu Mountain Vocational Technical College. As the institution had ceased external enrollment, the vast campus felt rather desolate with only him present. Should I recruit a few people for the school? Otherwise, I'll have to handle the cleaning myself. Here I am, a dignified Qi refining expert, reduced to such tasks. However, it seems hiring ordinary people might not be feasible. Never mind that for now. Let us first check the system's rewards. With that, Qin Tian cast aside these trivial thoughts and entered his room. With a thought, he summoned the rewards from the system, a technique and a magical artifact. A book and an ancient zither materialized before him. The cover of the book bore the 5 characters Obsessive Separation Technique, which sounded far superior to the previous 10 basic techniques, as those only had 3 characters. This one, with its 5 characters, promised greater strength. The Guqin exudes a noble elegance and embodies an ancient charm, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of a phoenix soaring into the skies. With just a glance, Qin Tian nodded appreciatively. A remarkable treasure, though he could not immediately articulate its merits. He picked up the Qihen Bieli and casually flipped open its cover. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot forth from within, directly penetrating his mind, accompanied by a torrent of information pertaining to the technique. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly mastered this skill, akin to acquiring abilities in a game. As he absorbed the knowledge regarding the Qihen Bieli, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Was this technique truly so unique? The 10 foundational techniques previously bestowed upon him by the system were either related to the 5 elements or involved beast and sword control. Yet, this Qihen Bieli turned out to be a rare, sound-based cultivation method, where one uses melodies to navigate the path and manipulate the emotions of others through sound. It was akin to soothing a person's inner wounds with the strains of the Qin, attacking the souls of others with the notes of Shao, or instilling fear through the rhythm of drums. It could even influence the desires and sentiments of others via song, an immensely powerful and enigmatic art. However, this technique was not purely offensive. It served as a supportive method as well, providing various enhancements to others and even accelerating their cultivation speed. After grasping these concepts, Qin Tian nodded in agreement. Whoever mastered this would undoubtedly become the nurturing presence within a team. Moreover, the Qin appeared to be specially tailored for this purpose. Wait, I feel as if I might be able to play a few melodies myself. Could learning this technique also cultivate my musical talent? To ascertain whether this was merely a fleeting impression, Qin Tian promptly lifted the Jiuxiao, Huaipei Qin before him, settled cross-legged, and laid the Qin flat upon his knees, placing his hands upon the strings. Strangely enough, despite having never engaged with any musical instruments throughout his life, the moment his fingers rested upon the strings, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. It felt as though he had been immersed in the art of the Qin for decades, and in a fleeting moment, he envisioned himself as a recluse atop a majestic mountain, beside a gently flowing stream. Unbeknownst to him, his fingers began to dance across the strings. The instant the sound of the Qin resonated, he entered a state of transcendence, his entire demeanor transformed. His fingers, like delicate butterflies flitting through flowers, glided gracefully over the strings, plucking, supporting, sweeping, striking, slicing, picking, and lifting. His proficiency was astonishing, producing melodies that were not only enchanting, but also imbued with profound emotion. An overwhelming sense of sorrow permeated the music, and fortunately, the entire Shushan Vocational Technical College was devoid of other souls. Otherwise, those who heard this poignant melody might have been moved to tears, fainting on the spot. Even the most optimistic and cheerful individuals would find themselves ensnared by the melancholic strains of the music, evoking their deepest sorrows. After completing the entire piece, tears streaming down his face, Qin Tian finally lifted his fingers from the strings. Goodness, this technique is utterly bewitching. As someone who usually leads a joyful life, I nearly succumbed to despair. I must refrain from playing such pieces openly. One can only imagine how many would be driven to despair. Shifting his mood, he began to recalibrate his emotions. Once he felt steadied, he commenced playing once more. In stark contrast to the previous sorrowful melody, this time he chose a lively composition, one that, like the last, was inherently linked to the technique he had mastered. In truth, Qin Tian found himself questioning whether he had transformed into a musical prodigy, albeit without any proof to substantiate this claim. As his fingertips glided across the strings again, a delightful and fluid melody resonated from the Qin. Unlike the earlier lament that brimmed with sorrow, this piece was akin to a gentle spring breeze, inspiring visions of strolling along a flower-laden path on a bright spring morning. With a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and warm sunlight poured down, whisking away all worries and filling his heart with indescribable joy. Qin Tian himself became immersed in this joyous atmosphere, oblivious to the fact that while he played, birds and beasts from Mount Shu gathered exuberantly around the school. Soon, a thick layer of birds filled the area outside his dwelling, perching on power lines, windowsills, rooftops, and trees. These creatures seemed equally entranced by the music. Not far from the courtyard wall, rabbits, hedgehogs, and squirrels listened intently. The Shu Mountain Vocational and Technical School was abuzz with life. Once Qin Tian concluded the piece, he noticed a row of small heads peering in through the window. Where did all these animals come from? Lowering his gaze, he was met with an even more startling sight. Not far in front of him, 6 large gray rats and several garter snakes were watching him intently. He jumped back in fright, nearly leaping 3 meters into the air. "Quick, play something triumphant. Please, don't come any closer," he shouted, and at his frantic cries, the little domestic spirits retreated to their respective homes, some in the kitchen, others in the bathroom. Once they departed, Qin Tian let out a sigh of relief. "Good heavens! I never realized I had so many housemates. It's no wonder my food mysteriously disappears. I must find a time to evict them." Resolute in his decision, he put away the 9 heavens ringing Qin and retrieved the final reward bestowed by the system, a building model. Chapter 41. Celestial Crane, Little Zhu Gua. He has already constructed 3 buildings for his sect: the Protective Formation, the Grand Hall, and the Celestial Paradise. Each of these structures possesses its own formidable capabilities. This time, the system has bestowed upon him yet another edifice, igniting his curiosity about the powerful features it may possess. From its name alone, he surmises its essence. Upon unveiling the architectural model, he is immediately greeted by a structure resembling a quaint garden, complete with various enclosures. Spirit Beast Garden, beginner level. Effect: cultivates spirit beasts. Within the garden, a random spirit beast shall be born every 7 days, with both its species and qualities being unpredictable. Additionally, there is a chance that ordinary wild animals placed within the garden may transform into spirit beasts. Gazing at the system's description of the Spirit Beast Garden, a knowing smile spreads across Qin Tian's face. Just as I had anticipated, a spirit beast can be birthed every 7 days, a commendable efficiency. Could there be a possibility of giving rise to dragons, phoenixes, or cheilants? If so, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. Furthermore, the ability to transform ordinary animals into spirit beasts adds another layer of intrigue. As he contemplates this, Qin Tian's gaze drifts toward a row of small heads outside the window. It occurs to him that the Shushan Celestial Paradise lacks animals, which diminishes its vitality. After a brief period, at the portal of the Shushan Celestial Paradise, a procession of various small creatures is seen entering. There are birds, rabbits, hedgehogs, squirrels, as well as mice, snakes, insects, and frogs. These are all animals he has summoned using his Beast Master technique. On one hand, it would enliven the Shushan Celestial Paradise. On the other, he is eager to observe whether ordinary animals can indeed be transformed into spirit beasts. Once he has ushered all the small creatures into the Celestial Paradise, Qin Tian steps inside. Upon entering, he witnesses the newly arrived animals frolicking joyfully within the paradise, seemingly more content in this pristine, untainted environment than in the outside world. Finding a clear patch of land, he retrieves the model of the Spirit Beast Garden and, with a gentle exertion, it begins to levitate and expand, ultimately transforming into a magnificent structure spanning several hundred square meters, infused with spirit beast essence. While Qin Tian marvels at the interior of the newly established Spirit Beast Garden, a melodious call suddenly resonates from within. At the sound, his eyes gleam with excitement. He hastens into the garden, and as he enters, the door to an enclosure swings open. From within emerges a snow-white crane, exuding an exquisite grace as it steps forward with a regal demeanor. Upon exiting the enclosure, the crane lets out a resounding call, flapping its wings in a joyful dance, seemingly celebrating its newfound existence. After concluding its dance, this magnificent creature, larger than an ostrich, slowly approaches Qin Tian. Before Qin Tian, the celestial crane affectionately rubbed its head against his body as a gesture of intimacy. Observing this, Qin Tian reached out to stroke the crane, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fondness. Though the crane may not possess the grandeur of dragons or phoenixes, it holds a unique symbolic significance. In the mythos of the Dragon Kingdom, celestial cranes are often regarded as mounts and spiritual companions of the immortals. Given its size, it should be able to carry me, Qin Tian mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the majestic bird before him. No sooner had he uttered these words than the crane proudly arched its neck and slowly lowered its body, seemingly inviting him to mount. "Are you suggesting that I ride upon your back?" he inquired, to which the crane nodded affirmatively. A spark of excitement ignited in Qin Tian's eyes. "Then I shan't hold back." With that, he deftly leaped onto the crane's back, carefully settling into a cross-legged position, wary not to inadvertently harm the creature. However, the crane's physique was evidently more robust than he had anticipated, remaining steady beneath him without a hint of instability. Once he was firmly seated, the crane suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, stirring up a gust of wind as it ascended gracefully into the sky. In mere moments, they soared to an altitude of several hundred meters. Perched atop the crane, Qin Tian gazed down at the receding landscape, a thrill coursing through him. Although he was capable of flying on a sword, the sensation of riding a celestial crane was distinctly different. Riding the crane exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur, far more impressive than the experience of sword flight. Moreover, the speed of the crane was hardly slower than that of his sword. They circled around the mystical Shushan cave, and as they glided over a forest, Qin Tian suddenly noticed a shimmering light emanating from below. "What is that?" he wondered aloud. "Little crane, let us descend and investigate." With just a single command, the crane obediently flew him to the source of the glow. As they approached, Qin Tian leaped down from a height of 2 meters, landing directly at the spot he had observed. There, he beheld a diminutive tree, no taller than a meter, adorned with clusters of vibrant red fruits. The very light he had seen flickering earlier emanated from these fruits, which also released a peculiar and enchanting fragrance that enveloped him with a sense of comfort upon inhalation. What is this curious thing? Why would such a specimen grow in this blessed realm? He pondered. I recall now. It seems that this paradise refreshes its cultivation resources every month. Could this be the resource for this month? Regrettably, he had no knowledge of what it was and hesitated to taste it, fearing the consequences of a potentially fatal mistake. The Sect shop likely possesses specialized techs on herbs. I must procure one. As he spoke, he opened the Sect's shop, and after a brief search, he quickly found a book titled Compendium of Extraordinary Artifacts in the Immortal Realm. After spending 50 points of Sect reputation to purchase it, he immediately absorbed its contents. Upon mastering it, a wealth of knowledge regarding rare treasures and spiritual herbs flooded his mind, including information about the peculiar fruit before him. Lilju fruit, a second-tier spiritual fruit, flowers every 50 years and bears fruit every 50 years, producing 18 fruits each time. Consuming it can slightly enhance one's cultivation. Effective only for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and below. After consumption, one must swiftly refine the medicinal energy, otherwise it will hinder absorption. Upon learning this information about the extraordinary fruit, Qin Tian was filled with immense joy. Enhancing his cultivation was indeed a splendid opportunity, and now it was all his. Without hesitation, he collected all 18 Lilju fruits from the tree into a storage bag, planning to consume them at a later time. Having acquired a celestial crane and now obtaining spiritual fruits, Qin Tian felt elated. Today was truly a wonderful day. It would be a disservice to himself not to indulge in a fine meal. Thus, he resolved to treat himself to a grand feast. After voicing his intentions, he mounted the little crane once more and flew to the entrance of the Shushan cave heaven. Leaving the crane inside the cave, he walked out, departing from the Shushan Vocational Training School towards the city center. Upon reaching a well-known commercial district, he took out his phone and opened a review app. After a brief search, he soon fixed his gaze on a highly rated upscale restaurant. "Today, I shall dine here. I hope the reviews are genuine." As he murmured this, he entered the restaurant. However, just as he sat down and prepared to order, a sudden system notification chimed in. The woman ahead is a rare find. A millennium rare Xian sacred body with an innate charm. Please recruit her into the sect to strengthen the Shushan school. Her exceptional talent promises a special reward, along with an additional foundation establishment pill. Chapter 42. The Top Tier Su Xiaoya. As Qin Tian took out his phone to place an order, he was momentarily stunned by the unexpected notification. What was the situation? Could he truly encounter such a prodigious talent while merely dining out? A Xian sacred body? What extraordinary constitution. He was eager to discover the person whom the system held in such high regard. That foundation establishment pill was certainly something he must acquire. While contemplating, his gaze began to scan the restaurant, employing his divination technique. Shortly, he identified his target, a woman seated in a corner of the establishment. She wore a simple white shirt paired with jeans, topped off with a black cap. Strangely, despite being indoors, she donned sunglasses, creating a stark contrast with her surroundings. However, despite being wrapped up snugly, her posture and the exposed contour of her jawline unmistakably revealed her to be an extraordinary beauty. Moreover, as Qin Tian observed her profile, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. His fixation on this woman was not solely due to her striking appearance, but also because of the unusual pink aura that crowned her head, a stark contrast to the typical white aura of ordinary individuals. This peculiar coloration surely bore a connection to her exceptional constitution. Is this what the system referred to as the Qin Tian sacred body? Yet, how should I approach her to become her disciple? If I were to walk directly over, she might perceive me as a lecherous suitor. At the very least, it would be inappropriate to make a pass at her within the confines of this restaurant. Never mind. I shall first enjoy my meal and contemplate a strategy thereafter. With that thought, he resumed scanning the menu to place his order, all the while keeping a watchful eye on the girl in the baseball cap. As he dined, he astutely noticed that at a nearby table, two individuals were surreptitiously observing her as well. Not only were they covertly watching, but they also occasionally snapped a few photographs, appearing quite lecherous in their pursuits. This observation sparked a flicker of curiosity within Qin Tian. Could it be that she had encountered some sort of pervert? But soon, he dismissed this notion. The two did not seem like deviants, but rather like paparazzi. At that moment, the girl in the cap finished her meal, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and donned a black mask before hastily making her exit from the restaurant, her head lowered. However, as she stepped outside, a throng of individuals immediately surrounded her, brandishing cameras and microphones, their identification badges dangling from their necks. After cornering her, a reporter with a badge emblazoned with the name of a certain entertainment company called out, "Miss Su Xiaoye, is it true what the internet is saying about your rumored affair with the president of Starlight Entertainment? Did you rise to fame as a top singer in such a short time with his assistance? Miss Su, it has been reported that you were blocked by the partner of the Starlight president at a hotel. Is there any truth to this? Miss Su, what are your thoughts on the rumors circulating online about you? Do you intend to respond directly? Miss Su, a professional team has accused you of lip-syncing during your last concert in the Magic City and claimed your credentials are fabricated. What do you have to say about that? Your former manager has stated that you have not received any professional vocal training." Faced with the barrage of entertainment reporters, the girl in the cap appeared unfazed, standing silently in place, her lips sealed. In the next moment, she quietly retrieved her phone and, in full view of the gathering reporters, dialed a number. "Hello, is this 110? There are people illegally congregating here and restricting my personal freedom." After concluding the call, she displayed the call interface to the assembled reporters. "I have called the police. They will arrive shortly. If you truly wish to conduct an interview with me, I kindly request that you do so during my working hours, as this moment is my personal time. Furthermore, I implore you to cease your pursuit. Stalking is a criminal offense, and I ask you to step aside." Upon hearing these words, the group of entertainment reporters present exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately parting to create a path. Yet one male journalist remained undeterred, attempting to follow her. However, in the next instant, the woman donning a cap retrieved a spray bottle from her bag and directed it towards him in a swift motion. The startled journalist immediately shielded his eyes, hesitating to advance, prompting the woman to flee. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian suddenly recalled the identity of the sunglasses-wearing, cap-clad woman. Su Xiaoye, a leading singer in Longhua, is a multifaceted musical talent, celebrated for her singing and dancing prowess, and a former member and lead vocalist of a well-known girl group, rising to fame in under 3 years from a mere obscurity in the entertainment industry. She has garnered the title of heir to the diva throne. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she also possesses a remarkable rapport with the public, having never been embroiled in scandal throughout her career, thus amassing a considerable male fan base. Qin Tian himself had once been infatuated with her. However, her career appears to have taken a downturn recently, plagued by rumors and betrayal from her team and management. Whispers suggest that she is engaged in dubious dealings with the head of her agency, and accusations of her performances being lip-synced abound, even casting doubt on her musical talent and academic credentials. In less than half a month, she has lost millions of followers. Qin Tian did not anticipate encountering her here. After all, her hometown seems to be Tang City, making this meeting somewhat plausible. Yet, her current situation appears dire. Perhaps if I could assist her, I might persuade her to join our Shushan sect. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Tian hurriedly devoured the meal before him. Once satiated, he swiftly pursued the direction in which Su Xiaoye had departed. While it may pose a challenge for paparazzi to locate her within a city boasting a population of millions, for Qin Tian, it was a matter of simplicity. With a mere calculation of his fingers, he deduced Su Xiaoye's current whereabouts. A mere 15 minutes later, he followed her to the entrance of a temple. The temple, known as Longtan Temple, is a prominent site in Tang City, renowned for its bustling incense offerings and a popular tourist attraction. Regularly, Numerous citizens visit to pray and seek blessings, reputed for its efficacy, though Qin Tian remained skeptical, as he had personally experienced its ineffectiveness. Furthermore, he once witnessed the temple's abbot descending the mountain in a BMW at midnight. At this time of day, the number of worshippers within the temple was relatively sparse. Upon her arrival, Su Xiaoya proceeded directly into the Great Hero Hall, purchased several incense sticks, and bowed several times before the statue before rising to depart. As she stepped out of the temple, a group of elderly men and women swiftly surrounded her, each brandishing signs that unmistakably marked them as longtime con artists lingering at the temple's entrance. Observing this, Qin Tian adopted a pensive expression and discreetly retreated to an unoccupied corner, emerging moments later clad in a long hooded vest, embodying the guise of a wise sage. "Fair maiden," one of the elders proclaimed, "I perceive a shadow upon your brow, a harbinger of troubles that besiege you. Allow me to divine your fate and alleviate your burdens. Dear lady, let me take your fortune. My predictions are remarkably accurate. Who in Longtan Temple has not heard of my esteemed name?" Qin the Blind. Another chimed in. "Trust me, whether you seek guidance in career or romance. If my predictions fail, you owe me nothing," a third insisted. The gathering of elderly figures fixated on Su Xiaoya with a tenacity reminiscent of flies drawn to filth, their demeanor suggesting that she would not be permitted to leave without offering payment. Witnessing this, Su Xiaoya's brow furrowed in concern. In the past, she would have dismissed such superstitions, perhaps even avoiding the temple altogether. Yet a string of unfortunate events had recently plagued her, one after another, wearing her down and causing her to entertain doubts about her fortunes. Could it truly be that her recent misfortunes were the result of ill luck? Perhaps it was time for a divination after all. As she contemplated her options, her gaze fell upon the elderly fortune tellers, and she prepared to select one at random for her reading. Just as she was about to make her choice, a venerable voice interrupted her. "Young lady, these individuals are charlatans. If you seek a genuine reading, allow me, an old Taoist, to assist you, whatever your desires or wishes. I possess the means to help you fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya turned her attention to the speaker, as did the crowd of fortune tellers surrounding her. They beheld an elderly Taoist clad in a deep blue robe, with flowing white hair and long eyebrows that reached his chest, holding a white banner inscribed with the words, "A reading worth 1,000 gold." In contrast to the other dubious figures, this Taoist exuded an aura of wisdom and dignity, compelling respect. This sage was none other than Qin Tian, transformed into the figure of the long-browed elder. Upon seeing him, Su Xiaoya glanced back at the surrounding crowd and felt a strong sense of distrust towards their untrustworthy appearances. Consequently, she swiftly extricated herself from their grasp and approached Qin Tian directly. "Venerable Taoist, are your words truly sincere? Can you genuinely assist me in realizing my heart's desires?" Before Qin Tian could respond, the previously aggressive group of elderly fortune tellers advanced toward him with palpable hostility, encircling him once more. "From whence do you hail? Are you aware that Longtan Temple is our territory? If you wish to earn your keep here, you must adhere to the rules. It is evident that you have come to disrupt our affairs. You just accused us of being frauds. On what grounds do you make such a claim? Even if business is being stolen, there ought to be a sense of order, a sequence of arrival. I advise you to leave promptly, or I shall call for reinforcements." Clearly, Qin Tian's arrival has encroached upon their interests. However, Qin Tian remained undaunted, casting a smile in their direction before speaking up. "You all claim to possess the ability to foretell the future. How about we engage in a contest today? Let us ascertain who is the true fraud and who possesses genuine skill. We shall allow the young lady to decide whom she wishes to consult for her fortune. What say you?" At this declaration, the group of old swindlers exchanged glances. For had there been no audience, they would have dismissed Qin Tian entirely, relying on their numbers to drive him away. Yet, before them stood Su Xiaoya, whom they regarded as a golden opportunity. Securing her business would undoubtedly yield considerable profit. After some deliberation, they agreed, for although their usual trade was deception, it did not imply a lack of expertise. In truth, those permitted to practice here possessed a modicum of real ability, or else they would have long been driven away. "Very well, let us compete." "I, Liu Banxian, have never feared anyone," exclaimed one elder. "Nor have I. Chun Shazi, what shall we compete in? How shall we measure our skills?" With that, Qin Tian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on the entrance of the temple. Let us predict the eighth person to emerge from the temple. Shall it be a male or female, tall or short, stout or slender, what age they are, how many siblings they have, whether their parents are alive, and whether they seek wealth or love? Agreed. I refuse to believe. I cannot outguess you. Qin Tian retorted. Come, let us see who truly possesses the skill. Do you think I, Qin Tian, merely subsist without merit? As the words left his lips, the assembled elders and matrons displayed their various talents, each producing their own tools for divination. Some utilized tortoise shells and coins, others flipped through books, while a few brandished sticks of varying lengths. One individual, even more eccentric, squatted on the ground, draping a cloth over their head and entering into a trance. Indeed, while some were mere charlatans, others possessed genuine abilities, like Lu Banxian and Qin Tian. Observing their earnestness, Qin Tian activated his celestial technique, employing his fingers to calculate the outcome. Before long, he had discerned the truth within his mind. Minutes passed, and the crowd's calculations neared completion as 4 individuals emerged from the temple. A growing throng of onlookers gathered, their curiosity piqued upon learning the nature of the contest. This is rather amusing. These charlatans are actually comparing notes. Are they attempting to monopolize the business? Every time I visit, they insist on engaging me in lengthy discussions. If only you knew the trick, rebuke them a couple of times, and they will refrain from bothering you further. In my youth, Lu Banxian and Qin Tian would linger at the entrance of Longtan Temple. I never anticipated they would still be here now that I've grown. Lu Banxian possesses genuine skill. I consulted him once, and he claimed my current wife was unsuitable, only for her to betray me a few days ago. Qin Tian's bone reading was also quite accurate. He remarked that I have 3 siblings, and upon inquiring with my father, I discovered I have an elder sister who was given away shortly after birth. I wonder where that old Taoist came from. I've never seen him before, yet he appears to exude a more professional air, embodying the essence of an ancient sage. He must be from another region. It remains uncertain whose predictions are more precise. As the onlookers buzzed with speculation, Qin Tian suddenly spoke up. Have you all made your calculations? The poor Taoist has long since arrived at mine. Upon hearing this, Lu Banxian and Qin Tian, along with others, responded in unison, I've got mine too. However, out of an abundance of caution, I propose that we first write our results down on paper to avoid any confusion later. Indeed, a splendid suggestion. I have paper and pens, an elderly man declared, producing the materials for everyone to record their predictions. Once completed, they folded their notes and turned their gazes toward the temple entrance. Before long, the 8th individual emerged from within. Upon seeing him, the crowd surged forward, surrounding the man who had just exited, leaving him utterly bewildered and clueless about the unfolding events. Chapter 44. The poor Taoist has made no error. He is indeed female. At the entrance of Longtan Temple, as Lu Banxian and the others cornered the man who had just stepped outside, the gathering crowd of onlookers swelled. Among them were devotees come to offer incense and casual passersby, all craning their necks for a glimpse inside. The man, trapped at the center of the commotion, felt both confused and slightly anxious. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Do not be alarmed, young man. We mean no harm. We merely wish to pose a few questions. Lu Banxian grinned, his toothless smile reminiscent of gnarled tree bark. Questions? What questions do you wish to ask me? The man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, inquired with curiosity. The first question, how old are you this year? 37. Why do you ask? Upon hearing his response, Lu Banxian, Qin Tian, and several other elderly men displayed expressions of delight, while a few others visibly grimaced, clearly realizing their age calculations had been erroneous. The second question is, what brings you here? I seek a romantic partner. At the age of 37, I have yet to find a companion. I have heard that seeking love here is remarkably effective, which is why I have come, perhaps sensing the goodwill of the crowd. The man's demeanor became less tense than it was initially. The third question is, how many members are there in your family? Do you have siblings? Are your parents alive? There are 4 people in my family, including 1 younger sister, and both of my parents are alive, he answered without hesitation. However, upon revealing this answer, several faces in the crowd changed expression, while Lu Banxian and Qin Tian wore smiles. In the next moment, Lu Banxian spoke again. Well, we have completed our inquiries. Now, everyone, please present the results you have just written, so this young lady can see who has calculated correctly and who has not. With that, he was the first to hand his note to Su Xiaoya. Upon glancing at the contents of the note, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. The result deduced by Lu Banxian closely matched the man's situation, except for the omission of a younger sister. Everything else was accurate. His age was correct, gender was correct, physique was accurate, familial relationships were precise, and the matter he sought was also right. After her moment of astonishment, she addressed the crowd. This old gentleman made one error, but everything else is correct. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment, and the wrinkles on Lu Banxian's aged face gathered in delight, his pride evident. Who would have thought Lu Banxian possessed such skill? Indeed, if only one or two were accurate, it could be attributed to luck. But to miss just one detail signifies true talent. It seems I must consult him for my own fortunes soon. As the crowd praised Lu Banxian, the bespectacled Qin Tian hastily presented his note to Su Xiaoya. Young lady, please take a look at mine. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya accepted his note. When she beheld the contents, her eyes widened in shock. After a considerable pause, she murmured, "It's all correct," although her voice was soft. The attention of everyone present was fixed upon her. When she uttered those words, the onlookers erupted once more. What did she just say? Qin Tian got all right? Is he truly that skilled? My goodness, this is extraordinary. Perhaps I should seek Qin Tian for my fortune in the future. I heard he became blind due to revealing too many secrets through his accurate predictions. I once thought he was boasting, but now it seems there is truth to it. What is the principle behind this? I can only assert that the wisdom of our ancestors surpasses our imagination. At that moment, Qin Tian, much like Lu Banxian, wore an expression of pride and satisfaction. In contrast, the expressions of several shamans who have long frequented the Longtan Temple turned rather sour. In an attempt to divert the conversation and avoid embarrassment, they promptly redirected the focus onto Qin Tian. You old trickster, weren't you just boasting about your prowess? Let's see what you've got. How many did you get right? They jeered. Why the sudden silence? Did you miscalculate? If you did, you might as well leave on your own. It's time for someone your age to pursue more honorable endeavors instead of deceiving others. Let us see what you can really do. As the shamans incited the crowd, all eyes swiftly shifted to Qin Tian. However, he remained remarkably composed, casually retrieving a pre-written note and handing it to Su Xiaoya. Since they wish to ascertain the accuracy of my predictions, could you kindly inform them? Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Su Xiaoya nodded and glanced at the note. As she read, her expression shifted dramatically. The onlookers, including Lu Banxian and others, urged her. Well, did he get it right? Yes, Su Xiaoya confirmed, but there is one error. This revelation elicited varied reactions from the crowd, with most faces displaying astonishment. Even a single mistake was quite impressive, indicating that Qin Tian possessed genuine skill, at least on par with Lu Banxian. Only Qin the Blind was deemed superior among those present. This realization only served to inflate Qin the Blind's pride. I thought you were something special. It turns out you're not as accurate as I am. With your level of ability, how dare you label us as frauds? Perhaps you should seek your fortune elsewhere. Turning to Su Xiaoya, Qin inquired, what was his mistake, young lady? It was the gender, she replied after a brief glance. To miscalculate such a fundamental aspect, it seems his foundational skills are lacking, they scoffed. Yet at that moment, Qin Tian suddenly chuckled. I did not err. It is you who miscalculated. Miscalculate? You claim a man is a woman? They retorted. Surely, if you made such a blunder, it must be that you stumbled upon some semblance of truth by chance. I never claimed he was a woman. Qin Tian countered, shaking his head. What do you mean? Then, if he is neither a man nor a woman, a mistake is a mistake. We live by our true abilities in this line of work. His situation is rather unique. If I'm not mistaken, he merely appears male, yet in reality, he is female, and she is attracted to men. I wonder if my assessment is accurate. With this, Qin Tian cast a beaming smile at the stout man with a round face and a scruffy beard. His words instantly ignited a shift in the crowd's attention, fueling the flames of gossip. The man, suddenly under the scrutiny of so many eyes, displayed a rather embarrassed expression. Nevertheless, he bravely nodded in affirmation. The Taoist was indeed correct. I do have an affinity for men, a fact I do not deny. The atmosphere erupted in a cacophony of reactions. It had turned out to be a performance akin to Sichuan opera. Chapter 45. It is certain that rain will fall today. Goodness. Sky. I remarked upon the man's seemingly normal demeanor, wondering how at the age of 37 he remained single, only to discover it was due to his contacts. I had noticed long ago that his appearance was quite distinctive. A round face, white socks, and a scruffy beard reminiscent of a figure from Chunchi Road. In the circles he frequented, he was likely considered a rarity. Upon closer inspection, The Taoist calculations were astoundingly precise, as he had accurately discerned the man's psychological gender. Yet, one could not say that. After all, it was merely psychological gender, while physiological gender remains the sole criterion for determining sex. We are not in a fantastical realm where such notions hold sway. I firmly believe in the binary of male and female. No, he's indeed a man. Even if he perceives himself as a woman and is attracted to men, that still constitutes a miscalculation on your part, asserted Chun the Blind and Lu the Half-Sage with unwavering conviction. Indeed, you have erred. Other charlatans mingling in Longtan Temple hastily joined in. However, Qin Tian shook his head once more. No. Who claims her psychological gender is female? Her physiological gender is also female. This declaration landed like a bomb in a pond, causing a fresh uproar. Surely this cannot be true. Look at that long beard and Adam's apple. He appears unmistakably male. Precisely. How could anyone mistake her for a woman? What woman looks like that? The old Taoist, desperate to win, had resorted to wild claims. I was intrigued to see how he would extricate himself from his predicament. At that moment, I found myself no longer siding with the old Taoist. All eyes turned to Qin Tian, filled with skepticism, including Su Xiaoye's. Old Taoist, could you possibly be mistaken? How could he be a woman? I assure you, I'm not in error, the old Taoist declared confidently. Qin Tian smiled and shook his head. She is indeed a woman, albeit one who presents as male. The reason lies in a medical condition known as congenital adrenal hyperplasia, which has resulted in a gender dysphoria due to this disorder. Congenital adrenal hyperplasia arises from a deficiency in certain enzymes required for the synthesis of cortical hormones, leading to insufficient production of these hormones, which in turn stimulates the pituitary gland to secrete excessive adrenocorticotropic hormone, causing adrenal cortex hyperplasia and an overproduction of precursors to cortisol. The ultimate consequence is the secretion of an abundance of male hormones during her fetal development, resulting in pronounced male characteristics. Of course, even so, her body should retain some female traits. I wonder if I am correct in my assertion. Qin Tian once again turned his gaze toward the bearded man. Upon hearing these words, the man with a bushy beard nodded vigorously, his eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement. Indeed, Taoist, you are absolutely correct. My physiological structure is indeed somewhat different from that of other males. Thus, I must be female by nature, not male, am I not? Precisely. If you harbor any doubts, you may undergo a chromosomal examination at a hospital. It is the most definitive method, Qin Tian responded. Furthermore, you should no longer feel troubled by your attraction to men, for you are inherently a woman. As Qin Tian's words echoed in the air, the bearded man expressed his profound gratitude. Thank you, Taoist, thank you. This question has plagued me for many years. Even my parents fail to comprehend my predicament, and my friends regard me as a peculiar anomaly. Now I realize it is not my psyche that is flawed, but rather that I have always been a woman. I need not concern myself with the gazes of others any longer. As he spoke, tears of joy streamed down his face. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this dramatic revelation, was struck with astonishment. The twist unfolded so swiftly that they struggled to process it. A man, once so clearly male, had suddenly transformed into a woman. Yet, some remained skeptical of Qin Tian's assertions until one individual took to the internet to investigate. Indeed, there were accounts of this very condition, confirming that the Taoist was not fabricating tales. Look here, it is true, and there are numerous cases in reality, more than just a handful. I have previously heard of individuals who, after living for decades, discovered they were actually female. I've even encountered stories of those who only learned of their true gender during medical examinations. Who would have thought I would witness such a phenomenon today? In this vast and wondrous world, there exists an array of mysteries. The man had just stated that his physiological structure differed from that of a typical male, thus validating the Taoist claims. Yet, skepticism lingered. Isn't this old Taoist a practitioner of metaphysics? How does he intertwine science with his craft? Does he delve into scientific inquiry as well? One medical student admitted it was his first encounter with such a condition, acknowledging the Taoist authority. Metaphysics is also a form of science. This Taoist is indeed remarkable. Observe, those who neglect their studies cannot even master the art of deception, the crowd mused. Their sentiments tinged with admiration, including Su Xiaoye, who regarded Qin Tian with newfound respect. However, a group led by Lu Banxian bore expressions of discontent. The accuracy of Qin Tian's predictions implied their own calculations had faltered, casting a shadow on their future endeavors in this realm. In a fit of anger, Lu Banxian retorted. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. If your predictions are indeed accurate, demonstrate your true abilities so that we may be convinced. Yes, show us your genuine prowess. In the face of Lu Banxian's outcries, Qin Tian maintained a serene smile. Very well, I excel in the art of divination. Let us engage in another contest. This time, let us predict today's weather. Should I err, I shall take my leave. However, if I succeed, I request nothing from you in return. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Qin Tian's remarks, Lu Banxian and the others exchanged glances, subsequently huddling together to whisper among themselves. Soon, they approached Qin Tian, their faces brimming with confidence. Very well, let us have a wager. What you predict today's weather will be? The Taoist proclaimed, I believe it shall rain heavily today, within 5 minutes. The downpour will commence at 4:10 p.m., ceasing by 4:20 p.m. If I am off by even half a minute, I shall concede defeat. As he spoke, Qin Tian exuded unwavering confidence, his declaration resonating like thunder, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift dramatically. Doubt and astonishment flickered in their eyes as they struggled to comprehend the audacity behind Qin Tian's bold claims. To predict rain was one thing, but to specify the exact timing of its onset and cessation seemed utterly implausible. Skepticism engulfed the crowd, and Lu Banxian and his companions erupted in laughter. You old fool! Have you lost your senses? Do you fancy yourself the Dragon King, summoning rain at will? Look up at the sky. Not a single cloud is in sight. How could it possibly rain? I checked the weather forecast before leaving. There won't be rain for a week. You are surely destined to lose this wager. We need not even calculate. Your defeat is certain. You might as well leave now, lest you embarrass yourself later. Unfazed by their derision, Qin Tian merely gazed at the heavens. Just as Lu Banxian and the others had suggested, the sky was clear and bright, devoid of any hint of impending rain. After observing the sky, he suddenly spoke up. Not necessarily. My predictions are infallible. I advise you to find shelter, lest you find yourselves drenched. With that, he disregarded the crowd and sought refuge in a nearby pavilion, taking a seat. Once settled, he discreetly concealed his hands within his sleeves and quietly activated his rain-summoning technique. Chapter 46. It truly is raining. At the entrance of Longtan Temple, captivated by Qin Tian's proclamation, the interest of all present was piqued. The onlookers, much like Lu Banxian and his companions, gazed expectantly at the sky. After a moment, one man shook his head with a smile. How is that even possible? With this weather, not even a single droplet of saliva is likely to fall. Hearing his words, another young man standing at the temple entrance chimed in. Indeed, I once thought that old Taoist had some skill, but now it seems it was merely a coincidence. I was foolishly taken in by him. He continued, what prompts him to wager such a thing? No matter how accurately he predicts the weather, can it possibly surpass the reliability of a weather forecast? Though it is true that contemporary weather forecasts are not exceptionally reliable, they generally provide a fair approximation. Furthermore, it is not summer, so the likelihood of even a brief shower seems remote. I cannot fathom his thoughts, yet it is likely he will lose this time. Given today's weather, if it does rain, I shall eat my words. Clearly, no one believes Qin Tian's proclamations. They are utterly convinced that rain will not fall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Banxian, Chen Xiezi, and others sit on their small stools, wearing expressions of amusement as they observe Qin Tian. Where on earth did this old Taoist come from? Who knows? Do you think he might actually be correct about the impending rain? Impossible. Absolutely not. I listened to the weather report on the radio this morning. No matter how astute we are, we cannot surpass the accuracy of a weather forecast. You cannot outdo meteorological satellites. We must trust in science. Chen Xiezi, casually munching on sunflower seeds while reclining, remarked, moreover, I must tell you, my nose is as keen as a dog's. If rain were coming, I would certainly sense it. Oh, in that case, I shall rest easy and simply await the old bull-nosed man's embarrassment. Chen Xiezi, you persist in calling him old bull-nosed. Are you not also a Taoist? What kind of Taoist am I? I have never claimed to be one. Yet you are a Taoist robe daily. I purchased this online. It only serves to enhance my aura of mystique. However, this old Taoist does possess some skill. His antics today have inadvertently revealed that we indeed have genuine abilities. Just as everyone eagerly anticipates Qin Tian's folly, he unexpectedly beckons to Su Xiaoya, who sits in a nearby pavilion. Little girl, come here for a moment. Hearing her name called, Su Xiaoya hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before approaching Qin Tian's pavilion with a puzzled expression. Old Taoist, you called for me? Yes, Qin Tian nodded. Please take a seat. He gestured to a stool opposite him. Upon receiving his invitation, Su Xiaoye slowly sat down. Old Taoist, do you wish to speak with me about something? Not particularly. I merely feel a twinge of pity for you, as you may soon be caught in the rain. Qin Tian replied with a smile. Caught in the rain? Furrowing her brow, Su Xiaoye peered up at the sky, noting the clear expanse devoid of clouds, and could not help but voice her skepticism. Old Taoist, you are not jesting, are you? Surely, it cannot rain today. What makes you so certain it will? At this, Qin Tian merely stroked his beard, remaining silent. After 2 minutes, he abruptly inquired, Little girl, what time is it? Is 4:09. Su Xiaoye answered after glancing at her phone. Then should be nearly time, Qin Tian mused aloud. Nearly time for what? Nearly time for the rain. With that, Qin Tian's left hand, concealed within his sleeve, began to form rapid hand seals, while he silently recited an incantation in his heart. After the incantation was uttered, a yellow talisman materialized from thin air within his sleeve. With a gentle flick, the talisman spontaneously ignited into ashes, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that ascended towards the heavens. As the smoke reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, it coalesced into a dark cloud. Initially, the cloud was no larger than a wagon wheel, but it gradually gathered moisture from the atmosphere, expanding in size until it enveloped the entirety of Longtan Temple. Meanwhile, the onlookers below suddenly felt a chill above them. As they looked up at the sky, their eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, when did this cloud appear? What, a cloud? Let me see. Indeed, it's real. With two people exclaiming such sentiments, the attention of the others swiftly shifted toward the sky. The imposing dark cloud caused their expressions to shift, for they distinctly recalled that the sky had been clear moments prior, devoid of any clouds, not even a white puff. Now, a vibrant cloud had emerged, which was utterly uncanny. Is it really a cloud? When did it materialize? Why didn't he notice? It seemed to have just popped up out of nowhere. Surely it can't be about to rain. Not necessarily. The presence of a cloud doesn't guarantee rain. Perhaps it drifted over from somewhere else. Besides, look at the cloud's size. How much rain could it possibly hold? Just as the crowd exchanged these remarks, the cloud expanded slightly. At this moment, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon them. Some recalled the words spoken by Qin Tian moments ago, and a few even took out their phones to check the time. As a young man unlocked his phone, the display jumped from 4:09 to 4:10. In the next instant, a droplet of water fell upon his screen. Observing the droplet, he instinctively felt perplexed. Where did this water come from? How inconsiderate. Barely had he finished speaking when another droplet landed on his phone, followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth. In the brief time it took to wipe his phone, a deluge of large raindrops began to pour down, and as he looked up, he was greeted by a curtain of rain descending from the sky, intensifying by the moment. The other attendees, realizing the situation, fell into a flurry of panic. Oh no, it's really raining. What the weather forecast? How dare you deceive me? I just washed my hair yesterday. Run, it's pouring. As they spoke, the crowd either dashed into Longtan Temple or hurried toward the pavilion where Qin Tian was situated. Before long, the small pavilion was filled to capacity. In just a minute or two, they were thoroughly drenched, resembling drowned rats, except for Qin Tian and Su Xiaoye, who remained completely unaffected, having taken refuge in the pavilion earlier. Meanwhile, those with less agile legs, like Lu Banzian and Chen Xiazi, cursed as they squeezed under the eaves of the temple. As the rain cascaded down, the gazes of all present instinctively turned towards Qin Tian, who sat steadily upon the stone bench. Outside, the torrential rain fell, while 2 to 3 dozen individuals huddled within the pavilion, alternating their attention between the relentless downpour and the man encircled by them, Qin Tian. At that moment, their hearts stirred like the rippling waters of a nearby wishing well. Initially, they had believed that rain was impossible today, dismissing Qin Tian's words as mere nonsense. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to their disbelief. Under a clear blue sky, rain had indeed begun to fall. At that instant, a young man who had been checking the time on his phone suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! It's truly remarkable." Just as the rain started, I glanced at the time. It was precisely 4:10, exactly as the old master predicted. The crowd recalled how Qin Tian had foreseen both the onset and cessation of the rain, prompting them to hurriedly retrieve their phones. Remarkable. How did the old master accomplish this? This is nothing short of divine foresight. Goodness, to predict such things accurately. Are you perhaps related to the rain god? The last person to make such accurate predictions about rain was a character from the Journey to the West. Could it be that the old master is also a celestial being? The very phenomenon that meteorological satellites failed to anticipate. He had foreseen. What could be the underlying principle? I am no expert, one man speculated, but my conjecture is that the ground, heated by solar radiation, rapidly increases in temperature. Once it absorbs a significant amount of heat, it releases it into the atmosphere, causing warm air to rise. This ascending warm air forms convective bubbles, which gradually cool and condense the moisture into clouds. When these bubbles reach a certain altitude, they encounter a layer of cold air, leading to further condensation of moisture within the clouds, resulting in raindrops. But as I mentioned, I am no professional, so do not take my word for it. What about the fellow who claimed he would eat excrement? Are you still up for that? You should go live and eat it. Don't let it go to waste. At least earn some tips. You could be the next internet sensation. While the crowd marveled at the validation of Qin Tian's earlier predictions, Su Xiaoya suddenly inquired with curiosity, "Old master, how did you predict that it would rain today? And even determine the precise time?" Upon hearing this question, the individuals in the pavilion immediately perked up, eager to learn the answer. Qin Tian, stroking his beard, responded with a proud countenance. "There is no matter in this world that I, the old master, cannot fathom. The trivialities of seasonal rain cannot confound me." Had he uttered this statement earlier, it would surely have been dismissed as mere bravado. However, the crowd no longer harbored such thoughts. The previous events, combined with the rain, had won them over to Qin Tian's wisdom. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Qin Tian with a respectful demeanor. "Esteemed Taoist, I seek your guidance on when fortune will favor me." Yet, Qin Tian did not respond verbally. He merely gestured towards the white banner that bore the inscription, "A fortune worth 1,000 gold." The Taoist inquired, "Consulting the oracle is rather costly. Should you lack the means to pay the fee, I am unable to assist you. What is the cost of a reading, venerable Taoist?" The middle-aged man inquired, determination evident in his expression. However, when Qin Tian revealed the amount, the man's resolve immediately crumbled. "One reading costs 100,000. Payment must be made in advance." At this pronouncement, the onlookers exchanged glances, speechless. A fee of 100,000 was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. All present had come seeking solace and answers amidst their various tribulations. If they could easily produce such a sum, there would be no reason for them to be there at all. Only Su Xiaoya displayed a flicker of interest. She had come seeking to dispel misfortunes and find answers. Otherwise, she would not have thought to consult Liu Banzian and others for guidance. Now, with the more formidable Qin Tian in front of her, she was eager to inquire. And despite her current misfortunes, she could still muster the 100,000. As she prepared to approach Qin Tian, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Huh? The rain has ceased." Indeed, it had stopped. "Quick, what time is it now?" 4:20. It was precisely 4:20, mirroring the time calculated by the Taoist earlier, without a second's deviation. Incredible. How could anyone's divination be so precise? Could he truly be a reincarnation of the Dragon King? Perhaps he is genuinely divine. Suddenly, the notion of paying 100,000 for a reading seemed less exorbitant. "I think I shall seek a reading from him," one murmured. Just as the crowd was once again astonished by Qin Tian's remarkable accuracy and prepared to approach him, he abruptly stood, grasped the white banner beside him, and began to walk away from the pavilion. Observing this, Su Xiaoya hastily called out, "Esteemed Taoist, I wish to request your guidance. The fee is not a concern." Hearing her words, Qin Tian, now outside the pavilion, gradually turned his head. "My dear, do not rush. Our fates are not yet fulfilled, and we shall meet again." After uttering this, Qin Tian continued on his path, all the while singing aloud. "Morning gathers the eastern clouds to brew the nectar. Evening rests upon the northern constellation in the vast firmament. After chewing through 3 millennia, the pine root reveals. Only then does one behold the ocean transform in a mulberry thicket. Stone essence coalesces into the elixir of immortality. Cloud patterns weave the fire-evading cloak." Laughing, I point to the path of the azure ox, half unrolling the virtue that subdues the mirage. The alchemical furnace does not refine mercury and lead. Only the heart's unfulfilled connections are ignited. In the yellow court, the spiritual seed awakens. Only then do I understand my fate is not dictated by heaven. Do not inquire about the whereabouts of the true teachings. The crane's cry echoes across the 9 marshes, revealing the mysteries of the cosmos. The tides rise and the moon sets, all in accordance with the celestial charts. As I casually spoke of great dreams to a woodcutter, I realized it was but a reflection of Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly. While singing an unknown tune, I strolled slowly down the mountain path leading from Longtan Temple. As I passed by Liu Banjian and others, I merely cast a fleeting glance at them before breaking into laughter and departing, leaving behind a group of individuals with expressions of complexity. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoya pondered the profound words I had just uttered. Was it true that fate was not yet exhausted, and we would meet again? Could this venerable Taoist priest have come specifically to seek me out? Yet what could be his purpose? Despite her musings, no clarity emerged. When she resolved to search for Qin Tian's whereabouts, she discovered that he had vanished from the mountain path. Could it be that this old Taoist truly was a celestial being come to enlighten her? With a heart full of questions, Su Xiaoya ultimately descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, she received a phone call. Glancing at the caller ID, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, yet she answered the call nonetheless. As soon as she picked up, a sharp voice pierced through the line. Su Xiaoya, tomorrow marks the 3rd anniversary concert of your Moonlight Girls group. Everyone else is here. When will you arrive for rehearsal? Responding with a tone of indifference, she replied, Does my presence matter? I'm no longer the lead singer. You only need to manage the others. I'm quite tired and will be resting now. I'll show up for the concert tomorrow. Without waiting for a reaction, she hung up the phone and promptly turned it off. After switching off her phone, she let out a long sigh. She was weary, truly weary. Her return to Greenvine was driven by a longing for home, as well as the demands of Xingchen Entertainment, which sought to capitalize on nostalgic fans by reuniting a girl group that had already disbanded. Of course, the reunion was merely a guise to elevate another member of the group, with her role being that of a stepping stone for the other's rise to fame. This was the last shred of value she felt she possessed. She could already envision the trial she would face on stage, but she felt powerless to alter her fate. Engulfed in self-mockery, she wandered aimlessly forward. After an indeterminate time, an old residential area emerged before her, stirring a tide of memories within her heart. In a daze, she felt transported back to her childhood, the very place where her most cherished memories resided. As she reminisced, her gaze inadvertently caught a familiar figure in a small restaurant nearby, a Taoist clad in a dark blue robe with white hair and beard, and brows cascading down to his chest. It was none other than the venerable old sage she had encountered at the entrance of Longtan Temple. The moment Su Xiaoya glimpsed that familiar figure, her eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 48. The Astonished Su Xiaoya. Upon recognizing the silhouette not far away, she hastily rubbed her eyes, confirming her sight, and her heart surged with astonishment. What a remarkable coincidence to encounter him here. Could it truly be, as he claimed, that a special bond existed between them? With this thought, she promptly made her way to the small restaurant ahead. Upon entering, she took a seat directly across from Qin Tian. Before she could utter a word, an expression of utter surprise adorned her face. Before Qin Tian lay a sumptuous spread of dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, while he was savoring them with great delight. As she stood there astonished, Qin Tian suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers. Ah, you have finally arrived, my dear girl. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. If you had delayed any longer, the feast I ordered for you would have grown cold. At his words, Su Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. Master, you mean this feast is for me? Of course. Take a look at these dishes and see if they suit your palate. You have not been eating well lately, have you? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya pondered for a moment before nodding. She had indeed been overwhelmed with various matters and had scarcely had the appetite to eat properly. Just when she had finally hoped to enjoy a good meal, she had encountered a paparazzo. Glancing at the array of dishes before her, she was astonished to find that they comprised her favorites. Just as she was about to inquire how Qin Tian knew her preferences, she recalled that he could even predict the rain, and thus felt reassured. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, she eagerly picked up a piece of braised fish. The tender, flavorful fish melted in her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with delight. To her surprise, the taste remained unchanged after all these years, reminiscent of her childhood. Enjoy yourself. Indulge in the food without a care. Once you are full, your worries will fade, Qin Tian remarked once more. Thank you, Master, Su Xiaoya nodded, thereafter focusing intently on her meal. As Qin Tian had suggested, her previously melancholic mood began to lift with each bite. While eating, she curiously glanced at Qin Tian, who was equally engaged in his meal. Master, do monks eat meat as well? Naturally, eating meat is a human instinct. How could one forego it? Not only should one eat meat, but one should also relish it heartily. He then picked up a piece of braised beef and savored it with a look of enjoyment on his face. Half an hour passed, and the table was cleared by the two of them, an elder, and a young woman. After wiping her mouth, Su Xiaoya gazed at Qin Tian with gratitude. Thank you for treating me to this meal, master. Ah, I never claimed to treat you. I merely ordered the dishes. The bill, however, is still yours to settle. Qin Tian chuckled, stroking his beard. Upon hearing the words, Su Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face blossomed into a radiant smile. Very well, let this meal be my treat to the esteemed Taoist. With that, she retrieved her phone to complete the payment. Just as she powered it on, an incoming call interrupted her. Without even glancing at the screen, she dismissed it. After settling the bill, she approached Qin Tian once more. Esteemed Taoist, I wonder if your earlier offer still stands. I would like to request your assistance in divining my fortune. Money is no object. I can pay you immediately. If you lack a mobile phone, I can provide cash instead. At this, Qin Tian nodded slightly. Of course, the offer stands, and there is no need for cash. As he spoke, he produced the latest model of a smartphone from his sleeve. The moment he displayed the payment code, Su Xiaoya was momentarily stunned. Esteemed Taoist, you possess a mobile phone. I recall this model has just been released. I haven't had the chance to buy one yet. Indeed, I own a phone. I may be elderly, but I'm not a primitive man. This was a gift from my disciple. She realized her earlier assumptions had been rather rigid. With that, Su Xiaoya promptly transferred stotinu, nula yuen to Qin Tian. Esteemed Taoist, may we commence the divination now? Certainly, but this location is not suitable. Let's find a more appropriate place. Why not accompany me to my residence? Is it far? Su Xiaoya wei passive. Not far. Then I shall take a taxi, she declared, opening her ride-hailing app. No need. Simply follow me. With that, Qin Tian clasped his hands behind his back and began to walk towards the exit of the establishment. Observing this, Su Xiaoya hastily grabbed her bag and followed suit. They walked for over 10 minutes, venturing deeper into an increasingly desolate area, with fewer people in sight. Before long, she realized they had arrived at a small park. Had it been anyone else leading her, she would have turned back long ago. With no one around, her curiosity finally got the better of her. Esteemed Taoist, where exactly are we headed? Upon hearing her question, Qin Tian, who had been walking ahead, abruptly halted. We have arrived. As she surveyed the barren surroundings, Su Xiaoya's confusion deepened. Just as her mind brimmed with questions, a sudden cry of a crane echoed from above. Startled, she looked up, and in that moment, her jaw dropped in disbelief. There, less than 100 meters above her, a magnificent snow-white crane, adorned with a halo of vibrant colors, was gracefully circling. Even from a distance, its grandeur was unmistakable. To her astonishment, the crane suddenly descended toward her position. Accompanied by a gust of wind, it landed lightly, akin to a delicate feather, less than 2 meters away from her. The graceful figure, exuding an ethereal aura, prompts one to ponder if it has traversed from an ancient painting. As the celestial crane alights, it elongates its neck and affectionately nudges its head against Qin Tian's palm, displaying an endearing demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiaoya is increasingly astonished. Is this celestial crane truly yours, esteemed Taoist? She inquires. Indeed, Qin Tian affirms with a nod. Are you truly a deity? She asks. To a degree. He replies with a smile. For mortals like yourselves, I can certainly be regarded as a deity. I know you have many questions. Once you arrive at my abode, I shall reveal all that you seek to know. Come, ascend. With this, Qin Tian gently pats the crane's back, and it immediately lowers itself. Am I to ride it? Su Xiaoya questions in disbelief. Of course, fret not. You shall not fall. Do you not wish to try? I do, she admits. Ultimately, curiosity triumphs over fear. And after taking a deep breath, she approaches the crane. The creature remains docile, allowing her to mount its back. Once she is settled, Qin Tian gracefully leaps onto the crane's back as well. Let us depart. With his command, the celestial crane flaps its wings gently, effortlessly ascending into the sky, soaring towards the direction of Mount Shu. Chapter 49. The Elixir of Ice Skin and Jade Bone, the Heart of the Zither and the Courage of Sword. Above the clouds, riding upon the celestial crane, Su Xiaoya gazes at the white clouds beside her and the cityscape below, resembling a model. Her exhilaration is beyond words. Though she frequently travels by airplane, the sensation of flight now is incomparable to this moment. She feels as if she is dreaming. Could it be that today she has truly encountered a deity? Is a new turning point in her life approaching? Just as she is lost in contemplation, the celestial crane suddenly begins to descend, soon arriving before a mountain. Isn't this Mount Shu? Does the venerable deity reside within? However, what follows surprises her. The crane does not enter the mountain, but instead flies into a school. Before she can comprehend why they are heading towards a technical school, a magnificent stone gate appears not far ahead. The gate radiates a blue light, shimmering like rippling water. In the next moment, the crane flies directly through this portal, akin to a gateway to another world. Su Xiaoya then experiences a dazzling transformation before her eyes, revealing a fantastical realm reminiscent of a landscape painting. Outside, night had already fallen, yet before her lay a world still basked in daylight. This disorienting perception of traversing through time and space stirs her soul, and as she instinctively inhales, she feels an immediate clarity envelop her. Is this perhaps the realm of the immortals? As she murmured these words, Qin Tian's voice resonated from behind her. This is not the realm of immortals. This is the stronghold of my Shu Mountain Sect. Shu Mountain Sect? As a new wave of curiosity blossomed within her, the celestial crane had already descended before a grand hall atop a mountain peak. Gazing at the magnificent and ancient hall before her, Su Xiaoya felt a profound sense of awe once more. Moments later, under Qin Tian's guidance, she stepped in the main hall of the Shu Mountain Sect. As they walked, Qin Tian, much like a skilled persuader, began to enchant Su Xiaoya with tales of the sect. Our Shu Mountain Sect is the true lineage of the Xianmen, safeguarding the lands of China since antiquity, rarely revealing ourselves to the world, unbeknownst to ordinary mortals. Hearing this, Su Xiaoya nodded eagerly. I know this. I have long suspected that immortals exist in this world. You know, how did you come to that conclusion? From reading novels, of course. That is how they portray it. As she spoke, Su Xiaoya became increasingly animated. So, if you, the venerable Taoist, have sought me out, does that mean I can join the Shu Mountain Sect and become a cultivator like you? Indeed. We share a fated bond as master and disciple. I have come down the mountain to find you, to invite you to join Shu Mountain. Do you wish to be my disciple? Absolutely. Su Xiaoya's eagerness took Qin Tian by surprise. To be honest, I have always wished to cultivate. If I could, I would never have entered the entertainment industry. Oh, since childhood, I have loved reading cultivation novels, imagining that if I could cultivate, I would defeat those who bullied me. Looking at Su Xiaoya's excited expression, Qin Tian suddenly realized he may have overcomplicated matters. Had he known her personality, he would have revealed his identity from the beginning. He found himself puzzled as to why a young girl would be so fervently devoted to the idea of cultivation. It wasn't until he learned of Su Xiaoya's background that he understood. Her parents had divorced when she was in middle school, both remarrying and leaving her, a burden, to live with her grandmother. Deprived of parental affection, coupled with her striking beauty, she became a target of isolation and bullying at school. Even after she achieved fame, her fortune did not improve. She faced slander from her company, online harassment from fans, and betrayal from friends. Most would have succumbed to such pressure, but she did not. It was these experiences that fueled her yearning for cultivation, a desire to shatter the confines of her existence through external power. What was once a mere dream could now become a reality. Upon realizing Su Xiaoya's struggles, Qin Tian felt a flicker of sympathy. It seemed that being a star was not as glamorous as it appeared. Perhaps he could lend her a helping hand. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Su Xiaoya with a serious expression and said, "Thus, from this day forward, you shall be my disciple, a member of the Shushan sect. Do not delay in performing the customary vow of apprenticeship." Upon hearing these words, Su Xiaoya was filled with overwhelming joy. "Master, please accept my vow as your disciple." Soon, under Qin Tian's guidance, Su Xiaoya completed the bowing ceremony and the initiation rituals, officially becoming a disciple of Shushan. Just as the initiation concluded, the system notification chimed in. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a disciple, earning 500 points of sect reputation, 100 spirit stones, and 1 foundation establishment pill. Furthermore, due to the disciple's status as a Xianin sacred body, you are awarded an additional ice muscle jade bone pill and the unique qualities of Qin Jiandian. Hearing the series of notifications echo in his mind, Qin Tian could not help but display a look of delight. The rewards were unexpectedly abundant. It appeared that the Xianin sacred body was indeed an extraordinary constitution, surpassing that of his previous disciples. With the foundation establishment pill, I can finally establish my foundation smoothly, saving me 10,000 points of reputation. Yet, what exactly are the ice muscle jade bone pill and the Qin Jiandian? Qin Tian was eager to discover the special effects of these rewards, but restrained himself, for there was another matter to attend to. Xiaoya, having become my disciple of Shushan, it is time for me to impart the methods of cultivation to you. Pray tell, what would you like to learn? With that, Qin Tian introduced her to the 10 foundational techniques of the Shushan sect. However, after hearing the descriptions, Su Xiaoya shook her head. Master, I find these rather uninteresting. I prefer something more elegant. More elegant? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian suddenly recalled something. Ah, since you are from a musical background, do you understand musical rhythms? Of course. I was originally an arts examination student. My father is a music teacher. From a young age, I have studied various instruments: piano, guzheng, erhu, and violin. I have learned them all. After debuting, I practiced for over 8 hours each day, Su Xiaoya replied proudly. I see. Then I know which technique to teach you. At that moment, Qin Tian had a clear idea in mind. With her extraordinary talent and mastery of musical rhythms, no technique could be more suitable for her than the obsessive separation technique. He immediately conveyed the essence of this technique to her and additionally imparted another spell. The string blade technique, which allows sound waves to coalesce into blades that strike the target, producing different effects depending on the instrument used. After imparting these two techniques to Su Xiaoya, she swiftly entered a state of cultivation. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Tian began to examine the rewards recently granted by the system. Chapter 50, Advancing to Foundation Establishment. Due to Su Xiaoya's remarkable constitution and the system's generosity, he received not only the basic rewards, but also a foundation establishment pill worth 10,000 prestige points, alongside a beauty-enhancing pill. However, the final reward puzzled him. Could such a constitution truly be a reward? With this question lingering in his mind, he promptly accessed the sect's repository and located the 3 rewards, the 2 pills, and a radiant orb of golden light. As he focused his attention on these items, their attributes were immediately revealed. Foundation Establishment Pill, Mid-Tier Pill, upon consumption, enables one to break through from the peak of Qi refinement to the Foundation Establishment stage. Beauty Enhancing Pill, Mid-Tier Pill, upon consumption, expels impurities from the body, rendering the physique more transparent, enhancing one's appearance and demeanor, while also emanating a unique fragrance. Upon seeing the attributes of the beauty-enhancing pill, Qin Tian suddenly understood. After all this time, it turned out to be a beauty-enhancing elixir. However, he found it unnecessary, as his own appearance was already impeccable. Moreover, if he exuded a unique fragrance, how would he ever switch identities again? It would be perfect to gift it to Su Xiaoya instead. As an artist, her looks and temperament were of utmost importance. He had already contemplated how to allocate the 2 pills. His gaze then shifted to the 3rd item. Special Constitution, Sword Courage, and Lyrical Heart, upon use. Grants one a special constitution that significantly enhances talent in both music and swordsmanship, providing additional benefits when practicing these 2 types of techniques. So that was the case. This was indeed a remarkable treasure capable of transforming an ordinary individual into a genius. Yet, it seemed that the disciples he had already accepted were all inherently gifted. In that case, he might as well use it himself. With that thought, he chose to extract all 3 rewards simultaneously. As 3 beams of white light flashed, 2 small jade vials and a stream of golden light appeared in his hands. Observing the golden light, he gently pinched it, and in an instant, it shattered, merging seamlessly into his body, fundamentally transforming him. After the transformation, Qin Tian immediately felt like a completely different person. Although he had previously practiced the sword control technique, it had only been through the system's forced enlightenment without much personal understanding. Now, however, he felt an influx of insights into swordsmanship, making his application of the sword control technique far more potent than before. The same could be said for the bitter separation technique. The special constitution was indeed impressive. No wonder the system only allowed him to recruit disciples with unique constitutions and not ordinary individuals. Just as he finished this thought, he sensed a faint ripple of magical energy nearby. Upon detecting this subtle fluctuation, his eyes widened in astonishment, for it unmistakably emanated from Su Xiaoya. This is astonishing. It has scarcely been 10 minutes since I imparted the technique to her, and in that brief span, she has not only grasped the fundamentals, but also completed the transformation of essence into qi. This is utterly terrifying. It is no wonder that Qin Tian is so taken aback. His previous disciples took at least an hour from the moment he transmitted the teachings to the point of refining their magical energy. Su Xiaoya has surpassed them by several times. The sacred body truly is extraordinary. Nevertheless, I have my advantages. With that thought, Qin Tian proceeded outside the grand hall of the sect. Once he stepped out, he summoned his flying sword and soared to an open space within the cave. Upon landing, he immediately sat cross-legged and produced a foundation establishment pill. Observing the fragrant pill in his hand, he did not hesitate to swallow it whole. As the medicinal properties began to permeate his body, he swiftly activated his technique to refine the energy. As the effects of the foundation establishment pill took hold, the bottleneck that had long impeded his progress began to loosen. Within 10 minutes, that barrier vanished entirely. A portion of the gaseous magical energy that had been condensed in his dantian and meridians transformed into a liquid state, maintaining its total volume, yet increasing in quality. Simultaneously, Qin Tian sensed a peculiar force emanating from his mind, radiating outward from his center. It felt as if he had opened the heavenly eye, granting him mastery over a 360-degree range around him, approximately 100 meters in diameter. Soon, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him, revealing the name of this extraordinary power, divine consciousness, the unique energy generated by the soul during the foundation establishment phase. As he perceived the changes within himself, a glint of brilliance flashed in Qin Tian's eyes, and a hint of joy graced his countenance. So this is the sensation of foundation establishment. It truly is different. In this state, I could easily overpower 10 of my former self in the Qi refinement stage, and it seems I may even enjoy a longer lifespan. With this thought, he promptly inquired of the system, how long can one live in the foundation establishment stage? The system responded, one can live up to 500 years. 500 years. Hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. To live for such a duration is remarkable. That means I could potentially live until the year 2525. If one can live 500 years in the foundation establishment stage, how long could one survive in the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul and transformation stages? Wouldn't he, that mean thousands of years? Contemplating these possibilities, he felt a surge of excitement. Until now, having just acquired the system and achieved perfect Qi refinement, he had never considered the notion of immortality. Rather than seeking eternal life, he was more inclined to change his current circumstances through his own power. Ever since the Lin family had struck him with a debt of 80 million, he suddenly realized that money seemed to come more easily than he had previously imagined. Now, having successfully established his foundation, a new thought emerged. Since I've already established my foundation, why not pursue becoming an immortal and experience the taste of eternal life? Cultivating immortality does not seem to be as daunting as I once believed. I need not engage in arduous training, but rather focus on managing the sect. With this thought in mind, a sense of purpose suddenly emerged within him. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust clinging to his garments and soared once more towards the grand hall of the sect. Upon his return, he found Su Xiaoye still immersed in her training, her cultivation firmly established at the first level of Qi refinement. After waiting for over 2 hours, she finally opened her eyes, excitement illuminating her features as she approached Qin Tian. Master, I have entered the fold. I have reached the first level of Qi refinement, and I have also mastered the spells you taught me, she exclaimed. Not bad. Your aptitude is quite commendable, Qin Tian replied, hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly. Now that you have made your entry, it is time for you to descend the mountain. Our Shushan sect values worldly experience and cultivation. Unless there is something of utmost importance, there is no need for you to remain at the sect. Huh? Worldly experience? Must I truly leave the mountain to cultivate? Su Xiaoye responded with a hint of disappointment. I do not wish to return. I wish to stay here and train. Upon hearing her words, Qin Tian's expression turned stern. The essence of cultivating immortality lies in perception. How can one grasp the myriad experiences of the world and cultivate the heart's tranquility while remaining on the mountain? Do you not yearn to reclaim all that you have lost? Do you not desire to confront those who once wronged you? If these matters remain unresolved, you will undoubtedly foster inner demons, with consequences that are unfathomable. Chastened by Qin Tian's admonition, Su Xiaoye lowered her head. Master, your teachings are wise. I have been foolish. I shall descend the mountain, just as you instructed, to reclaim all that I have lost. Before you depart, I have 2 items to bestow upon you. With a curious gaze from Su Xiaoye, Qin Tian produced a porcelain vial and a slip of paper. The vial contained an ice-skin jade bone pill, while the paper bore his personal contact number. Chapter 51. The transformed Su Xiaoye. Where has Su Xiaoye gone? Why has she not yet made her appearance? In the upper office of the Xingchen Entertainment Company in Ultang City, a middle-aged man clad in a dark suit and gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor grim, was loudly berating a fashionable woman in her 30s. Startled by his outburst, the woman trembled. Mr. Gao, I have tried to reach Su Xiaoya for hours. Aside from one instance when she hung up on me, her phone has been off, and I have no idea where she is. Find her. Go out and search for her now. If you cannot locate her, do not return. The middle-aged man slammed his hand upon the desk, his frustration palpable. Mr. Gao, I suggest we abandon the search. It would be best if she does not appear at this concert. We can later claim she is being difficult and refusing to show up. This would ruin her reputation and allow CU to take her place entirely. The woman forced a smile, attempting to mask her concern. However, as soon as she proposed her idea, the middle-aged man she referred to as Mr. Gao abruptly hurled a document from his desk towards her with great force. Are you foolish? Why would I wish to ruin Su Xiaoya? My intention is to have Lu Xiu replace her, yet she still possesses her popularity and influence. Many attendees are drawn to this concert specifically for her. Without her, the Moonlight Girl would be incomplete, and her worth has not yet been exhausted. Furthermore, if you were to utterly destroy her, what if she decides to give up entirely? Yes. I see my oversight, Mr. Gao. Please do not be angry. I shall arrange for someone to find Su Xiaoya immediately. Just as the woman prepared to turn and leave, her phone rang. Answering it, a youthful voice resonated from the other end. Sister Zhang, Su Xiaoya has returned. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes brightened instantly. After hanging up, she hastily addressed Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao, Su Xiaoya has returned on her own. I believe she has come to realize that she cannot part ways with Xingchen. Splendid. It's good that she has returned. Go and persuade her. Tell her that if she desires to continue as before, she may come to me anytime. As long as she is willing to bow to me, everything will be negotiable. While speaking, Mr. Gao picked up a cigar from his desk, leisurely trimming its end. His gaze filled with determination. Very well, Mr. Gao. I shall earnestly persuade her. She will come to understand your goodwill towards her, the woman flattered. Go now, be busy. Once the woman departed, Mr. Gao retrieved a photograph from his desk, which depicted none other than Su Xiaoya. Observing the image, a cold smirk crept across his face. The youth, oblivious of her own worth. I, Gao Mingsheng, have never failed to obtain what I desire. This time, I shall have you willingly present yourself to me. With that, he ignited the cigar with a lighter. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite at the prestigious Liltang Intercontinental Hotel in Liltang City, Su Xiaoya, having just returned from Shushan, walked straight into her bedroom and collapsed onto the soft bed. Reflecting on the events of the day, her face was filled with emotion. She had effortlessly transitioned from a top-tier singer to a novice cultivator, as if in a dream. Just wait. What is rightfully mine will undoubtedly be mine. What is Xingchen Entertainment compared to our Shushan sect? This time, I shall deliver a resounding blow to you. Oh, the elixir my master gave me. Remembering the pill that Qin Tian had gifted her before leaving, she promptly sat up on the bed, taking out the jade vial and removing the cork. She gently tilted it, revealing a snow-white pill, the size of small candy, resting in the palm of her hand. The moment the pill appeared, a potent fragrance filled the room, akin to a myriad of blossoms blooming simultaneously. How fragrant it is, truly deserving of its reputation in the realm of immortal cultivation. This elixir promises to enhance beauty. The moment Su Xiaoya recalls Qin Tian's description of this pill, she unhesitatingly tosses it into her mouth. No woman can resist the allure of beauty, even if she is already enchanting. As soon as the pill descends into her abdomen, its potent essence unfurls within her, circulating throughout her body and gradually transforming her form. Soon, visible impurities seep from her pores, exuding a foul stench that horrifies her. Alarmed, Su Xiaoya dashes towards the bathroom. Before she can reach it, she feels as if she is turning into a muddy figure, her entire being enveloped in an odor. Upon entering the bathroom, she swiftly disrobes and directs the shower head at herself, vigorously washing away the grime. In an instant, a torrent of dirty water rushes down the drain. After half an hour of relentless cleansing, at last, no more impurities flow away. When she gently rubs her skin, layers of dead skin slew off, revealing beneath them a new layer of skin as smooth and tender as that of a newborn. The pores and fine hairs on her skin are so delicate they are nearly invisible. It would be no exaggeration to say they are as flawless as a freshly peeled soft-boiled egg. Witnessing this transformation, Su Xiaoya gasps in astonishment. She rushes to remove all the dead skin from her body and, after another thorough rinse, eagerly approaches the dressing mirror. Gazing at her reflection, disbelief fills her eyes. Having debuted at the age of 19 and now at 22, despite her youth, Years of intense work and irregular habits, compounded by sleepless nights, have taken a toll on her skin. Wrinkles, dullness, pigmentation, and redness marred her visage, while makeup could mask some issues. Without it, she felt her skin aged years beyond her true age. Yet now, all these imperfections have vanished, replaced by a complexion radiant as porcelain, bouncy, and smooth, leaving her in awe of her own reflection. Not only has her face transformed, but her figure has also been revitalized. From her neck to her abdomen and down her legs, there is not an ounce of excess flesh. Previous minor flaws have vanished, for even a slight alteration would disrupt the overall beauty. Even the texture of her hair has become sleek and lustrous. As she gazes at herself, she becomes enraptured by her own beauty. At that moment, she is suddenly reminded of the alluring fragrance she had sensed earlier. Upon inhaling, she realizes the scent emanates from her own being, and a look of blissful intoxication graces her face once more. Turning to admire her nearly perfect reflection, she clenches her fist with determination. This time, she is resolute in reclaiming all that is rightfully hers. You do not wish for me to serve as a stepping stone for Lucy you at the concert, yet I shall not acquiesce. This time, I shall be the protagonist. Just as Su Xiaoya resolutely made her decision, Qin Tian was abruptly alerted by a system notification. Your disciple Su Xiaoya is about to participate in the family competition. Please assist her in securing victory and redeeming her honor. Completion rewards: a random martial arts manual, a random sect building, and 2,000 points of sect prestige. What is this? A family competition? Listening to the system prompt, Qin Tian found himself momentarily bewildered. The previously identified human trafficking group had been classified as an evil sect, and now this incident was misidentified as a family competition. To ascertain what Su Xiaoya was truly facing, he promptly took out his phone to search for information regarding her. As soon as he typed in her name, an entertainment news article surfaced. Upon reading the content, enlightenment dawned upon him. It is the 3rd anniversary concert of the Moonlight Girls group, so that is the family in question. As he pondered, he began to peruse the comments section beneath the article. Immediately, his brows knitted together upon seeing the remarks. It seemed she was encountering quite a significant dilemma. How might I assist her? After a lengthy contemplation, an idea began to take shape in his mind. While I cannot aid her in terms of performance, perhaps I could contribute to enhancing the overall effect. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of Su Xiaoya's concert. Greenvine City was exceptionally lively on this day, with numerous fans of the Moonlight Girls group arriving from various cities. The train station, bus terminal, and airport were bustling with out-of-town visitors. The venue for the concert, the Greenvine City Performance Center, was even more crowded, with throngs of people both inside and out. In addition to the concert-goers, the local police department deployed a significant number of officers to maintain order, and the fire department also assigned personnel to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Among them were Detective Zhou Yufei and Song Yin from the Fire Brigade's 3rd Squad. As soon as Zhou Yufei stepped down from the police vehicle, she felt an unusual sensation. Turning her head, she spotted Song Yin standing by a fire truck not far away. Why do I suddenly feel this strange sensation? This individual seems rather different from the ordinary. This feeling is... Suddenly, Zhou Yufei realized, it is spiritual energy. He possesses spiritual power within him. He is a cultivator. There are indeed other cultivators in this world. Upon this realization, her expression shifted dramatically. This world is truly extraordinary. Simultaneously, Song Yin, standing by the fire truck, also sensed Zhou Yufei's presence. Much like Zhou Yufei, he too discovered the presence of magical power within her, instantly realizing that Zhou Yufei, like himself, was a cultivator. However, his thoughts diverged from hers. Could she also be a disciple of Mount Shu? His master had spoken the truth. It seemed that disciples of Mount Shu indeed practiced in the mortal realm, just as their thoughts wandered in different directions. The open space in front of the performance center suddenly became animated. A throng of fans began surging toward a specific spot, following the direction of the crowd. A white van gradually came to a halt. As the van's door swung open, 2 rows of security personnel promptly emerged, forming a barrier to separate the frenzied fans on either side. Shortly thereafter, a radiant girl stepped out from the van, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. The crowd erupted in cheers. Following her, 2 more equally dazzling girls emerged in succession. In an instant, the air was filled with jubilant shouts, screams, and declarations of affection. These were indeed 3 members of the Moonlight Girls. After they had all disembarked, another girl emerged from the van. Unlike the previous 3, This girl was thoroughly enveloped in layers of clothing, her hair hastily tied into a high ponytail, with a baseball cap, large sunglasses, and a black mask. Complemented by an oversized coat, she was almost unrecognizable, a stark contrast to the vibrant image of the others. Nonetheless, a number of fans present were able to identify her. A girl holding a fan sign immediately began to discuss with her companion upon seeing her. Isn't that Su Xiaoya? Why has she chosen a dress like this? Indeed, why pretend to be a superstar, wrapping herself up like this? She probably thinks of herself as the heir to the queen of the music scene, but lacks the talent and has instead caught the malady of star. Her popularity has plummeted. She can't even compare to the other three in the group. Yet she still believes she is the most famous. A person with a fabricated education, stage performances, and a constructed persona, relying on her beauty to secure opportunities, can still take the stage? The entertainment industry is far too forgiving. I can't believe I once admired her so much. I really wish Moonlight Girls hadn't brought her along this time. Honestly, it would be better if she didn't come. But one can't deny, she was once the lead singer of Moonlight Girls. She represents my youth. As these fans voiced their opinions, the one so tightly wrapped was indeed the former lead singer of Moonlight Girls, Su Xiaoya. In the eyes of the fans, her choice to conceal herself in such a manner was clearly a display of arrogance, an attempt to attract attention. However, Su Xiaoya herself remained indifferent to the unfriendly comments from the fans present, striding confidently towards the performance center, her mind already devising a plan for revenge. Her path conveniently passed by Zhou Yufei. As she walked past Zhou Yufei, the latter's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? Another cultivator, and a renowned star at that. Were there so many hidden cultivators in this world? She felt an inexplicable shock. It wasn't until Su Xiaoya's figure vanished within the performance center that she withdrew her gaze. Time continued to flow, and soon it was 5:40 p.m. At 6 o'clock, the Moonlight Girls' 3-year anniversary concert would officially commence. According to the arrangements made by Starry Entertainment, the concert was set to last for an hour and a half. Aside from the interactive segments, the 4 members of the group would perform both ensemble and solo pieces. In a bid to elevate another member of the group, Su Xiaoya, originally the lead vocalist, had been relegated to the back, serving merely as a supporting figure, with her lyrics reduced to a mere few lines. In the solo segments, the other 3 members each had 3 songs, while Su Xiaoya was allotted only 1. All of this had been meticulously calculated by Starry Entertainment. Su Xiaoya only learned of this arrangement just before the concert was about to begin. Yet, this was not what infuriated her the most. What truly angered her was that the other 3 members were performing songs she had once penned herself. Songs that had brought her fame. All that remained for her was a lukewarm track with little popularity. When she confronted her manager, Zhang Hongxia, about this, she received a cold response. What do you mean, your songs? The copyrights to these songs belong to the company. They can choose who sings them. As soon as Zhang Hongxia finished speaking, another girl from the group chimed in sarcastically. Aren't you a musical prodigy? It doesn't matter what you sing. Your vocal skills are exceptional. Cherish this moment. Today's concert might just be your swan song in the entertainment industry. Oh, and hurry up and change your clothes. Take off that wretched mask. What are you pretending for? With that, she began to laugh and chat animatedly with the other 2 members of the group. Faced with such ridicule, Su Xiaoya smiled as well, though her smile bore a hint of coldness. Chapter 53. The Dreamlike Stage Effects. As the clock struck 6, the performance center erupted with excitement, vibrant lights illuminating the splendid stage. Accompanied by enchanting music, the stage gradually rose. The 4 members of the Moonlight Girls, adorned in resplendent stage attire, made their dazzling entrance. Surprisingly, Su Xiaoya, who should have occupied the central position, stood at the far right. Whether intentional or not, even the stage lights cast only a dim glow upon her, leaving much of her figure cloaked in shadow. Following their grand introduction, the 4 members of the Moonlight Girls began to sing their signature song, exchanging lines in a harmonious interplay. With each note sung, a member stepped forward to the center of the stage. As their makeup included masks, according to the stage design, they would remove their masks upon reaching the center, while large screens on either side of the stage would display close-ups of their faces. The first 3 members experienced an uproar of applause as they unveiled their visages, with countless fans fervently calling out their names. However, when the last member, Su Xiaoya, removed her mask, the cheers abruptly ceased, as though the concert had been muted. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 other members, having returned to the back, exchanged glances filled with smugness. In their eyes, It was evident that Su Xiaoya's recent fall from grace had left her without any supporters. Yet, they soon sensed something was amiss. The audience's expressions were peculiar, especially among the front-row spectators. Both men and women were transfixed, gazing at the center stage and the side screens as if spellbound, with some male audience members nearly drooling. What were they witnessing? With curiosity, the three members glanced at the large screen behind them. In an instant, they beheld a face of ethereal beauty, akin to that of a celestial being, transcending any words meant to describe beauty. Despite their own attractiveness, they felt utterly overshadowed in comparison. Even under the camera's scrutiny, there was not a single flaw, and it was no wonder the audience below was captivated. Only when Su Xiaoya finished her segment and returned to the rear stage did the close-up vanish from the screen. The moment it disappeared, the audience erupted in astonishment. My goodness, was that really Su Xiaoya? How could she be so breathtaking? While she had always been beautiful, her current allure was astonishing. It was utterly incredible. How could anyone possess such beauty? Previously, I thought I was only attracted to men, but now I find myself appreciating women as well. How had I never noticed Su Xiaoya's beauty before? If she is this stunning, I believe many things could be forgiven. It feels as though time has left no mark on her. She truly embodies the former campus goddess. The other three members of the Moonlight Girls group pale in comparison to her. I'm in love. I declare that from this day forward, I have a new crush. The phrase one's worldview follows the beauty of their features was vividly illustrated at this moment. Su Xiaoya's stunning appearance rendered the prior arrangements by Starry Entertainment utterly ineffective. The audience seemed unconcerned about her performance. Her mere visage eclipsed the other three members. However, the schemes devised to undermine Su Xiaoya extended far beyond this. The opening chorus proceeded seamlessly, and Su Xiaoya, aside from having fewer opportunities to appear on stage and sing the lyrics, was not adversely affected in any significant way. The brief moment of visibility she had was sufficient to compensate for her earlier shortcomings. When the segment for her solo performance arrived, the other three members of her team watched her with expressions of amusement, for they had already executed their little schemes in advance. As Su Xiaoya stepped onto the stage, the once bright lights abruptly dimmed. Initially, the audience assumed it was a special effect, but as it turned out, it was merely a reduction in illumination. Not only did the stage lights and effects fade, but even the accompaniment sound was notably less pronounced than before. Clearly, all these actions were deliberately orchestrated to undermine Su Xiaoya. Although the difference was slight, the impact on the concert was significant, as the stage effects are crucial alongside the singer's abilities. Realizing this, Su Xiaoya, now standing at the center of the stage, furrowed her brow. She had anticipated being targeted, but she did not expect her adversaries to be so brazen and utterly disregard her presence. Just as she prepared to sing despite the odds, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Suddenly, Su Xiaoya felt the stage illuminated once more. Upon lifting her gaze, she was startled by a breathtaking sight. A radiant full moon had risen above the center of the performance space. This moon shone like a grand beacon, casting silvery beams across the stage, making her in her flowing white gown appear luminescent. In an instant, she became the focal point of the entire venue. At that moment, a melodic piano tune wafted in from an unknown source, its ethereal notes evoking a sense of transcendence, as if transporting the audience to a celestial realm. Before Su Xiaoya could fully comprehend the scene, a gentle breeze swept across the stage. As the breeze enveloped her, her gown billowed, and she began to ascend slowly into the air. Initially startled by this unexpected levitation, Su Xiaoya felt a wave of calm wash over her when a soothing male voice echoed in her mind. "Do not be alarmed, little junior sister. I am your senior brother Wiyazi, sent by our master to assist you." Upon hearing this reassuring message, Su Xiaoya relaxed. Gazing at her body gently lifting off the ground and the approaching moon, she gradually grasped the microphone and began to sing. Simultaneously, petals began to cascade from the sky. In the gentle breeze, these blossoms danced gracefully around her, filling the entire performance space with their fragrant aroma. At that moment, Su Xiaoya resembled a celestial maiden from a moon palace, as the audience was profoundly astonished by the breathtaking stage effects before them. The enchanting voice of Su Xiaoya began to resonate. Unconsciously, she commenced to channel her emotions through her song, and in an instant, her voice transformed into a melodious and ethereal melody, imbued with deep sentiment. Through her singing, she recounted her sorrowful past and the injustices she had faced. As these emotions reached the fans and spectators present, tears flowed freely, overwhelming them with feeling. What was once a lukewarm song instantly morphed into a heart-wrenching anthem. And combined with the exquisite stage effects, this moment was destined to become a legendary scene of the concert. Upon completing her song, Susia gracefully descended to the center of the stage, while the moon retreated behind the clouds, and the fluttering petals soared gracefully on a gentle breeze. Vanishing into the night, the accompaniment that had mysteriously filled the air came to an abrupt halt. Only the lingering fragrance wafted through, assuring everyone that what had just transpired was no mere illusion. Meanwhile, those who had anticipated Su Xiaoye's downfall were left utterly speechless. Chapter 54, Revelation and Exposure. As Su Xiaoye concluded her performance, the concert venue remained enraptured by the lingering atmosphere. After a considerable pause, the hall erupted with applause, resonating like a tidal wave. The applause was relentless, echoing in waves, while the expressions of the front-row spectators revealed their exhilaration. Amidst their clapping, they engaged in fervent discussions. So beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. I've heard this song several times before, but never like this. Even a man like me was brought to tears. Y&T, I noticed this emo masterpiece before. Truly, the lead singer of the Moonlight Girls, her vocal prowess is unparalleled. This transcends mere singing ability. I have never encountered such a voice filled with emotion. I previously thought this song was ordinary. It seems it is not the song that is lacking, but rather the performer. No one else can evoke the same feeling in this song as Su Xiaoye does. A sudden realization struck me that perhaps the rumors about Su Xiaoye were mere fabrications. A person capable of producing such an ethereal voice could not possibly engage in such actions. The stage effects were simply extraordinary. Were they customized specifically for Su Xiaoye? Indeed. How was that achieved? I suspect they employed VR technology. The moon must have been a lighting effect, and the flight was likely facilitated by wires. That is obvious. Otherwise, could she truly be flying? This concert was undoubtedly worth attending. Just this one song alone justified the ticket price. While the audience was bubbling with excitement and joy, the other three members of the Moonlight Girls stood in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Where did the accompaniment and those stage effects come from? Wasn't it agreed that I would be the one to be promoted? Why has it turned into a spotlight for Su Xiaoye? Has President Gao changed his mind? If that is the case, all our prior arrangements have been rendered futile. Moreover, how has Su Xiaoye suddenly become so stunning? Did she undergo cosmetic procedures? Even if she did, such rapid recovery seems implausible. It feels as though she has applied a beauty filter from the real world. In this moment, they are utterly perplexed. They initially intended to seize this opportunity to completely overshadow Su Xiaoye, yet the unfolding events diverge entirely from their expectations. Just then, Su Xiaoye, having finished her song, once again grasped the microphone. Dear fans and admirers of my music, I may occupy a few minutes of your time, and I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, the three girls standing in the back were suddenly filled with foreboding. They sensed what Su Xiaoye was about to reveal. Although they wished to intervene, there was nothing they could do in such a public setting, with thousands of eyes upon them. The audience fell silent, their gazes fixated on the center of the stage. I believe many of you have heard some rumors about me circulating online. I want to clarify that while some of it is true, such as my lack of a university diploma, most of it is fabricated. I have never had an entangled relationship with Gao Mingsheng, the president of Qin Tian Entertainment, nor have I ever been caught in an affair with his wife. In fact, he has repeatedly harassed me, attempting to coerce me into submission with entertainment resources. It is precisely due to my refusal to yield that he has released those so-called scandals. It is also my defiance that led him to replace me as the lead singer. Before an audience of thousands, Su Xiaoye articulated her experiences word by word, disregarding the potential repercussions on her career in the entertainment industry and officially severing ties with Qin Tian Entertainment. Upon hearing her words, the three members of the Moonlight Girls group stood in shock and disbelief. This is madness. She has truly lost her mind. Does she no longer wish to remain in the entertainment industry? How dare she reveal such information? Is she not afraid of being blacklisted? Is she prepared for a total collapse? Does she truly value everything she has in this industry so little? How naive she is to believe she can topple Qin Tian Entertainment and President Gao. She must not forget that she is bound by a contract with them. If she continues down this path, her ultimate fate will be being dismissed and facing exorbitant compensation fees, leaving her no chance of recovery in her lifetime. How can an individual's strength contend against the might of capital? Dear heavens, it turns out that her company was behind the sudden onslaught of scandalous revelations against her. The entertainment industry is truly terrifying. It seems that her refusal to acquiesce to the unspoken rules led to deliberate suppression by the company's CEO. I had sensed this long ago. Did you not notice that while the other members of the Moonlight Girls performed 3 songs today, Su Xiaoya sang only 1? Furthermore, at the beginning, she was barely illuminated on stage, which is a clear indication of the suppression she faced. In contrast to Xingqian Entertainment, I choose to place my faith in Su Xiaoya. Though I may not know her character intimately, I am acutely aware of the darker side of the domestic entertainment industry. Her bravery is commendable. It is unimaginable the resolve she mustered to expose such truths during her concert. Indeed, after making these statements, she may find it impossible to continue in the industry, risking her entire future and career. The atmosphere at the concert was electric with shock. Simultaneously, Gao Mingsheng, the CEO of Xingqian Entertainment, received reports from his subordinates. Upon viewing the footage from the event, he was consumed with rage and smashed an ashtray onto the floor. So, she dares to confront me? I offer her an opportunity, and she responds with this? Does she think I will tremble in fear? She accuses me of harassment. Does she have evidence? Since she has chosen to defy me, she shall not escape unscathed. I will ensure she pays dearly. I will ruin her completely. His face twisted with malice as he spoke. Afterward, he turned to devise a plan to resolve this predicament. However, upon looking back, he discovered that the subordinate who had reported to him had collapsed on the ground. Additionally, a young man in ancient attire appeared on a nearby sofa. Before he could comprehend the situation, the stranger extended his right hand toward him. In an instant, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, rendering him unconscious. An hour later, the Greenvine City Public Security Bureau received a report. Gao Mingcheng voluntarily turned himself in, bringing with him the evidence of his company's tax evasion and recordings of his coercive conduct towards female artists under Xingqian Entertainment. He confessed to all his crimes on the spot. The following morning, this incident surged into the trending news. The accumulation of evidence was sufficient to ensure that Gao Mingcheng would spend a lifetime behind bars. Following the media coverage, Su Xiaoya's claims made during the concert were immediately validated. The so-called scandals that had been fabricated by Gao Mingcheng to coerce her into submission crumbled under scrutiny. All disparaging rumors circulating online disintegrated at this moment, and coupled with her stunning performance at the concert, her reputation soared once more, garnering immense attention and traffic. The followers who had previously deserted her not only returned in full, but even surged by several million. On the day following the concert, numerous prominent entertainment companies extended olive branches to her, expressing their desire for her to join their ranks. These firms were even willing to cover the exorbitant breach of contract fees for Su Xiaoya. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, Su Xiaoya felt a surge of excitement, accompanied by profound gratitude. She understood full well that Gao Mingcheng could not possibly have brought all his incriminating evidence to the police station to confess without reason. There was only one plausible explanation. Someone from her sect had intervened discreetly to assist her. Coupled with the words of the individual who claimed to be Wiyazi at the concert, her conviction grew that these actions were orchestrated by her master, the long-browed Taoist. This realization stirred her emotions deeply. I must dedicate myself to my cultivation, aspiring to exterminate demons and safeguard our homeland, just as my senior brothers and sisters have done. Only then can I repay the kindness of my sect, just as Su Xiaoya resolved to devote herself to her training. A system notification echoed in the mind of Qin Tian, far away on Mount Shu. Host has successfully aided disciple Su Xiaoya in redeeming herself in the sect's grand competition, regaining her status as a talented disciple. You have received the following rewards: 1 random cultivation technique, 1 random sect building, 2,000 points of sect prestige. You have acquired a mid-level technique, Changchun Wujigong. You have obtained a sect building, the Locking Demon Tower Beginner. Hearing the series of notifications in his mind, a smile of delight appeared on Qin Tian's face. The rewards sounded quite promising, yet he wondered about the purpose of the Locking Demon Tower. To clarify the nature of the rewards bestowed by the system, he promptly accessed the sect's repository. 2 items came into view: a book with the title Changchun Wujigong inscribed on its cover, and a small tower that appeared dull and gray, entwined with chains, with a sword embedded at its pinnacle, the function of which was uncertain. With a thought, the book titled Changchun Wujigong materialized in his hands. As he opened the first page, the book transformed into a beam of white light that penetrated his mind. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding this technique flooded into his consciousness, and within moments, he grasped its essence. He soon realized the nature of this technique. It was a body refinement practice focused solely on honing the physical form rather than cultivating qi, ultimately allowing one to achieve a state of rebirth through blood. It sounded impressive, yet he was reluctant to pursue a path that required a cultivator to engage in close combat. Body refiners could not even wield a sword effectively. Nevertheless, since he had already learned it, he decided to give it a try. With that, he switched his cultivation method to Changchun Wujigong. As soon as the cultivation technique was switched, he felt as if the magical power within him had been completely sealed, rendering it utterly unusable. In its stead, however, his physical form grew remarkably robust, with a tremendous surge in attributes such as strength and agility. Upon shedding his garments, the well-defined muscles of his physique were immediately apparent. With a slight exertion, his muscles swelled like a balloon, and his height increased by several centimeters. Standing before the mirror, he resembled a green giant. A casual punch thrown forward produced a sonic boom, and in that moment, he deeply grasped the essence of vitality surging within him. So this is the path of physical cultivation. The body is indeed formidable. In this state, I could withstand a sniper's bullet, dismantle a tank with my bare hands, and hold onto a helicopter with one hand. Aside from the inability to fly, this condition appears rather splendid. It is time to venture out and test my prowess. With that thought, he donned his clothes, restored his physique to normal, and made his way to the school playground. Upon arriving, he began to sprint with wild abandon. To his astonishment, he discovered that his full-speed running was on par with his previous speed while riding a sword. His explosive power and endurance were nothing short of superhuman, and his leaping ability was equally remarkable. One effortless jump could cover dozens, if not hundreds, of meters. Determined to test his limits, he turned his gaze toward the nearby Mount Shu. Within less than 100 meters, there lay a precipice, towering approximately 300 to 400 meters high. Fixating on that cliff, he clasped his hands behind his back, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Aside from the inability to adjust his flight trajectory, it felt indistinguishable from true flight. As he soared into the forest of Mount Shu, his eyes settled on a tree as thick as a rice bowl. Transforming his palm into a blade, he effortlessly felled the tree. When it crashed to the ground, he struck the trunk once more, severing it into useless branches, ultimately obtaining a column approximately 5 to 6 meters long, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. It felt as light as a pair of chopsticks in his hands. Aiming toward the cliff, he summoned all his strength and hurled the column with great force. As the column flew toward the cliff like an arrow released from a bow, he leapt onto it, steadying himself as it carried him forward. Just as the column was about to collide with the cliff face, he sprang upward, gracefully ascending like a wild goose. With a single push against the cliff, he reached the summit. Though not as elegant as flying on a sword, this experience held its own unique charm. After all, magical power may linger on the surface, but the strength of the body is something that can be genuinely felt. Standing atop the cliff, he did not pause. After approximately 2 minutes, he reached the summit of Mount Shushan. From this vantage point, one could gaze far and wide over the entire city of Qingting. In this expansive area at the peak, there lay not only a winding mountain road, but also a pavilion and a large stone engraved with the word Shushan. This imposing granite boulder stood about 7 or 8 meters tall, its surface adorned with verses praising Shushan from ancient poets. As he beheld this grand stone, Qin Tian was suddenly struck by inspiration. Approaching the boulder, he placed his right hand upon it and applied a modicum of force, leaving a deep handprint several centimeters into the unyielding granite. When someone discovers this, they will surely be startled. This is bound to attract attention, perhaps even warranting several episodes on Closer to Science. Having indulged his whimsical delight, Qin Tian clasped his hands behind his back and began to descend a mountain. Upon reaching a precipice, he leapt without hesitation, foregoing any use of his magical powers. He wished to test whether his corporeal form could withstand such a fall. Moments later, he emerged from a large crater, dust-covered but unscathed. Excellent. The physical cultivation truly is formidable, he exclaimed, brushing off the dust as he made his way toward the Shushan Vocational Institute. Meanwhile, at the summit of Shushan, several figures appeared. Chapter 56. Master of Transformative Energy. Elder Chun. Elder Chun, please take care and watch your step, one voice cautioned. Elder Chun, would you like to take a moment to rest? On the winding mountain road of Shushan, a group of individuals, men and women, young and old, proceeded at a measured pace. Leading the way was a venerable elder with flowing white hair, appearing to be at least 80 or 90 years old. Despite his age, The elder's physique was remarkably robust, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, and he exhibited none of the frailty typical of advanced age. He strode forward with vigor, causing the younger members of the party to struggle to keep pace. Goodness, Elder Chun is already 89, yet his legs are still so spry, remarked a young man in a white shirt and tie, panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. Indeed, it's been over an hour since we began our ascent, and Elder Chun shows no signs of fatigue. I feel as if my legs are leaden, added a young woman, equally breathless. In comparison to him, I feel as though I am the one who is 80, she lamented. What does this signify? It indicates that your martial training is not yet up to par, interjected another young man, robust and distinguished in demeanor. Upon hearing his remark, the others could only smile wryly. Clearly, we cannot compare to you, Brother Zhao. You hail from a prestigious martial arts family, and were already a proficient martial artist in your teens. Your future is boundless. Indeed, even with so many of us gathered here, we are no match for you, Brother Zhao. When you have the time, please impart to us the true essence of martial arts. Upon hearing this, the young man referred to as Brother Zhao could not help but smile faintly. As for our Zhao family, we hardly qualify as a legitimate martial arts lineage. We have merely dabbled in the surface of its depths. In comparison to Elder Chun, the difference is akin to that between heaven and earth. If you wish to learn something truly profound, make sure to perform well in front of Elder Chun. Any guidance he may offer you will be invaluable for a lifetime. His words instantly piqued the curiosity of the young enthusiasts. Brother Zhao, who exactly is this Elder Chun? Yesterday, I saw President Mai behaving like a true subordinate in his presence. Indeed, is Elder Chun exceptionally formidable? Has he perhaps attained the legendary dark strength? In response to their fervent inquiries, Brother Zhao first offered a mysterious smile, then whispered, Dark strength? You underestimate Elder Chun. He was already a master of dark strength by the age of 40, and I suspect he has long since transcended to transformational strength. In the realm of martial arts within our dragon country, there are no more than 100 individuals who have reached the level of transformational strength, making it rarer than a national treasure. Upon hearing the term transformational strength, the members from the Green Vine City Martial Arts Association widened their eyes in astonishment. Though they were merely amateur martial arts enthusiasts, they were well aware of the levels within the traditional martial arts of our land. Typically, it takes years of practice to reach the bright strength stage, while achieving dark strength requires decades of dedication. The transition from dark strength to transformational strength necessitates not just time, but also fortune and enlightenment. Upon breaking through to transformational strength, one becomes a generation's grandmaster. While they may not possess the cinematic prowess of martial arts heroes, their combat capabilities are far beyond the ordinary. It is said that those who have mastered transformational strength can catch bullets with their muscles, and their skin and fascia are impervious to even the sharpest blades, allowing them to leap over 10 meters with ease. The thought of being in the presence of such a legendary grandmaster filled the attendees with exuberant excitement. Let us go. Elder Chun is nearing the summit. We must hurry. Otherwise, we shall be the subject of his mirth. Brother Zhao spoke once more. Hearing this, the crowd nodded vigorously. Despite their fatigue, they pressed onward up the mountain. After more than 10 minutes of climbing, they finally reached the summit of Mount Shu. Upon their arrival, they beheld Elder Chun, clad in a white training outfit, standing in a pavilion atop the peak, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the cityscape of Greenvine. After an arduous hour of ascent, not a bead of sweat adorned his brow, and he remained as vigorous as ever, further igniting their admiration for the martial way. Wiping the sweat from their foreheads with their garments, they approached Elder Chun from behind. How nostalgic it is. The last time I stood atop the majestic Mount Shu was 60 years ago. Back then, there was no winding road, merely a narrow, winding path. Now, after the passage of 6 decades, everything has changed beyond recognition. As he uttered these words, a hint of sentimentality graced the face of Elder Chun. Have you visited this place before, Elder Chun? Inquired Brother Zhao, standing curiously behind him. Indeed, I have. In my quest for a breakthrough in martial arts, I traversed the vast lands of China, engaging in exchanges and sparring with disciples from various sections. At that time, I heard of an esteemed elder residing in Greenvine City, and thus I sought him out. Did you meet that eminent figure? I did, but he refused to engage in combat with me. Why? Did he believe he could not best you? Brother Zhao asked, puzzled. No, it was not that he lacked the ability, but rather he deemed me unworthy of his efforts. Elder Chun replied with a wry smile. Really? Was he truly that formidable? A member of the Martial Arts Association interjected. formidable to the extent that even now, I harbor doubts about my ability to defeat him. In my youthful arrogance, I believed myself to be the greatest and insisted on challenging him to a match. After 3 days and nights of persistence, he finally acquiesced. And the outcome? Naturally, I was vanquished. Elder Qin chuckled softly. How many moves did he employ to defeat you? In the expectant gaze of the crowd, Elder Qin slowly raised a single finger. 1. The expressions of disbelief were palpable among the onlookers. Actually, he did not even use a single move. He merely demonstrated a technique. Upon witnessing it, I realized that in this lifetime, I would likely never surpass him. What technique was it? The crowd's curiosity was piqued, eager to learn what could intimidate a proud martial arts prodigy. He placed his hand upon a pillar and left a deep imprint without causing the pillar to tremble at all. As Elder Qin revealed this, the audience exchanged incredulous glances. Is that truly so difficult? It was merely leaving a handprint on a pillar. Elder Qin, can you not accomplish that now? As soon as the words were spoken, Brother Zhao shot a fierce glare at the speaker. You underestimate the complexity of the matter. Given Elder Qin's current prowess, a single strike could shatter granite, let alone wood. However, to leave a clear handprint without compromising the integrity of the wood requires immense control, indicative of mastery over one's muscular limits. This level of control suggests that he had likely transcended the realm of transformation and reached heights beyond. After Brother Zhao's explanation, the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Never mind, sharing this with you all is futile. Just know that with your current talents, you may spend a lifetime striving and still not attain such a level. However, as Master Zhao finished speaking, a young man, seemingly in his early 20s, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, look, there's actually a palm print on this stone." At these words, the attention of everyone present was immediately captivated. Chapter 57, The Astonishing Palm Print. A palm print? What is so remarkable about a mere handprint? Indeed, what kind of handprint is it? Is it carved? No, you have to come and see. This palm print is quite peculiar. With the shout of a member of the Martial Arts Association, the crowd at the summit turned their gaze toward the stone. Even Old Shun was no exception. They initially thought it was just an ordinary handprint, but as they approached the massive rock and scrutinized it closely, confusion washed over their faces. This palm print is indeed strange. It is remarkably clear. Yes, it feels as if someone pressed their hand into wet cement. Surely this stone cannot be a faux granite. Perhaps the artisan who crafted it left this imprint. It must be so. Otherwise, how could it be so intricately carved? The palm lines and fingerprints are vividly discernible. Who could carve with such precision? Just as everyone unanimously believed that the palm print was inadvertently left by the craftsman who created the stone, Old Shun, encircled by the crowd, suddenly furrowed his brow. He approached the stone, knocked on it, and then shook his head. This is not a faux stone. This is genuine granite. Upon hearing this, the others present began to knock on the stone as well. Listening to the somewhat muffled sound, their expressions involuntarily shifted. For both the tactile sensation and the sound indicated that this massive rock was indeed pure, natural granite, not a synthetic stone made from reinforced concrete. So, what could this palm print signify? What kind of person could leave such a deep imprint on such hard granite? Indeed, the depth must be around 3 centimeters, and the edges are so neat. I can hardly fathom how one could leave a palm print on such a large stone. Old Qin, what do you think? After comparing his hand with the print, Master Zhao turned his gaze toward Old Shun, who at that moment remained silent. His eyes fixed intently on the palm print above the rock. After a long pause, he finally spoke. If I am not mistaken, this palm print must have been imprinted by a master of internal martial arts, using overpowering palm strength. This person's martial prowess has likely reached an unprecedented level, possibly attaining the legendary realm spoken of in tales. The legendary realm? The crowd, upon hearing Old Qin's words, was filled with bewilderment. Old Qin, whom do you refer to? However, at that moment, Old Qin did not directly answer their inquiries, but instead began to recount the history of martial arts development in the Dragon Kingdom. The origins of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom can be traced back to the pre-Qin period, when our ancestors emulated the wild beasts of the mountains, honing their physical forms through the ways of these creatures. This gradually evolved into combat techniques aimed at fighting, marking the inception of Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Over generations, through the refinement and evolution by various martial arts masters, a systematic framework emerged, dividing martial arts into 2 main categories: internal and external martial arts. Regardless of whether it is internal or external, both schools share a singular ultimate goal: to transcend the acquired and attain the innate. It is said that upon reaching this innate state, one may enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. Yet, throughout the 5,000 years of the Dragon Kingdom's history, only a handful have achieved this realm, which is also referred to as the earthly immortal. If I am not mistaken, the handprint left on this large stone must belong to an earthly immortal who transcended through martial arts. When Old Qin solemnly articulated this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. An earthly immortal, living for 500 years. Could such beings truly exist in our world? Perhaps they do, as it is rumored that the esteemed Zhang of the true martial sect lived for over 3 centuries. This is quite extraordinary. Yet could the one who left this handprint be the very individual Old Qin had sought? Indeed, could it be that his cultivation has surpassed previous limits? However, no sooner had this thought crossed their minds than Old Qin shook his head. It cannot be him. That venerable elder passed away over 40 years ago. At that time, he was likely only at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. To leave a handprint on a wooden pillar was already a remarkable feat. It is utterly impossible to leave a handprint on such a piece of granite in a mere 60 years. Hence I surmise that this handprint belongs to another. As he finished speaking, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. I initially sought only to revisit this place, never anticipating encountering such a martial arts predecessor of the earthly immortal realm amidst the verdant vines. Should fate allow me to meet him, I, Qin Zhang, would have no regrets in this life. The onlookers, witnessing Old Qin's fervor, exchanged glances of surprise. Old Qin, might this handprint have been left long ago? That esteemed figure may have long since departed from the verdant vines, suddenly interjected Brother Zhao. Yet, as soon as he uttered this, Old Qin chuckled and shook his head. Ah, Xiao Zhao, as a practitioner of martial arts, one must not only possess physical prowess but also keen eyesight. Look closely at what is inscribed below. With that, Old Qin pointed to the right corner of the massive stone, which bore the characters Shu Mountain. Upon following his gesture, Brother Zhao's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. For inscribed in the lower right corner of the stone were the words, December 18th, 2024. This indicated that the stone had only been placed here for less than half a year. Old Qin, it was my oversight. If we consider this, the impression of the palm could have existed for no more than half a year. In fact, I believe it has not even been that long. Old Qin chuckled once more. Observe, within this palm print, there still remains a trace of sap from the leaves, the liquid yet to dry, indicating that the esteemed predecessor must have been here not long before us. When Brother Zhao scrutinized the palm print, he indeed discerned a hint of green sap. Remarkable. Old Qin, your vision is truly sharp. My own sight pales in comparison. However, if what you say is accurate, we ought to have encountered him on our ascent. Yet we met not a soul along the path. Brother Zhao expressed his confusion. Ascending and descending need not always rely on foot travel. Do not forget. He is a terrestrial immortal. For him, leaping over walls is as effortless as walking upon flat ground. He could have easily jumped from the adjacent cliff. Upon hearing this, the group immediately glanced toward the nearby precipice. Just peering over the edge, their legs grew weak. This cliff must be several hundred meters high, descending from such a height. Truly, he would be a celestial being. As the group marveled, Old Qin approached the cliff's edge. After surveying the scene, he pointed to a cluster of buildings below and inquired, "What is that place?" Hearing Old Qin's question, Brother Zhao looked over and, with a hint of uncertainty, replied, "It seems to be a school of sorts, a vocational technical institution, if I recall correctly." Another youth interjected, "Yes, it's called the Shushan Vocational Technical Training School. Do you think an esteemed predecessor resides within that school?" Someone ventured, "What nonsense! An immortal of the terrestrial realm residing in a technical school?" The words were spoken thoughtlessly, yet they ignited a spark of contemplation on Old Qin's face. As a martial artist, he often experienced inexplicable intuitions about certain matters, a phenomenon he referred to as a whimsical inspiration. At that moment, his intuition suggested that within that school lay something he had long yearned for. Chapter 58. The Demon Lock Tower Recruitment Notice. Qin Tian was blissfully unaware that the whimsical trace he left behind had captured the attention of a martial artist. He could not have imagined that in others' eyes, he had already transformed into a formidable terrestrial immortal, having perfected his martial arts. After bathing, he ventured into the Shushan cave heaven. His gaze swept across the expanse, and soon he selected a hill slightly shorter than the central peak. "It shall be you," he declared, summoning his flying sword to soar toward the chosen hill. Upon reaching the summit, He retrieved the model of the demon lock tower that had been awarded to him by the system from the sect's repository. The moment the tower was produced, it levitated on its own, radiating a brilliant light that grew ever more intense. The model, originally no larger than a palm, has gradually transformed into a colossal edifice. In the mere span of a minute, the demon suppression tower has ascended to a towering height exceeding 100 meters. Surrounding it stand 7 magnificent dragon pillars, each exuding an imposing presence. From these pillars extend 7 chains, as thick as a man's arm, which connect to the apex of the tower. The upper section is densely etched with a multitude of runes, emanating an eerie and foreboding aura. Furthermore, the structure comprises 10 levels, each adorned with a plethora of yellow talismans. This embellishment amplifies the already sinister air of the demon suppression tower, as if it harbors formidable demons within its confines. Indeed, when Qin Tian first acquired the tower, the system provided a detailed explanation. Demon Suppression Tower, beginner level, a unique structure employed by the Shushan sect to subdue demons. It contains a vast number of malevolent entities. Currently, as the tower is at the beginner level, only the first 3 floors are accessible, each housing a varying number of demons. Disciples of Shushan may hone their combat skills within, enhancing their cultivation, while also having a chance to obtain special opportunities, including but not limited to magical artifacts, elixirs, and techniques upon defeating the demons inside. Disciples will not perish while training in the tower. Fatal attacks will result in their teleportation outside the tower. It is evident that the purpose of this edifice, known as the Demon Suppression Tower, is to serve as a training ground for the disciples, akin to a venue for leveling up through combat. According to the system, the first floor contains Qi refinement demons. The second floor harbors foundation establishment demons, and the third floor accommodates golden core demons. Thus, even the strongest disciple of the Shushan sect, Qin Tian, can only venture to the second floor, and he cannot guarantee his ability to prevail against the demons there. As for the other disciples, sending them in now would merely be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Nonetheless, this tower, though presently unusable, stands impressively within this celestial realm, exuding an aura of intimidation. Observing the imposing and oppressive structure before him, Qin Tian expressed his satisfaction. He initially contemplated entering to explore, but reconsidered, realizing he had no need for such training. Departing, he cast one last glance at the tower before summoning his flying sword to carry him away from the Shushan cave. By this time, it was already the hour for dinner. In the days when the school had chefs and a dining hall, he merely needed to arrive punctually for his meals. Now, with not a single staff member in sight, he had no choice but to drive out to eat, as this remote area lacked even the option for food delivery. Perhaps it would be prudent to hire a chef, as relying on dining out daily was not sustainable. Additionally, securing a security guard would be wise, for such a large school required maintenance. Otherwise, the grass would grow to an unmanageable height. However, recruiting from the outside seemed somewhat inconvenient. Indeed, he inquired if the sect shop offered any human-like entities, even if they were merely puppets. Upon opening the sect shop and perusing its offerings, he discovered precisely what he sought. Recruitment order, beginner. Enlist a cultivator of the 5th level of Qi refinement. This cultivator possesses rudimentary intelligence and is capable of performing simple tasks within the sect, such as cultivating spiritual plants and tending to spirit beasts. They cannot cultivate further or become a disciple of the sect. Their appearance can be customized, and a special skill may be designated. Price: 1,000 sect reputation. Undoubtedly, this was the item he desired. Although the recruited cultivator was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement and could not enhance their abilities through cultivation, they would suffice for menial tasks and handling daily affairs. The price of 1,000 was somewhat steep, yet undeniably a bargain, considering that hiring a mere cook nowadays demands over 3,000 for a month. Excellent. 6 shall suffice. 1 for cooking, 1 for guarding, 2 for cleaning, and 2 for gardening. Without hesitation, he expended 6,000 sect reputation to purchase 6 recruitment orders. Upon selecting the recruitment option, a screen akin to a character customization interface in an online game emerged. He could freely adjust the figure's physique, appearance, age, and gender, as well as designate their skill specialties. For instance, he could assign them skills in alchemy, mining, or herb gathering, and even combat skills. Should he choose to designate them as sword cultivators, they would inherently possess sword cultivation techniques from birth. Following his previous thoughts, he assigned a culinary skill to 1 middle-aged female cultivator, while the others were all designated as physical cultivators. After all, he He did not anticipate them engaging in combat. Physical cultivators excel in laborious tasks. Once the settings were completed, he promptly initiated the summoning. Within moments, 6 figures materialized before him, comprising 4 elderly gentlemen appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, along with a middle-aged woman in her 40s. He had opted for older individuals rather than the youth, as he deemed it impractical for young people to inhabit such a place. Only these aged gentlemen and ladies would seek to retire and work in such an environment. At that moment, they were still clad in the initial robes provided by the system. After a brief glance, he retrieved several outfits from the school's storage, including a security uniform, 4 sets of workwear, a chef's uniform, and several pairs of safety shoes. From this day forth, you shall be employees here. Henceforth, when you see me, remember to address me as principal, he declared. Upon his utterance, the 6 responded in unison, yes, principal. They appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, their eyes, expressions, and movements all remarkably lifelike. Clearly, the system's claim of possessing rudimentary intelligence was a modest understatement. I shall now succinctly outline the daily tasks that await you, alongside some fundamental insights regarding our world, so pay close attention. Before the 6 summoned cultivators, Qin Tian commenced his admonition. Remarkably, they exhibited a swift aptitude for learning, promptly clarifying their respective responsibilities. Once they had familiarized themselves with these duties, Qin Tian bestowed upon each of them a name. The doorkeeper was named Qin Tianju, currently assuming the role of his great-uncle. The 2 custodians were named Qin Tianjia and Qin Tiani, while the 2 gardeners were designated as Qin Tianbing and Qin Tianding. The cook, a matron, was named Qin Taimai. Now, proceed to your designated posts, Qin Tian commanded, and the 5 cultivators of the 5th layer of Qi refining began their tasks. As for Qin Tian himself, he drove his small van towards the city. Although a chef was now present, there were no ingredients, rendering culinary creations impossible. Just as he departed, a group approached along the nearby path of Mount Shu. Old Chun, this is the place, yet I doubt the master resides here. I've researched online, and this appears to be an ordinary vocational school. Indeed, masters typically seclude themselves in the mountains. It's unlikely they would be found in such a locale, came the response. Shu Mountain Vocational Technical School was taught here. It seems rather deserted. 50 meters from the entrance of Shu Mountain Vocational Technical School, Old Chun and the members of the Greenvine City Martial Arts Association stood observing the rusted gate and somewhat dilapidated campus. Realizing that the land immortal had departed from Mount Shu not long ago, Old Chun, following a whimsical impulse, had brought everyone here with a singular aim, to locate the land immortal, even if only to catch a glimpse. Despite Brother Zhao and the others harboring doubts, they could not contradict Old Chun, thus they accompanied him. Old Chun, are you certain that the elder is within? Brother Zhao inquired, surveying the school's surroundings with a hint of skepticism. Old Chun shook his head in response. I cannot be certain, but since we are here, it is worthwhile to take a look. With that, he stepped towards the gate of Shu Mountain Vocational Technical School, prompting Brother Zhao and the others to hastily follow. As they gazed at the ajar gate, they thought little of it and prepared to enter the school. However, just as they were about to cross the threshold, an aged voice suddenly emanated from a nearby security booth. Halt! This is a restricted area of the school. Without the principal's permission, outsiders are strictly forbidden from entering. The sudden sound startled Brother Zhao and his companions, causing them to shudder. As they turned towards the source of the noise, they discovered an elderly man clad in a security uniform, his hair as white as snow and his frame frail, standing inside a nearby security booth. What a surprise! This school actually has security, one of them remarked. Indeed, just moments ago, there had been no one in the booth, so where had this old gentleman appeared from? It was hard to believe that a school on the brink of closure still employed a security guard. Given his advanced age, one could hardly expect him to offer protection. Rather, he seemed to be the one in need of safeguarding. Who would dare to steal from such a dilapidated institution? Another scoffed. Let us just be courteous and inform him of our presence. Zhao, with a beaming smile, approached the security booth. He regarded the elderly guard, whose ill-fitting uniform and unsmiling demeanor suggested he was not one to be trifled with, and politely said, Sir, we are tourists visiting Mount Shu and noticed this school, so we hope to take a look inside. Rest assured, we intend to respect your grounds and will not damage a single blade of grass. However, to his dismay, the guard maintained his stern expression. Without the principal's permission, outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. You must leave at once. Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment at the guard's firm refusal. Perhaps we could arrange it this way. I will leave my phone with you as collateral and return to retrieve it once we have finished our brief visit. Outsiders are not permitted entry. Please leave, the guard reiterated, his expression unyielding. The repeated denials only served to incite the rebellious spirit of the young martial arts members. Why is this old man so stubborn? Is the principal a king, dictating who may enter? One exclaimed. Indeed, it's baffling how resistant he is. This rundown school has stricter security than our university. What could possibly be inside, Gold? Another added. Let us disregard him and just go in. We aren't planning any mischief, someone suggested. Exactly, what harm could it do? We'll just take a quick look and leave. In that moment, a young man boldly stepped forward and crossed the threshold of the school gate. Yet, as he did so, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Dare to intrude without permission? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Before the young man could react, a gnarled hand grasped his shoulder, pinning him in place. In the next instant, he was sent flying backward. After being propelled several meters into the air, he landed unceremoniously into the greenery at the entrance of the school. Fortunately, the foliage provided a cushion. Otherwise, he would have sustained significant injuries. Nevertheless, as he plunged into the greenery, he let out a series of agonizing cries. The suddenness of the event left everyone present in shock, save for Elder Chun, who was the only one to react in time. When a young man descended into the greenery, astonishment was etched across the faces of all witnesses. It was worth noting that, although the young man had trained in martial arts for several years, standing at a height of 1.8 meters and weighing over 160 pounds, it would be a challenge for an average adult male to topple him, let alone toss him out. Yet the elderly security guard, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s and bearing a frail frame, effortlessly hurled him several meters away. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. As Zhao and his companions expressed their astonishment, Elder Chin's face was alight with excitement. He believed he could perform a similar feat, though certainly not with the same ease as the security guard. Thus, he concluded that the elderly security guard was no ordinary individual, but rather an extraordinary martial artist, coupled with the palm imprint he had observed earlier on the mountaintop. A bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. This seemingly unremarkable security guard was the terrestrial, immortal martial artist he had been desperately seeking. With this thought in mind, he approached the guard with utmost respect. Esteemed elder, we apologize for our earlier rudeness and hope you will not take it to heart. If you prefer we do not enter, we shall abide by your wishes. Saying this, he voluntarily stepped back 10 meters from the school gate. Upon witnessing this, Zhao and his companions immediately grasped the situation, their eyes filled with shock and trepidation. Without further ado, they mirrored Elder Chin's actions and retreated the same distance from the entrance. Once they had vacated the area, the elderly security guard leisurely returned to his post. Elder Chun, could it be that this security guard is the same venerable martial artist who left the palm imprint on the mountaintop? Zhao whispered to Elder Chun while gazing at the guard in the kiosk. Hearing this inquiry, the others present cast curious glances in their direction. Meanwhile, Elder Chun, filled with excitement, nodded in affirmation. It is highly possible, although I cannot ascertain whether he has indeed reached the level of a terrestrial immortal. I am certain of one thing. I am certainly no match for him, indicating that his mastery is at least above the transformation stage. Such an existence is akin to a grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. With this revelation, the expressions of those present turned serious. However, one question lingered in their minds. Why would such a formidable individual serve as a security guard in this obscure location? As they were utterly convinced that the security guard in the booth before them was the extraordinary master they had been seeking, an enigmatic figure emerged not far away within the campus. Chapter 60. How could there be so many grandmasters? Due to the departure of numerous staff members and the school's lack of maintenance funding, the Shushan Vocational Technical School had become a veritable thicket of weeds and shrubs, with several small bushes and fully grown saplings scattered throughout. Amidst this overgrowth, an elderly man wielding a machete was diligently tending to the vegetation. With a gentle sweep of his blade, a glimmer of steel flashed, and in an instant, both weeds and shrubs were severed with remarkable precision, each cut perfectly clean. When Elder Chun and his companions first noticed the old man, they regarded him merely as an ordinary elder. It was only when they witnessed this seemingly unassuming figure, clad in work attire, effortlessly topple a sapling the thickness of an adult's wrist with a single stroke that their attention was drawn to him. At that moment, the old man casually made 2 more cuts, reducing the fallen sapling into several equally sized segments. It was then that they sensed something amiss. The sharpness of the blade was astonishing, and the ease with which he cut through the tree was unprecedented. Indeed, I had never wielded a scythe with such finesse back home. It seemed he hardly exerted himself at all. His efficiency was remarkable, and at such an advanced age, he still possessed extraordinary vigor. Wait a moment, observe closely. It appears that the angle of each strike is remarkably consistent, one of them remarked. I suspect the issue lies not with the blade itself, but rather with the skill of the wielder. This man is not to be underestimated. At that juncture, Elder Qin suddenly spoke up again. Hearing his words, the others turned their gazes toward him. Elder Qin, are you suggesting that the old man over there is also a concealed martial arts master? Most likely, he replied. I once befriended a martial arts elder skilled in blade techniques, and this individual exudes a similar aura, perhaps even more formidable in his swordplay. As soon as Elder Qin finished speaking, the old man in the work attire executed another precise cut, felling a cluster of shrubs that had intruded from outside the campus. The fluidity of his movements was mesmerizing. Each stroke was so effective that a follow-up was unnecessary. When trimming the greenery, a single cut would leave the entire patch uniformly leveled. In his hands, an ordinary machete transformed into a divine instrument of precision. Thus, Elder Qin became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. Who would have thought that within this humble vocational school lay two martial arts experts? Truly astonishing, if that were the case. The previous elder who had reached the realm of terrestrial immortals might not have been the security guard after all. Just then, a rhythmic sweeping sound resonated throughout the school. Instinctively, Elder Qin and the others turned their attention in that direction. Soon, an elderly man dressed in work clothes, adorned with a straw hat and wielding a large broom, appeared beside a road on the left side of the school. He swept the ground with a steady rhythm, as if he were a finely tuned machine, effortlessly pushing fallen leaves and debris to the roadside with each stroke of his broom. However, what astonished everyone was not merely his sweeping prowess. When he approached a few round stone bollards placed to obstruct vehicular passage, he suddenly halted his sweeping. After glancing at the bollards, he noticed a plastic bag trapped beneath one of them. He set his broom aside and slowly crouched down, effortlessly lifting the stone bollard in front of Chun Lao and others. After retrieving the plastic bag from beneath the bollard, he gently returned it to its original position, not a sound escaping as it touched the ground. He then resumed his sweeping, his nonchalant actions leaving Chun Lao and the others in utter disbelief. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would understand the weight of such round stone bollards. The one at the school, with a diameter of at least 50 centimeters, must weigh a minimum of 1 to 200 kilograms. Among the gathered crowd, only Chun Lao might have had the strength to move it, and even then, lifting it would pose a significant challenge. The elderly man, now 89 years old, had long since lost the vigor of his youth. After several seconds of stunned silence, the onlookers exchanged glances, each reflecting the same astonishment. Did you all see that? Did that old man really lift the stone ball? Surely we saw it. We're not blind. How did he manage that? Could the stone ball be hollow? If it were solid and made of granite, it might weigh around 400 pounds. An old man lifting something that heavy is simply outrageous. I can't believe it. How is that even possible? Look, there are several identical stone balls beside us. Let us try lifting one ourselves. When a young man voiced this suggestion, the crowd noticed that indeed there were 8 identical stone bollards positioned at the entrance. Identical in size and appearance to the one inside, they resolved to investigate whether the stone balls were hollow. They quickly selected one to test. I'll give it a try, declared a tall, robust youth, crouching down to embrace the stone ball with both arms, attempting to shift it. Yet, his face flushed crimson as he found the stone ball barely budged. Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers hastily engaged, yet the outcome remained unchanged, culminating in a series of failures. It was not until this moment that they recognized the elderly janitor was indeed hoisting a stone ball weighing 400 pounds. The realization struck them, and their expressions transformed once more. Good heavens, yet another formidable elder. Could he, like the previous two, be a martial arts master in seclusion? What was the nature of this situation, with so many martial experts retreating to a single locale? One served as a security guard, another as a gardener, and one swept the floors. What kind of remuneration could possibly entice them? No, it seems there are not merely one gardener and one janitor. Look over there. It appears there are 2 more elders. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the school, they were not disappointed. Indeed, 2 additional elderly gentlemen clad in identical work attire were diligently engaged in their tasks. At this juncture, the crowd was utterly confounded. They now possessed an 80% certainty that the two within were also martial arts masters akin to the previous three, having retreated here for some undisclosed reason. Though their curiosity urged them to investigate, the current circumstances rendered their entry impossible. Setting aside other considerations, they could not even bypass the security at the entrance. Collectively, they might not even pose a challenge to the elderly guard. "Old Qin, what now? Shall we continue to wait?" one inquired. "Indeed, unless we locate the principal, we have no other means of entering this institution," was the only response offered by Old Qin. Wait. Thus, this group lingered at the gates of Shushan Vocational Technical School for nearly 1 to 2 hours, until a small van meandered down the road towards them. Chapter 61. The cooking matron is a grandmaster inside the modest van. Qin Tian hummed a tune as he navigated along the small path leading into the school. The vehicle was laden with an abundance of vegetables, meats, grains, and cooking oils procured from the supermarket. This arrangement would alleviate the need for frequent trips to the city for meals, allowing for warm food to be enjoyed on campus. However, just as he was about to drive into the school, he caught sight of a cluster of people standing by the entrance. Upon noticing them, a look of confusion crossed his face. Where did all these people come from, and what are they doing? Surely they aren't here to enroll. My school is no longer operational. Why would they come to register? Oh well, I suppose I can simply send them away later. With this thought, he promptly slammed on the brakes. His arrival also captured the attention of Old Qin and the others. "Old Qin, someone is coming. I wonder if he can take us inside. Let us approach and inquire," came the response. As they spoke, a group of individuals approached Qin Tian's van. No sooner had Qin Tian alighted than he found himself surrounded. Observing the situation, he straightforwardly inquired, "Are you here to enroll? If so, you may as well return. We are no longer accepting admissions. You can visit Jin Yu Vocational School nearby. They offer comprehensive training." As soon as he uttered these words, Brother Zhao hastily interjected, No, you misunderstand. We are not here to enroll in any technical course. We merely wish to tour the premises." "Tour? What is there to see in this dilapidated school?" Qin Tian responded, his face a mask of confusion. Brother Zhao seemed eager to say more, but he was silenced by a glance from the elderly chum beside him. "Young man," Qin began, "the matter is this. I once had an acquaintance who worked at this institution. Now, returning to my old haunts, I simply wish to enter and fulfill a personal wish." "Acquaintance?" At the mention of this word, a contemplative expression crossed Qin Tian's face, though inwardly he struggled to suppress a smile. Despite the Shushan Vocational School appearing rather shabby, it had not been established for long. His father had only worked there for a little over a decade, making him the longest-serving staff member. The elderly man before him appeared to be at least 70 or 80 years old. How could he possibly recognize anyone from that time? Though fully aware that the elderly man was fabricating a story, Qin Tian chose not to expose him. Just moments ago, upon encountering the old man, a system notification had resonated in his mind. The elder ahead possesses the exceedingly rare innate pure yang body, a prodigy in body cultivation. Please, host, recruit him into the sect to strengthen the Shushan faction. His extraordinary talent promises special rewards if he is accepted. Upon hearing this notification, Qin Tian realized he must find a way to secure the old man's allegiance. Thus, with a clever twist of thought, he devised a response. Oh. Could you be referring to my grandfather? Sir, are you perhaps a friend of my grandfather?" His words prompted Chun to eagerly climb aboard the narrative. Yes, that must be it. I thought you looked somewhat familiar. Since you are a friend of my grandfather, please come in with me, Qin Tian declared. Striding towards the school entrance where he addressed Qin Tianzhu, the security guard, "They're friends of my grandfather. Allow them entry." "Understood," Principal came to reply. When Qin Tianzhu addressed Qin Tian as Principal, Chun and the others were momentarily taken aback. Principal? This young man is the principal here? They had assumed that someone capable of commanding such formidable masters would naturally be an elderly figure, never anticipating that the so-called principal would be a youth appearing in his early 20s. After a moment of contemplation, they quickly reached a conclusion. Chun, it seems he is unaware that the elderly figures within the school are all masters concealing their true identities. Indeed, it is quite possible that his grandfather is the legendary terrestrial immortal who left his handprint atop the mountain. Certainly, this would elucidate why those possessing extraordinary martial prowess would willingly take on the roles of security guards and janitors here. Moreover, I perceive that his demeanor does not resemble that of a martial artist. Just as they fancied themselves discreet in their discussions, Qin Tian approached them once more. "All right, you may enter now. Feel free to explore," he stated, before turning to his own affairs and making his way toward the van. As he drove the vehicle into the school courtyard, Chun Lao and the others, fueled by fervent curiosity, ventured into the school premises. Although Qin Tian encouraged them to explore freely, they were hesitant to wander aimlessly. For within this institution were several individuals suspected to possess the formidable strength of grandmasters in martial arts, and perhaps even concealed among them was a figure of celestial prowess. The Shushan Vocational Technical School, while not overly expansive, took the group over 20 minutes to navigate a cursory tour of its grounds. As they roamed, an alluring aroma wafted through the air. What a delightful scent! It must be the fragrance of food, one remarked, seemingly emanating from a building ahead, which likely served as the school as cafeteria. It appeared that the school had indeed fallen into disrepair, as not a single student was in sight. Driven by curiosity, they approached the structure suspected to be the cafeteria. Peering through the windows, they beheld a woman, approximately in her 50s or 60s, skillfully preparing a meal. At that moment, she was deftly handling a chicken on the cutting board. With a swift motion of her knife, she efficiently extracted the entire skeleton from bird. Those witnessing the spectacle could hardly believe their eyes. Yet, the astonishment did not end there. After finishing with the chicken, the woman, donned in a chef's uniform, lifted a half-side of pork from the side. With the same fluidity, she skillfully butchered the meat into small portions, completing her task in just over a minute. Once again astounded by such prowess, Chun Lao and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Instinctively, they retreated to a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the cafeteria. Once they were certain their voices would not carry, they began to discuss their astonishment. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" One exclaimed. "Indeed, I did. By heavens, what kind of place is this school? Even the cook possesses such strength. What was that technique with a knife? It took her merely a minute to butcher half a side of pork. I reckon she could do the same with me. If I'm not mistaken, she lifted that half side of pork with just one hand. What incredible strength! Could she too be a martial grandmaster like those elderly janitors outside?" As the crowd turned their gaze towards Elder Chun, he provided a reassuring affirmation. It was likely true. This institution held profound significance, and the esteemed elder of the earth, immortal realm, must be concealed within its walls. The question now lay in whether he would be inclined to meet with me. Perhaps he is already aware of my arrival. Meanwhile, not far from them, upon a rooftop, Qin Tian observed them curiously while cloaked in invisibility. The earth immortal realm? What is that? Are they here for this reason? This elder does not appear to be an ordinary individual, yet he is not a practitioner of immortality either. Rather, he seems to be a martial artist. How could I possibly recruit him? Should I confront him directly? But how to deal with the entourage of bright lights beside him? Just as he pondered how to approach the elder below, Brother Zhao, who had been shadowing Elder Chun, suddenly received a phone call. Chapter 62. The Titan Kingdom's Boxing King. A display of bravado. Understood. We will return immediately, Brother Zhao stated with a serious demeanor. He then turned apologetically to Elder Chun. "I sincerely apologize, but an urgent matter has arisen at the Martial Arts Association, and we must depart. Perhaps we could accompany you here tomorrow instead?" Upon hearing this, Elder Chun inquired with curiosity. "You seem to be in quite a hurry. Is everything all right?" "Yes, it is indeed urgent. Are you familiar with Songba, the boxing king of the Titan Kingdom? Recently, our two nations held a cultural martial arts exchange event, and today, Songba has just arrived in Ltang. Originally, my elder brother Zhao Wuji was set to engage in a demonstration match with him, but unfortunately, my sister-in-law is in labor today, preventing my brother from attending. Consequently, my father instructed me to step in for him." After Brother Zhao finished explaining, Elder Chen nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. This matter is indeed pressing. If you do not hasten back, those from the Titan Kingdom might believe we are intimidated. Indeed, Songba is exceedingly arrogant. Previously in Yang City, he severely injured Master Hong of the Jinbong Martial Arts School and even went so far as to break Master Yi's right hand in Rome City. This time, our Ltang Martial Arts Association must reclaim our honor. Very well then, let's take our leave." A few moments later, the group hastily departed from the Shushan Vocational Technical School. Qin Tian, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, wore a contemplative expression. Can traditional martial arts from Long Country truly contend with Titan boxing? It is not that Qin Tian underestimated the traditional martial arts of Long Country. Rather, the reality was as such. This was not the first occurrence of such an event. Previously, the two nations had engaged in a similar endeavor to foster cultural exchange. At that time, the performance of Longhua was dismal. Among several matches, they only managed to draw in one, while the rest ended in defeat. In the most humiliating loss, a Longwa contestant barely lasted 20 seconds on the arena. This ignited a wave of skepticism regarding Longwa's traditional martial arts within the country. It was during this tumultuous period that numerous foreign fighting styles, such as titanium fist, taekwondo, karate, and kendo, began to infiltrate the market of Longwa. Had it not been for the existence of the Longwa Martial Arts Association, the survival of traditional martial arts in Longwa might have been jeopardized. After finishing his meal, he decided to take a look around. With that, he leapt down from the roof, which stood over 10 meters high, and made his way to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Brother Zhao and several members of the Martial Arts Association, after departing from the Shushan Vocational Technical College, drove to the city sports arena located in the heart of Wolftang City. Upon entering the arena, they were greeted by a massive banner and large posters at the entrance. The banner proclaimed a warm celebration of the inaugural exchange event of folk martial arts between Longwa and Taigwa held in Wolftang. One side of the poster featured a photo of Zhao Wuji, a young martial artist from Longwa, alongside his name, while the other side showcased the photo and name of Song Ba, the heir of Titanium Fist from Taiwa. As they ventured further into the arena, they were met with a throng of eager spectators and media reporters armed with various recording devices. The moment Brother Zhao entered the inner area, a middle-aged man, resembling him to some extent and drenched in sweat, approached him. "Wu Yang, you have finally arrived. In 10 minutes, the friendly match is about to commence. Make sure to prepare yourself well." "All right, Dad," replied Zhao Wuji. After speaking, the middle-aged man turned his attention to the elder Chun, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. "Elder Chun, I sincerely apologize. Wu Yang should have been accompanying you properly, but this incident occurred. Rest assured, I will personally ensure that we explore Wolftang together tomorrow." Elder Chun merely smiled faintly in response. "No need for apologies. Wu Yang has already shown me around Wolftang quite well today. You all should attend to your matters. I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle. In that case, Elder Chun, please come this way. The view is clearer from here," the middle-aged man said as he guided Elder Chun to the nearest guest seating area beside the arena. Meanwhile, Brother Zhao hurried to the adjacent contestant waiting area to change his attire. A few minutes later, dressed in the traditional garb of a Longwa martial artist, Zhao Wuliang ascended to the center stage of the sports arena. Opposing him stood a lean, dark-skinned youth with a fierce visage. Though the young man was just over 1.7 meters tall, he radiated a sharp and intimidating presence, evoking a sense of extreme danger akin to that of a leopard prowling through the jungle. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Zhao Wuliang felt a surge of trepidation. Although he was a legitimate practitioner of national martial arts, not merely a charlatan who had learned some superficial techniques, Song Ba was not an ordinary character. At that moment, Song Ba suddenly wore a provocative expression and, in clumsy Dragon Country dialect, muttered, "Dragon Country martial arts are inadequate, and you are even more so. Within 30 seconds, I shall bring you to your knees." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuliang's anger flared up instantly. "Very well, I shall eagerly await that moment. As the guest, you may proceed first." As soon as the words left his lips, Song Ba shed his cloak, revealing his sculpted torso adorned with scars, raising his bandaged hands to his face while his feet danced agilely on the arena. The instant the referee finished announcing the rules and declared the match to commence, he launched himself towards Zhao Wuliang with the speed of lightning, executing a flying knee strike. Although Zhao Wuliang managed to block with both hands, the tremendous force still sent him staggering back several steps. No sooner had he regained his balance than Song Ba unleashed his second wave of attacks. His strikes were not only swift but also ferocious, targeting vulnerable areas such as the chest, throat, and face. While Zhao Wuliang was a practitioner of the Ming Jin style, his actual combat experience paled in comparison to that of Song Ba, who had honed his skills through years of fierce competition in the arena. Within less than half a minute, Zhao Wuliang began to feel the strain. Meanwhile, Elder Chun, seated in the guest area, furrowed his brow. After observing for a while, he shook his head. Wuliang was no match for him. The gap between them was too vast, and it was likely he could only endure for another 10 seconds before being knocked down. He should concede defeat. If he did not, Song Ba might strike him with undue severity. As this thought crossed his mind, the middle-aged man sitting beside him, Zhao Wuliang's father and president of the Green Vine City Martial Arts Association, wore a grim expression. If he were to urge his son to concede, where would his pride reside? Yet, if he did not concede, as Elder Chen suggested, Zhao Wuliang risked serious injury, and not a mere slight wound. Amidst his inner turmoil, A young man holding a bucket of popcorn squeezed into the audience, having rushed over after dinner to watch the spectacle. It was Qin Tian who, upon seeing Zhao Wuliang faltering in the match, could not help but display a look of unsurprised amusement. However, he had no intention of intervening and merely wished to enjoy the unfolding drama. Yet at that moment, Song Ba, who had been dominating Zhao Wuliang without any resistance, suddenly spoke in a tone that only he and Zhao Wuliang could hear. You people from Dragon Country are all worthless. There is not a capable one among you. Under normal circumstances, only he and Zhao Wuliang could hear that statement, and even as he spoke, a smile adorned his face, leading one to believe he was encouraging Zhao Wuliang. However, Qin Tian in the audience was no ordinary person. He clearly heard Song Ba's words. I see this little rascal is putting on a show. Enjoying the pretense, are we? Let me elevate you. With that, he unleashed the soul captivation technique upon Zhao Wuliang. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhao Wuliang's gaze, and after that brief bewilderment, the corners of his mouth unexpectedly curled upward. Chapter 63, A Master Behind Him. As Song Ba uttered those words, Qin Tian prepared to impart a lesson. Yet, unable to take the stage himself, he opted to directly exert control over Zhao Wuliang's body using the soul captivation technique. The moment Zhao Wuliang's body was commandeered, he ceased to be the Zhao Wuliang of before. Just then, Song Ba was also poised to conclude the match. Like a cheetah, he charged towards Zhao Wuliang with incredible speed, his right leg descending like a steel whip, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. At that moment, Zhao Wuliang had approached the edge of the ring, with no avenue for evasion. Under normal circumstances, he had only two options, to concede or to endure the blow. Elder Chun in the audience sighed deeply once more at the sight. Unexpectedly, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhao Wuliang made no attempt to evade. He allowed Song Ba's right leg to strike his shoulder, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Witnessing this, a cruel smile crept on his Song Ba's face. He was well aware of his own strength. This blow could not only fracture Zhao Wuliang's shoulder blade, but would also compel him to kneel. However, as his leg connected with Zhao Wuliang's shoulder, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The anticipated outcome did not materialize. It felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Zhao Wuliang's body remained unyielding, while a surge of intense pain shot through his right leg. Before he could comprehend the situation, a powerful hand grasped his shoulder. Moments later, Zhao Wuliang's voice resonated. Had enough? Now it's my turn. Huh? Before Song Ba could finish his retort, a fist of iron struck his abdomen with thunderous force. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and Song Ba felt as though he had been collided with by a speeding train, his insides churning violently. Cold sweat erupted from his forehead. If you're tired, rest. Next time, be mindful when you speak. After whispering this in his ear, Zhao Wuliang released his grip on Song Ba's shoulder. As soon as his hand loosened, Song Ba collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, uncontrollably frothing at the mouth. Due to the astonishing speed of Zhao Wuliang's recent punch, it was so swift that the average onlooker could hardly discern it. To the spectators, it appeared as though Song Ba merely kicked Zhao Wuliang and then inexplicably collapsed to the ground as if seized by an epileptic fit. What is going on? Why did this athlete from the Titanium Nation suddenly fall? Indeed, no one struck him. Could he be attempting to feign injury? It seems he must have succumbed to an ailment. TSK, this Titanium champion is truly dedicated, participating in a friendly match even while unwell. They say that practitioners of Titanium Fist often have poor health, and it appears to be the case. Certainly, a glance into the training methods of Titanium Fist reveals that many of its athletes do not enjoy long lives due to severe physical strain. I shall opt for the traditional martial arts of the Dragon Nation instead. While perhaps lacking in practical combat, at least it promotes longevity and well-being. It is indeed unfortunate for someone so young to suffer from such a grave illness. Upon witnessing Song Ba's fall, many in the audience lamented. But only seasoned practitioners like Elder Chun perceived a hint of something amiss. Observing the fallen Song Ba and then glancing at Zhao Wuliang, who stood on the stage seemingly unfazed, a glimmer of unease flickered in Elder Chen's gaze. In the next moment, he directed his attention to Zhao Wuliang's father, Zhao Shanhe, the president of the Wushu Association in Lilteng City. President Zhao, has your son Wuliang trained in horizontal forging techniques? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanhe was taken aback, then shook his head. No, Wuliang and Wuji have been learning Zhao family fist from their grandfather since childhood. They have never practiced any horizontal forging techniques. Is that so? Then how did he manage to withstand Song Ba's strike? Even I would not dare to confront that last blow directly, and it seemed he unleashed a punch that far exceeded his normal capabilities. He must be concealing his strength. Concealing strength. Him? Zhao Shana's eyes filled with disbelief at this notion. That is impossible. My younger son has never matched his elder brother in perseverance or talent. I assure you, I am not mistaken. Wu Yang's true strength is far beyond what he has displayed. There must be a skilled instructor guiding him in secret. As Elder Qin spoke, a spark of insight illuminated his gaze. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhao Wuyang momentarily appeared dazed again, and after shaking off the confusion, he looked quizzically at the prostrate Song Ba. Hey, why are you lying down? I didn't touch you. Don't try to feign injury. He then turned to the referee, saying, Referee, hurry and call for a doctor. I believe he has fallen ill. As soon as he uttered this, medical personnel rushed onto the stage to carry Song Ba away. As they departed, Song Ba cast a fierce glare at Zhao Wuyang. In response, Zhao Wuyang could only respond with bewilderment. Are you out of your mind? It's not like I knocked you down. Why are you glaring at me? However, returning to the matter at hand, did I just lose my train of thought? Fortunately, he fell ill. Otherwise, I dare say I would have suffered greatly at his hands. This fellow truly possesses considerable strength. As he spoke, he grimaced and rubbed his sore muscles, then rolled off the ring. Approaching his father, he grinned foolishly and said, Dad, that so-called champion is merely mediocre, no matter how ferocious the blows. If one's health is poor, it all amounts to naught. Thankfully, there are cameras and witnesses present. Otherwise, I would struggle to explain myself. Why do you all look at me with such expressions? Oh, it's nothing. You should go rest now and check for any injuries. Zhao Shanha replied with a complicated expression. All right then, I did feel quite a bit of pain from that guy's hits. I'm off to apply some medicinal liquor, Zhao Wuyang said before turning to leave. Once he had departed, Elder Chun finally shifted his gaze from him. Your son is quite remarkable. He pretended to be oblivious, despite having knocked Song Ba down. I suspect his earlier defeat was also an act. Huh, but why would he do that? Zhao Shana asked, puzzled. Perhaps the one teaching him in secret has instructed him to conceal his true prowess. But who could that be? Just as the two were deep in contemplation, Qin Tian, a short distance away, wore a knowing smile. It seems they had misunderstood. However, this misunderstanding was not without merit. Since they're eager to know, let them discover the truth. With that, he turned and exited the audience area, casually snatching a handful of popcorn from a nearby child's bucket as he departed. Meanwhile, in the resting room, Zhao Wuyang, while applying the medicinal liquor to his body, suddenly felt a wave of disorientation, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. In the next moment, he abruptly stood up from the stool, dressed himself, and strode purposefully towards the exit. Upon leaving the resting room, he headed straight for the main entrance of the sports center, just as Elder Chun was preparing to engage him in conversation. Upon seeing Zhao Wuyang walking out as if lost in thought, he seemed to recall something and discreetly followed after him. Chapter 64. The Terrifying Old Taoist. Upon exiting the sports center, Zhao Wuyang hailed a taxi, and seeing this, Elder Qin quickly flagged down another cab. Zhao Wuyang's vehicle led the way, with Elder Qin's cab trailing closely behind, both heading towards the outskirts of the city. Half an hour later, the taxi carrying Zhao Wuyang came to a stop in front of a desolate mountain. As soon as the car came to a halt, he walked purposefully into the mountains. Elder Qin, who had been keeping his distance, instructed the driver to halt as well. Once Zhao Wuyang's figure disappeared from sight, he cautiously exited the vehicle. Gazing at the distant barren mountain, he became increasingly convinced of his earlier suspicions. Indeed, there are formidable individuals secretly imparting martial arts teachings in the verdant city of Ultang, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. It remains a mystery what level of prowess this person possesses. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to follow and observe further. Since the path up the mountain was singular, he was not concerned about losing track. Thus, he ascended the winding trail and soon caught sight of Zhao Wuyang once more. Upon spotting Zhao Wuyang, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, prompting him to hastily seek refuge behind a large tree. At this moment, he realized that Zhao Wuyang was not alone. A short distance ahead sat a white-haired elder clad in a Taoist robe, meditating atop a large stone. The elder's back was turned to Zhao Wuyang, obscuring his features, yet Zhao Wuyang exhibited profound respect in his presence, his lips moving as if engaged in conversation. Intrigued, Chun Lao cautiously advanced a few more meters, straining to catch Zhao Wuyang's words. Senior, I did not intend to showcase the profound skills you have bestowed upon me today. That person insulted the martial arts of Long Nation, believing it to be devoid of worthy practitioners. I merely offered him a modicum of retribution. As soon as Zhao Wuliang concluded his statement, an ancient voice resonated from a stone. It matters not. I am not one to lack understanding. The purpose of summoning you today is not to reproach you, but to inform you that our master-disciple bond has reached its conclusion. After today, we shall not meet again. In the next moment, Zhao Wuliang fell to his knees with a thud. Senior, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and will not betray your expectations, ensuring the transmission of your unparalleled legacy. The elder replied, I have previously stated that we lack the bond of master and disciple. My imparting of skills was merely a fleeting whim. Is it that you deem my talent insufficient? If so, I shall strive 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Zhao Wuliang asserted resolutely. Even if you were to exert 10,000 times the effort, what does it matter? You must understand that you and I inhabit entirely different realms. The martial path you ardently pursue is, in my eyes, but the most rudimentary of skills. Senior, enough. If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate and completely dispel your aspirations. As his words fell, the elder, who had been seated on the stone, suddenly rose. In the next instant, he lightly tapped the stone with the tip of his right foot. With a faint cracking sound, the massive stone, weighing several thousand pounds, began to fracture inch by inch. With another crack, the entire stone shattered into pieces. Chun Lao, hiding behind a nearby rock, was instantly struck with astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, the elder, having landed gracefully, stomped his right foot upon the ground, causing dozens of small stones to be propelled over a meter into the air. As these small stones soared before him, he waved his sleeve. In an instant, the small stones shot forth like bullets, zipping through the air with a series of muffled thuds. The nearby trees, standing over 10 meters away, were mercilessly riddled with the stones, turning them into sieves. Each stone embedded deeply into the trunks, and one particularly stout tree was severed cleanly in half. Undoubtedly, the power of these stones rivaled that of a rifle bullet, even surpassing the strength of ordinary ammunition. Witnessing this scene, Elder Chun was rendered speechless. His earlier skepticism regarding the old Taoist's boastful claims now laid bare. He realized that such a feat was beyond his reach, even with a century of practice. However, before he could fully recover from the shock, the old Taoist demonstrated an even more astonishing display. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and then forcefully exhaled towards the front. In an instant, the breath surged forth like a sharp arrow, piercing through several trees before dissipating. It was unfathomable to consider the consequences had that breath struck a person. Surely, it would have been lethal. At this moment, Elder Chun was utterly speechless. He found it hard to fathom that a single individual could possess such extraordinary power. His own martial prowess seemed like mere child's play in comparison. Just as his mind was reeling from this revelation, the old Taoist suddenly turned to face him. In a daze, Chun thought he saw two beams of golden light emanating from the Taoist's eyes, followed by a thunderous shout. Who dares to hide there? Realizing he had been discovered, Elder Chun instinctively opened his mouth to explain, but before he could utter a word, a figure soared towards him, truly flying across the 30-meter gap in a heartbeat. He then witnessed an ancient hand descending towards him. Even before it struck, he felt a powerful gust of wind and an overwhelming sense of danger. He sensed that if he were to be struck, he might not survive this encounter. In a moment of life and death, a primal instinct for survival surged within him, prompting him to roll swiftly aside, narrowly evading the impending blow. The hand crashed down onto the stone where he had been hiding. With a sound akin to an explosive detonation, the massive rock shattered into dust, sending fragments scattering like shrapnel. A few of the smaller stones struck Elder Chun, causing him immediate, sharp pain. Yet, he had no time to dwell on his discomfort, for the terrifying old Taoist was now standing directly before him. Gazing up at the ethereal figure of the old Taoist, his face was etched with fear and astonishment. In that moment, he regretted his curiosity that had led him to follow. However, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, and he could only muster the courage to speak. Senior, I did not intend to eavesdrop. Yet, before he could finish his words, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on the old Taoist's face. Oh, you are actually a pure yang body by nature, a promising candidate for physical cultivation. It is a pity that you are somewhat advanced in years. Had you begun your training earlier, you would likely have already attained the golden elixir realm. Originally believing that his demise was imminent, Chun Lao's expression transformed to one of bewilderment upon hearing these words. Concepts such as pure yang body and golden elixir were entirely foreign to him. However, he surmised one thing. The old Taoist before him was evidently not a martial artist. Chapter 65. Yet another disciple, the tiger roars divine fist. Chun Lao, whose birth name was Chun Mingzhong, hailed from a family of martial artists. He began his martial training at the tender age of 5 and had dedicated 84 years to his craft. His mastery of national martial arts had reached a commendable level, and he considered himself a notable figure within the martial circles of Longhua. Yet, what he witnessed today completely shattered his understanding, particularly the techniques displayed by the old Taoist, which would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. When the old Taoist spoke of pure yang bodies and the golden elixir realm, Chun Lao realized that this venerable figure was far from a mere martial artist, for such a concept as the golden elixir did not exist in the martial world. Just as he was grappling with this revelation, the old Taoist spoke again. It seems that your cultivation is rather rudimentary. Have you indeed practiced martial arts? Upon hearing this, Chun Lao quickly nodded. Senior, you possess keen insight. I am indeed a practitioner of martial arts. How many years have you trained? In response to your question, it has been 84 years thus far. To have only achieved this level after 84 years is truly lamentable, the old Taoist sighed. Chun Lao's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. At this moment, the old Taoist suddenly turned his back. The martial path you pursue is too superficial. It is truly a waste of your potential. However, it is not too late. If you're willing to follow me and engage in physical cultivation, you can break through to the foundation establishment realm within 10 years, and within a century, you could achieve the golden elixir. Do you consent? Do you mean to accept me as your disciple? Chun Lao immediately grasped the implication. What? Are you unwilling? The old Taoist turned around abruptly. You must understand. Many have sought to become my disciple, yet I have refused them. I am willing. It's just before Chun Lao could complete his sentence. The old Taoist interrupted him. Willingness is all that matters. I know you have many questions, but let us first proceed with the formalities of becoming a disciple. By the way, you're likely curious about my identity. Allow me to tell you, my Taoist name is Chong Mei, and I am the current head of the Shushan Sect. Shushan Sect? Why have I never heard of this sect? Chun Lao asked, puzzled. You have never heard of it, because Shushan is not a martial sect, but a Taoist sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a flying sword emerged from the old Taoist sleeve. Before Chun Lao could react, he felt himself being lifted into the air. In that moment, he discovered that he had ascended to the heavens. His mouth fell agape in astonishment, for the elderly Taoist, whom he had just encountered, was now standing upon a long sword, soaring him hundreds of meters into the sky. The mountains and forests below receded rapidly, and the fierce winds battered against his face, making it difficult to open his eyes. At that instant, he finally comprehended the true identity of the Taoist before him. He was indeed not merely a martial artist. He was an immortal. The realization that true immortals existed in this world, and that he had become a disciple of one, overwhelmed him with a profound shock that surpassed all prior experiences. Meanwhile, the Taoist, skillfully guiding the flying sword, wore a slight smile. It feels like I've forgotten something. What could it be? Never mind, it doesn't matter. As he pondered, Qin Tian accelerated the sword's flight, heading directly towards Mount Shu. Back in a mountain forest they had just left, Zhao Wuliang awakened in confusion upon seeing the unfamiliar surroundings and desolate woods. Terror filled his eyes. What on earth? How did I end up here? Wasn't I at the sports center? This is absurd, truly absurd. Am I sleepwalking? Where exactly is this place? At that moment, he felt utterly lost, as Qin Tian continued to soar on his sword. He brought Chun Mingzhong back to the Shu Mountain Vocational Technical School. The moment Chun Mingzhong beheld the familiar campus, a thought sprang to his mind. Could it be that the elder, who had reached the realm of the Earth Immortal, was also a member of the Shu Mountain Sect? Yet, this place did not appear to resemble a celestial sect at all. Just as he was contemplating why Qin Tian had brought him here, a massive stone door suddenly materialized before him. Gazing at the door that had seemingly appeared out of thin air, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He had thoroughly explored the entire Shu Mountain Vocational Technical School and did not recall any such stone door being present. Before he could grasp the purpose of this door, Qin Tian urged him forward, leading him headlong into it. The next moment, the scene within the Shu Mountain cave, heaven unfolded before his eyes. The grand hall atop the mountain, the enigmatic demon-locking tower, and the unique scenery unlike that of the outside world captivated Chun Mingzhong instantly. this place is? Just as this question formed in his mind, Qin Tian's voice resonated from ahead. This is the Shu Mountain Cave Heaven, the residence of the Shu Mountain Sect. Crafted from fragments of the ancient continent by the great elders of the Shu Mountain Sect, existing independently of Blue Star. This is also the reason why you mortals are unaware of our cultivation world. Had it not been for our fateful connection as master and disciple, you would never have discovered this place in your lifetime. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Chen Mingzhang felt a surge of understanding, accompanied by a sense of fortunate relief. At this moment, the flying sword beneath Qin Tian's feet descended towards the grand hall of the Shushan sect. Upon landing, Chen Mingzhang began to survey the magnificent edifice before him, his eyes brimming with curiosity, much like the earlier disciples that Qin Tian had received. Simultaneously, he posed a question that was common among the other disciples. Why were there no other Shushan disciples in sight? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tian resorted to the same ruse he had used on the previous disciples. As he spoke of the Shushan disciples traveling far and wide to vanquish demons and safeguard the tranquility of the Chinese realm, Chen Mingzhang couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. This is the duty of us Shushan disciples. Should you achieve mastery in the future, you too shall bear the responsibility of protecting our homeland, just like the others. However, before that, you must first complete the disciple initiation and entry rites. Having said this, Qin Tian guided Chen Mingzhang through the ceremonial processes. At the instant the initiation was completed, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host! You have successfully recruited a disciple, earning 500 points of sect prestige and 100 spirit stones. Additionally, due to this disciple possessing a pure yang constitution, you have received an extra reward, the intermediate level body cultivation technique, the Tiger Roar Fist. Hearing the notification resonate in his mind, Qin Tian felt a rush of joy. The Tiger Roar Fist? It sounds formidable, though its actual efficacy remains to be seen. To ascertain the nature of the Tiger Roar Fist, he immediately addressed Chen Mingzhang. You are now an official disciple of Shushan, and with your martial foundation, I shall impart to you our sect's secret technique for body refinement, the refining body technique. Focus and concentrate. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingzhang quickly gathered his thoughts. In the next moment, Qin Tian pressed a finger to his forehead, instantly transmitting the contents of the refining body technique into Chen Mingzhang's mind. As he absorbed the profound teachings, Chen Mingzhang was overjoyed. After Qin Tian gifted him 2 spirit stones, he began to cultivate according to the technique's instructions. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Mingzhang practiced, Qin Tian exited the grand hall of the sect. Chapter 66. The Astonishing Power of the Tiger Roar Fist. Arriving at a clearing within the cave realm, Qin Tian summoned the Tiger Roar Fist from the sect's repository, a reward from the system. As a form of body cultivation among various practices, it primarily emphasizes close-quarters combat, hence the focus on martial arts. The Tiger Roar Fist is indeed one such martial art. Because of this, while Qin Tian harbored expectations, they were tempered by the belief that no fist technique could rival his flying sword and spells. Yet, he soon realized his error. As he gently opened the book's cover, the Tiger Roar Fist transformed into a beam of white light that surged into his consciousness. A wealth of memories and insights regarding the Tiger Roar Fist flashed through his awareness like a series of slides. After he fully absorbed these memories and insights, his entire demeanor transformed. He became akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, and at the moment he opened his eyes, an ethereal silhouette of a tiger faintly manifested around him. The ferocious aura, belonging to the king of beasts, radiated outward from his being, accompanied by a gust of wild wind. In an instant, all the birds and beasts within the forest were startled, each one desperately fleeing to distant places. It was only when Qin Tian gradually reigned in his aura that the tiger silhouette around him slowly dissipated. Consequently, the tempest that had abruptly arisen vanished without a trace, and within a 50-meter radius around him, the fallen leaves were all swept aside, forming a large circle. Witnessing this scene, astonishment flickered across Qin Tian's face. This Tiger Roar Fist possesses remarkable power. It appears that physical cultivation is not as lacking as I had imagined. Reflecting upon the content of the Tiger Roar Fist in his mind, he swiftly assumed a starting posture, simultaneously switching his internal cultivation method to the everlasting limitless technique. In an instant, the previously dissipated tiger silhouette re-emerged, and Qin Tian unleashed a powerful punch forward, the force of his strike infused with the roar of a tiger. gouging a deep pit into the ground ahead. With each punch he delivered, a resounding tiger roar accompanied it, not only serving as a sonic attack, but also capable of unsettling the opponent's spirit. Once the adversary was daunted by the lion's roar, they would face a relentless onslaught. By the time Qin Tian completed an entire sequence of the tiger roar fist, the ground before him bore the marks of his destructive power. The combination of the everlasting limitless technique and the tiger roar fist endowed him with an attacking prowess that rivaled that of sword cultivators. He even suspected that, in close quarters, even sword cultivators of the same rank might not surpass him in combat. Such a fierce and domineering fist style deserves a new persona. What kind of persona should I create this time? After some contemplation, he once again enacted a transformation spell. In the blink of an eye, he morphed from his elongated brow appearance into a robust young man clad in martial attire, exuding an air of wildness. He had already settled on a name, Pei Qin Tiger. From now on, whenever a brawl was necessary, he would send this persona forth. As soon as he spoke, he made his way toward the main hall of the sect. But this time he opted not to fly on his sword. Instead, he advanced using his physical form. The tiger roar fist encompassed not only fist techniques, but also a complementary set of footwork. With a swift movement, he leaped high, much like a tiger, propelling himself off a large tree to soar dozens of meters, his agility reminiscent of a true mountain beast. The towering peaks of Mount Shu seemed as flat as the ground before him. After a few leaps, he had already jumped from a cliff to land gracefully on the square of the Shu Mountain Sect's main hall, touching down without a sound, even striking a stylish landing pose. However, when he lifted his head, he discovered a pair of astonished eyes fixed intently upon him. The owner of these eyes was none other than Chun Mingzhong. Staring at the astonished Chun Mingzhong, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then inwardly mused. Has this old man truly entered the realm so swiftly? Indeed, he has remarkably attained the first level of body refinement in such a short time. It seems the foundation he laid during his martial arts training has merely shifted direction, inheriting his previous professional experience. After pondering this, he rose slowly and approached Chun Mingzhong with an air of calmness. Are you the newly accepted disciple of our master? Upon hearing this, Chun Mingzhong quickly regained his composure. And you are? I am Pei Qin. By seniority, you should refer to me as your senior brother. The master has sent me to assess your progress in cultivation. Ah, it is senior brother Pei. I have heard of you. Chun Mingzhong replied with utmost respect. Although this individual appeared to be no older than his 20s, to him, this self-proclaimed Pei Qin could very well be an ancient being of several centuries. For eternal youth is indeed a requisite skill of those who cultivate the path of immortality. Junior brother, you are too modest. It seems you have indeed made some progress. Your aptitude is not lacking. By the way, the master has instructed me to pass on some techniques of physical refinement. I have heard you have some experience in martial arts. Let me see what you have learned thus far. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Chun Mingzhong nodded repeatedly. I have indeed studied some martial techniques. The style I practiced is called Chun Family Fist, created by my ancestors. Since you wish to see, I shall demonstrate. With that, Chun Mingzhong assumed a stance and performed a complete set of his martial art in front of Qin Tian. The movements flowed like water, indicating he had devoted considerable effort to mastering this form. After finishing, he stood aside, eagerly awaiting Qin Tian's critique. However, when he looked at Qin Tian with anticipation, Qin Tian shook his head. Is this what you call martial arts? It is feeble and lacking in power. Can even harm anyone? Allow me to demonstrate what true martial arts entails. As soon as the words left his mouth, he showcased the tiger roar divine fist before Chun Mingzhong. The performance was resounding, powerful, and the intricacies of the moves, along with their fierce force, left Chun Mingzhong utterly astonished. Such martial arts exist in this world. Is this the path of immortality? At that moment, he truly realized how trivial his own martial prowess was in the face of the immortal path. The Chun family fist, passed down through generations, now seemed mere child's play compared to the tiger roar divine fist. By the time Qin Tian, embodying Pei Qin completed the set of movements, Chun Mingzhong found himself utterly speechless. How is it, junior brother? What do you think of my technique? Hearing Qin Tian's voice, Chun Mingzhong nodded vigorously. Would you like to learn it? Can I truly learn it? Chun Mingzhong's eyes were filled with disbelief, tinged with a glimmer of hope. Certainly, the lineage of physical cultivation has always been sparse in numbers. Since you have chosen this path, it is only fitting that I, as your senior, impart to you a few techniques. With that, Qin Tian proceeded to teach Chun Mingzhong the initial forms of the Tiger Roar Divine Fist, and how well he grasped them would depend entirely on his own efforts. This instruction lasted for several hours. Meanwhile, more than 10 kilometers away, in the presidential suite of the Green Vine International Hotel, Song Ba, who had recently been defeated by Qin Tian in the arena, was now kneeling before an elder. Master, I truly believed I could win this time. That fellow is absolutely no match for me. Yet, for reasons unknown, he suddenly became formidable and knocked me down with a single punch. In stark contrast to the ferocity he displayed in the ring, Song Ba now resembled a docile kitten, not daring to raise his head to meet the gaze of the elder seated on the sofa. The elder, clad in simple white robes, appeared frail and unassuming, reminiscent of an ordinary old man, but his eyes were sharp and piercing like those of a hawk, glinting with a subtle ferocity. Moreover, the size of his hands was remarkably large, creating a striking contrast to his emaciated frame. This elder was none other than Song Ba's master, Bo Sun, the most renowned master of titanium fist in the entire titanium kingdom. Almost 80% of the titanium fist experts in the nation had been under his tutelage, and over the decades, he had nurtured dozens of champions. Upon hearing Song Ba's explanation, Bo Sun nodded slightly. Rise. I understand that this time it was not your fault. I have arranged for the recording of the match to be brought here. You will see for yourself. With that, he gestured towards the television nearby. As Song Ba turned his gaze to the screen, Bo Sun picked up the remote and pressed a button. The next moment, the footage of the earlier match between Song Ba and Zhao Wuliang began to play, precisely at the moment of Song Ba's fall. The video appeared to have been specially processed, playing at an extremely slow speed. Thus, it clearly showcased Zhao Wuliang delivering a punch to Song Ba's abdomen in an instant. Pausing the video, Bo Sun set the remote aside. With just this single punch, you would never stand a chance against him. The speed, angle, and control of force were nearly perfect. If he had not moderated his strength, this blow would have shattered your internal organs. It is not that he cannot defeat you. It is that you cannot match him. He concealed his true prowess from the outset. Had he been serious from the beginning, you would not have lasted 5 seconds against him. Furthermore, after defeating you, he feigned nonchalance, demonstrating a profound cunning. You have no reason to feel unjustly defeated. Upon hearing these words, Song Ba's expression changed dramatically. Reflecting on the events of the day in the arena, he felt a surge of anger. Damn it! How dare he toy with me? Although we lost this match, our purpose for coming to the Dragon Nation has been accomplished. Those self-important martial artists can no longer sit idly by and must take action. With this proclamation, Ba Sun slowly rose and approached the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window. As a master of the titanium fist with an esteemed reputation in the titanium nation, Bo Xuan's covert visit to the Dragon Nation was not merely to accompany his disciple in competition. In fact, he was the architect behind this martial arts exchange between the Dragon Nation and the Titanium Nation. His objective was straightforward. He aimed for his disciple, Song Ba, to traverse the entirety of the Dragon Nation, defeating all those so-called masters of traditional martial arts and thoroughly humiliating them, thereby compelling the true martial experts of the Dragon Nation to reveal themselves. The rationale behind his actions traces back 60 years. At that time, he journeyed across the seas to the Dragon Nation in pursuit of perfecting the ancient titanium fist, driven by a desire to learn the authentic traditional martial arts of the region. However, when he sought out the so-called masters of national martial arts, these haughty individuals refused to share their skills with him, simply because he was not of Dragon Nation heritage. Despite his earnest pleas, they would not teach him even a single technique. Subsequently, he procured false identification and infiltrated a martial arts school that taught traditional Dragon Nation techniques, where he studied for a decade. Yet, he was eventually discovered. Upon learning he was not a citizen of the Dragon Nation, the leaders of the school ordered his limbs to be broken and cast him out of their gates. It was at that moment that the seeds of hatred were sown. Upon returning to the Titanium Nation, he devoted himself to rigorous training, amalgamating the martial arts of the Dragon Nation, Japanese karate, Western taekwondo, aikido, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and yoga into a novel combat discipline. He even resorted to drugs and various external methods to forge his physique. Such relentless effort was all for one purpose: to trample the martial arts of the Dragon Nation underfoot. His original plan was to have Song Ba repeatedly defeat figures in the Dragon Nation's martial arts community, humiliating them and thereby drawing out the true masters of martial arts. Until recently, everything was progressing smoothly, but then Song Ba was unexpectedly defeated by Zhao Wuliang in the exchange competition at Tang. However, this setback yielded an unforeseen opportunity. We must investigate where this individual is now. There surely exists a formidable martial expert behind him, and locating him should lead us to that powerful figure. As soon as Boss Han uttered this, a burly man in dark clothing, who had been silently standing in the corner of the room, nodded and then turned to leave. After a little over 10 minutes, he reappeared before Boss Han, having successfully gathered information. He spoke while producing a smartphone, pointing to a photograph displayed on the screen. The image unmistakably featured Zhao Wuliang. What a stroke of bad luck. How could he have ended up in the mountains without any apparent reason? It's utterly absurd. ISNT it, in a night market stall in the city of Green Vine, the disheveled Zhao Wuliang sipped beer while lamenting to his friends. Earlier that day, he had been ensnared by Qin Tian's soul-capturing technique and transported to a desolate mountain. Upon regaining consciousness, he hurriedly descended. Given the remote location, he was unable to summon a vehicle and had to trek over 10 kilometers back to the city, finding the situation utterly absurd. He called upon his friends to share his ordeal. Their reactions varied widely. Some dismissed his claims, jokingly suggesting he must have been abducted by aliens, while others asserted he was either exaggerating or experiencing a mental breakdown. Frustrated by their disbelief, Zhao Wuliang insisted, "I swear, if I'm lying, I'll be your grandson." Just as he prepared to show them his step count on his phone, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with the somewhat menacing visage of Song Ba. Minutes later, a perplexed Zhao Wuliang followed Song Ba to an unfinished building. "What do you intend to do? My fainting incident has nothing to do with you. It was my own affliction. Besides, we are in Longhua, so tread carefully." However, Song Ba remained silent as they walked. After several moments, he abruptly halted. "Master, I have brought the person." In Zhao Wuliang's bewildered gaze, a gaunt old man with piercing eyes appeared before him. Before he could react, the elder swiftly approached, and Zhao Wuliang was seized by excruciating pain, accompanied by the sound of cracking joints. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, his limbs grotesquely contorted. Observing this, Bo Sun's face displayed a flicker of confusion. What is happening? How can his strength be so feeble? This is inconsistent with his performance in the ring. His martial prowess clearly indicates only Ming Jing. At a loss, he could not fathom the situation. Ultimately, he resolved that regardless of the circumstances, a martial arts master must be concealed behind Zhao Wuliang. I'll leave him at the Zhao family's doorstep. I refuse to believe that if I incapacitate his disciple, the master will not reveal himself. Yes, master. A little over 10 minutes later, Zhao Wuliang, rendered helpless, was unceremoniously abandoned before the Zhao family's villa in Green Vine City. When Zhao Wuliang was discovered, chaos ensued within the Zhao household. After regaining composure, Zhao Shanha, the family patriarch, immediately retrieved his phone to make a call. "Hello, is Elder Chen available? This is Zhao Shanha." Chapter 68, Extraterritorial Demonic Cultivator. Where could such a being originate? All right, I have transmitted the initial forms of the tiger Roar Divine Fist to you. You may descend the mountain now. Before the Grand Hall of the Shushan Sect, Qin Tian, embodying the spirit of Pei Qinhua, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In front of him, Chun Mingzhang had just demonstrated the initial forms of the tiger's Roar Divine Fist. His comprehension of martial arts was remarkably sharp, even without Qin Tian's guidance. He swiftly grasped the fundamentals of the technique, requiring only time to refine his skills. Lost in the profoundness of the tiger's roar, Chun Mingzhang's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing Qin Tian's words. "Senior brother, am I not required to remain at the sect for training?" "Not all. The Shushan sect emphasizes practical experience in the world and does not confine its disciples to relentless cultivation. Even I would not return to Shushan so soon if it were not for the Master's summons. By the way, take these spirit stones with you. Once you descend the mountain, practice diligently, and do not tarnish the reputation of Shushan." Gratefully accepting the spirit stones, Chun Mingzhang exclaimed, "Thank you, senior brother, but how shall I return?" I almost forgot. We rarely walk, so there isn't a path up the mountain. Allow me to escort you out." "Thank you, senior brother. Let's depart at once." A flicker of anticipation danced across Chun Mingzhang's face as he occasionally glanced at Qin Tian. Noticing Qin Tian's stillness, he inquired again, "Senior brother, what your flying sword?" "Flying sword? What flying sword? As physical cultivators, we have no need for such things." "What? No flying sword? How then shall we leave?" Chun Mingzhang was momentarily taken aback. "Of course, we shall exit this way." As Qin Tian's words concluded, he grasped Chun Mingzhang by the collar and leaped off the cliff before the Shushan Grand Hall. The precipice towered 1,000 meters high, and they plummeted like a stone, sending Chen Mingzhang into a state of sheer terror. His very soul threatened to escape him. Just as they approached the ground, he dared not even open his eyes. At that moment, Qin Tian unexpectedly dug his claws into the cliffside, his fingers anchoring like steel into the rock. The immense force of their descent carved 5 deep grooves into the cliff as they slowed, just meters above the ground. Qin Tian leveraged himself off the cliff face and soared toward the forest, landing gracefully on the sturdy branch of a great tree. Throughout this exhilarating descent, Chen Mingzhang felt as though his frail bones might shatter, had it not been for his rigorous training and body refinement. Even as a master of the transformation stage, his age would have rendered him incapable of enduring such an ordeal. Moments later, Qin Tian brought him to the entrance of the Shushan cave heaven. As he released his grip, Chen Mingzhang nearly collapsed to the ground. Junior brother, you must strengthen your physique upon your return. As a physical cultivator, lacking a robust body is simply unacceptable. With trembling legs, Chen Mingzhang quickly nodded in agreement. I shall heed your wisdom, senior brother. Indeed, my esteemed senior. As I descended the mountain moments ago, I seemed to spot a tall tower upon the adjacent peak. What purpose does that tower serve? That tower is known as the Demon Locking Tower, a forbidden place in Shu Mountain where we can find malevolent spirits and demons. Those fiends that threaten the world and wreak havoc upon humanity are captured by the disciples of Shu Mountain and subsequently imprisoned within this tower, Qin Tian solemnly explained. Demons? Do such beings truly exist in this world? A flicker of seriousness passed through Chen Mingzhang's gaze as he pondered the answer. Indeed, once you have honed your skills, you shall have the opportunity to enter the Demon Locking Tower, where you will truly comprehend the terror these demons embody. By the way, here is your senior brother Qin Tian's contact number. He is within the Shu Mountain Vocational and Technical School, overseeing the affairs of the Outer Sect. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek him out. With that, Qin Tian handed his number to Chen Mingzhang. Senior brother Qin Tian? Is he the principal here? Chen Mingzhang inquired with curiosity. Precisely, that is him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Elder Chen prepared to take his leave. Over 5 hours had elapsed since his arrival at Shu Mountain, and the clock had now struck past 11 at night. Just as he was about to turn away, his phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, he paused and answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Shanha's anxious voice resonated from the other end. Elder Chen, it's Zhao Shanha. I'm relieved you finally answered. Upon hearing the urgency in Zhao's tone, Chen Mingzhang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chairman Zhao, is there something urgent? Yes, very urgent. If you're available, I hope you can come to the Zhao family. Wu Liang's limbs have been broken by someone. How could this happen? Do you know who is responsible? I do not, but the perpetrator must be a martial arts expert. They even left behind a challenge letter on Wu Liang. Very well, I shall head over immediately. But I'm somewhat distant from your location and will need you to send a vehicle. Certainly, Elder Chen. I will arrange for a car to pick you up right away. Once the call ended, Chen Mingzhang bid farewell to Qin Tian and hurriedly made his way toward the school gate. Observing the hurried demeanor of Chen Mingzhang and recalling the conversation he had just overheard, a sense of curiosity arose within Qin Tian. Wu Liang, is he the one I left on a mountain? His limbs have been broken? Who could have done such a thing? A challenge letter? What does that entail? As he pondered these questions, a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! An external demonic cultivator seeks to encroach upon the Central Plains, challenging the heroes of the realm. Ding! A temporary mission has been issued. As a righteous sect, the Shu Mountain sect has the obligation to exemplify valor by vanquishing the invading enemy, thereby upholding the prestige of Shu Mountain. Please locate the leader of the demonic cultivators and publicly defeat him. Mission completion rewards. Sect prestige of 15,000 points. 1 randomly selected mid-tier spirit beast. 1 randomly selected mid-tier magical artifact. And 1 randomly selected sect building. Upon hearing the sudden alert, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Extraterrestrial demon cultivators? What on earth was that? Where did these demon cultivators come from? Could it be that something else was misidentified, mistakenly labeling him as a demon cultivator? After some contemplation, he could largely ascertain that this incident was likely another case of the system misjudging him, akin to the previous encounter with those human traffickers. While the task's content might be erroneous, the rewards promised were undoubtedly genuine. Moreover, based on past experiences, the difficulty of such tasks was generally quite manageable. These so-called demon cultivators could simply be a gang of nefarious individuals. Perhaps they were even the ones who had broken Zhao Wuliang's hands and legs. If that were the case, it seemed imperative for him to pay a visit to the Zhao family. With that thought, he directed his gaze toward the school gate. Chapter 69. Curses in the Name of Poxin. In the dead of night, before the Zhao family villa in Lteng City, a group of Zhao family members led by Zhao Shanhe awaited anxiously at the entrance, their faces reflecting unmistakable worry. This continued until a business vehicle came to a gradual halt at the villa's entrance. As the vehicle stabilized, the Zhao family members surged toward it. With the opening of the car door, Chun Mingzhang, who had just descended from Mount Shu, appeared before them. Upon seeing Chun Mingzhang, Zhao Shanhe looked as though he had encountered Savior. "Old Chun, you have arrived. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." "Chairman Zhao, you speak too harshly. Let us not linger on formalities. We must first attend to Wu Yang." Chun Mingzhang replied with a calm demeanor. "Of course, Old Chun, please follow me." As they spoke, Zhao Shanhe guided Chun Mingzhang into the villa. They swiftly ascended to a bedroom on the second floor. Inside, Zhao Wuyang lay on a large bed, his entire body swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy. Witnessing his pitiable state, Chun Mingzhang could not help but furrow his brow. Who could have inflicted such cruelty upon him? We are uncertain. Since we discovered him at our doorstep, he has remained in a comatose state. We arranged for a physician to examine him. But no issues could be discerned, Zhao Shanhe replied, his expression laden with concern. "I possess some knowledge of medicine. Allow me to take a look." After a moment's reflection, Chun Mingzhang approached Zhao Wuyang's bedside. He first took Wuyang's pulse and then examined his limbs. Upon inspecting his hands and feet, his brow immediately creased in alarm. The assailant was indeed a martial arts expert, and not just any expert. They have not only broken bones, but also damaged the meridians. Even if he recovers, he may never practice martial arts again. This method of harm reminded me of an ancient and long-lost martial arts technique known as the dislocated tendon and bone hand. Dislocated tendon and bone hand? Yes, this technique was typically employed to punish traitors within the sect, aiming to completely abolish their martial prowess. However, it was later deemed excessively cruel, and its usage was prohibited. Moreover, his pulse was exceedingly peculiar. I found it rather difficult to comprehend. It resembled symptoms of poisoning. It did not entirely align with that notion. After Chun Mingzhang articulated his conjecture, Zhao Shanhe grew increasingly anxious. "Elder Chun, what shall we do now? Can you save Wu Yang?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mingzhang shook his head. "I possess only a rudimentary understanding of medicine. To truly save him, we must seek the expertise of a more accomplished practitioner. By the way, did you not mention there was a letter of challenge? Let me see it." At that moment, another youth, who bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Wuyang, produced a piece of paper. When Chun Mingzhang received it, he discovered it was filled with text. Once he perused its contents, his countenance shifted dramatically. "It is indeed him. He has returned to Longhua." "Elder Chun, do you recognize the challenger?" Zhao Shanhe inquired, perplexed. "I do. In fact, any martial artist of a certain age in Longhua has likely heard of him. His name is Poxin. He was originally the heir of the Taijia's Taiwan, but later concealed his identity to learn the martial arts of Longhua. Upon discovery by his sect, they crippled him and expelled him from their ranks. He has attempted multiple times to return to Longhua to reclaim his honor, but unfortunately, during that period, the martial world of Longhua underwent significant changes, with various sects retreating and refraining from engaging in conflict. He was unable to fulfill his ambitions. It is unexpected that, after 30 years, he has returned. Before the Zhao family, Chun Mingzhang recounted the tale of Poxin. Upon concluding his narrative, the Zhao family exchanged glances, each face reflecting a mix of contemplation and concern. Although the letter of challenge did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Unless someone from Longhua could defeat him, Zhao Wuyang would remain in his unconscious state indefinitely. Thus, I surmise that Wu Yang has fallen victim to a form of sorcery, and Poxin must be accompanied by a sorcerer. Sorcery. Upon hearing this term, astonishment washed over the faces of the Zhao family. The youth resembling Zhao Wuyang could not contain his curiosity and exclaimed, "Is there truly such a thing as sorcery in this world?" Indeed, it exists, though not in the manner of legends. Most often, it employs certain nefarious toxins, akin to the witchcraft of our nation. To break such a curse, one must locate the practitioner of the sorcery, meaning we must ultimately defeat Poxin. After uttering these words, Elder Chun once again scrutinized the letter of challenge. In the lower right corner, an address and a time were inscribed. It appears I must pay a visit to Poxin to witness the prowess of this martial genius who has mastered the ancient Taiwan to its utmost potential. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family felt a flicker of hope. They understood that Elder Chun was no ordinary individual. He was a renowned master of transformation in Longhua, and with his intervention, their chances were greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, outside the room, atop a tall tree, Qin Tian stood silently, his gaze fixed intently upon the interior. Hoxen? Sorcerers? So they are indeed the so-called outsiders practicing dark arts. However, they indeed fulfill the conditions set by the foreign demonic cultivators, rendering matters considerably simpler. The duel is scheduled for noon tomorrow, is it not? There remains ample time. Thus, it will be prudent to return and rest for a while. With that, he soared into the distance like a great bird, unnoticed by anyone. Shortly after Qin Tian's departure, Chun Mingzhong made himself at home in the Zhao family's villa, awaiting the appointed hour of noon to confront Bo Sun at the designated location stated in the challenge letter. Meanwhile, in a manor situated over 10 kilometers away, Bo Sun, clad in white garments, slowly disrobed, revealing his gaunt physique. Before him stood a large vat, and even from a distance, he could detect a pungent, fishy odor. As he approached the vat, a massive serpent, as thick as a bowl, emerged from within. In the presence of this serpent, Bo Sun exhibited no trace of fear, as if he were greeting an old acquaintance. In the next moment, he stepped naked into the vat, allowing the serpent to coil around his body. As the serpent began to exert its strength, a series of creaking sounds emanated from his frame. Before long, every bone in his body was crushed by the serpent. Yet he emitted not a single sound, as though it were not his body ensnared by the serpent. Once his bones were completely shattered, the serpent opened its gaping maw and swallowed him whole. Nearby, Songba, though accustomed to such sights, still felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly urged the others, "Hurry, pour everything in." Upon hearing his command, several individuals rushed forward with iron buckets to the vat. With a clatter, the contents of the buckets were emptied into the vat. Among the items were various toxins, spiders, centipedes, toads, and scorpions, all of which were promptly consumed by the serpent. They then procured some herbs and fed them to the serpent as well. After satisfying its hunger, the serpent fell into a state of dormancy. Hours later, it opened its mouth once more, and Bo Sun, coated in slime, was expelled from its maw. The emaciated figure of Bo Sun had transformed into a robust middle-aged man. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. Chapter 70. The Battle at the Mountain Summit. The Terrifying Power of Bo Sun. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was midday of the following day, with an hour remaining until noon. The Zhao family members and Chun Mingzhong arrived at the location decided by Bo Sun in the challenge letter, coincidentally situated atop Mount Shu. In this secluded place, where few ventured even on ordinary days, the absence of visitors was amplified by the midday sun. The Zhao family and Chun Mingzhong awaited atop the peak of Shushan in a tranquil pavilion. Elder Chun, what level of power does Basan possess? Why did the esteemed figures of various sects refuse to engage him during his previous visits to the Dragon Kingdom? Zhao Shanha inquired, his curiosity evident as he settled into his seat. Upon hearing his question, the other members of the Zhao family cast inquisitive glances in his direction. What other reason could there be? Naturally, the reluctance to confront him stemmed from a desire to preserve their reputations. Basan not only mastered the ancient Tai fist, but also surreptitiously absorbed the martial arts of our Dragon Kingdom. His innate talent was extraordinary. When he joined the 8 Extreme Sect, he reached the pinnacle of hidden strength in merely 10 years. Had he not been expelled from the sect, he likely would have achieved the status of a master of transformative strength long ago. 10 years to attain the summit of hidden strength. The Zhao family members gasped in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. As a family of martial arts, they recognized that only Zhao Shanha had reached hidden strength, while even the prodigious Zhao Wujin had only attained the peak of bright strength. Wushuan's rapid ascension to the pinnacle of hidden strength was nothing short of terrifying. It was later rumored that he had amalgamated various combat techniques from other nations, devising an entirely new approach to martial cultivation. He became invincible throughout the Titanium Kingdom. To engage such a formidable presence in battle could lead to humiliation if one were to lose, provoking laughter from fellow practitioners. Thus, the major sects and factions opted to avoid confrontation with Basan, believing he had relinquished his ambition to challenge the martial world of the Dragon Kingdom. However, to their astonishment, he resurfaced after such a lengthy absence, his obsession evidently unwavering. With a sigh, Chun Mingzhong expressed his thoughts on the matter. As they engaged in casual conversation, time swiftly passed, and soon it was nearly noon. At last, a black business vehicle appeared on the winding mountain road, making its way to the parking area at the summit. As the vehicle came to a halt, a young man with dark skin was the first to alight, swiftly opening the rear door. The Zhao family members turned their gazes toward the unfolding scene. Under their watchful eyes, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a simple white robe and appearing similar in age to Qin Mingzhong, emerged from the vehicle. This man was none other than Basan. Upon disembarking, Basan's gaze immediately fixed upon Qin Mingzhong, and sensing the latter's extraordinary aura, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the next moment, he hastened toward the pavilion, disregarding the Zhao family as though they were invisible. After appraising Qin Mingzhong with a measured glance, he spoke in a cool tone. At last, a true expert is willing to step forward. Which sect or family do you belong to? Upon hearing this question from Bo Sun, Qin Mingzhong immediately clasped his hands in greeting. I hail from the Qin family of Songzhou, he proclaimed. The Qin family of Songzhou? And what is your relation to the renowned Qin Mingchuan, the master of the broken steel? Bo Sun inquired with keen interest. He is my elder brother, Qin Mingzhong replied. Is he still alive? Bo Sun asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Unfortunately, he passed away a decade ago. That is truly regrettable. However, I imagine your martial prowess is not inferior to that of your illustrious brother. Shall we engage in a duel today? If you emerge victorious, I shall ensure the curse upon the Zhao family's young man is lifted. Should you fail, you need only bring forth another challenger. If he can defeat me, I will likewise see that the curse is undone. One thing I must caution you about is that he can only endure for 7 days. If the curse remains unbroken after that, he shall perish. At Bo Sun's words, the faces of the Zhao family members turned ashen, their gazes shifting anxiously to Qin Mingzhong. Elder Qin, Zhao Shanha began, but Qin Mingzhong raised his right hand, silencing him. Rest assured, I shall find a way to save him. With that, his expression hardened. I am eager to learn from your esteemed skills. Very well, then let us proceed, Bo Sun declared, moving to the observation platform atop the hill. The platform, approximately several dozen square meters in size, was ample for a duel. Once both combatants took their positions, Bo Sun on the left and Qin Mingzhong on the right, their formidable presences filled the air. In an instant, the two figures collided with great force, their fists and feet meeting with resounding impact. Their speed was so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye, especially Bo Sun, whose every strike was executed with lightning swiftness and lethal precision, targeting vital points with each blow. Boom! After Qin Mingzhong deftly evaded one of Bo Sun's punches, his fist struck a nearby steel railing with tremendous force, leaving it severely deformed. Had it struck a person, it would have surely been fatal. Undeterred, Qin Mingzhong retaliated with a fierce palm strike, which, upon Bo Sun's evasion, smashed into a nearby stone monument. Crash! The 5-centimeter thick slab was instantly shattered into 2 pieces. The spectators from the Zhao family, witnessing the intense clash between the two masters, were filled with astonishment. Is this the combat prowess of a master of internal energy? It is truly terrifying. This Bo Sun is remarkably formidable, matching Qin Mingzhong blow for blow. I wonder if Elder Qin can indeed prevail against him. As they pondered these thoughts, Bo Sun and Qin Mingzhong retreated to their original positions after another round of fierce exchanges. As they retreated, both individuals inadvertently crushed a piece of granite pavement before finally releasing the tension in their bodies. Once steady, Bo Sun regarded Qin Mingzhong with a look of admiration. You are quite impressive. Judging by your demeanor, you must have reached the pinnacle of your training. This comes as both a surprise and a delight to me. However, if your abilities are limited to this, I fear you will be unable to save that descendant of the Zhao family today. Very well, my warm-up has concluded now. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Bo Sun reached for the nape of his neck, and before the eyes of all present, he extracted a silver needle from that very spot. He then proceeded to remove additional needles from the crown of his head and his chest, extracting a total of 7. Once all the needles were withdrawn, a remarkable transformation occurred within him. His previously gaunt physique swelled as if inflated, his stature increasing several centimeters. Even more astonishing was the disappearance of the wrinkles on his face, with his once white hair now transforming into a shade of grayish white. In an instant, an incredibly fierce aura emanated from him. With a sudden rip, he tore off his clothing, revealing a sharply defined upper body. This bizarre spectacle left both the Zhao family members and Qin Mingzhong in sheer astonishment. At that moment, the rejuvenated Bo Sun broke into a broad smile. Do not worry. I shall not kill you. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, reappearing right in front of Qin Mingzhang. Before Qin Mingzhang could react, Bo Sun's fist, bulging with terrifying force, struck towards Qin Mingzhang's chest. The surface of his fist even radiated an invisible energy, clearly indicating that his martial prowess had ascended to an entirely different level. Should this punch connect, even Qin Mingzhang, who had already attained the first level of body refinement, would surely not withstand it. At that critical juncture, a sudden roar of a tiger echoed from behind Qin Mingzhang. The moment the roar resonated, a fierce wind swept across the mountaintop, staggering Bo Sun back. Once he regained his balance, a somewhat frivolous voice floated in from a short distance away. To reach this level in martial arts training, you are indeed a genius. However, that is all there is to it. At this remark, Bo Sun turned his gaze to the side, and with a single glance, he spotted a wild-looking youth reclining atop a large stone inscribed with the word Shu Mountain. Chapter 71. Too slow, too slow. Atop Shu Mountain, no one could have anticipated the tumultuous turns in the battle between Bo Sun and Qin Mingzhang. Initially evenly matched, the sudden activation of Bo Sun's secret technique had thrust Qin Mingzhang into a disadvantageous position. Under normal circumstances, Qin Mingzhang would have stood no chance against the significantly empowered Bo Sun. However, the sudden roar of the tiger altered the situation dramatically. Under the thunderous sound of the roar, Bo Sun was forced to retreat repeatedly, and soon after, a voice emerged from the side. At that moment, the 20 or so individuals atop the mountain turned their gaze towards the stone tablet, and in a single glance, they beheld Qin Tian, who had transformed into Pei Qin Tian, lying upon the great stone. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Qin Mingzhang could not suppress his surprise and exclaimed, "Senior Brother Pei." His words drew the attention of everyone present, particularly the members of the Zhao family. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend why Elder Qin would address someone who appeared to be merely in his early 20s as senior brother. Only Bo Sun's eyes were filled with vigilance, tinged with a hint of combativeness. The next moment, Bo Sun spoke slowly. "Who are you? When did the martial world of Longhua produce a figure of your caliber?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian gradually sat up. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your identity. I have never encountered someone who has practiced martial arts to such an extent as you. Furthermore, what technique did you employ to seemingly regain your youth? It appears rather unconventional. Any method that enhances strength is a good method. I care not for its legitimacy, as long as it allows me to grow stronger." Bo Sun retorted with a cold snort. "If you wish to know, then defeat me. Only then will I reveal the method I used." As soon as his words fell, Bo Sun sprang into action, covering the distance of over 10 meters in a single leap, akin to a ferocious beast unleashed, lunging directly at Qin Tian atop the stone. His right hand transformed into a claw, aiming straight for Qin Tian's face without any intention of holding back. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, Qin Tian remained utterly still. Just as Bo Sun's claw was about to reach him, he suddenly bellowed, "Get lost." The single word transformed into a tempestuous tiger roar. In that moment, Bo Sun perceived a colossal tiger head charging towards him. Before it even drew near, the fierce wind distorted the muscles of his face. An irresistible force sent him hurtling backward, landing with a resounding thud after retreating 7 or 8 steps before finally regaining his balance. Once he stood firm, the expression on his face shifted dramatically, oscillating between shock and terror. It was not only he who felt fear, his companions, including Songba and the members of the Zhao family, were left in stunned silence. The terrifying prowess Bo Sun had just displayed had already led them to believe he was not a normal human. Yet, this youth, who seemed to be barely beyond 20, had managed to repel Bo Sun with a mere word. What kind of strength did this signify? Only Qin Mingzhang maintained an air of composure, for he understood what Bo Sun truly faced. Not merely a martial artist, but a cultivator. Do not speak of a single Bo Sun. Even 10 combined would not be a match. In his heart, he had already begun to mourn for Bo Sun. At that moment, the expression on Bo Sun's face fluctuated as he fixed his gaze intently on Qin Tian. "What kind of skill are you employing? I wish to know. Defeat me, and I shall reveal it to you." As he spoke, Qin Tian leapt gracefully from the large stone, landing soundlessly. He advanced step by step toward Bo Sun, and with each step, Bo Sun involuntarily retreated. He found himself halted at the edge of the mountaintop's railing. With Qin Tian pressing closer, Bo Sun clenched his jaw, tightened his fists, and tensed every muscle in his body. With a mighty roar, several silver needles were unexpectedly forced out from his spine. As these needles emerged, his muscles expanded slightly, and his hair darkened, causing him to appear at least a decade younger. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, the onlookers were once again struck with disbelief. What kind of sinister technique has Bo Sun mastered? Indeed, it has induced such a remarkable change in his physique. Old Chun, do you know what this is? Upon hearing the inquiries from the Zhao family members, Chen Mingzhong pondered for a moment before responding with a hint of uncertainty. This does not resemble orthodox martial arts cultivation. It bears some resemblance to the long-lost secret technique of the Qin Sect for nurturing the spirit. It is said that this technique has the power of rejuvenation. Yet the method of cultivation is exceedingly brutal, requiring the practitioner to shatter their own limbs and bones, followed by the use of secret elixirs to promote bodily regeneration. However, the regenerated flesh endures excruciating pain at every moment, a torment that an ordinary person could scarcely endure. Yet, if successfully cultivated, the body would rival steel, possessing boundless strength. Just as Old Chun was elucidating to the Zhao family, Bo Sun, having fully liberated his physical form, emitted a roar akin to that of a wild beast. The intense agony rendered his eyes bloodshot, and his entire body exuded steam. With a thunderous push of his legs against the ground, he launched himself toward Qin Tian like a cannonball, shattering the tiles of his previous position into dozens of fragments. In an instant, he closed the distance between them, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to a torrential downpour upon Qin Tian. Every part of his body became a formidable weapon, resembling a tireless, pain-free combat machine. Were Chen Mingzhong to engage him in battle at this moment, he would likely be slain within 5 seconds. Yet, Qin Tian moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly evading all of Bo Sun's attacks with graceful maneuvers. Too slow, far too slow. Is this truly your only skill? Come, increase your speed a little more, and perhaps you might land a hit. While dodging, Qin Tian continued to taunt Bo Sun. Under his provocation, Bo Sun transformed into a frenzied beast, akin to a rabid dog. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a formidable punch upon a massive boulder inscribed with the characters Shu Mountain. The stone, towering several meters high and weighing tons, shattered into 2 pieces upon impact. Excellent. You have earned the right to witness my prowess. Were you not curious about the martial arts I practice? Allow me to enlighten you. With a swift movement, Qin Tian appeared beside Bo Sun, whispering these words before directly executing the Tiger Roar Divine Fist. In an ephemeral moment, he morphed into a resplendent tiger. As his right fist surged forward, Bo Sun, unable to evade, beheld the fierce beast pouncing toward him. Subsequently, he was engulfed by an indescribable agony. With a thunderous crash, Bo Sun was propelled several meters away, ultimately colliding with a cluster of pine trees at the mountain's summit, snapping them like twigs. Slumped against the trunk of a great tree, his chest caved in, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After violently expelling a mouthful of blood, he succumbed to a state of weakness, his hair visibly turning from black to white. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers, including Song Ba, were immediately taken aback. Master, upon exclaiming this, Song Ba unexpectedly performed an action that astonished everyone present. He reached into his clothing and drew forth a handgun. Before anyone could react, he fired a shot at Qin Tian, evidently blinded by rage. As all attention had been focused on Bo Sun, no one had noticed Song Ba's sudden act. It was inconceivable that he would brandish a firearm at such a moment. When the gunshot echoed through the air, they swiftly turned to look. In an instant, disbelief spread across their faces. Standing several meters away from Song Ba, Qin Tian held up 2 fingers, pinching a bullet the size of a peanut between his index and middle fingers. The sight of the bullet nestled between his fingers left the crowd in shock, their minds momentarily paralyzed. All present were martial artists, acutely aware of the terrifying nature of firearms. The adage, no matter how skilled one is, a knife can still cut, resonates deeply. In the face of firearms, all are equal. Even a grandmaster like Elder Chun is not exempt. To hold a bullet between 2 fingers seemed like something out of science fiction film. As the crowd stood in awe, Qin Tian glanced at the bullet in his grasp before casually discarding it onto the ground. Impressive that you managed to bring a handgun into Long Kingdom. Your aim is commendable. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. Rest assured, I did not exert my full strength just now. Your master shall not perish. Though your intentions were to protect your master, I must impart a lesson upon you. With those words, Qin Tian's figure vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he stood before Song Ba. Without affording Song Ba even a moment to react, he swiftly seized the handgun and, with a gentle yet firm grip, crushed it into a crumpled mass of metal. Then, transforming his palm into a blade, he struck fiercely at Song Ba's right hand. With a swift motion, accompanied by a spray of blood, Song Ba's arm fell to the ground. After severing Song Ba's right hand, Qin Tian deftly pressed on his chest twice. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, without the slightest pause. By the time the onlookers and Song Ba himself comprehended the situation, he was left with but one arm. The excruciating pain caused Song Ba to cry out. Yet curiously, the severed stump of his right arm did not bleed. Not a single drop escaped. The crumpled handgun lay abandoned on the ground, starkly contrasting with Song Ba's severed arm. Witnessing this scene, the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. They could scarcely fathom that a single individual could possess such strength. Having rendered the monstrous Bo Sun nearly lifeless, effortlessly catching bullets with one hand, and within the blink of an eye, dismembering Song Ba. Such a terrifying presence left them with no doubt that should Qin Tian unleash his ferocity, he could annihilate everyone present in under a minute. At that moment, Bo Sun, who had just been sent flying by Qin Tian's punch, rose once more. He had reverted to the appearance of the frail old man from before, albeit looking somewhat worse for wear, yet his injuries did not seem grave. Approaching Qin Tian, he regarded him with a complex expression before bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your mercy. I failed to recognize your greatness. I never imagined such extraordinary individuals existed in the Dragon Kingdom. I'm also grateful for your sparing my disciple's life. After expressing his gratitude with another bow, he stood upright and solemnly declared, From this day forth, I, Bo Sun, shall not set foot in the Dragon Kingdom again. That is quite unnecessary. You're always welcome to visit for tourism or other endeavors, Qin Tian replied generously. Very well, thank you, Senior, Bo Sun responded, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. He then approached the Zhao family, bowing before Zhao Shana. I must sincerely apologize, Master Zhao. It was I who injured your son last night. I will arrange for the antidote to be delivered to your residence shortly. As for your son's limbs, they can indeed be reattached. I possess a secret technique that not only restores them to their original state, but also enhances his martial prowess in the future. Consider it a small act of restitution on my part. Hearing Bo Sun's words, Zhao Shana nodded repeatedly. Master Bo Sun, you are too kind. My son has never had much interest in martial arts. Perhaps this hardship will inspire him to pursue it with greater fervor. In truth, I have long contemplated breaking his legs. The reason for his excessive politeness lies in his awareness that Bo Sun's amiability is solely due to Qin Tian's influence. Were he to confront Bo Sun alone, even a mere flick of a finger would be sufficient to obliterate him. After exchanging pleasantries, the humbled Bo Sun once again approached Qin Tian with an expression of utmost respect. Esteemed senior, may I audaciously inquire what martial art you practice? Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, that is entirely acceptable. To Bo Sun's sincere inquiry, Qin Tian casually responded, The Tiger Roar Divine Fist. The Tiger Roar Divine Fist? What a commanding name. Thank you for your revelation, esteemed senior. I shall not impose further upon your time. With that, Bo Sun stepped aside to collect the severed arm of Song Ba from the ground before departing the summit of Mount Shu with the entourage he had previously brought along. Once they had left, the attention of the others once again shifted to Qin Tian. Chen Mingzhong was about to speak when Qin Tian preemptively gestured for silence. Return and hone your skills diligently. I shall take my leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaped off the adjacent cliff. When the Zhao family members rushed to the edge of the cliff to look down, they witnessed a figure akin to a fierce tiger bounding through the forest, vanishing from sight after a few leaps. Even after Qin Tian's silhouette disappeared, the Zhao family remained in a state of profound astonishment. My heavens, he simply jumped down? How could he leap from such a height unscathed? He can withstand bullets. What does this signify? Is it truly possible to reach such heights in martial arts? Suddenly, I find myself intrigued by the path of martial mastery. Indeed, if only I could one day attain such prowess, I shall double my efforts upon returning. As the younger members of the Zhao family were inspired by Qin Tian, Chen Mingzhong, standing to the side, wore a complex expression. He longed to inform the Zhao juniors that attaining such heights in martial arts was unattainable in a lifetime, for he was a cultivator of immortality. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing this, believing it beneficial to grant these young individuals a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Zhao Shanha suddenly turned to him and asked, Elder Chun, who was that person just now? Why do you refer to him as senior brother? With this inquiry, The Zhao family members turned their gazes towards him, curiosity evident in their eyes. In response to their inquisitiveness, Chun Mingzhong thought for a moment before casually deflecting. This senior brother is a remarkable figure within the martial world. I once received guidance from his master, hence my address. Is that so? I had no idea our Dragon Kingdom's martial realm harbored such extraordinary individuals. Truly, there are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. The path of martial arts knows no bounds. We must strive harder. Meanwhile, as the Zhao family members indulged in their endless reflections, Qin Tian, who had already descended the mountain, suddenly heard a notification sound echo in his mind. Chapter 73. The Ink Tiger Beast Rampage? Ding! The host has successfully defeated the extraterritorial demonic cultivator, bringing great renown to the Shushan sect. The task has been completed, and you have received the following rewards. 15,000 points of sect reputation, a random mid-tier spirit beast, a random mid-tier magical artifact, and a random sect building. Congratulations on acquiring the mid-tier spirit beast, the Ink Tiger. Congratulations on obtaining the mid-tier magical artifact, the Beast Flute, which allows the user to control numerous beasts when played. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the tier of beasts that can be commanded. Congratulations on receiving the sect building, the initial tier spiritual herb garden. Spiritual herb garden, initial tier, effect, cultivates spiritual herbs. Seeds can be planted within the garden, doubling the growth speed of the herbs and providing a small chance for mutations that enhance their quality. At regular intervals, a random spiritual herb will sprout within the garden, which can be utilized for alchemy. Upon hearing a series of prompts in his mind, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile with delight. The rewards for this task were surprisingly easy to obtain. Even defeating a mere martial artist who lacked any cultivation netted such substantial rewards. He hurried back to inspect the items he had received. As he entered the cave realm, he eagerly retrieved the 3 rewards. With 3 flashes of white light, a magnificent tiger, exceeding 5 meters in length and nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, appeared before him. This majestic creature, cloaked in ebony fur with only its face and forehead adorned with golden markings, let out a thunderous roar as it entered the realm. Instantly, the entire Shushan cave quaked, and all the creatures within trembled in fear. When Qin Tian beheld the tiger's visage, his eyes sparkled with admiration. What a striking beast, far more impressive than the mantis. Just as he uttered this, the mantis peeked out from his collar. Apologies, I forgot you could understand me. You're also quite splendid, he reassured, soothing the mantis before it retreated back into his garment. At that moment, the enormous black tiger affectionately nudged Qin Tian with its massive head, akin to a great feline. Unable to resist, he affectionately stroked its fur, finding its texture surprisingly pleasant. With such a dark coat, from this day forth, you shall be called Little Black. Now, Little Black, showcase your prowess. Upon hearing these words, the black tiger instantly transformed, embodying its regal status as the king of beasts. With a powerful leap, it soared several dozen meters, casually slashing its paw forward, leaving a dark claw mark that neatly cleaved a large boulder into pieces several meters away. Following this, it opened its mighty jaws and unleashed a roar, sending forth a torrent of black wind blades that surged ahead. With a swift motion, the vast expanse of forest ahead was torn to shreds by the slicing winds, leaving deep ravines etched into the ground. Witnessing the astonishing destructive power of the ink black tiger, Qin Tian could not help but marvel in awe. Goodness, its offensive capability rivals my own, he mused. Just as he pondered this, the proud little black tiger scampered back to him, resembling an oversized feline. After affectionately patting its head, Qin Tian spoke once more. What a pity. Your size is too conspicuous to bring along. You must remain here within this celestial realm. No sooner had he uttered these words than billows of dark smoke began to rise from the little tiger. To Qin Tian's astonishment, the creature transformed from a 3-dimensional black tiger into a 2-dimensional ink-wash painting of a tiger. Yet, the transformation did not end there. It soared toward Qin Tian's body. Seemingly grasping its intent, he allowed it to settle upon him. In the next moment, the little black tiger gracefully landed on his arm, traversing up to his torso. Ultimately, it manifested into a vivid black tiger tattoo that spanned his entire upper body. As Qin Tian lifted his shirt to behold the lifelike, imposing black tiger tattoo, a glimmer of astonishment shone in his eyes. Goodness, if someone were to see this, they might think I am affiliated with the underworld. However, one must admit, this design is indeed striking. In a confrontation, merely revealing my shirt could intimidate many. Thus, you shall remain upon my form. After reclothing himself, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the other two rewards he had received. The first was a bone flute, approximately 40 centimeters in length, adorned with 7 small holes and a subtle sheen reminiscent of jade. Clearly, this was the beast flute mentioned by the system. He picked it up and casually played a note. True to expectation, all the small creatures within the celestial realm appeared before him. As he varied the melody, these animals coordinated to perform an array of movements, sometimes forming an S shape, at other times a B shape. The effects would be even more pronounced when coupled with the beast mastery technique. What a splendid treasure! After expressing his admiration, he stowed the flute into his storage pouch and then turned his attention to the final item among this reward, the beginner's spirit herb garden. He had already perused the system's introduction to the beginner's spirit herb garden, which was designed explicitly for cultivating spirit herbs. However, at present, he had no herbs to cultivate, so after some contemplation, he placed the herb garden upon the land that had just been ravaged by the little black tiger. In a flash of light, a flat expanse exceeding 300 square meters emerged before him, accompanied by a few quaint little houses nearby. If the opportunity arises in the future, it would indeed be beneficial to allow those disciples to cultivate various spiritual herbs. Upon uttering these words, he proceeded towards the entrance of the Shushan cave. Having just stepped outside, he realized he had not even had the chance to enjoy his lunch. Exiting the cave, he meandered his way to the school cafeteria, where a delightful array of dishes had already been laid out on the tables. 3 dishes and a soup, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables. In merely a few minutes, he devoured the meal with remarkable speed. The freshly prepared food was truly exceptional, though he occasionally yearned for the indulgence of external, purely additive junk food. With that in mind, he resolved to reward himself with a lavish dinner that evening. He then took out his phone and began scrolling through Douyin. Just a few minutes into his browsing, a notification chimed in. It indicated that a disturbance caused by demon beasts had been detected within the jurisdiction of the Cultivation Sect, urging the host to prepare for a response and to recall the sect's disciples promptly to avert unnecessary harm. Furthermore, to safeguard the local populace from potential danger, the host was instructed to descend the mountain, subdue the demon beasts, and locate the source of the disturbance. This was a temporary mission, with rewards to be assessed based on the host's performance upon completion. Upon hearing this notification, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. What? A disturbance caused by demon beasts? What on earth was that? As he pondered this bewilderingly, he stumbled upon a Douyin video titled National Treasure Escapes Again. To his surprise, the location indicated was Green Vine City, marked with the label of the local zoo. Could it be? Had a panda's escape been mistaken for a disturbance caused by demon beasts? That creature must be utterly adorable. In the wake of the system's repeated misjudgments, Qin Tian began to ascertain that the system genuinely perceived Blue Star as a realm of cultivation. Human traffickers were considered evil cultivators, martial artists were deemed demonic practitioners, and giant pandas were classified as demon beasts. According to the system's implication, it couldn't possibly expect him to capture the escaped panda, could it? If so, that would be far too simple. After all, how difficult could it be to capture a panda? Yet, an uneasy feeling lingered within him. A disturbance implied more than just one creature. Perhaps the zoo was concealing the true extent of the situation, and there was more than one animal that had escaped. With this thought, Qin Tian made a decisive resolution to visit the Green Vine City Zoo. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Green Vine City Zoo, a somber atmosphere prevailed. In the office of the director, Sun Haiqiang, he was simultaneously consuming anti-hypertensive medication while erupting in fury. What on earth are we going to do about this situation? Dozens of animals have suddenly escaped from the zoo, including a giant panda. For a day or two, we may manage to contain it. But if we fail to recover those escaped animals soon, we will be facing a significant crisis. Certainly, this situation is not the most dire. The most severe scenario would be if the escaped animals were to injure someone. Should such an incident occur, it would constitute a grave negligence. And losing my job would be the least of my concerns. It is quite possible that I, as the director, could find myself incarcerated. After uttering these words, he hastily consumed another antihypertensive tablet and, upon reaching for his cup, realized it was empty. Observing this, a park official swiftly fetched a water jug and poured him a glass, offering words of comfort as he did so. Director, please do not panic. None of us wished for this incident. Who could have anticipated that the monkey would learn to pick locks? Moreover, most of the animals that have escaped possess minimal aggression. Thus, the likelihood of them causing harm is low. Upon hearing this, Sun Haiqiang took a deep breath and addressed those present. Have we accounted for how many animals have escaped and identified which ones they are? His inquiry prompted nods from the other park officials and keepers. Director, we have compiled the statistics. A total of 48 macaques, 18 black leaf monkeys, 9 ring-tailed lemurs for baboons, 2 ostriches, 2 raccoons, 1 sloth, and 2 tortoises have escaped. The sloth was captured early this morning at the zoo's entrance, while the tortoises were apprehended near the crocodile pond. Upon hearing this, Sun Haiqiang remained relatively calm, as the aforementioned official had indicated that these escaped animals were not particularly aggressive and would likely only cause a mild disturbance. However, he soon noticed that the individual reporting the data had begun to stammer. Upon observing this expression, a sense of foreboding crept into Sun Haiqiang's mind. What is it? Have other animals also escaped? The man awkwardly nodded in response. What kind of animals? As long as it's not lions or tigers, it can be managed. Sun Haiqiang exhaled, blowing the tea leaves floating atop his cup. Well, while no lions or tigers have escaped, 2 black bears and 3 leopards have gotten out. Additionally, there is Tuan, but that should not pose much of a problem. It frequently wanders off to play. After hastily delivering this information, the zoo staff member immediately covered his ears. In the next moment, Sun Haiqiang sprang to his feet, his cup crashing to the ground in a shattering frenzy. What? Did you just say 2 black bears and 3 leopards? His eyes bulged like saucers. Indeed. Then why did you not inform us earlier? Sun Haiqiang trembled with rage. We only discovered this during the recent inventory check, but rest assured, Director, those 3 leopards have yet to reach maturity and are not particularly aggressive. Likewise, the 2 black bears are gluttons, having been raised in the zoo since childhood, and have essentially lost their wild instincts. Before they could finish their explanations, Sun Haiqiang, overwhelmed, sank into a chair, breathless. All is lost. I am doomed by your negligence. Upon witnessing Sun Haiqiang's distressing state, the crowd hastily resorted to acupressure and administered medication and hydration. Once Sun Haiqiang regained his composure, he rose once more to bellow. Do not concern yourselves with me. Focus on locating those animals. Our paramount task is to retrieve the 2 black bears and the 3 leopards. We must not allow them to roam freely, for it poses a grave danger. As for Tuan, let us disregard it for the moment. It can serve as a diversion outside, having already escaped several times. As long as it has food, it poses no issue. What about the monkeys? A zookeeper interjected. The monkeys are of no consequence. There are plenty in the nearby mountains and the adjacent forest park, so even if one is spotted, who would know it escaped from our zoo? Is it truly wise to ignore it? That particularly clever monkey is among them. A monkey housekeeper voiced his concern. Will make a difference? Do you think we can catch it? We should never have taken it in. Now, everyone, return to your tasks. Also, promptly issue a temporary closure announcement. If we cannot retrieve those dangerous animals before nightfall, we shall have no choice but to notify the authorities. At Sun Haiqiang's command, the zoo staff sprang into action, some issuing announcements while others scoured for the animals. Gradually, several creatures were recovered. The current state of the internet is such that a wild animal appearing in the city is quickly captured on video and shared on platforms like TikTok. By keeping a vigilant watch on TikTok, their movements can be tracked, enabling swift retrieval. Take for instance the escape of the giant panda, Tuan, the star of the Green Vine City Zoo. It has fled multiple times, each escape trending on TikTok. His motivations are simple, a quest for steam buns. Thus, the zoo staff harbors no real concern. It is likely to wander into a resident's yard or seek out a bun vendor, posing no threat to anyone. Nor would anyone dare harm it, unless a Yangtze River dolphin were to come ashore. As time passed, swiftly approaching 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with merely 2.5 hours until dusk, the Green Vine City Zoo had thus far managed to recover 23 animals. Yet, their primary concern, the black bears and the leopards, remained elusive. The atmosphere within the zoo grew increasingly fraught with anxiety as the twilight hour drew near. So much so that they failed to notice a van emblazoned with Shushan Vocational Training School parked across the street from the zoo for the entire afternoon. Indeed, they had concealed the extent of the situation, and the scale of the deception was alarming. Over 100 animals had escaped. Yet only 1 panda was reported missing. Quite the feat inside the van. Qin Tian leisurely enjoyed an ice pop while observing the agitated zoo staff gathered at the entrance. It is no wonder that the system referred to it as a monstrous beast uprising. You are fortunate to have encountered me. With that, he ignited the engine of the van and pressed the accelerator with fervor.